Chapter 1, Asking me to sell my profession card? Holy crap, do you guys know Yi from Class 2 of Ordinary Division? He just awakened a Summoner profession card. Summoner? That's a rare profession card. Must be worth at least 8 or 9 million. The surrounding chatter reached my ears. My name is Yi, a student from Class 2 of Ordinary Division, and I'm precisely that guy they're talking about who just awakened a Summoner profession card. Now the entire second floor of the War College in Linyuan City was surrounded by hundreds of students, all standing on tiptoe trying to peer inside, with me becoming the center of attention. Even the vice principal came in person, pleading earnestly, Yi, you must not act rashly. If you use this class card, you'll never be able to change professions again, your future path would truly be ruined. The dean knows your academic achievements are outstanding, but when it comes to family wealth, that's not something one person can change. As a summoner, every summoned creature needs complete gear and skills, it all costs money. The higher the tier, the harder it gets. Not to mention, you'd need to cultivate more than just one summoned creature. I knew this wasn't the first time the vice principal had made such remarks to the students from ordinary classes. In this world where everyone undergoes career transformation, each person awakens a career card that they can choose to use or abandon. After use, the profession card disappears, formally becoming a professional. If you relinquish your profession card, it can enter the market for trading. High-tier profession cards can even attract attention from major organizations and guilds. Thus, the War Academy divided students into elite classes and regular classes. The students in the elite classes came from wealthy families with impressive backgrounds, most of whom could afford to purchase rare occupation cards with higher limits, focusing their studies accordingly. On the other hand, if a student in a regular class awakened a rare occupation card, their best option was to sell it and trade for a more economical card with a stable baseline, such as a warrior or shield guardian, which offered the possibility of achieving high-tier status in the future. If I sold the summoner class card to the honors class, the vice dean would definitely be pleased. Those wealthy classmates could re-roll as summoners, and I could re-roll as a warrior or shield guard. Everyone would have a bright future ahead. Classmate Yi, this is the representative from the Zhao Corporation. Rest assured, they will offer you a most suitable price. The vice dean gestured to the professional female secretary beside me. The female secretary immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, Yi. Our Zhao Corporation is willing to pay 8 million for this summoner class card. 8 million. Many onlooking students from the ordinary class were filled with envy. Yet I remained utterly unfazed, even wearing a hint of mockery as I said, Just 8 million? The vice president quickly added, This is 8 million that will be transferred instantly. I toyed with the summoner class card in my hand. Having researched various class cards beforehand, I knew summoners were exceptionally rare. Though there were hardly any transaction records, they were worth at least 12 million. Clearly, the lower the negotiated price, the bigger the kickback the Zhao family would give to the vice dean, an open secret everyone tacitly understood. A younger student might have been dazzled by 8 million, but I was different. As a transmigrator, I'd already lived in this world for 18 years. Decades ago, the dimensional space known as the Eternal Abyss descended upon our world. Countless demons emerged, relentlessly encroaching on human territory, plunging the world into perpetual crisis. In such circumstances, strength dictated everything. 8 million meant nothing in the face of a powerful professional. Of course, normally speaking, giving up the summoner class and choosing an ordinary profession would indeed be the best choice for someone as impoverished as me. But my refusal to abandon the summoner path has another reason. Apart from the summoner class card, I also awakened an overpowered talent, infinite golden traits, granting me 1 golden trait draw per level that can be bestowed upon any target. Once bestowed, summoned creatures would never betray me. In this data-driven world, traits are ubiquitous and categorized into 6 tiers of quality, with legendary golden items being fiercely coveted by countless high-level professionals. With this talent, who says you can't play as a summoner without money? Then I'm about to break the game. No other profession suits this talent better. Alone, one couldn't fully utilize so many golden traits, but as a summoner who commands an army solo, every single summoned creature could be enhanced into its strongest form with golden traits. So, even when facing the vice dean, I decisively refused. I want to become a summoner, I won't sell it. The vice dean thought I was unsatisfied with the price and said, Student Yi, don't act on impulse. The price is negotiable. Yi, think about your future. If you can't even afford to raise a summon, what's the point of becoming the weakest summoner? No pioneering team or guild would ever hire a destitute summoner. The female secretary from the Zhao Guild maintained her smile, certain that I, like all other ordinary students, would obediently sell my card once I faced reality. But the next moment, her smile vanished and turned to shock, while the vice dean and the surrounding students also wore expressions of disbelief. Because right then and there, I used the summoner profession card. It shattered instantly, transforming into blue spiritual energy that merged into my body. You have changed to a rare class, summoner. Your current level is 1, you can draw 1 golden trait. Chapter 2, The Pauper Summoner. First entry, Grandmaster of Tai Chi.
At this moment, the entire room was stunned.
Are you crazy? You can't change professions after transitioning. 8 million just gone like that? It's like winning the lottery and then using the ticket as toilet paper. A pauper switching to summoner, now that's something for the history books. No one could have guessed how resolute I was, immediately transitioning professions on the spot. True, summoner is a rare class with potential ceilings higher than any existing profession, but it's ruinously expensive. A summoner can conjure multiple summoned beasts simultaneously, with each creature boasting attributes comparable to those of professional warriors. These summoned beasts possess unique talents, skills, and equipment of formidable summoner rivals an entire mercenary corps. However, such formidable combat prowess requires copious resources and vast wealth to maintain. Without money or resources, relying on the lowest tier summoned beasts means failing even against dungeon trash mobs. The Vicedine's mustache quivered with rage as he sputtered, you. Oh, meanwhile, the female secretary from the Zhaoclan guild glared with palpable displeasure, spat idiot, before strutting away in her high heels without so much as a backward glance. Amidst the murmurs of disdain, the crowd of onlookers dissipated. No one spares kindness for the weak. The once bustling Class 2 common was now empty, leaving only me standing alone in the deserted classroom. But my heart remained utterly calm, and I recalled a famous saying from my past life. Others laugh at me for being too mad, I laugh at them for seeing nothing. Explaining myself to these people? A waste of time. Only by mastering true strength could I slap their faces hard. After the crowd dispersed, a scholarly man in a blue robe walked in and looked straight at me, saying, should I scold you for acting impulsively? Or should I praise you for not being tempted by 8 million? Finally, I smiled and said, it's all thanks to your teaching, master. He replied, I never taught you to choose the summoner path. This man in the blue robe was my teacher and also my father's comrade in arms, Lu Boyan. He sat down across from me, a trace of melancholy flashing in his eyes. I, Ize, am the man who will become the strongest summoner. My teacher, Lu Boyan, was utterly bewildered. He and my father had served together in Huaxia's demon subjugation corps, brothers in arms who had survived life and death battles. After my parents fell in combat, he retired from the military and became a teacher. I was his most promising and gifted student. He treated me like his own son and had every step of my future meticulously planned out. Yet, I chose summoning against all expectations. With absolute confidence, I declared to him, teacher, I'm going to be the strongest summoner there ever was. He just scoffed and snapped, get lost. My pension can't afford to raise a summoner. After all, the resources consumed by a summoner are a bottomless pit. Unless backed by the military, megacorporations, or top guilds, no one could possibly shoulder the cost. Even as he said this, he pulled out a skill book radiating a blue halo and pushed it toward me, saying, this is all I can help you with. You'll have to fend for yourself from now on. Seeing that rare blue-tier summoning skill book, I was momentarily dazed. Summoners initially could only summon white slimes. To change summons, one either needed formidable strength to forge contracts with wild summoning beasts or substantial wealth to buy high-tier skill books. I had originally planned to spend all my savings on a green-tier skill book. Never did I expect Professor Lu, despite doubting my shift to summoner, would be willing to spend so much on me. Moved, I blurted out, Professor. Then I joked, how about I marry into your family as your daughter's live-in husband? His eyes instantly widened, and he kicked at me. Take my skill book and still scheme after my daughter? I hurriedly retreated to the back door, grinning as I added, I'm actually quite good-looking. He delivered another kick, even faster this time. Get lost. That skill book is borrowed. Hurry up and run the beginner's dungeon. If you don't pass the college entrance exam in 10 days, you'll be working off your debt as manual labor for the Demon Suppression Army. As a veteran Demon Suppression soldier, I wasn't about to risk taking a beating from him. I slipped away like grease lightning, shouting over my shoulder, I'm the man who'll become the greatest summoner. He cursed under his breath, damn brat, choosing to be a summoner. Just focus on passing your exams, but his anger had already dissipated. Leaving the classroom, I looked at the skill book in delighted surprise. It was, skill book, Panda Bear Summon, a rare blue tier item that allowed contracting and summoning a strength type summon, the Panda Bear. If the summoned creature fell in battle, it couldn't be summoned again for 24 hours. The first summoned creature was crucial. Even a white slime with golden attributes would have limited combat potential. Without hesitation, I learned the skill. The system notified me that my current mental attributes only permitted contracting one summon, asking if I wanted to replace the slime with the Panda Bear. Checking my level attributes, I saw 10 mental points only allowed one contract, with maximum capacity being 3 summons at current class level. War would require advancement. I decisively chose to replace. After successfully learning, I felt changes in the summoning beast space, where a black and white, round-bellied iron-eating beast appeared, forming a soul connection with me. This iron-eating beast is at the same level as me,
with attributes far superior to the white slime. However, a rare grade summoning beast's stats are only comparable to those of an ordinary warrior class. Summoners from impoverished backgrounds, relying on ordinary or fine grade summoning beasts, find it extremely difficult to clear even the normal difficulty of the beginner dungeon. Nonetheless, the higher the quality of the summoning beast, the greater the rewards.
This is why rich second-generation summoners are so powerful, they don't even bat an eye at rare-grade summoning beasts.
I stared intently at the lottery button on the talent interface, holding my breath. Asterisk, which difficulty of the beginner dungeon I can tackle hinges entirely on this talent roll. Asterisk, as the draw concluded, countless golden frames of talent descriptions swirled around me. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 breaths, one frame came to rest before me. You have drawn the golden legendary tier talent, Tai Chi Master. Grandmaster of Tai Chi, reaching the pinnacle of Tai Chi martial arts, excelling in overcoming hardness with softness, balanced in both offense and defense. I looked at the entry description, then at the iron-eating beast in my summoning space. The idea of a panda practicing Tai Chi seemed amusing, so I assigned the entry to it. As the light flashed, a delightful surprise appeared. Grandmaster of Tai Chi entry successfully assigned.
Summon, Iron-Eating Beast, Blue Rare, Evolved Kung Fu Panda, Orange Epic. A single entry propelled the summon from Purple Excellence to Orange Epic, utterly unbelievable.
Checking the Kung Fu Panda's stats, its attributes had more than doubled.
Its talents and skills were all legendary tier and maxed out.
The upgraded quality of my contracted summon also reflected back on me, boosting my strength, constitution, agility, and spirit by 10 points each. Now, as a summoner, I possessed physique and strength surpassing even that of a warrior. At this moment, my confidence in heading to the Novice Dungeon grew significantly. The Novice Dungeon, an artificial simulation created by national high schools, caters to newly transitioned students below level 9 and serves as a leveling ground where death only results in partial experience loss. But activating the dungeon requires energy, at least 50 crystals, with higher difficulties needing more. The market price is 10,000 per crystal. As a penniless orphan with no connections, I only have the one free dungeon entry reimbursed by the Chinese military for newcomers, with no difficulty restrictions.
This opportunity is crucial for the college entrance exams. I walked toward the southern campus where the dungeon entrance was located, fueled by a single conviction: I'm going to be the greatest summoner. When I reached the dungeon entrance, I saw countless students gathered there in a lively frenzy. Some were forming teams while others sought powerful mentors to carry them. For newcomers with free entries needed, we'll each activate the dungeon once. That means 5 runs today. LFG for a couple of hard mode dungeon runs with limited attempts, gear and skills required, high level classes preferred. Any experts starting a dungeon run? I'm a level 2 archer, I'll follow orders without question. Holy shit, a summoning master. Wait, why are you wearing a normal class uniform?
Normally, summoners are typically the profession of wealthy cash-loaded whales.
The moment I appeared, I instantly drew countless gazes, but soon enough, they snapped back to reality. Is that Yi Zhe who gave up 8 million just to choose to be a summoner? He actually dares to run dungeons? With his slime?
At this point, no one dared to team up with me voluntarily, everyone kept their distance.
Forming a party with a broke summoner? That's practically asking to die. But this actually suited me just fine. Earlier, the dungeon entrance had been too crowded, latecomers like me couldn't even squeeze in. Now, with everyone staying out of the way, the path before me was wide open. Thanks, I calmly walked to the dungeon entrance under everyone's gaze. What a weirdo. Who's he planning to team up with? Don't tell me he's going solo? Everyone was whispering when an especially loud voice boomed, "Stop embarrassing summoners, this isn't a class for the likes of you." I turned to see a young man decked out in luxurious gear, standing beside the Zhao Guild's female secretary. The crowd's eyes lit up. Zhao Xian from the elite class. Now that's a real summoner. Boss, please carry us. I immediately realized he was Zhao Xian, son of the Zhao Guild's leader. Today, the Zhao family had sent people to buy job cards specifically to help him switch to a rare profession. Though I didn't sell my job card to him, others did, allowing him to become that privileged second-generation exclusive profession, a summoner. Roar, with a fierce howl, a giant wolf shimmering in purple light was summoned by Zhao Xian. Holy crap, an outstanding grade summon, the Gale Chaser Wolf. The Zhao Clan Guild is really loaded, buying a top-tier summon worth 4 or 5 million right off the bat. As the astonished murmurs spread around him, Zhao Xian curled his lips into a smirk. Come on, Yi Zhe, why don't you summon your slime for everyone to see? I knew he'd been itching to one-up me for ages. As the prized student of the elite class, he'd always been overshadowed by my liberal arts grades before the career shift, forever stuck as the perpetual runner-up in our grade. For an elite class student to constantly lag behind someone from a regular class, this humiliation had weighed on him like a millstone. Now, after the career transition, his financial muscle could finally flex, and his moment to turn the tables had arrived. A sinister grin crept across his face, and I smiled back. This guy's loaded. How could I pass up the chance to fleece him?
With that thought in mind, I shoved my hands into my pockets and countered without backing down. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet?
A bet?
Zhao Xian laughed as if hearing a joke, but his female assistant whispered a warning. Young Master Zhao, I heard Yizhe's mentor Lu Boyan bought a rare summoning skill book at the exchange.
The mention only fueled Zhao Xian's arrogance. A rare summoning skill? That's your trump card? You dare challenge me with that?
I didn't mince words. If you don't dare to bet, then shut your mouth.
I've seen plenty of rich second-generation kids like him.
Having been stuck as second fiddle for years, he must be itching to prove himself. One spark was all it took to set him off.
Sure enough, Zhao Xian's eyes turned murderous. Don't dare? Since when does Zhao Xian not dare? I'm just worried a broke-ass like you can't even cough up anything worth betting. Just then, the chatter around the dungeon entrance dwindled as more and more people turned to look.
A public wager between students from the ordinary and elite classes was rare, especially after everyone's class transitions.
Most ordinary class students came from modest backgrounds. Forget about whether they could win a bet, many couldn't even afford to place one in the first place. I calmly took out a card, reciting the balance from memory, 1,824,750 yuan. This is my wager. Seeing me produce the card, the crowd reacted. He's actually daring to bet. Wait, how does a regular class student have over $1 million to his name? I've been working part-time every day to save up, and I've only got 30,000 yuan in my pocket now. I heard Yizhe has provided many guilds with money-making schemes like Pinduoduo Group buys for equipment, or rogues moonlighting as couriers, so he's earned decent dividends. Holy crap, what a legend.
Seeing my bet, Zhao Xian frowned slightly, momentarily speechless.
He never expected me to have this kind of money.
Though his summoned beasts and skill gear were luxurious, they were all provided by his family. His pocket money only amounted to 5 or 600,000. The over 2 million in the card was the allowance his family gave him for buying crystals and entering dungeons today. But then it occurred to him, he possessed an outstanding quality Windchaser Wolf and had additionally mastered 2 supreme tier attack skills. At best, Yizhe only had a rare tier summoned beast. The advantage was clearly his. He immediately pulled out a card, disdainfully unlike my meticulous counting with exact change. There's at least 2 million in this card.
How do you want to compete? Seeing the amount of 2 million, my eyes lit up. Simple. The beginner dungeon, whoever clears it faster wins.
Money was one thing, but I kept my main goal in mind, clearing the dungeon, leveling up, and getting stronger to prepare for the college entrance exams in 10 days.
Zhao Xian snorted coldly. Humph. You expect me to waste time grinding a normal difficulty dungeon like you? Not a chance. For my first dungeon run, I'm clearing at least nightmare mode.
The surrounding crowd immediately burned with envy. The difficulty levels of rookie dungeons are classified as normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, calamity, and hell mode. The higher the difficulty, the greater the experience and rewards. But aside from privileged young masters like Zhao Xian, who started with top-tier equipment and complete skill books, ordinary players wouldn't even think of attempting high-difficulty dungeons.
Yet my next words stunned everyone. I challenge you to compete in solo clearing the hell mode dungeon. Let's see who clears it faster. Hell mode? This guy's insane. The crowd instinctively checked the dungeon records. Hell mode dungeon, no successful clearance recorded. Comparing clear speeds for a solo run? First, try even clearing it at all.
Zhao Xian froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. I see now.
You picked an impossible difficulty level, thinking none of us could clear it so you wouldn't lose? Naive. Utterly naive.
He immediately sent his female assistant to fetch a notary robot, a special creation of the Academy's mechanical masters that could mediate wagers between parties.
The War Academy didn't prohibit gambling between students.
Since we're competing in dungeon challenges, whoever lasts longer in the hell difficulty dungeon wins.
Ha! Now you can't back out. Madness flickered in Zhao Xian's eyes as he rushed to formalize the bet.
This was his chance to publicly humiliate me with swift defeat while pocketing over 1.8 million in spending money.
Though it meant wasting one dungeon attempt, the gains far outweighed the loss.
After Zhao Xian finished speaking, the rotund notary robot, resembling a penguin, emitted a mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Bet confirmed.
Solo challenge in the hell level dungeon. Betting parties, Zhao Xian, Yizhe. Even if both parties fail, the one who lasts longer in the dungeon wins. The winner takes all stakes.
Though it meant wasting one chance to enter the dungeon, the thought of winning 2 million filled me with exhilaration. After my parents sacrificed themselves when I was 7, I had scraped and clawed to survive, exhausting every idea from my past life to make money. But this was a world of professionals. Great ideas without strength were just gifts for others. Walking on thin ice for over a decade, I'd finally saved up 1.8 million, and now it could finally be put to good use.
My savings might just double.
With the bet confirmed, I wasted no words and strode straight to the last of the 6 dungeon entrances, a blood-red, hell-level interdimensional rift. The aura radiating from it alone had most students keeping their distance.
Ding! You have selected the hell-level dungeon, which is extremely challenging. Are you sure you want to enter? Please consider carefully. Confirmed. This dungeon strongly recommends teaming up. You are currently solo. Would you like to proceed to the team formation interface? No, quit the nonsense and let me in.
The system had set up multiple warnings for the hell difficulty, fearing students might act recklessly.
But I was no fool, I never did anything without confidence.
And opening a hell difficulty dungeon requires 300 crystals, which costs 3 million on the market.
An opportunity like this for free doesn't come easy, can't afford to waste it. I stepped straight into the blood-red dungeon entrance.
Seeing my resolute movements, quite a few students actually seemed impressed. Someone said, Yizhe really has the guts to stride in just like that.
Another added, I'd probably hesitate for ages if it were me.
Someone else chimed in, not just you, didn't you see even Zhao Xian from the elite class hesitating? The moment those words were uttered, Zhao Xian, who was lingering timidly at the hell difficulty entrance, stiffened slightly, probably cursing inside. What's so abnormal about steeling yourself before a blood-red hell difficulty? But compared to my immediate decisiveness just now, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Zhao Xian hardened his heart and stepped into the hell-level dungeon after all. The onlooking crowd grew excited. This wasn't just about the bet between the regular class and the elite class. With nearly 4 million at stake, it was unprecedented in War Academy's history.
The notary robot announced again, the wager is in effect. Both parties' dungeon time has officially begun counting.
You have entered the hell-level dungeon, Monster Beast Mountains. I found myself at the mouth of a desolate valley, surrounded by black mountain ranges, with a biting cold wind and no signs of life.
Demon Beast Mountain Range? I recalled. First-year history, Reclaiming the Abyss Corrupted Lands had mentioned this place.
The demonic aura from the abyss had polluted this ecologically rich and diverse mountain range teeming with wildlife. It took the military a tremendous cost to finally cleanse it.
The hell difficulty artificial dungeon perfectly replicated the scene from that era.
With a thought, I summoned Kung Fu Panda. A Tai Chi formation instantly expanded across the ground, and then a slightly goofy-looking panda, over 2 meters tall and dressed in Taoist robes, appeared at the formation center. Upon arrival, it struck a white crane spreads its wings pose. Woo! My lips twitched as I said, alright, Panda, we know you know Kung Fu. With the panda in tow, I prepared to venture deeper into the mountain range. The panda with average stats around 25 points was twice as strong as a warrior class, coupled with max-level legendary skills, making one feel exceptionally secure. The only drawback was that currently, we didn't have a single piece of equipment. It wasn't that we didn't want to buy any, my funds couldn't even afford a set of high-quality gear, let alone justify the poor cost-performance ratio when directly farming dungeons seemed far more efficient. Crack! The moment we stepped into the valley path, the surrounding rocks suddenly split with a sharp sound. Four massive dark shadows burst through the shattered stone, charging at us like rhinos clad in thick, grayish rockshell armor.
Rockhide Beast, LV.3, Type, Common Tier Magical Beast.
Skills, Stone Armor, charged at, Level 3 Magical Beasts, 4 of them. The first wave of minions is already Level 3, with 2 skills to boot. Truly worthy of hell difficulty. Dungeons adjust the levels of monsters based on the player's level. At just Level 1, I'm faced with 4 Level 3 Magical Beasts surrounding me. Though massive in size, the Stone Armor Beasts have specially adapted feet, allowing them to run effortlessly along cliffs. They charge toward me like massive rolling boulders. Even a fully decked-out shield warrior would suffer at least severe injuries from a direct hit of this magnitude, and this is just the welcome gift of a hell-level dungeon.
Yet I remain utterly calm, not even flinching. With a single word, kill, I stand my ground.
The Kung Fu Panda stood before me, adopting an elegant starting stance. Its 2 black paws flowed like water, alternating between gathering and deflecting motions, as an invisible aura rippled through the air.
Taijiquan 24 forms, grasp the sparrow's tail, activates blocking stance, neutralizes frontal attacks, and counters using the opponent's force. Taijiquan wasn't just a single skill, each of its techniques could deliver effects no less powerful.
Almost instantly, the full force charge of one stone-armored beast was effortlessly redirected and neutralized by grasp the sparrow's tail. Then, the panda borrowed that force to strike another beast, accompanied by a burst of chi energy.
Boom! Both stone-armored beasts were embedded into the mountainside, smashing a huge crater into the rock. Their pulverized bodies were obliterated, instantly killed. Defeated Common Monster, Stonehide Beast, Experience +9. Defeated Common Monster, Stonehide Beast, Experience +9. 2 monsters just gave me 18 experience points.
With the hell-level dungeon bonus coupled with killing higher-level creatures, the experience gain efficiency is insane. I couldn't help but feel smug at this rate. I'll level up in no time.
The next moment, Panda turned toward another pair of Stonehide beasts.
Given the latter's speed, they posed no threat to this epic 1-star panda.
Another single, grasped sparrow's tail strike claimed both lives. Killed Stone Armor Beasts *2, Level 1, 36 out of 100. 1/3 of the experience bar filled. The next golden keyword trait is within reach.
For stone armor beasts, originally enough to give a rookie squad a hard time or even wipe them out completely, were dispatched effortlessly by Panda, who ended the battle with a graceful finishing pose.
Oh, they actually dropped this much loot.
I glanced at where the 4 stone armor beasts had fallen. Dungeon monsters, being manifestations of crystal energy, vanish upon death, leaving behind only their rightful spoils. 4 energy crystals, 1 skill book, and 1 piece of equipment. The crystals have consistently traded for no less than 10,000 each at the exchange, already at least 40,000 in the bag.
Rockfall, common earth-type skill book, usable by mage class professions.
Boulder armor, common HP plus 50, physical defense plus 5, agility minus 2.
Equip requirement, level 1. Ordinary monsters originally only had about a 5% drop rate. It seems the Hell difficulty dungeon increased the drop rate significantly.
I'll keep the skill book to sell later and immediately equip the boulder armor.
Despite the agility penalty, survival is what matters most for a summoner. If I ever need to run away, I can just take it off.
I pressed forward with the panda, following the path by the valley entrance. According to the textbook records, the monster beast mountains were divided into 3 zones. The foothills connected to the valley entrance where monsters lurked, the more perilous midslope where creatures grew stronger, and the abyss-like gorge, home to the boss.
Level 3 ordinary magical beasts should be found everywhere near the mountain's base. But then a problem arose.
Perhaps the commotion from killing the boulder beast had been too loud, alerting the lower-level magical creatures to the threat. They actually went into hiding, a deliberate show of weakness, clearly intending to let me pass through to the territory of higher-level beasts. But I wasn't in a hurry, because the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the smarter the monsters become. The Hell level difficulty was virtually indistinguishable from real mythical beasts utterly cunning. History textbooks once recorded a cautionary tale. A saintly female mage, during an expedition, spared a cunning beast rabbit out of pity. This allowed the creature to seize an opportunity, ambushing and killing the party's priest from behind.
Chaos ensued, ultimately resulting in the entire team's demise. This is why facing demonic beasts or evil spirits demands absolute ruthlessness, no room for mercy or complacency. Search the mountain, I commanded.
The panda warrior's fighting spirit surged as his gaze swept across the foothills.
Make it thorough, leave none unchecked.
Outside the dungeon entrance, though unable to see inside, spectators crowded eagerly, all waiting to witness which side would falter first in this high-stakes gamble. Some said, I bet Yizhe will come out soon, he probably couldn't even get past the first small monster.
Others chimed in, absolutely. And soloing? What a joke. Even the top students in the honors class couldn't get past it as a team, someone exclaimed. Another remarked, young Master Zhao might last a few more rounds, while yet another commented, 10 minutes have passed, if Yizhe can hold on for that long. He's already way stronger than me. The betting window stretched on for another 20 minutes. Both Zhao Xian and I had lasted far longer than anyone anticipated. Just then, a flicker of light appeared at the dungeon entrance, revealing a weakened figure lying motionless on the ground. The crowd excitedly gathered around, shouting questions. Who is it? Has Yizhe come out yet? Lasting 30 minutes is already impressive. Holy shit, young Master Zhao. Zhao Xian lay on the ground, watching the excited crowd around him. Feeling secretly pleased, I lasted 30 minutes in hell mode, didn't disgrace the Zhao family name. But in reality, just during the first wave against the Stonehide beast, his windchaser wolf had been severely injured protecting him. He'd then frantically fled, hiding everywhere until he was finally sniffed out by demonic beasts, leading to his complete defeat. Sure, the process was humiliating, but victory is all that matters. Only results count in the end. The onlookers erupted in noisy chatter, astonished, skeptical, disbelieving. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes half-closed as he basked in the spotlight, oblivious to the panicked expression on his female secretary's face standing beside him. Zhao Xian casually asked, when did Yizhe come out? 10 minutes ago? Or 5 minutes?
The female secretary pursed her lips and whispered as softly as possible, Yizhe, he hasn't come out yet. The next moment, Zhao Xian abruptly sat up straight. His previously half-lidded eyes widened to the size of bronze bells, and his voice rose 8 octaves. What?
Yizhe still hasn't come out? What do you mean he hasn't come out?
Zhao Xian's brain short-circuited momentarily.
He simply couldn't believe it. He'd barely lasted 30 minutes hiding with his elite-grade summoned beast, yet Yizhe was still holding out? At this moment, he finally overheard the murmurs around him. Holy shit, Zhao Xian came out first? Then doesn't that mean he lost? I won again.
Someone was heard saying, it seems like no one from the advanced class has ever beaten him.
Others speculated, he must be hiding somewhere. Maybe he'll come out any moment now.
Even though Zhao Xian's loss was practically set in stone, after all, he was the rich kid from the advanced class, so no one dared to provoke him right now. Ironically, it was his own mentality that completely shattered. Not only had he lost to me again, but he'd also blown over 2 million yuan given by his family. That was the money he'd planned to use for 3 consecutive dungeon runs today, and now he didn't even get a single free entry. Total disaster. I saw him gnashing his teeth, glaring at the dungeon entrance with hatred as he cursed, "Damn it, how can he keep hiding for so long? Why haven't those beasts gone after him yet?" Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, I was conducting a thorough search with Panda, not leaving a single beast unchecked wherever our eyes could reach. I doubt anyone had ever imagined that a hell-level dungeon could be tackled like this. My backpack already contained 9 crystals, a falling rock spellbook, a full power attack tome, and a giant axe. My level had also reached 81 out of 100. During this period, I had killed 5 more stone-armored beasts at the foot of the mountain, reaping a bountiful harvest. But I wasn't satisfied yet. To be on the safe side, I planned to head to the mid-slope area where the higher-level beasts roamed only after reaching level 2. After all, this was hell difficulty, I had to take it seriously. I pondered to myself, I wonder how Zhao Xian is progressing. Unable to know the situation outside, I guessed he probably wouldn't be faster than me. Just then, 3 magical beasts finally appeared before me: Greyfurred Hyena, LV3, ordinary tier magical beasts with skills including bite and serious injury. I quickly realized that judging by these beasts' positioning, they intended to ambush me from both front and rear with higher level beasts when I entered the mountainside area. Quite a sinister plan. Unfortunately for them, they hadn't anticipated my direct approach of combing the mountain. Their scheme foiled, they were forced to come out and face the panda. The panda was like a golden champion fighter, whether facing armored stone beasts or gray-maned hyenas. They were all instantly obliterated by its Tai Chi moves. These gray-maned hyenas weren't even as sturdy as the stone beasts, lacking any real impact, so the panda didn't even need to use techniques like catching the sparrow's tail. With attack power more than double that of a warrior, it took them down one punch at a time. Soon, 3 low-level magical beasts were dealt with, granting me 27 experience points, enough to finally level up. Ding! Your level has increased to level 2. Your attributes have improved: Strength +5, Constitution +5, Agility +5, Spirit +5. +5 free attribute points. Talent: you have gained 1 boundless golden affix draw attempt. This was exactly what I had been waiting for. I stashed away the spoils from the gray-maned hyena, 3 crystal stones and a gray hat. Then I allocated all my free attribute points to Spirit. After all, Spirit is the most crucial attribute for a summoner, governing contracts with summoned beasts, their growth attributes, and even skill damage. Then, I couldn't wait to draw immediately. Once again, I was surrounded by the familiar golden light waterfall, countless golden entry frames revolving around me. I actively reached out to grasp one, and a golden entry frame remained in my hand. You have drawn the golden legendary phrase, "You are what you eat." You are what you eat can digest any item, and each time you consume an item, you gain its corresponding attribute bonus. Growth type entries? My eyes lit up. Compared to combat type entries, obtaining growth type entries in the early stages offered much better value. After stowing away the spoils from Greymane Hyena, I began testing out this new phrase. I took out a crystal and asked the panda, can you eat it? The panda took the crystal, pondered for half a second, then tossed it into its mouth. Crunch, eat what you lack. Consumed crystal, gained, spirit +1, maximum mana +20. Watching the panda looking utterly content, I exclaimed in delight, this actually works? The crystal belongs to the energy crystal category, so it boosts spirit and mana points. Then does that mean weapons are edible too? My imagination ran wild, and I immediately pulled out a massive axe gear dropped by a stoneclaw beast, asking the panda, can you eat this? Without hesitation this time, the panda crunched down the iron axe head in 2 bites. Crunch! You are what you eat. Consumed giant axe, gained, strength +1. Then I took out another skill book, Full Power Strike. The panda took it, rolled it up like a burrito, and swallowed it in 1 bite. You are what you eat. Consumed skill book, Full Power Strike, gains, strength +1. Damn, knowledge really is power. But this time, the skill book was so small that the panda swallowed it without even tasting anything. I simply took out the last skill book and let the panda eat it too. Gulp. You are what you eat. Consumed skill book, Stonefall Technique, gains, Earth Element Mastery +3%. It can even boost Elemental Mastery? Once again, I was amazed. Elemental Mastery is notoriously difficult to improve for mages, yet it's also their bane. With You Are What You Eat, it might be possible to max out the panda's Elemental Mastery across the board. That would be a nightmare for any mage. I grew increasingly eager to buy several more skill books for it once we got out. Seeing that my backpack was truly empty, the panda and I left the mountainside and headed uphill. This was the territory of high-level magical beasts, the place where pioneering teams suffered most defeats. Every creature here could serve as a boss in a lower difficulty dungeon. The rocky cliffs surrounding the mountainside were steep and narrow, with cold winds carrying a faint chill. The monster density here wasn't high, but each one was exceptionally dangerous. I hadn't taken more than a few steps when a piercing cry rang out from the sky. Scree. A silver-blue hawk appeared, its wings shimmering with faint lightning. It was a Thunderfalcon, LV.5, an elite-tier magical beast with skills including Lightning Wings, Electric Shock Dive, and Talon Strike. Damn, didn't expect to encounter a flying beast so soon. Flying beasts are much tougher to deal with than their land-based counterparts. If an exploration team without any anti-air capabilities ran into one, it'd mean certain wipeout. And this one's elite class, its combat strength is nearly double that of regular beasts. Panda scratched his head saying, "Can't reach it." I calmly replied, "No problem, watch me bring it down." Finding the right angle, I laid flat on the ground and flipped the Thunder Falcon the bird. Just like real beasts, the higher-level dungeon monsters have fiercer instincts and tempers. Provoked by my casual challenge, the Thunder Falcon accelerated violently, diving down like a streak of lightning. I calmly said to the panda, "Panda, if you can't stop it, it'll really make me lose face." Truthfully, I already knew about the panda's Tai Chi skills and felt confident. Though the panda didn't quite understand what face meant, it acted without hesitation. Alternating its hands deftly and tracing an arc in the air, it executed the 24 Tai Chi forms, cloud hands, drawing nearby enemies into an unbroken flow of Chi, slowing their movements and weakening their agility and strength. The Thunder Falcon's extreme speed instantly diminished, as if stuck in mud. By the time it realized something was wrong, it was too late. Its small bird head got swatted by the panda's massive paw. Smack, elite-level magical beast, Thunder Falcon defeated, EXP plus 15. Level 2, 23/300, perfect. I sat up from the ground and saw the Thunder Falcon's corpse transform into a skill book. The drop rates in hell difficulty really are high. Lightning Strike, Rare Thunder Element Skill Book, learnable by Assassin classes. This rare grade skill is one tier higher in quality than the previous Stonefall and All-Out Strike skills. I handed it over to Panda, who rolled up the skill book and swallowed it whole. Chapter 7, The Second Summoned Beast. Visiting the City Lord? You are what you eat, consumed Lightning Strike, gained, Agility plus 3, Thunder Element Control plus 6%. Just as I thought, the higher the quality of items consumed, the greater the attribute bonuses. At this rate, the panda's attributes will be far ahead of the rest. As an epic quality summoned beast, its attributes might even surpass those of legendary quality. However, Yi Zhe is destined to find no comparison. Because for decades, no summoner has ever possessed a legendary quality summoned beast below level 10. Even epic level ones are exceedingly rare. Because summoning beasts possessing both these qualities through contracts places exceedingly harsh demands on the summoner. It also requires either top-tier financial resources or personal strength from one's family background. Unless, like Yi Zhe, one can upgrade their summoned beasts, but as mentioned before, nurturing summoned beasts is notoriously difficult. Yi Zhe opened and examined the panda's attributes. Kung Fu Panda. Quality, Epic. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength 41, Constitution 35, Agility 41, Spirit 34. Innate skills. When the summoner levels up, the summoned beasts level up as well. For an epic quality summoned beast, each level gained increases all 4 attributes by 10 points. The rest are bonuses gained from the principle of you are what you eat. Now, it's equivalent to triple the attributes of a warrior at the same level. Absolutely terrifying. The higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more exponential its strength grows. No wonder so many consortium guilds spare no expense to obtain high-quality summoned beasts for their younger generation. Yi Zhe couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. If I could summon 1 or 2 legendary beasts during the college entrance exams. The exams were scheduled just 10 days after career specialization, when most examinees would still be below level 10, with only a few geniuses reaching the first advancement at level 10. The expressions on other examinees' faces would be absolutely priceless. Vocational College Entrance Exam. It determines whether one can enter higher education institutions and receive state subsidies. If ranked within the top 50 nationally, even prestigious universities might cover most expenses for vocational students. As for higher rankings, those benefits are classified as confidential privileges. This is why Yi Zhe values the college entrance exam so much. It can save money. Of course, the prerequisite is still to level up quickly. 10 days, not too many, not too few. Currently, progressing from level 2 to level 3 requires 300 experience points. With the experience boost from hell difficulty, it shouldn't be too far off. Yi Zhe regained his focus, preparing to continue forward. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, 6 or 7 dark figures were already looming before him, eyes gleaming with menace. High-level magical beasts differed from their low-level counterparts. Their territorial instincts and thirst for battle were exceedingly strong. They would permit no living creature to trespass upon their domain. Of course, perhaps the pandas haven't beaten them into submission yet. Shadowback Wolf, LV5. Type, Elite Grade Magical Beast. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Howl, Tough Hide. Percent. Wolf Pack. 6 or 7 massive black wolves, eyes glowing green, fixed their menacing gaze upon the panda and Yi Zhe. Each one rivaled a tier 5 warrior in strength. Making matters worse, wolf packs excel at coordinated attacks. Ow. The howls of wolves echoed through the valley's rocky cliffs. If there are more shadowback wolves on the mountainside, they'll soon come to surround us. Finish this quickly. Don't wait for the other wolf packs to gather. After all, Yi only had one summoned beast at his disposal.
If wolf numbers prove overwhelming and their onslaught too fierce, he could easily find himself in grave danger. Receiving his command, the panda decisively takes initiative. Taiji Cloud Hands. With one burst of movement, he envelopes the entire wolf pack in the chi energy of Cloud Hands, drastically reducing their speed. Next, the only AoE skill of Tai Chi. Tai Chi 24 forms, Twin Peaks Piercing Ears. Both hands simultaneously utilize Tai Chi's internal energy to deal damage over a wide frontal area and briefly stun. Tai Chi is considered an exceptionally well-rounded martial art. Offense and defense in one, mastering both internal and external techniques, even lacking nothing in area of effect skills. Of course, this is a max-level legendary grade skill, such effects are hardly surprising. High-grade skills, like high-grade summons, are equally rare and formidable. Rumor has it that the Lord of Lin Yuan City, where Yi resides, was originally a hunter class with notably weak combat abilities, but fortunately, he obtained a legendary grade skill in the Abyss. Later, he became one of China/S top 10 strongest tier 6 professionals, known as the Hunting King. From this, it's clear that a panda equipped with legendary skills has combat power far surpassing the epic grade. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air. Twin Peaks Piercing Ears, two bursts of Tai Chi energy erupted, striking the entire wolf pack ahead. Half the wolves at the epicenter were instantly obliterated. The remaining half were struck by the stun effect. Right after, the panda quickly moved forward, with its formidable attack power, defeating enemies with a single strike per slap. Killed Shadowback Wolf, EXP *15. A wave of wolf packs made the experience bar soar by 1/3. At this rate, we'll hit level 3 before even reaching the boss area. Yi calculated silently before turning his gaze to the spoils from the wolf pack. The haul was decent, 5 crystals, 2 pieces of equipment, and a skill book. Without hesitation, Yi equipped the Shadow Wolf Boots, that granted +3 agility. Another fine-grade archer's weapon, fed to the panda. You are what you eat, consuming wolf tendon bulb grants, agility +1, strength +1, critical rate +3%. Panda? And that skill book made Yi quite pleasantly surprised. An exquisite grade summoner skill. Skill books drop completely randomly, and getting one he could use as his third drop, that was pretty good luck. Spectral Tail Squirrel Summon, exquisite and agility type contracted beast, learnable by the summoner class. Agility type, Squirrel. As for quality, Yi didn't need to worry. Even low-quality summoned beasts could become powerful after adding entries, and might even provide considerable attribute bonuses in return. The key point was the agility type. It could potentially be positioned as an assassin in the future. Complementing the warrior-type panda, this would make Yi's summoned beast team more well-rounded. You're the one. Now Yi had reached 30 points in spirit attributes, enough to form a contract with a second summoned beast. Ding! You have learned the skill, Shadowtail Squirrel Summon. You have obtained a new summoned beast, Shadowtail Squirrel, rare. A new figure appeared in the summoned beast space. A small and nimble squirrel with sharp, agile claws and a distinctive dark black tail standing upright behind it. Come out! A glow of light flashed as the squirrel appeared on Yi's shoulder. They stared at each other wide-eyed. Shadowtail Squirrel. Quality, green, rare. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength 9, Constitution 8, Agility 11, Spirit 7. Talents, Energy Reserve, rare, Keen Perception, rare. Skills, Disguise LV1, rare. Yi initially didn't have high expectations for fine-grade skills. Yet surprisingly, he discovered one with remarkable practicality. Keen Perception can detect distant and hidden enemies, traps, enhancing reconnaissance capabilities. This increased the monster finding speed considerably. And no more worrying about sneak attacks. Satisfied, Yi set off with his panda and squirrel companions. Let's keep grinding. Goal, level up within an hour. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon entrance, the Watching Academy students had begun to feel genuinely alarmed. It's been an entire hour, why hasn't Yi come out yet? How could a hell-level dungeon remain hidden for so long? Impossible. The monsters in hell-level dungeons actively hunt pros. Zhao Xian's case proves that. The speaker's voice gradually softened as their gaze flickered toward Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's face remained clouded with a mixture of gloom and bewilderment. Because he's experienced. Even if he hid, the magical beasts would actively seek him out. There's no way he could have survived this long. He even has an outstanding level summoned beast to cover for him, while what does Yi have? At this moment, someone boldly speculated. Do you think it's possible that the dungeon malfunctioned? That the people inside can't get out? How is this possible? The dungeon was crafted jointly by the city lord and other top-tier professionals. How could there be a malfunction? No one's played Hell difficulty in ages, no telling if it's bugged or not. Since it's man-made, there's always the possibility of malfunction. Hearing this, a glimmer appeared in Zhao Xian's eyes. That's right, it must be a system malfunction in the dungeon. Otherwise, with Yi's abilities, how could he survive this long in Hell difficulty? I haven't lost yet.
The female secretary by Zhao Xian's side saw his expression finally clear up and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quickly chiming in. The onlookers couldn't be sure of the situation. Some believed Yi Zhe was truly still holding on.
Until another hour passed. Yi Zhe still hadn't come out.
At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the situation had become quite tricky.
It must be a glitch in the dungeon. So what should we do now? Let's try to call the city lord or the academy head. Chapter 8, The Unpassable Hell Dungeon? Shadow Squirrel. City Lord's Manor, Abyss Edge City. What did you say? The rookie dungeon in the War Academy malfunctioned? Are you kidding me? I built that with my own hands.
It was crafted using the top-tier materials dropped from the abyss, infused with the power of cosmic laws.
What do you think this is? Some outdated CRT television? Malfunction? Put. What?
A newly job-changed summoner with no gear, at best rare-grade summons, went solo into a hell difficulty dungeon and hasn't come out after 2 hours?
Hiss. The lord of Linyuan City, Hunter King Wan Feipeng, fell into deep thought.
His deep brown curly hair was somewhat disheveled, and a trace of bewilderment appeared on his face marked by several faint scars.
It's already been over 2 hours now.
The assistant to the city lord, who had just finished reporting to him, added a remark and speculated.
Could he be hiding his true strength?
City Lord Wan Feipeng grinned. If it were those privileged second-gens from the elite class, I'd agree with you. But as for the regular class, what capability would they have to hide in the first place?
The city lord's assistant suddenly understood. Just the regular class.
Wan Feipeng stood up to leave while muttering to himself. Besides, when I originally designed the hellish difficulty level, it was mainly meant to crush those privileged kids in the elite class, to show them there's always a higher mountain, and just how terrifying those demons can be.
To prevent the honors class from becoming too arrogant, the assistant immediately understood. In this situation, how could anyone possibly complete the challenge successfully? If they could pass it, how would we be able to suppress their pride? Then now, go get all those artifacts and materials with repair effects from the warehouse right now.
Wan Feipeng picked up the warehouse keys and left the office.
If we really need to restore the instance, it'll have to be done by me personally. Inside the dungeon.
Yi Zhe hadn't anticipated what was happening outside at all. Instead, monster hunting was going unusually smoothly for him. His only concern before had been the possibility of being ambushed or surrounded by the magical beasts. But now, with the squirrel scouting ahead, there was no chance of sudden encounters, let alone getting surrounded. The squirrels kept tabs on enemy movements while also luring them deeper in. With its incredible stats, the panda can take down enemies with a single slap, even without using any skills. If one slap doesn't work, just use two.
Thunder Falcon defeated, EXP plus 15. Shadowback Wolves X2 defeated, EXP plus 30. Killstone Armor Beast King Asterisk 2, EXP plus 40. With slaughtering all the way, the advanced magical beasts in the mountain waste area were eliminated without any suspense. The experience bar is growing rapidly. In addition, many trophies collected along the way were fed to the panda, increasing its attributes by 7 or 8 points. Little mouse, what have you found now?
Yi Zhe looked at the small squirrel scurrying toward him on the ground. The squirrel raised its tail, standing proudly before Yi Zhe, holding a short blade in its left paw and lifting a small blue flower with its right. The short blade was a rare-grade weapon that had just dropped, which Yi Zhe had equipped to the squirrel. But judging by its size, a 30-centimeter squirrel wielding a short knife feels somewhat incongruous. As for the small flower in its right paw, it caught Yi Zhe by surprise. Windchime flower, green quality herb,
can store trace amounts of wind elemental energy, suitable for potion making. Now that's a real treasure. Many plants evolved by extraordinary powers would transform into various exotic flowers and herbs, each with distinct effects. However, they are scarce in dungeons, making them difficult to find. Who would have thought that small squirrels could have additional uses? Not bad, not bad. Yi Zhe praised briefly before taking the windchime flower to feed it to the panda. Since even equipment and skill books can be eaten, this proper medicinal herb should be no problem either. The windchime flower was so tiny that it couldn't even fill a panda's teeth gap. You are what you eat. Consumed windchime flower, gained, speed plus 10, wind element control plus 7%. Indeed, everything can be eaten. It seems that after leaving the dungeon, gathering more herbs for the panda would be a good idea. Yi Zhe was thinking. The panda beside him rushed forward at this moment, confronting a solitary shadowback wolf. Perhaps it had overslept during the wolf pack's charge, resulting in its solitary appearance here. It was effortlessly killed by the panda with a single swipe. Shadowfawn Wolf Slain, EXP plus 15. Ding! Your level has increased to level 3. Attributes improved, strength plus 3, constitution plus 3, agility plus 5, spirit plus 10. Free attribute points plus 5. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite golden entry draw opportunity. I can draw the next entry again. Yi's rubbed his hands together excitedly. The level 5 monster zone has been mostly cleared, no need to overthink it, start drawing immediately. Familiar golden text frames surrounded Yi Zhe on all sides. After the last experience, Yi Zhe realized that aside from random selections, he could also actively draw them himself. It all came down to whether he believed in his own luck. This time, Yi Zhe extended both hands simultaneously, attempting to pluck 2 items from the sea of texts at once. But in the end, only 1 entry frame remained in my hand. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Shadow Master. Shadow Master controls shadows, embodies shadows, the assassin in the darkness. This is definitely a combat type entry. Yi Zhe was overjoyed. He appeared to be on par with the strength of the Grandmaster of Tai Chi. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, the panda is suited for frontal combat, using softness to overcome strength, turning an opponent's force against them. And the Shadow Master is more suited for the assassin role. For this second entry, Yi Zhe decisively bestowed it upon the Shadowtail Squirrel. This way, he had 2 top-notch enforcers. Termed Shadow Master successfully granted. Summon, Bloomtail Squirrel, Green Uncommon, Evolved Shadowmaw Squirrel, Orange Epic. The second epic tier summon. Though it's still a star level difference from the panda. But as an elite grade creature, the squirrel unexpectedly leaped 2 ranks straight to epic. This fully demonstrates the incredible power of the Shadow Master trait. Now, the little squirrel's entire coat turned pitch black like midnight, shimmering with an eerie glow. The aura was completely different from before. Shadow Squirrel, Quality, Orange Epic. Level, 3. Attributes, Strength 43, Constitution 38, Agility 49, Spirit 40. Talents, Enhanced Perception, Rare, Shadow Meld, Legendary. Skills, Shadow Clone LV.8, Legendary, Pin Shadow LV.8, Epic, Shadow Strike LV.8, Epic. Percent. Damn, you really didn't let me down. 3 skills and 1 talent, with equally terrifying attributes. Although all skills are only at level 8, falling slightly short of the Tai Chi Grandmaster starting with all maxed out skills. But their effects are absolutely not weak, especially the Shadow Clone technique that Yi Zhe has high hopes for. Shadow Clone consumes 20 mana to summon a Shadow Clone with 80% of the original's attributes, lasting 4 hours with no cooldown. With the squirrel's current 40-point spirit stat, it has 800 mana points. Theoretically, it could summon 40 Shadow Clones with nearly identical attributes simultaneously. How terrifying. Of course, a Shadow Clone cannot use the Shadow Clone skill. Otherwise, it would be like stacking dolls. Ding! Your summoned beast has made significant growth and will now feed back some attributes to you. Your attributes have increased, Strength +8, Constitution +8, Agility +12, Spirit +8. Another boost in attributes. Who would have thought that Yi Zhe, a summoner, could develop physical capabilities almost on par with warriors of the same level? A level 3 summoner with not 1, but 2 epic tier summoned beasts. If this got out, hardly anyone would believe it. Yi Zhe's confidence soared as he charged toward the final stage of the Hell Dungeon with a panda and a squirrel in tow. The Dark Valley. Chapter 9, Tactical Skill Baiting. 4 ounces deflects 1,000 pounds. Though called the Dark Valley, this place held not a shred of tranquility. Only the ground was covered with rock fissures glowing red from heat, surrounded by charred marks and scattered bones. That's exactly like the illustrations in history textbooks. Yi Zhe surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but speculate. If everything's the same as back then the final boss. Just then, a deafening roar shook the heavens. Unlike bosses in other dungeons, there were no minions or elite monsters here at all. Only a monstrous figure wreathed in demonic energy slowly emerged from the Dark Valley. The moment Yi Zhe saw this boss, his breath caught in his throat. Damn it, a stats monster. Beast King Crimson Demon Lion. Type, final boss of the Monster Mountain Range. Rarity, Rare. Level, 10. Attributes, Strength 145, Constitution 140, Agility 105, Spirit 68. Skills, Fiery Breath, Crushing Impact, Scorching Claw Strike, Lion King's Bloodline. Percent. Rare 5 star. Beyond rare quality, each tier has additional star ratings, with 5 stars being the highest within the rare tier. Staring at the opponent's stats panel, Yi Zhe finally understood. Why had no one ever cleared Hell difficulty? The boss's attributes were downright absurd. In beginner dungeons, only class practitioners below level 9 could enter. Facing such a boss, high attack power, massive health pool, and lightning speed. Even a party of 4 level 9 professionals might not withstand a single strike from the Crimson Demon Lion. Yi Zhe instantly grasped the thoughtful intentions of the dungeon designer. This is fucking impossible to pass. According to historical records, this Crimson Demon Lion was precisely the Beast King during China's expedition against the Demon Beast Mountain Range back then. To have become the Beast King, its combat experience is absolutely not to be underestimated. Oof. The Crimson Lion Demon let out a rough snort, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. Just one person? As the final boss of Hell difficulty, it hadn't seen a challenger in a long time, let alone a solo challenger. But in just an instant, Yi Zhe already had an idea. This is quite tricky, but we can give it a try.
If others who had experienced this hellish difficulty were present, they would definitely start cursing on the spot. A single breath from the Crimson Demon Lion could instantly reduce you and your summoned beast to ashes. A mere level 3 summoner like you, what gives you the audacity to even try? But Yi Zhe had anticipated precisely this. Squirrel, summon 20 shadow clones right now and charge at the boss's face. 20. That requires 400 mana points. This would consume half of Shadow Squirrel's current mana reserve. No textbook in existence would recommend such a battle tactic. Yet upon hearing Yi Zhe's command, the squirrel unleashed its skills without hesitation, instantly sending 20 shadow clones appearing before Yi Zhe. Charge through. As I said, Yi Zhe pressed down on both the panda and the original squirrel. You two stay back for now. No sooner had he spoken than the 20 shadow clone squirrels charged at the Crimson Devil Lion. Yet the beast responded with nothing but utter disdain in its eyes, exhaling a single blast of demonic flames. Whoa! The shadow clones, having expended half their mana, were all burnt to ashes. Yet, Yi Zhe's face lit up with joy. Success! What seemed like an absurd act of throwing lives away was actually a common tactic from his past life as a gamer. Baiting skills. As the top liberal arts student at the War Academy, Yi Zhe was thoroughly familiar with these documented skills. Flame Breath was the Crimson Demon Lion's only area of effect attack. Unlike shadow clones, this skill had a cooldown period. Faced with numerous shadow clone squirrels, the Crimson Demon Lion wouldn't bother swatting them one by one. Using an area attack was clearly the optimal choice. Now that the area skills were gone, it was Yi Zhe's chance to strike. Go, panda, squirrel. With Yi Zhe's command, the squirrel immediately burrowed into the ground, merging seamlessly with the shadows. This is his innate skill, Shadow Meld. It allows blending one's body into any shadow for movement. A top-tier stealth ability. However, facing the two epic summons, the panda and the squirrel, the Crimson Demon Lion couldn't muster the slightest interest. Daring to take the initiative, you've got some courage left. The deep voice of the Crimson Demon Lion rumbled. Some teams of professionals, upon seeing his stats, would outright quit the instance without hesitation. But he still paid no attention to it. With his combat power, dealing with these two opponents would only require one claw strike to instantly kill them. Die! The red magic lion despised wasting time and swiftly pounced toward the panda, ready to end the battle immediately. But what stunned him? This strike felt as if it had landed on cotton. It didn't cause any harm at all. The panda simply waved its paws from side to side, unexpectedly blocking his sharp claws and effortlessly defusing the bizarre offensive. Yi Zhe couldn't hide his excitement. This is truly using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. 4 ounces deflects 1,000 pounds, LV.10. Utilizing ingenious gravitational force and gentle power, dissolve and counter powerful attacks with minimal effort. When facing attacks not exceeding 10 times your own strength, you can retaliate against the enemy with 200% of the damage from their attack combined with yours. Smack! The panda gave a backhanded push, carrying tremendous force as it struck the Crimson Lion Demon right on the crown of its head. A slight cracking sound of bones could be heard. Stars danced before his eyes, blood gushing without pause. An ordinary attack could never have inflicted such devastating wounds. But 4 ounces diverting 1,000 pounds had borrowed the Crimson Demon Lion's own strength, making the counterblow exponentially more destructive. And striking directly on the head? Absolutely lethal. This was the crux of Yi Zhe's strategy. Using minimal strength to counter massive force couldn't effectively handle spells, area attacks or similar skills. But if they could bait out those ranged abilities, the red fiery lion's remaining physical attacks would be perfectly countered by the panda. A numerically overpowered boss? Then I'll use your own harm to strike back at you. Roar! The Crimson Demon Lion fell heavily to the ground, critically wounded and furious. As the king of the Demon Beast Mountains, he had never been outmaneuvered like this before. But even in such a wretched state, with only one breath left, the Crimson Lion still had strength, and could still fight. Yet in the very next moment, just as the Crimson Lion was about to exact its furious revenge, its body became completely paralyzed. The Shadow Squirrel's shadow binding took effect. By manipulating the enemy's shadow, it achieves the effect of immobilizing the opponent. At full strength, shadow binding couldn't possibly restrain a Crimson Demon Lion with such formidable attributes. But now that the Crimson Demon Lion is severely wounded, it has no capacity to defend itself. Damn you! This was the last statement uttered by the Crimson Demon Lion in this dungeon run. If you're immobilized, how can you even resist? The squirrel materialized a shadowy dagger in its paw and viciously stabbed toward the Crimson Demon Lion's eye. Even so, the panda and squirrel continued delivering coup de grace strikes for over a full minute. The Crimson Demon Lion finally lost its last ounce of strength. Final boss, Crimson Demon Lion slain. EXP plus 500. Congratulations! As the first professional to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon, you will rank first on China's Hell tier clear leaderboard. Congratulations on being the first to clear Monster Beast Mountain Range on Hell difficulty. Reward, EXP plus 1000. Exclusive first clear treasure chest *1. Dungeon cleared. Automatically collecting boss loot for you. Ding. Your level has increased to level 4. Talent unlocked. You've received 1 infinite gold trait draw attempt. Chapter 10, City Lord, then I'm even more determined to go. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a huge crowd had already gathered. Upon learning that the dungeon might be malfunctioning, even the Vice Dean of the War Academy arrived here. Zhao Xian's expression finally improved, and the crowd began whispering among themselves. What do you think will happen to those inside if the dungeon malfunctions? Won't get beaten to death by magical beasts multiple times. How pitiful. What about the bet then? Judging by Yi Zei's usual results, he probably can't compete with young Master Zhou anyway. The over 1.8 million he saved these years will likely go down the drain. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Zhao Xian's lips curled upwards incessantly. The vice principal couldn't help but shake his head, that Yi Zei has simply gotten too accustomed to being the top-ranked student in his grade, completely failed to recognize reality, daring to make a bet with the advanced class? Amidst the clamor of the crowd. But then, the massive blue screen above the dungeon entrance transformed. This was originally the interface for student team formations and ranking notifications, yet all the characters on the screen vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily exaggerated announcement. Congratulations to Yi Zei from War Academy, Linyuan City, East China region, for being the first to clear the Hell difficulty starter dungeon, Monster Beast Mountain Range. Ranked first on the National Hell Level Clearance Leaderboard. The announcement on the dungeon interface was blindingly conspicuous. Yet the entire venue fell into deathly silence, as if time had frozen for over 10 seconds. Zhao Xian? Vice Dean? All the onlooking students? At this moment, without exception, everyone's faces were utterly filled with confusion and bewilderment. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A destitute summoner, one whose combat power might even fall short of a warrior's when lacking funds to nurture summoning beasts, cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon? Who could believe it? The next moment, every gaze simultaneously swiveled toward the adjacent leaderboard. This is the clearance leaderboard for the rookie dungeon. Before this, the leaderboard only displayed speedrun records for the first 5 difficulty levels: normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, and calamity. And now, on the leaderboard of hellish clearance, there finally appears a single name. Hell difficulty newbie dungeon clearance leaderboard. 1 Yi Zei clear time, 2 hours 13 minutes. %. The Vice Dean adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, beginning to doubt whether he was developing presbyopia. As for Zhao Xian and the female secretary next to him, their faces turned ashen pale without a trace of color. This is a nationwide ranking list, with Yi Zei's name etched upon it. There's no way not to believe it. Are you insane? Solo ing the Hell difficulty? It's a bug. Absolutely must be a bug. And it only took a little over 2 hours. I remember the clearance record for Cataclysm difficulty took over 4 hours. If someone were to find out at this moment, that terrifying, the most dreaded boss in Hell difficulty, was actually the area where Yi Zei spent the least amount of time, one wonders what they would think. However, someone suddenly had a wild thought. Could this actually be the true strength of a poor summoner? Is it possible that the rich playing summoners might actually be weaker than the poor playing summoners? Brain dead. Even if we're talking strength, it's obviously Brother Yi Zei who's the real powerhouse. Though, feeling the sudden shift in everyone's attitude, Zhao Xian's eyes were utterly devoid of light. We're done for, truly done for this time. But even more panicked was the professional-dressed female secretary from the Zhao syndicate beside him. Did I actually call Yi Zei stupid earlier today? I insulted a professional who cleared Hell difficulty first? At this thought, her body shuddered involuntarily. She wasn't any professional, her current status was entirely owed to the Zhao guild behind her. So instinctively, she thought of contacting Zhao Xian's father, none other than the head of the Zhao guild. Yet unexpectedly, that powerful guild leader had already sent her instructions first. Are you at the War Academy? The Academy just produced the nation's top Hell dungeon clearer. Get to know him as soon as possible, preferably establish a good relationship first. Such nationally renowned professionals immediately attract fierce competition from all major guilds and corporations the moment they appear. Even if recruitment isn't possible, everyone still tries their best to show goodwill. But now, haha, the female secretary's scalp went numb. What should she do now? Who could have imagined that a summoner from the slums would achieve what he has today? Was she supposed to tell the guild leader? Did that professional you wanted to get close to just get scolded by me this morning? Meanwhile, back at the City Lord's residence, City Lord Wan Feiping had just gathered all the materials needed to restore the dungeon. His assistant came rushing in again in a panic. Your Grace, there's no need to go. The dungeon isn't malfunctioning. Damn it, are you messing with me? Wan Feiping's face darkened with displeasure. The assistant spoke once more. It's not that the student couldn't get out, they actually cleared the dungeon.
I cleared the Hell difficulty beginner dungeon. It triggered a national announcement. One Faping, ? The physically robust 6th tier hunter seemed to momentarily short-circuit for 2 seconds. A Hell level dungeon. The Hell level dungeon he personally designed specifically to torment rich 2nd generation heirs, was cleared? That final boss I created shouldn't be possible for anyone to defeat? The clearance record has already appeared, it's a genuine completion, the assistant finally added. You really shouldn't trouble yourself further. Before the words could even be finished, One Faping extended his sinewy arm, grabbing his assistant by the collar with brutal force. God damn it, then I absolutely must go there. The nation's first ever conqueror of Inferno difficulty appearing in my Linyuan city is far more important than fixing game dungeons. The assistant seemed to snap out of his daze. Right, yes. One Faping was extremely excited at this moment. Put all these repair materials back in the warehouse, I need to leave early. With that, the speed of a 6th rank hunter was fully displayed. With a bang like a tank shattering the city lord's mansion gates, he dashed out at incredible speed. The assistant left in the office sighed helplessly as if long accustomed to such situations. My lord city governor, the War Academy is in the northern district of the city. The direction you're heading is the southern district. Inside the dungeon, Ize remained completely unaware of the commotion outside, still astonished by the countless notifications he kept receiving. Truly worthy of being the first clear on Hell difficulty, the rewards are plentiful. After the boss's death, the dungeon can only last for 10 more minutes. Ize prepared to check his rewards. The Crimson Demon Lion dropped a total of 3 items, all stored in the backpack. 10 crystals, bringing his total to 26 crystals, worth at least 260,000 on the market. Yize couldn't help but sigh, professionals really made money fast. The remaining items were 2 level 4 pieces of equipment. Gear dropped in novice dungeons matched the player's rank. Crimson Demon Blade, rare. Damage multiplier 140%, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, equipment level 4. Special effect, attacks ignore 30% of enemy defense. %. Crimson Spirit Bracers, rare. Damage multiplier 125%, strength plus 10, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, equipment level 4. Special effect, increases attack or skill casting speed by 40%. %. 2 top-tier rare grade equipment pieces, virtually indistinguishable from exceptional grade gear. Moreover, their equipment effects are all highly practical. Extremely valuable. Even Zhao Xian, backed by one of East China's top 10 guilds, the Zhao clan. He only had a set of ordinary rare equipment, at most 1 or 2 stars of rare quality. Because rare equipment with exceptional attributes is extremely difficult to drop, extremely scarce on the market, and often subject to bidding wars. Each piece is worth at least $1 million, but they're priceless and hard to come by. However, considering these 2 items were dropped by the Crimson Demon Lion, it's not surprising after all. If sold entirely, they would be enough for Yize to attempt another Hell difficulty dungeon run. But there's no need for that. Without hesitation, Yize equipped both summons with these 2 items. The Crimson Demon Blade was given to the Shadow Squirrel, while the Crimson Spirit Bracers went to the Kung Fu Panda. Summoned beasts can wear equipment just like professional adventurers. This is exactly why summoners have such a high ceiling, and also one of the reasons why it's extremely costly to pursue. Equipping a full set of gear for every summoned beast would be absolutely unaffordable for ordinary people. Then, Yize turned his gaze to the treasure chest in his backpack. First clear exclusive treasure chest, Hell difficulty. This treasure chest filled Yize with considerable anticipation. According to the textbook Social Practice Course, Dungeon Strategies, the first treasure chest has a high probability of dropping a class-exclusive equipment piece. Chapter 11, A Bountiful Harvest. The 4th affix. Why has this turned into a press conference? Yize couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Crimson light streamed along the edges of the chest as its clasps released like a lion opening its jaws. You have opened the first clear exclusive gift pack. Congratulations, you've obtained 100 crystals. Congratulations, you've obtained accessory Hell Rookie Badge. Congratulations, you've obtained exclusive equipment Soul Pact Ring. 100 crystals. 1 million. Yize couldn't help but feel thrilled. The value of first clearing the Hell level dungeon was still rising. Then he turned his gaze to the first accessory. Hell Rookie Badge, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10. This is to showcase your courage and will in the face of hellish difficulties. It's actually something straight out of a textbook. This commemorative badge can only be obtained under extremely rare and specific conditions. It holds special value in the military's eyes. But for Yize, the equipment attributes alone were already remarkable. Moreover, badges as equipment can provide attribute bonuses even without being worn. Yize stored it in his backpack first, then turned his gaze to his exclusive equipment. Spirit Covenant Ring, Summoner exclusive, quality, outstanding. Attributes, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20, mana plus 200.
Special effect, when a summoned creature is nearby, movement speed increases by 100%. Attached skill, Spirit Bond, copy a temporary skill from a contracted summoned creature, which disappears after one use.
Can be stored. 100 mana cost, cooldown of 1 hour. Spirit Bond set, 1/2%. Holy crap! Yi Zhe was utterly shocked. He initially thought the equipment's attribute boosting speed by 100% was already incredibly powerful. Yet, there was more to be amazed by. It could copy one of the summoned beast's skills. For Yi Zhe, the value of this equipment's attached skill was simply enormous. If it were anyone else, it probably wouldn't be very useful, as summoners win through numbers. Duplicating a single skill wouldn't make much of a difference. But Yi Zhe's summoned beasts almost all possess top-tier epic and legendary skills, especially the most versatile ones like Shadow Meld and Shadow Clone. Who wouldn't want to try out Shadow Clones for themselves? For the summoner themselves, the most crucial life-saving ability has undergone a qualitative leap in an instant. Moreover, this is actually a set equipment piece. Finding another piece from this set would activate powerful set bonuses. Yi Zhe slid the Spirit Covenant ring onto his finger. His mental energy surged to 88 points. That's already twice as much as mages of the same level. Next, he chose to duplicate and store a Shadow Meld first. If attacked after leaving the dungeon, he could easily escape or counterattack by turning into a shadow. Spiritual Pact, you have duplicated the Shadow Squirrel's innate skill Shadow Meld. Success! Yi Zhe instantly felt an overwhelming urge to transform into a shadow, yet he managed to suppress it. Finally, he checked his experience points. Level 4, 805/1300. Killing the Crimson Demon Lion gives 500 EXP, and the first clear dungeon reward is 1000, totaling 1500. Meanwhile, the experience needed to level up from 3 to 4 is 700. This massive amount of EXP is enough for him to level up from 3 to 4, and he's almost ready to level up again. Now he has another chance to draw traits. Yi Zhe decisively began drawing. Whoosh, golden light swirled, with countless entry frames dazzling the eyes. This time, Yi Zhe didn't actively select but waited a few breaths until an entry frame came to a stop before him. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Treasure Sniffer. Treasure Scent can precisely detect the aura of treasures in the vicinity, identifying their value and exact location. It can sniff out nearby treasures, and such an attribute actually exists? Without a doubt, this is a top-tier treasure hunting ability. Moreover, this might prove immensely useful for the next destination he was preparing to visit. Yi Zhe was lost in thought when suddenly his expression changed as he realized something. Time remaining until dungeon autoclosure, 5 minutes 14 seconds. After defeating the boss, the dungeon would only remain accessible for another 10 minutes. But in this hellish dungeon, there might still be plenty of medicinal herbs and treasures. Previously, lacking any treasure hunting skills, Yi Zhe hadn't wasted too much time searching. But now, there's still hope for salvage. Yi Zhe immediately took action, assigning the entry to the nimble and sharp-nosed squirrel. Sent treasure entry enhancement successful. Summoned beast, Shadow Squirrel, Orange Epic, evolved Shadow Sent Treasure Mouse, Orange Epic. The squirrel's appearance hasn't changed much, but its quality gained an extra star. This represents a dual evaluation of both combat power and potential. Unexpectedly, after evolving, the squirrel began continuously sniffing at Yi Zhe. That's enough, stop sniffing me, go smell those unclaimed treasures instead, Yi Zhe said helplessly. Upon receiving the command, the squirrel swiftly twitched its nose, adjusted its target, and then whooshed off in a certain direction. Yi Zhe reminded again, use shadow clones. Time is running out. Try to bring back as much as possible. With that said, the squirrel split into 4 clones and ran in 4 different directions. Using shadow clones for treasure hunting is truly peak teamwork. Yi Zhe was quite satisfied, though it was a pity there wasn't much time left in the dungeon instance. 5:01, 4:39, 3:16. About 2 minutes later, the squirrel itself returned with a red fruit. It's important to know that treasure sniffing can detect the value and rarity of treasures. Anything obtained personally by the squirrel itself would undoubtedly be something of considerable worth. This made Yi Zhe quite excited. Hellfire fruit, blue rare, a spirit fruit that grows in demonic energy contaminated areas, rich in fire elemental energy, can be juiced, used for medicine, or crafted into bombs. Rare grade spirit fruit. Such miraculous flora infused with extraordinary elemental power, the rare grade is already the highest quality one can currently obtain. Superior grade and above specimens are mostly only found in elite academies, military institutions, and similar exclusive establishments. As for subsequent uses, Yi Zhe skipped right over it, too troublesome. Just feed it directly to the panda instead, simple and convenient. You are what you eat. Consuming Flame Devil Fruit, obtained, Strength +6, Fire Element Mastery +15%. When the Flame Devil Fruit was swallowed, only the faint sound of an explosion could be heard from the panda's mouth.
Then the panda opened its mouth and exhaled a plume of black smoke. With the boost from level 4 attributes and the you are what you eat bonus, his strength had already reached 83 points. Truly terrifying. Not long after, when there were only a few dozen seconds left in the dungeon, the squirrel's 3 other shadow clones also returned one after another, bringing back 3 of the previously seen wind chime flowers. Perhaps learning from prior experience, this time the squirrel directly tossed them into the panda's mouth as soon as they were retrieved. The scene became utterly comical for a moment. The 3 wind chime flowers provided 27 points of speed and an 18% mastery over wind elemental control. This made Yi Zhe realize a problem. The more you eat of the same thing, the fewer benefits you gain. Just like with the wind chime flowers, when consuming the second and third blossoms, the you are what you eat attribute bonus weakened somewhat. This left Yi Zhe rather disappointed. I was originally planning to buy 100 weapons to feed to the panda. Doesn't seem feasible now. Beep, the countdown maintaining the dungeon reached 0. Yi's recalled his 2 summoned beasts and was then teleported out of the dungeon. I should win the 2 million bet, right? He was still thinking about that huge sum from the bet, but never expected. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon entrance, cameras and recording equipment of all sizes were already set up there, just waiting for Yi Zhe to appear. Snap! Snap! The flashes of light hit Yi Zhe as if they were free. Under the intense gazes of the surrounding classmates and several reporters from Lingyuan City's local media outlets, Yi Zhe suddenly understood. Damn it! I'm just here to clear a dungeon. How did this turn into a press conference? Chapter 12, Special Admission to Tactics University. Making a fortune. Ever since the news spread about Yi Zhe being the first to conquer the Hell difficulty dungeon, the journalists were the quickest to react. Mostly sourced from local publications like the Abyss City Daily and the Careerist News. On a planet like Blue Star, surrounded by external threats and overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis, a genius like this is exactly the sort of story journalists love to cover. Congratulations, student Yi Zhe. Could you share your feelings after being the first to clear the Hell difficulty? As a transfer student from the ordinary class who became a summoner, did you discover some new approach to the profession? We heard you only challenged the Hell difficulty because of a wager, is that true? More than a dozen journalists, accompanied by an even greater number of photographers, had nearly surrounded Yi Zhe completely. This gave him his first realization. Fame could be such a terrifying thing, but none of the onlooking students thought so. Outside the circle of reporters, students from both elite and regular classes watched with varying degrees of envy in their eyes. What a perfect opportunity for fame this was. These journalists received military subsidies and operated under military administration. No matter how wealthy a family might be, it was nearly impossible to arrange exclusive interviews with any of them. And now, dozens of media outlets are simultaneously interviewing one person. Even if college entrance exam results aren't ideal later, with this level of fame, he could still become an internet celebrity. At least he won't have to worry about making a living in the future. Before Yi Zhe could speak, a young man in formal attire suddenly hurried over. Seeing the uniform he was wearing, the crowd was astonished. Someone from East China Tactical University? Which university is that? Why have I never heard of it? It's a university specialized in cultivating talents in tactics and command. Students with this tactical specialization are only recruited by top-tier professional teams. Holy shit, so he's here too. Amidst the buzzing crowd, the sharply suited young man walked up to Yi Zhe. With a cheerful smile, he said, "Student Yi Zhe, I'm an admissions officer from East China Tactical University. Might I ask if you've studied tactical theory on your own?" The University of Tactical Studies is the only one of its kind in all of East China, yet its recruiters are spread across every city with the sole purpose of discovering talent at the earliest opportunity. In his opinion, consider an ordinary class student who was the first to clear a Hell difficulty dungeon instance. What else could it possibly mean? It must be tactical genius. Isn't it only natural for our tactics division to triumph against overwhelming odds? The admissions teacher thought to himself. Indeed, such tactical geniuses had existed before. There was once someone who provoked infighting among magical beasts in a nightmare-level dungeon, effortlessly cleared the instance, and was specially recruited by the Tactics Academy. Yet Yi Zhe's face was filled with question marks. Tactics? He did have some professional knowledge about tactics, conducting comprehensive combat analysis and tactical construction for battlefields, professionals, and enemies, which played an extremely significant role in high-level warfare. But as he recalled the dungeon scenario, charging straight in, killing monsters on sight, could these actions even be considered tactics? So she shook her head and said, "No, I haven't studied tactics." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the admissions teacher not only wasn't disappointed, but actually looked thrilled. A true genius. To defeat a Hell difficulty dungeon through subconscious maneuvers against overwhelming odds without ever studying tactics. What else could this be if not tactical genius? If he could receive further tactical guidance from the system, China would gain another grandmaster of tactics in the future. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed enthusiastically, "Excellent, excellent!
Student Yi Zhe, just participate in an assessment with me, and I can specially admit you to East China Tactical University, and you'll receive the stipend for outstanding freshman."
Hearing this, the entire student body exploded with excitement.
Special admission, plus an outstanding student stipend.
Fewer than 3 people in the entire Lin Yuan city received such treatment last year.
Holy shit, this feels amazing. What kind of East China Tactical University is this? A special admission? Must be some diploma mill.
There are only 5 tactical specialty universities nationwide, and East China Tactical ranks second.
You're calling this a diploma mill?
If you can clear the hell dungeon using tactics, you'll get special admission too. If I got this special admission, my dad would throw a banquet for the whole city, even the stray cats would get their own table, while students could grudgingly accept someone being the first to clear a dungeon. Getting specially recruited by the Tactics Academy was simply too much to swallow. Zhao Xian in particular stood among the crowd, his eyes burning with envy. But faced with an invitation from the top tactical university that made everyone envious, Yi Zhe shook his head.
Sorry, I have no intention of joining the tactical program.
With the knowledge from his past life, Yi Zhe certainly had the ability to become a tactician, but he preferred to fight his way through.
Besides, how could he level up or draw entries without combat?
Hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but feel mixed emotions.
However, most were stunned. How could he refuse? Yi Zhe, you're truly ruthless. As for the admissions officer, he began pondering. How could such a tactical genius make such an unthinkable choice? However, he didn't give up because he knew Yi Zhe was from the regular class and still a summoner. With that combination, how could he possibly pass the college entrance exams? Perhaps the real opportunity to recruit him would come after he failed the exams. The admissions teacher nodded. Alright, here's my business card. Feel free to reach out if you change your mind.
He finished speaking and immediately prepared to contact the school administration. Once the college entrance exams are over, we must hurry to recruit students. We can't let other tactical universities lure them away with empty promises.
At this moment, Vice Dean Zhou Wei grew anxious. If Yi Zhe gets specially recruited, that would be a major achievement for the college. How could they possibly refuse? Zhou Wei immediately stepped forward and addressed the journalists with righteous indignation. Ahem, Yi Zhe, given your profession and abilities, perhaps Tactical University would be a better fit for you. He assumed the demeanor of a well-meaning mentor giving earnest advice. But Yi Zhe merely glanced at him and dismissed him with, "Who are you?" He had absolutely no good impression of this vice dean.
In terms of personal competence, career guidance for students, and other aspects, his abilities were practically zero. The only reasons he could stay in position were by hogging the spotlight, claiming credit for others' work, and mindlessly favoring the elite class. It was just like certain workplace cancers from his past life. Seeing Yi Zhe show no respect before the reporters, Vice Dean Zhou's face stiffened, but he forced a smile nonetheless.
Ahem, I'm Vice Dean Zhou Wei. Oh, Yi Zhe pretended to suddenly realize, saying, then since I was the first to clear the Hell Dungeon, setting a record for the Academy, shouldn't Vice Dean offer some rewards?
Hearing this, Zhou Wei seemed to choke on his words. For rookie dungeon records, there was no rule stating rewards must be issued. He had originally planned to brush it off. But with reporters present and everyone watching, he had no choice but to change his tune.
Of course. Good to know.
Yi Zhe was fairly satisfied with this answer, but not intending to waste any more time here, he slipped away quietly. However, a notary robot shaped like a penguin intercepted him. A translucent screen for resolving bets popped up, declaring,
bet concluded. Zhao Xian, dungeon time, 29 minutes 36 seconds, result, failed. Yi Zhe, dungeon time, 2 hours 13 minutes, result, cleared. Bet outcome, Yi Zhe wins.
You have obtained the opponent's wager, a silver savings card worth 2.37 million. Yi Zhe took the card, his heart bursting with joy.
2.37 million.
When Zhao Xian threw down the bet, he'd only mentioned there was at least 2 million in the card. Never expected it would be a full 370,000 more. Rich people really do treat money like dirt.
I wonder if he'll ask for the excess back.
Of course, Zhao Xian probably wouldn't have the face to show up again.
Sure enough, after hearing the notary robot confirm the bet, the reporters, like sharks smelling blood, began frantically searching the crowd for Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian? The young master of Zhao Clan's guild, where is he now? This is the first historical failure of an elite class's wager against a regular class. Student Zhao Xian, what are your thoughts on this? Where do you think you went wrong? At this moment, how could Zhao Xian possibly have the face to answer the reporters' questions? With those reporters present, no matter what he said would only result in a humiliating disgrace. The man who had been ready to throw out some harsh words abruptly left without even turning his head, including that secretary from the Zhao family who followed him out. After receiving Director Zhao's instructions, the secretary had already resolved to win Yi Zhe back at all costs, even if it meant groveling at his feet. But now, with journalists present,
she couldn't show off her myriad skills even if she wanted to, and had to leave in a hurry. Yi Zhe also took the opportunity to disappear into the crowd. He headed straight for Lu Boyan's office. Besides sharing good news, he was also making preparations for the next steps before his college entrance exams.
Chapter 13, Teacher, I desperately want to improve. Yi Zhe arrived at another old teaching building.
His homeroom teacher Lu Boyan's secluded office bore a sign that read, Abyssal Creatures Investigation Department. The responsibilities were exactly as the name suggested. A thorough investigation into all demonic creatures within the abyss, including their habits, skills, abilities, and more. Yi Zhe pushed open the door to find Lu Boyan still flipping through reports.
Spotting Yi Zhe's entrance, he couldn't resist teasing. Finished the beginner dungeon already? Don't tell me you failed to clear it? Hearing this, Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. After retiring from the military, his teacher had spent most of his time handling investigative matters for the armed forces, rarely concerning himself with other affairs at the academy. Because of this, he had remained just a homeroom teacher all along, never advancing further in position. Yi Zhe changed the subject. Teacher, there's a student at the academy who's achieved the first clear of the hell difficulty level. We actually have this kind of talent in our academy?
Lu Boyan immediately set aside his work and became intrigued. Hell difficulty isn't something you can just easily clear. You not only need skill, but also tactical thinking and on-the-spot adaptability. As he spoke, he noticed Yi Zhe's peculiar expression, as if stifling a laugh.
Could it be, you know this person? You know them too.
Yi Zhe couldn't help but chime in. He's an outstanding student, exemplary in character and scholarship, tall and handsome as a jade tree in the wind, dashing and debonair, peerlessly talented, combining wisdom with courage, possessing unrivaled brilliance, truly a dragon among men.
Lu Boyan. He stared blankly at Yi Zhe, not reacting for several seconds. Then, an utterly unbelievable conjecture arose in his mind. He knew Yi Zhe too well. This student of his would never praise anyone other than himself like this. But he couldn't believe it. Wait a minute, I don't think I know this kind of student. Hey, teacher, it's really me. Yi Zhe didn't beat around the bush. Just check your phone, it should be all over the news outlets.
Upon hearing this, Lu Boyan immediately grabbed his phone and indeed saw Yi Zhe featured across major media outlets.
Some reports even mentioned the name of his mentor, Lu Boyan. How did you manage this?
Confirming the facts, Lu Boyan's eyes held a mix of shock, admiration, and pride, but above all, genuine happiness for Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe was about to speak when Lu Boyan raised his hand to cut him off. You must have had some extraordinary encounter to clear hell difficulty. Whatever it is, it must be priceless.
Don't tell me about it. And don't tell anyone else either.
Yi Zhe smiled faintly, warmth flowing through his heart.
I understand, teacher.
Lu Boyan let out a long sigh, his heart still unsettled by the news of Yi Zhe's first clear. But Yi Zhe's next words immediately sent his blood pressure soaring. Teacher, I want to go to the polluted lands outside the city as a temporary scout for the Demon Suppression Army. Please grant me an authorization note. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Boyan immediately cursed. Are you insane? Trying to get yourself killed? Beyond the Ling Yuan city walls lay the polluted lands, more accurately known as the Abyss border.
That was no ordinary dungeon. It was the Abyss dimension, a zone created by the constant contamination of Blue Planet's land with demonic energy. No dungeon monsters here. You'd be facing terrifying, unknown true demons. One wrong move, and people would die. But Yi Zhe's reason for wanting to go was simple. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Killing an Abyss demon gives 3 to 10 times more experience than dungeon monsters. Moreover, the polluted lands are under military jurisdiction, and outstanding completion of scouting missions earns additional rewards from the Demon Suppression Army. Moreover, the treasures in the polluted lands far outnumber those in dungeons. After all, the treasures in dungeons are generated through the energy of crystals, while the polluted lands are entirely different. Now, he possessed the squirrel's treasure-sniffing ability. According to the rules, any treasures a scout acquired during exploration belong to them by right. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Unlike other students who painstakingly save crystals while waiting for dungeons to open, he much prefers this thrilling mix of profit and danger. But Lu Boyan firmly rejected. Not possible, don't even think about it. Scouts are the vanguard reconnaissance troops of the army, facing real demons. Even though most demons in the contaminated lands are the lowest level, they're still beyond what a level 2 or 3 like you can handle. Teacher, I'm level 4 now, almost level 5. Yi Zhe retorted. This hell dungeon gives so much EXP. Lu Boyan gave Yi Zhe a surprised glance, but quickly changed his tune. Level 4 or 5 won't cut it either. Scouts need to be at least level 10 or above. Teacher knows you're eager to level up, but don't rush just yet. Lu Boyan patiently persuaded. I'll give you some crystals, go run the beginner dungeon twice more. By the day after tomorrow, the nation will sponsor another free entry chance, this time to a supersized dungeon. By then, the entire grade will go together, and there's plenty of experience to be had.
This way, before the college entrance exams, you should roughly meet the standard for reaching level 10 with one advancement. Yi Zhe sighed. He didn't want to keep accepting the teacher's support, nor did he want to barely scrape by and reach level 10 just before the exams. You must know that among the top 50 in the last professional college entrance exams, all were at least level 12 or higher. He had no choice but to persuade again. Teacher, think about back in your day, there were no beginner dungeons. How did professional adventurers level up then? At these words, Lu Boyan fell into silence. The novice dungeon was successfully constructed several years after the nationwide job transfer began, using materials seized from the abyss by several high-ranking professionals. Before that, Lu Boyan seemed to slip into memories. Yes, back then, there were no dungeons. Level 1 professionals had to risk their lives in the polluted lands. There's no choice. Without fighting desperately, we can't level up, can't acquire gear, and most importantly, can't stop the demons from invading our nation's territory. That's why China exchanged a survival rate of less than 5% among its professional fighters back then for the secure defensive lines, dungeons, and other structures we have today. The level of security here is considered the highest in the world. I understand what you mean now. Lu Boyan let out a sigh. If it was acceptable back then, why isn't it possible now? Noticing his teacher's hesitation, Yi Zhe pressed again. Teacher, you must understand my position in this matter. I can't afford to keep retrying dungeons. To get results in the college entrance exams, I need extraordinary measures. Lu Boyan looked up at him with a pained expression, as if suffering from a toothache, and still shook his head. To sign up as a scout, you need to be at least level 10. I know, Professor, but you're the director of the Abyssal Creature Research Division. Yi Zhe immediately spoke up. If you could specially appoint me as the investigative commissioner, I can directly join the scouting team. Lu Boyan was instantly shocked. How do you even know about this? Professor, I'm desperate to improve. As Yi Zhe finished speaking, Lu Boyan once again fell into a prolonged silence. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhe obtained his investigation officer credentials. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, head to the southern gate of Linyuan City, that's where the temporary scout team assembles. Remember, South Gate, not North Gate, Lu Boyan reminded sternly. Got it, teacher. Yi Zhe cheerfully bounded away. I'll bring you back a present. Just don't mention you're my student when you cause trouble. Yi Zhe began humming a little tune. As long as he could smoothly enter the polluted lands to farm monsters, his experience points would skyrocket, strengthening his competitive edge for the college entrance exams. At that time, who knows, you might even bring back a few rare treasures with treasure sniffing. Suddenly, the little tune came to an abrupt halt. Before Yi stood a man with brown hair, a scarred face, and slightly disheveled clothing. The city lord of Linyuan City, Wan Feipeng. Of course Yi Zhe recognized it, and had fully anticipated it. He had made Linyuan City somewhat notorious, so as the city governor, Wan Feipeng was bound to come. But why did he take so long to arrive? Chapter 14. You'll look handsome wearing this. Good lad, finally found you. Wan Feipeng flashed what he thought was a kindly smile, but paired with his disheveled clothes that made him look like he'd just slain monsters, he resembled more of a bandit. Don't be afraid, I'm the city lord, not a bad person. These two identities don't seem mutually exclusive though. Yi Zhe thought to himself silently, but didn't voice it out. Even though this was one of Huaxia's top 6th-tier professionals, combined with his roguelike demeanor, there was an undeniable air of unreliability about him. Wan Feipeng drew close, slinging an arm over Yi Zhe's shoulder like a mountain bandit king. Good lad, managing to clear my hellish difficulty level, you've got some real skill. Plus you've given Linyuan City some extra fame along the way. Come on, I'll reward you. Pick any one treasure from Linyuan City's vault. Yi Zhe's originally friendly fake smile lingered on his face. But upon hearing the words treasure trove and reward, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Free to choose anyone? Really? My word, once spoken, can't be taken back even by 8 horses chasing after it. I, Wan Feipeng, swear by it. Let's go, please. The Abyssal City Treasury, also known as the City Lord's Vault. It contains the greatest wealth of the entire city, countless props, equipment, and rare treasures. Only the city lord has the authority to open it. Yi Zhe had expected to receive a reward. Never imagined the city lord would be this generous, letting him pick freely from the treasure vault? Yi Zhe, it's been ages since Linyuan City has produced any true talent. Wan Feipeng led Yi Zhe to the city lord's manor, indignantly declaring, especially these past 2 years, we've constantly been mocked by those Wei and Wu bastards. Damn it! The reason people say Linyuan City has no talent is because I, the city lord, am a vulgar bastard. That wasn't entirely wrong. Yi Zhe silently joked to himself again, while unable to resist wondering. Wei dog, Wu dog, if he remembered correctly. This should be the East China Regional Director, Wu Ming, and the Central China Regional Director, Wei Zhang. In this world, due to the crisis of abyssal invasion, China had restructured its regions into 5 major zones: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China.
And Linyuan City is just a small town in East China. As the city lord, how dare he insult the chief officers of two major regions like that? Indeed, power allows one to act with impunity.
Yi Zhe was still pondering when Wan Feipeng wrapped his arm around him in a roguelike pose again and opened the phone's camera function.
Come on, let's take a selfie together, I want to take them off.
Yi Zhe's mouth twitched, but he still flashed a peace sign, while Wan Feipeng grinned from ear to ear, utterly delighted. Click, the image froze in place.
Wan Feipeng began composing a message with aggressive determination, ready to send it. Yi Zhe ventured cautiously, Lord City Master, what about my reward? Here.
Wan Feipeng casually tossed a gold card over, this is the treasury key.
Just have Assistant Chen take you there. Damn. Was the key to the Lord's vault just handed over so casually?
Yi Zhe held the gold card, but wasn't foolish enough to entertain any greedy thoughts.
A sixth-tier hunter could probably take his life in just a second. Afterward, accompanied by the city lord's assistant, Yi Zhe pushed open the gates to the Abyss Keep treasury.
The 100-square-meter vault was filled with equipment and artifacts, nearly all of rare grade or higher, each treasure radiating dazzling glows in various colors. For a moment, Yi Zhe found himself utterly dazzled by the spectacle.
Waiting outside, the city lord's assistant reminded him, Student Yi Zhe, you may choose any single item here. Yi Zhe acknowledged and then summoned the shadow squirrel. Go for it, squirrel. We'll go straight for the most expensive ones. Probably even City Lord Wan Feipeng wouldn't have guessed that Yi Zhe's summoned beast had the ability to sniff out the value of items. Since there are too many items to choose from easily, let's just pick the most expensive one. The moment the squirrel appeared, it was like a fish returning to the sea or a bird flying back to the forest. The variety of treasures made the treasure-sniffing mouse utterly intoxicated. But in the end, the squirrel chose one target. What is this? Yi Zhe looked at the box the squirrel was pointing to, containing an unidentified black crystal with purple veins running through it. From the abyss, an unidentified crystal yet to be analyzed. Effects unknown. The status panel, though a supernatural product of the national class change era, couldn't decipher everything. Take the abyss, for example, it still held countless unknowns. This is precisely the significance of Lu Boyan's investigation division's existence. Is this thing the most valuable? Yi Zhe harbored no doubts about it, but such an item was absolutely unusable to him and impossible to sell. Forget it, let's find the next one. A sculpture from a church in a destroyed world deep in the abyss. Its purpose is unknown. Void meteorite, originating from the void beyond dimensions, its effects remain unknown. Non-void entities cannot make contact. How did all these things get here? Yi Zhe wore a look of helpless frustration. Perhaps it was because Linyuan City bordered the abyss, but the treasury was filled with bizarre items. Among these treasures, the most valuable assortment either had unknown uses or couldn't be utilized by humans. Damn it! Yi Zhe set down another crystal. But suddenly, around the corner, he spotted a cloak with a faintly familiar aura. The cloak's luster was dim and mysterious, with intricate silver contract patterns embroidered along the central back. Spirit Covenant Cloak, Summoner Exclusive, Quality, Excellent. Attributes, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Special effect, when a summoned beast is nearby, attack speed plus 50%. Additional skill, Spirit Shield, generates a permanently existing passive shield that automatically restores 1 hour after being broken. Shield value equals, Summoner's Spirit plus Summoned Beasts combined Constitution, asterisk 1000%. Spirit Bond set, 0.5%. Another piece of the Soulbound set. It belongs to the same set as the Soulbound ring he obtained from the first clear treasure chest. Moreover, it's an exclusive set for summoners. The value of an exclusive set is unique worldwide. Once it appears, it can never be dropped again for anyone else. Originally, Yi Zhe didn't have much hope of completing the set, given how slim the chances were. Who would have thought he'd actually encounter it in the city lord's treasury? That's the one, bro. You're exactly what I need. Yi Zhe didn't hesitate anymore. An opportunity like this might never come again if missed. The cloak was taken off by Yi Zhe and draped over his shoulders. Ding! You have activated the Spirit Contract Set. Spirit Contract Set, 2/2 your summoned beast's attack damage coefficient is increased to 150%. The damage coefficient instantly increased by 1/3. At this moment, Yi Zhe's determination to choose the Spirit Covenant cloak grew even stronger. Moreover, the equipment came with a permanent shield. After equipping it, Yi Zhe's spirit attribute reached 108, combined with the panda's constitution of 67 and the squirrel's constitution of 48, then multiplied by 1000%. The shield value soared to a staggering 2230. Perhaps if it were a different summoner, the magnitude might not have been so high. But Yi Zhe's attributes were extraordinarily exaggerated, with all his summoned beasts being of epic grade and possessing exceptionally high constitution stats, which is why the shield value reached its current level. Yi Zhe was quite satisfied and left the treasure vault. Outside, City Lord Wan Feipeng appeared visibly pleased. It seemed Yi Zhe's presence had given him an opportunity to show off in front of others. Seeing Yi Zhe emerge, he couldn't help but praise. You chose that cloak?
Excellent choice, it truly suits you best.
Yi Zhe was startled. You know about my Spirit Covenant set? To think someone already knew about one piece of the Spirit Covenant set he'd just obtained from the first clear treasure chest? Could this piece of equipment have been deliberately left for him by Wan Feipeng? Set equipment? What set? Wan Feipeng looked utterly confused. He corrected himself. What I meant was, if you wear this black cloak, it'll be so cool. Yi Zhe. Chapter 15 Zhao Xian. How dare he leave the city? Although Wan Feipeng seemed unreliable, he was quite generous when it came to giving out rewards. Yi Zhe could leave immediately after collecting his reward, with no unnecessary hassles whatsoever. The time had already reached 7:30 in the evening. Alone at home, Yi Zhe bought food using the trading platform app. Bamboo for pandas, pine cones for squirrels. Tomorrow morning we'll be heading to the polluted lands outside the city, so we need to stock up on some food.
Although summoned creatures can absorb energy within the summoning space, they still enjoy eating things daily. Just like in immortal cultivation novels, even when people achieve grain abstinence, they still want to take a couple bites when they see delicious food. Suddenly, a text message popped up. Your savings card has received a transfer of 1 million. Transfer source, Outstanding Student Award from the War Academy. Current balance, 5,194,750. This was the Academy reward promised by the Deputy Dean, another million credited. However, it made Yi Zhe feel it was a bit stingy. Perhaps it was because he had just gotten an exceptional piece of equipment from the city lord. Forget it, it's free money anyway. Afterward, he spent 60,000 coins to buy plenty of bamboo and pine cones. Just as he was about to purchase some equipment to feed the panda, he noticed. Shit, even the lowest quality rare gear costs at least 7 or 800,000? How about you just rob me instead? I had thought that with over 5 million in my possession, I was already quite well off. Didn't expect you to be such a broke-ass loser. After much hesitation, he finally spent the money and bought a full 5 rare-grade weapons. After all, for tomorrow's polluted lands expedition, he absolutely had to be fully prepared, otherwise, he genuinely wouldn't survive. His card now held just over a frigid 1 million left, but as long as his strength grew, the money lost would eventually be earned back. Not long after, a stalker knocked on his door and handed over a package. Your auction house delivery. Thank you. To boost the panda's monster-slaying efficiency, he exclusively purchased weapons. At this weight, an ordinary person probably couldn't have delivered it. Open wide, ow. Yi Zhe stuffed 5 weapons into the panda's mouth. To be honest, though the spending hurt, the attribute gains were exceptionally satisfying. You are what you eat. Consumed Giant Spirit Hammer *2, gained, Strength +8. Consumed Gale Blade, gained, Strength +2, Agility +2. Consuming Warrior Twin Blades. Even at only level 4, the Kung Fu Panda's stats are downright terrifying. Kung Fu Panda's attributes, Strength 103, Constitution 67, Agility 82, Spirit 54. These attributes even surpass those of a fully equipped level 10 warrior class character. Now, I feel more confident about tomorrow's expedition to clear the polluted lands. Satisfied, Yi Zhe climbed into bed and went to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Clan Guild Hall, the president of the Zhao family guild, Zhao Tian, had already given his son Zhao Xian and his female secretary Qin Xian an earful. The nation's first talent to conquer the hell level difficulty was repeatedly offended by these two. How was he supposed to win him over? But now, Zhao Xian's originally gloomy expression was gradually transforming into one of confidence. Dad, don't be angry. Yi Zhe isn't even worth worrying about. He's just a poor summoner. The more beasts he summons, the less he can afford to feed them. His future prospects will only shrink. Even if he was first to clear the dungeon, I can still make him work for me. Oh, President Zhao Tian's gaze held less anger now, signaling him to continue. Zhao Xian, the hell difficulty dungeon requires an entry ticket worth 3 million crystal stones. If he wants to level up, he has to enter this dungeon. But he doesn't have the money. I can cover his dungeon entrance fees. If he dares not take me, he won't stand a chance to level up. Zhao Xian's grin grew increasingly smug as he spoke. This way, he'll have no choice but to be my designated dungeon-clearing laborer. I can just sit back and reap all that hell mode XP leveling up in no time. The remaining implications went unspoken, but Zhao Tian understood them clearly. At higher levels, Yi Zhe, lacking money and influence, would find himself short on equipment, skills, and summoning creatures. How could he ever be a match for Zhao Xian in the future? By the time of the college entrance exams, after reaching the first tier of professions, the gap between him and me will be as vast as heaven and earth. Good. Zhao Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he listened. That's my son Zhao Tian for you, full of ideas. Head to the dungeon entrance early tomorrow and find a way to team up with Yi Zhe. Zhao Xian wore a smug expression. Don't worry, Dad, Yi Zhe won't have any choice. Zhao Tian reminded, by the way, I heard the city lord has taken a liking to him.
Before he surpasses you, make sure to keep up appearances. Understood.
Early the next morning, at the entrance of the novice dungeon, Zhao Xian searched everywhere but couldn't find Yi Zhe. Then, after waiting a full 5 to 6 hours, his originally confident smile twisted into something vicious once more.
Damn it, where the hell is Yi Zhe? Until an ordinary class student mentioned they thought they'd seen Yi Zhe leaving the city.
Zhao Xian finally realized Yi Zhe had never intended to level up in the dungeon.
He'd planned from the start to leave the city.
How laughable that Zhao Xian had actually believed dungeon passes could make Yi Zhe work as his power leveler. Not only had he failed, but he'd also wasted 5 or 6 precious hours of leveling time.
Zhao Xian let out a furious roar. Damn it, how dare he leave the city? Fuck.
Yi Zhe remained completely unaware of Zhao Xian's clownish antics. Clad in the spirit oath cloak, he arrived alone at the southern gate of Abyss Ward City. The majestic city walls separated the thriving prosperity within from the lurking dangers outside. The southern district of Abyss Ward City was theoretically humanity's closest inhabited territory to the Abyss. Here, weapon shops, blacksmiths, alchemy stores, and more were comprehensively arranged along both sides of the street.
Yi Zhe entered the potion shop and bought several bottles of healing potions and antidotes.
Beyond the city walls, there were no longer any safe dungeon zones.
Instead, there existed the Tainted Lands, places of infinite unknowns and terrifying demonic horrors.
As he approached the city gate, for town-guarding soldiers immediately blocked his path. High school students are not permitted to leave the city alone.
You can ask your parents or teacher to accompany you.
Fortunately, Yi Zhe had come prepared and produced his teacher-approved identification.
Abyss Investigation Department, Special Investigation Agent, Yi Zhe. Mission accepted.
The expressions of the 4 guards instantly turned solemn. They saluted Yi Zhe with military gravity.
Understood. May you return safely.
2 guards saluted him while the remaining 2 opened the southern gate of the city for him. Yi Zhe let out a light sigh and stepped through Lin Yuan City's gates. He hurried toward the rendezvous point with the scout camp.
Chapter 16 Entering the Polluted Land.
Experience point soar, level 5. Outside Lin Yuan City lay what could be called another world. An endless expanse of wilderness stretched before them, shrouded in faint mist in the distance, making even the air feel oppressive. Yi Zhe passed through an unnamed ruin, gradually distancing himself from Lin Yuan City's gates. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a secluded camp. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary training ground, but after passing through a stretch of sandy soil and reaching its depths, a solemn insignia came into view.
Demon Suppression Army, a special military force established by Huaxia to combat the Abyss.
Yi Zhe was heading to one of them, the Scout Battalion.
The polluted lands lay not far from the military camp, firmly blocked by the Demon Suppressing Army's garrison.
Halt! 2 guards from the Demon Suppressing Army stopped Yi Zhe.
Show your identification. The process was similar to the city gate checkpoint,
but the Demon Suppression Army's identity verification was far more detailed.
First came iris recognition, followed by voice identification.
Finally, an ability assessment was required.
Yi Zhe, Summoner, Level 4, High School Student, Special Investigation Officer? After seeing Yi Zhe's identification, the 2 guards exchanged bewildered glances.
With each word spoken, their voices grew increasingly incredulous.
Show us your professional skills. Yi Zhe nodded and summoned a squirrel.
After verifying the summoner's skills were correct, the 2 guards completed their inspection and guided Yi Zhe into the Scout Battalion of the Demon Suppression Army.
Then, the 2 couldn't help but exclaim, daring to enter the polluted lands at just level 4. Are youths these days really this courageous? Entering the Scout Battalion, Yi Zhe saw dozens of young people dressed in various outfits gathered here, each from different professions. Looks like they're all the same as me, here to participate in the temporary scout mission.
In recent years, the emergence of polluted lands has been occurring increasingly rapidly. When the Demon Suppressing Army is short-handed, they recruit temporary scouts from all professions in society. These temporary scouts are assigned by the Demon Suppressing Army to reclaim and scout contaminated lands.
With both unknowns and opportunities existing in this work, the number of participants has always been considerable. Yi Zhe sized up the situation.
Half were freshmen from various universities, while the other half were members of civilian guilds. There was only one high school student, Yi Zhe. As this daring level 4 professional stepped in, he instantly became the center of attention.
Everyone, listen to me. Suddenly, a veteran dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army approached. I'm Su Feng, commander of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. First of all, welcome everyone to the land reclamation mission in contaminated zone number 19. At these words, the previously relaxed group immediately stood at attention. Time to get down to business. Then everyone received a package individually. Yi Zhe opened his and looked inside.
A distress talisman, a manual for the number 19 contaminated zone, and a temporary ID badge. Battalion Commander Su Feng explained. Upon entering the contaminated zone, immediately use the distress talisman if you encounter any high-level demonic entities. High-tier demons will be handled by me or other 3rd or 4th tier members. Your mission is to eliminate all low-level demonic soldiers. You may keep all spoils and rewards for yourselves, or exchange them for military merits. Hearing this, many people's expressions grew fervent. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe quickly finished reading the description of Pollution Zone number 19. The demonic aura of the abyss would corrupt the land of Blue Star, turning it into polluted zones. These polluted zones around the world would be numbered sequentially from number 1 onwards based on the order and intensity of their contamination. The 19th zone was the weakest and latest emerging contaminated area, perfect for leveling up. Yi Zhe thought quietly to himself. Battalion Commander Sufeng kept his speech brief before announcing, "You may begin your deployment. You can go alone or form a team. You might also want to accept some bounty missions beforehand, they all count toward military merits." As soon as the words fell, the crowd quickly began forming teams. Most people were just above level 10, making team exploration the most effective and safest approach. Yet Yi Zhe stood alone, without a single person willing to team up with him. A level 4 practitioner is literally the weakest here. Someone whispered in discussion, "Is this guy sick in the head? Coming to the polluted lands at level 4? Probably some spoiled rich kid who doesn't know their limits, trying to rebel or something." Level 4. Could this be some backdoor privilege situation? Have you ever seen anyone who sneaks in just to send themselves to death in a polluted land? Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Yi Zhe arrived at the bounty mission point. Team up? He had never considered it, nor did he need to. On the contrary, it was the bounty missions from the Scout Battalion that piqued his interest greatly. Scout Battalion Bounty List. Collect Faceless Demon and Blood Skeleton Demon Corpses, 20 military merits each, no upper limit. Search for lost supplies in number 19 Contaminated Zone, 500 military merits, available to accept. Mapping Polluted Zone number 19, 300 military merits, higher completeness equals greater rewards. Yi Zhe browsed through dozens of bounty missions. Whether achievable or not, leaving an impression never hurts. I just wonder how these military merits can be exchanged for rewards. Yi Zhe searched for a long time but couldn't find how military merits were used. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted past from behind. A girl dressed in black walked over. Her figure was well proportioned and tall, her steps light yet steady, radiating vitality. But when she spoke, her tone was unmistakably that of a domineering queen. "Little brother, you don't even know how to use military merits, yet you dare come here?" Yi Zhe turned his head and met a delicate, pretty face wearing a mischievous smile. She looked only a year or two older than him, probably a university student. Yi Zhe raised an eyebrow. Since when was he being called little brother? "You're not even that big." The girl in black continued, "With 1,000 military merits, you can choose one treasure from the first level vault of the demon suppressing army. 2,000 military merits to reach the second level, 4,000 for the third, and so on. Of course, you can exchange military merits for money if you wish." Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. Pick treasures for himself? The treasures of the demon-suppressing army were far more abundant than those of the Lord of Linyuan City. Now this reward wasn't half bad. The girl in black grinned, her eyes curving as she said, "Got it, little bro." Before Yi Zhe could even respond, she turned away immediately after accepting the search for lost supplies bounty mission. Yi Zhe was left dumbfounded. She teased him and left just like that, leaving him completely clueless about her. Moreover, his detection panel couldn't see her level at all. Within a 20-level gap, I should be able to detect anything. Could she be wearing a shielding item? Yi Zhe murmured to himself and decided not to dwell on it further. He simply assumed she was just a passing college student who had teased him in passing. Then, he entered the number 19 contaminated zone alone. Though this was the least polluted area. Yet at this moment, the place appeared utterly desolate and gloomy, with the sky seemingly veiled by gray clouds, allowing only faint streaks of light to penetrate. They say this used to be a scenic spot. Yi Zhe sighed, now completely corrupted by the abyssal aura. Stepping into the polluted land, he immediately summoned his shadow squirrel. "Scout the path ahead." Following Yi Zhe's command, the squirrel split into two shadow clones and began a systematic reconnaissance of the terrain ahead. If we're talking about becoming a scout, with the shadow squirrel's abilities, even at worst it could secure an official scout position. Its skills are perfect for the role. Add to that the complete darkness of the corrupted lands, nothing but shadows everywhere, and the shadow squirrel was like a duck to water. Not long after setting out, the squirrel quickly sent back a message. Demonic presence detected at 10 o'clock? Yi Zhe fixed his gaze on the target location, spotting a decayed grayish-green corpse with grotesquely distorted features. Corpse Demon, LV.10. Type, Common Class Demon Soldier. Attributes, Strength 50, Constitution 45, Agility 47, Spirit 1. Trait, Lifeless Body, possesses mobility and can attack enemies as long as any body part remains. Skills, Rotten Toxin, Deadly Embrace. Percent.
far more powerful than the beasts in the dungeon. Not just higher levels and stats, but also the eerie traits unique to demons. Demonic traits, much like human talents, are powerful and diverse in their effects. Some demons possess traits that remain entirely unknown. Only when slain by professionals and their traits recorded do they appear on the data panel. This is also one of the reasons why the Abyss and Fiends are difficult to deal with. There are too many unknown fiends. However, at the moment, this zombie fiend shouldn't pose much trouble for Yi. Summon the panda. Use Tai Chi's internal force best to smash him to pieces with a single palm strike. Leave not a single body part intact, and see if it still won't die. The panda moved with agile grace, delivering a swift palm strike. With the bonus from Yi's two spirit-bound artifacts, the summoned beast's movement speed increased by 100%, and attack speed by 50%. A palm strike swift as the wind. With a resounding smack, the Tai Chi internal force accompanying this palm shattered the zombie demon into fragments. This zombie demon, comparable to a level 10 warrior, was instantly obliterated. Wait, no, there was still half a hand left. Only half of the corpse demon's body remained intact, a single hand that had survived due to its raised position when the crushing blow landed. The severed hand writhed frantically on the ground, desperately straining to claw its way toward the panda and Yi. Guess my stats still aren't high enough. That palm strike didn't even finish it off. Yi sighed with mild disappointment. In the distance, an 11th level archer caught a glimpse of the scene and instinctively rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Holy heavens, am I seeing this right? How could a level 4 practitioner's summon creature instantly obliterate a level 10 corpse demon? His teammates lacked the archer's superior vision range. Though they couldn't witness it themselves, none dared to believe such an outrageous claim. Instant kill a level 10 corpse demon? Dream on. Everyone knows how hard those things are to destroy. We're all level 10 professionals here. If that guy can one-shot a corpse demon, doesn't that mean he could annihilate us too? That's insane. Buddy, a level 4 defeating a level 10 is stretching credibility a bit too far. The archer scratched his head thoughtfully. I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. On the other side, seeing half a hand still remaining on the ground, the squirrel decisively delivered the finishing blow. The crimson demon blade sliced the severed hand into dust with 2 swift strokes. Only then did the experience points finally register. You have slain a corpse demon, LV10, and gained plus 90 EXP. 90 EXP. This trip was totally worth it. The experience points here are several times higher than in dungeons. The leveling speed is downright unimaginable. Ye's checked the experience bar, level 4, 895/1300. Just 5 more ghouls to level up. A highly efficient idea suddenly struck Ye's. Squirrel, go use Shadow Clone to lure monsters. Pull 5 together first. Panda, wait for the corpse demons to gather, then use Twin Peaks piercing ears for area damage to wipe them out in one strike. Although a single punch might not kill a corpse demon, one area damage attack will definitely take out many at once. Shadow Squirrel nodded obediently. Luring monsters was no problem for him at all. The only worry is that there might not be enough monsters around to kill. Half a minute later, 5 ghouls lured from 5 different directions collided together, drawn by the shadow clones. The panda rubbed its paws together, creating a roar of wind from its palm strikes. Tai Chi Twin Peaks Strike. The wide-range damage imbued with Tai Chi's inner force instantly shattered all 5 ghouls, reducing them to scattered fragments on the ground. Killed corpse demons *5, gained EXP plus 450. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.5. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite golden entry draw opportunity. Chapter 17, 5th entry, Battlefield Legend. Elite Fiend. Less than 10 minutes into the Corrupted Lands, yet already gained hundreds of EXP. Level up to 5. If other students preparing for the college entrance exams knew about this leveling speed, they'd probably be green with envy. 5 free attribute points. Yize allocated them to mental strength as usual. Then, it was time to draw a new entry. In an instant, a sea of golden glowing entries once again enveloped Yize. Hoping for a combat-type entry. After all, the contaminated land he now stood upon was characterized primarily by its danger and unpredictability. No one could foresee what crisis or fortuitous encounter might appear in the next moment. The stronger your combat power, the more confidence you have to face changes. Thinking this, Yize reached out to draw from the sea of entries. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Battlefield Legend. Battlefield Legend, a legendary figure renowned for glorious military achievements, unparalleled combat experience with skills reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Yize was rather excited. Damn, so lucky. The Battlefield Legend before him was undoubtedly a top-tier combat-related entry. Battlefield combat experience is often the hardest to improve. Why are the demon subduing army generally stronger than professional fighters in society? One reason is that they've endured countless baptisms of fire in the Abyss battlefield. Take Scout Battalion Commander Sufome,
for example, clearly a veteran of 100 battles. Compared to these newcomers, even at the same cultivation level, they can easily suppress them. This is the advantage of experience and skill. And battlefield legends are undoubtedly even more formidable than 100 battle veterans. Yi Zhe pondered for a moment and decided to bestow the abilities upon the panda.
A frontline combat panda needs more battle experience and skills. Battlefield legend trait successfully bestowed. Summon, Kung Fu Panda upgraded from Orange Epic, Epic 6 star.
For rare and excellent quality, 5 star is the highest tier, whereas in epic quality, the highest is 6 star.
Just one step away from the golden legend.
If other summoners were to learn about this advancement speed, they'd probably go crazy. At the same time, the attribute boosts are enormous.
Strength, 113153. Constitution, 77127. Agility, 92142. Spirit, 64114. Acquired talent skill, battle hardened, legendary fame. Although there was no evolution, 2 additional talent skills were obtained. Yi Zhe examined each one with great interest. Battle hardened, legendary, reduces cooldowns, skill costs, and stamina consumption by 50%, and diminishes negative effects by 80%. Legendary reputation, legendary, boosts attack power by 25%, attack speed by 40%, and greatly enhances morale for all nearby allies, including oneself. All attack costs are slashed by a full 50%. This practically doubles the panda's endurance in battle. The original Tai Chi skill had a cooldown period of 1 minute after use, but now it only requires 30 seconds. Moreover, it has gained an additional aura skill effect. Yi's checked both his own and the squirrel's status bars, and sure enough, there was a new addition. Legendary Prestige, Aura. The aura effect continuously affects all targets within a specific range. Suddenly, Yi's had an idea. Perhaps he could use the spirit contract ring to replicate the panda's aura skill. Have 2 auras stack with each other? If allowed, double the legendary aura, double the crispiness. He raised his hand and used the Spirit Pact ring to replicate the panda's innate skill, legendary reputation. Spirit Pact, you have replicated the Kung Fu Panda's innate skill, legendary reputation. Replicated skill, Shadow Meld has been replaced by legendary reputation. Copy successful. Yi Zhe glanced once more at the status bar. Legendary Prestige, Aura, from Kung Fu Panda. Legendary Prestige, Aura, from Summoner Yi Zhe. 50% attack bonus, and 80% attack speed bonus. It really works. Double buffs. Yi Zhe's face lit up with joy. With double bonuses to both attack power and attack speed, his monster grinding efficiency skyrocketed instantly. Let's keep leveling up. Aim to level up 2 more times by today. The scouting missions for pioneers weren't consistently available, lasting at most 2 or 3 days. Yi Zhe needed to seize the time to grind monsters for leveling. But with the experience from the previous wave, Yi Zhe's monster-slaying efficiency had improved dramatically this time. The squirrel's shadow clones lured the monsters, then the panda's AoE damage wiped them out in seconds. Perhaps due to the corpse demon's measly 1-point spirit attribute making it mentally unstable, the monster luring went exceptionally well. With his greatly boosted stats, the panda slaughtered entire groups with a single palm strike. Yi Zhe's experience points kept soaring wildly. The only problem was that the number of corpse demons gradually began to dwindle. Meanwhile, at the Scout Battalion camp, Battalion Commander Su Feng remained stationed at the Scout camp, assigning several clerks to monitor anomalies in the polluted lands. Before them stood rows of vital signs monitors. Although the instruments couldn't detect demonic fluctuations, they could monitor the Scout's conditions, recording exploration progress and issues in real time. On the virtually constructed sand table model, dozens of light dots representing Scouts continuously advanced forward. Their progression speeds varied, some fast, some slow. Su Feng murmured contemplatively to himself, is number 19 polluted land really this difficult? This is just the first wave of demons, moving at half the speed of the 18th. He watched the light dots representing his teammates, some were stalled due to obstacles, while others were even being forced into retreat by the demons. Su Feng shook his head and looked away. The next second, he froze, an indescribable shock flashing in his eyes. The light dot representing Yi Zhe was leaving everyone else in the dust. Most other scouts had only advanced a few hundred meters. Yet Yi Zhe, within just 1 hour, had already charged 4 to 5 kilometers deep into the polluted zone. His advancement speed was a full 7 to 8 times faster than the other teams. And, gazing at that speck of light, there stood only himself. This meant that his solo clearing speed was actually faster than teams working together. Su Feng rubbed his eyes and looked again. No mistake, that glowing speck was still advancing through uncharted territory. This speed is downright comparable to the most elite scouts of the demon-vanquishing army. Su Feng widened his eyes, pointing at the glowing dot. Who is this person? Check this person's identification tag for me. What kind of extraordinary being is this? The glowing dot represented life sign records, and by feeding the identification tag back to the military camp, they could retrieve corresponding target information. A scout camp clerk checked and reported. It's that senior high school student from the War Academy, Yi Zhe. Upon hearing this result, Su Feng was completely stunned because he remembered this name. That level 4 summoner with the lowest rank? Yes, level 4, summoner class, now already level 5. The clerk glanced at the information reflected on the badge and confirmed. Su Feng gasped with an audible hiss, sucking in a sharp breath. Summoner? Isn't that a late-game class? Level 5, and this powerful already? Whose subordinate warrior is this anyway? Could he be some rich second-generation heir from a family that provides exceptional summoned beasts? Even then, he shouldn't possess strength of this magnitude. Su Feng was completely baffled. Damn it, when I first saw this level 4 summoner, I thought it was another rich kid sneaking in to gild their resume. Participating in pioneering operations in the contaminated lands earned bonus points in university evaluations. Previously, many wealthy students had specifically come to the scout battalion just to gild their credentials. But those people, despite having equipment and skills, were extremely poor in combat ability and psychological quality. There's absolutely no way they could have solo-clearing capabilities like this. Su Feng thought to himself, he's a promising seedling. Then he instructed the clerk, keep a special eye on this one. He's only dealing with ordinary demon soldiers now, but his level is low and he lacks battlefield experience. If he encounters an elite-class opponent, he might suffer a major setback. Make sure to notify me immediately when that happens. Monitoring clerk, understood. My experience has already reached over 80% so quickly. Inside the dungeon, after an hour of full-on monster grinding, Yi Zhe was in high spirits as he watched his experience bar skyrocket. Beside him, Panda threw out a palm strike with his current stats, easily shattering the last zombie fiend in the vicinity to pieces. Zombie fiend slain, gain 90 EXP. Level 5, 1755/2100. The polluted area still doesn't have enough monsters. Yi Zhe couldn't help but voice an utterly inhuman sentiment. But for him, if there were more monsters, he might have leveled up already. After all, for a battle-hardened panda, physical exertion was always kept to a minimum, as if it never grew tired at all. Yi Zhe didn't even need to lift a finger and was starting to feel a bit drowsy. But just then, a squirrel shadow clone returned with intel, snapping Yi Zhe wide awake. An elite-class fiend spotted at 8 o'clock? To effectively detect the monster's location, Yi's deployed 12 squirrel shadow clones in 12-hour directions, conducting a full-scale search. Any movement in the vicinity would be immediately detected. Without hesitation, he set out, following the shadow clone's guidance, and quietly approached the target. Sure enough, it was a mini-boss. A towering skeletal monster over 2 meters tall, its entire body pieced together by countless blood-red bones, with eerie blue flames flickering in its eye sockets and razor-sharp bone spurs for fingertips. Bloodbone Fiend, LV-15. Type, Elite Demon. Chapter 18, you one-shot an Elite 2? What the hell kind of high schooler is this? Indeed, it's significantly stronger than an ordinary class magic weapon. Seeing his opponent's attributes, Yi Zhe couldn't help but marvel. The classification hierarchy of magical beasts is identical to that of summoned beasts. However, the classification of demonic entities differs entirely from the previous two, bearing more resemblance to ancient human classifications instead. Divided into common, elite, general, commander, king, emperor. Also known as demon soldier, demon captain, demon general, demon marshal, demon king, demon emperor. No one knows the origins of these demonic ranks. All that's known is that they strictly represent power and status. Just as the blood skeleton demon before Yi Zhe's eyes was no ordinary corpse demon that could be compared to. Blood skeleton demon, LV.15. Type, elite demon captain. Attributes, strength 116, constitution 99, agility 108, spirit 30. Trait, blood fiend frenzy. When an enemy is wounded, the bloodbone demon enters complete madness, doubling its attack power and attack speed. Skills, blood venom spike, bone shield. Percent. Just a single level 15 elite, yet its combat power rivals that of warriors at the same level. Yi Zhe suddenly understood, no wonder since the arrival of the Abyss, countries worldwide including Huaxia have been retreating step by step, their living environments continuously shrinking. This is just an elite demon. There are even mightier demon generals, demon kings, demon lords, and even demon emperors. How terrifying their power must be. Fortunately, for now, Yi Zhe's confidence remains unshaken. If it were an epic 2-star panda, dealing with Bloodbone Fiend would still require some effort. But the panda is now at epic 6 stars. 2 slaps at most, not a single one more. Yet just as Yi Zhe quietly approached, he discovered someone else had beaten into it. No. To say someone beat into it would be an understatement. It was the Bloodbone Demon, which had found its prey. Amid the rubble below, the Bloodbone Demon and 3 corpse demons were hunting down a scout squad. The 4 squad members were all professionals at levels 11 or 12. Yet, against the Bloodbone Demon, they stood utterly helpless. This fiend could both summon bone shields and wrench out its own bones to unleash bone spikes,
making it a formidable opponent both offensively and defensively, especially with the hard-to-kill Corpse Fiend lurking nearby.
Forget the Corpse Fiend temporarily. Focus fire on the Blood Wraith. We can't hold much longer.
The squad leader giving orders was a first-tier greatsword warrior, but apart from him and an assassin, the other two members were long-range fighters, an archer and a priestess, both female, facing off against a grotesque demon like the Corpse Fiend. Physical and psychological discomfort rolled into one.
The archer girl yelled, "We can't just ignore it. It's practically on top of us." She was referring to the priestess in the backline.
The frail priestess, already low in agility, was being steadily approached from the side by the Corpse Fiend. Especially the ghoul that had been wounded, its remaining arm wriggling on the ground was particularly unnerving.
"I'll deal with the ghoul first." Even as the archer girl spoke, she unleashed a triple arrow shot to relieve the crisis the priest girl was facing. Then came the agitated shout from the team leader, Lin Feifei, "Dodge now!"
Behold, the bloody skeleton demon plucked out one of its ribs, transforming it into a barbed bone spear. With a whoosh, it flew toward the rear ranks.
Fortunately, the female archer named Lin Feifei moved with nimble grace, evading a fatal strike.
Yet the bone barb still grazed her leg, tearing through the denim of her jeans.
"Rie up!"
Lin Feifei's straight and shapely legs revealed small patches of fair skin through the holes in her jeans, but a layer of blood had risen to the surface of her skin. She had been wounded by a bone spur.
"It's over."
The members of the team turned deathly pale. They saw the eerie blue flame and crimson bone demon's skull eye sockets transform into a terrifying blood-red hue.
After an earth-shaking roar, Blood Demon Frenzy was activated. Once someone was injured, the Blood-Bone Demon's attack and speed instantly doubled. It was already difficult to battle before, but now it's become even harder. But without another word, the team leader of the Greatsword Warrior class desperately blocked the demon, roaring, "Use the Distress Talisman now."
The distress signal, when activated, sends a message to the military camp, and experts from the Scout Battalion will rush to the scene as quickly as possible.
But that's only in theory. The Scout Battalion is already understaffed. Who knows if there are any available experts right now? Not to mention, given the Bloodbone Demon's current combat power, whether they can hold out until reinforcements arrive is another matter altogether.
This is precisely the danger of scouting missions. Who could have imagined the situation would turn deadly in the blink of an eye?
Though Yizhe didn't recognize these people, he had no intention of standing by idly. At any rate, he was determined to claim the experience points from this elite demon. The squirrels control the Bloodbone Demon while the pandas take them out one by one. At Yizhe's command,
the Bloodbone Demon, originally poised for a frenzied slaughter, suddenly froze as if gripped by the neck. Before it, the warrior captain who had taken a defensive stance found his mind short-circuiting at the sight.
What happened?
In the back row, as three ghouls were about to attack two female students, the panda struck out with two palm strikes from a distance. Tai Chi energy, smooth as flowing water, erupted within the range of the ghouls.
Boom! Killed 3 corpse demons, gained 270 EXP. Slayed 3 corpse demons in a single strike. What incredible power! The two ranged class girls widened their eyes in astonishment.
Just moments ago prepared for a life-or-death battle against the demons, they now saw a glimmer of hope. A top-tier fighter has arrived to help. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat a corpse demon, but to smash one to pieces with a single strike, the power required is unimaginable. Yet the panda before them had accomplished this effortlessly.
A summoner? Was there a summoner class among this scouting party?
Lin Feifei, who had been on the verge of calling for help, loosened her grip on the distress talisman as memories began flooding back, but she racked her brains and still couldn't figure it out. In fact, she still had some impression of Yizhe, but she never imagined connecting this formidable panda summon to the level 4 summoner Yizhe.
But the next moment,
Yizhe stepped out from the shadows. The 4 members of the team ahead looked as if their eyes might pop out of their sockets.
It's him! I remember him. That level 4, high school student, he really is a summoner, isn't he? Are high school students nowadays seriously this strong?
The reason everyone remembered so clearly was because very few level 4 practitioners ventured into the polluted lands. Someone like Yizhe who came alone was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But Yizhe paid no attention to these people, his gaze remained fixed on the Bloodbone Demon throughout.
Now, killing this Bloodbone Demon gave Yizhe just enough experience to level up.
Moreover, the corpse of the Bloodbone Demon seemed exchangeable for some military merit points.
Upon hearing Yizhe intended to confront the Bloodbone Demon, the 4 squad members urgently warned in unison, "Be careful, that Bloodbone Demon is in a frenzied state."
Before the words were fully spoken, everyone's expression seemed utterly frozen. The panda charged at the Bloodbone Demon with lightning speed. At this moment, bearing the dual legendary renowned titles, it had a 50% attack bonus and an 80% attack speed boost. With a single palm strike, the panda's movement blurred into afterimages, carrying the overwhelming force of Tai Chi energy.
Slap!
The Bloodbone Demon's skull shattered into fragments of broken bones, the crimson flames in its eye sockets extinguishing instantly.
For a moment, Lin Feifei and the others felt their eyelids twitching violently. An elite demon that had nearly brought them fatal danger was just crushed to death by a summoner's familiar, from a mere level 5 summoner? Killing ordinary level 10 corpse demons in one hit was one thing, but this? Can you even one-shot an elite demon in rage mode? Several people screamed internally. Is this F*King a high school student? Chapter 19, 6th entry. Wanna hang out with your big sis? Elite demon slain, Bloodbone Fiend, experience gained plus 375. Ding! Your level has increased to level 6. Talent, you have obtained one infinite golden entry draw opportunity. %%. While Lin Feifei and the others looked astonished, Yizhe remained completely unfazed. Given Panda's current strength and attack power bonuses, if it couldn't instantly kill a restrained Bloodbone Fiend, that would be truly unexpected. After the Bloodbone demon fell, 4 crystals and a piece of blue equipment burst out beside its corpse. Yizhe collected everything into his backpack space, including the Bloodbone demon's body. Might as well exchange it for 20 military credits at the scout camp. No sense wasting it. The 4 members of the nearby squad, though they participated in the battle, had absolutely no intention of claiming any loot. The 4 of them appeared to be fiercely engaged in combat, but in reality, they had only managed to deal about 10% damage to the Bloodbone demon's health bar. If it weren't for Yizhe, it was uncertain whether they would have survived. The greatsword-wielding squad leader cupped his hands respectfully toward Yizhe and said, No, this master, many thanks for saving my life. Even though Yizhe was younger than them, and of a lower rank, but after witnessing his combat prowess, no one dared to underestimate the youth before them anymore. Just reached level 6 and already possesses such combat power, how terrifying would they be at the same level as those others? So now, a group of level 10 first-tier professionals were calling a level 6 player an expert, yet no one found it the least bit strange. Are you with the East China Hunters Guild? Yizhe noticed the badge on the captain's uniform and couldn't help but ask. The Hunters Guild was one of the top 10 civilian guilds in East China, nearly on par with the Zhao clan. Their operations included taking commissions, hunting, strategizing for wild dungeons, and more. Yizhe had even considered that if he couldn't get into college, joining a civilian guild might not be a bad alternative. But now, there's no need to worry about that. The captain said, Correct, I'm Hushan, an official member of the East China Hunters Guild. There are 3 other teammates, all from the Hunters Guild. If you ever need help, feel free to call on us anytime. Indeed, these 4 were teammates from the same organization. Their flawless coordination explained how swiftly they'd slaughtered their way here. Yet unfortunately, even they struggled against the Bloodbone Fiend. Remembering the massive experience points the Fiend offered, Yizhe couldn't help but inquire. Have any of you encountered other elite demons? Killing elites gives you a whopping 375 EXP. That's several times better than corpse demons, almost comparable to the final boss of a hell-level dungeon. If I could farm a few more, my next level up wouldn't be far off. But across from me, Hushan immediately wore a bitter smile. If we had encountered elite demons earlier, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. Demon elites are exceptionally dangerous for most temporary scout squads. After all, most temporary scouts are barely above level 10. Facing elite demons at level 15, a single misstep could mean a total party wipe. What Hushan found hard to accept was, this high school student right before me, merely level 6, actually intends to specifically target elite evil spirits for kills. The gap between people can really be staggeringly large. Seeing Yizhe nod and cease further conversation, Hushan tactfully refrained from further disturbance as well, preparing to lead his team back to continue slaying corpse demons. As they were leaving, the female archer with her leg bandaged waved and said, Hey there, master, I'm Lin Feifei. Give me a shout if you ever need an extra hand. Of course, Yizhe was clearly soloing it. Lin Feifei didn't mind either. Not being able to form a team wasn't a big deal. Making an impression in front of experts is what truly matters. Yizhe declined. After the group left, he once again took out bamboo and pine cones to feed his summoned beast before settling down to rest. He continued sending the squirrel's shadow clones to scout the surroundings. He then looked at the piece of equipment that had dropped. Bloodbone armor, rare assassin gear, fixed defense plus 10, strength plus 25, constitution plus 25, 20% of damage dealt converts into a shield. Level 10. An assassin armor with a rare fixed defense attribute. The equipment's special effect was also quite enticing. You can see the equipment level behind it. Level 10. Yizhe sighed helplessly. This wasn't a dungeon. Against a level 15 elite demon, the only equipment that could drop was level 10 or 15 gear. Between feeding it to the panda or saving it for the squirrel, Yizhe chose the latter. I really need to level up faster. Otherwise, all the gear that drops here will be unusable. Well, what could he do? The monsters he was farming were just too high level. With that, Yizhe stowed away the equipment and activated the trait extraction he'd gained at level 6. What could it be this time?
Only Yi Zhe could see the golden sea of words appearing once more, swirling and flowing around him.
A moment later, a golden eye-shaped pattern came to rest before him. You have drawn the golden legendary word, Eyes of Insight. Eye of Insight can discern all information about a target, analyze all surrounding situations, and see through an enemy's concealment or disguise. This seems quite suitable for me. For a professional, this ability is practically tailor-made. Among professionals, aside from occupation and level, it's extremely difficult to detect any other information. If one could know the opponent's talents, skills, and more in advance with the Eye of Insight before a battle, they would undoubtedly gain an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, the effects of the Eye of Insight go even further. Yi's tried assigning the term to himself. Eye of Insight term assignment successful. Sure enough, it worked on myself, just a shame it didn't increase other attributes. Yi Zhe checked his talent column and indeed found a new entry, Eye of Insight. In his mind, it seemed he gained deeper understanding about this Eye of Insight. So this is the effect of being granted an epithet, he realized. Let's give it a try, the ability to analyze the surroundings. Yi Zhe was quite excited about this effect. His gaze focused on a small crater in the ground that had been blasted open by the panda's Tai Chi inner force. Eyes of Insight. In an instant, his pupils turned golden. A torrent of data streamed across his vision like golden threads unraveling from the depths of his irises. The next moment, an information box appeared beside the small pit within his line of sight. A small crater left by residual internal force fluctuations, analyzing all the surrounding circumstances. So that's how it is. The investigative skills of ordinary professionals can only be used on other professionals or monsters. But with Eyes of Insight, every blade of grass and every tree can become a target of his analysis. With this ability, nothing happening around him can escape his notice. He turned his head, surveying the surrounding ground. Battle traces, a bloodbone fiend clashed with a human professional, resulting in the fiend's death. Yi Zhe's expression grew excited. Right now, he was practically the ultimate detective. If I could visit the city lord's treasure vault again now, even those unidentified items, I should be able to appraise them with ease now. This effect left Yi Zhe utterly satisfied with this particular phrase. His instincts told him this ability would prove immensely valuable in the future. Whether on the battlefield or polluted lands, controlling intelligence means gripping the lifeline of your opponent. Yi Zhe's eyes shifted once more. Yet the intelligence before him suddenly made him freeze. Detection Phantom, a reconnaissance skill cast by a professional class shadow assassin, appearing half a minute ago. Dark Spirit Assassin? Someone else is coming. Yi Zhe closed his inside eye when he suddenly heard that bell-like laughter from behind. Little brother, you're so impressive, you can even defeat elite demons now. Would you like to join me, big sister? Chapter 20, What evil intentions could a rich woman have? Hearing that familiar laughter, Yi Zhe instinctively turned to look. It was the girl in black from before. She stood alone, her slender figure wrapped in black, the curves alluringly pronounced. Her delicate and exquisite features brimmed with vitality, exuding youthful energy, while her spirited peach blossom eyes gazed at Yi Zhe with playful amusement. Would you consider teaming up with your big sister? Despite her relatively young age, she kept referring to herself as big sister. Yi Zhe remained silent, realizing a problem. He had clearly sent out shadow clones of squirrel scouts for reconnaissance, yet had completely failed to detect this girl's presence. She had evaded the detection of all shadow clones. Not ordinary at all. Moreover, when he previously used the detection panel, he couldn't even see the other party's level or class. Seeing Yi Zhe remain silent, the black-clad girl smiled again and said, "You're leveling up to prepare for the college entrance exams, right? I've discovered a demonic stronghold, at least 10 elite demons. 10 elite demons. If he could kill them all, not only would he level up again, but he'd also gain nearly 1,000 extra experience points." Yi Zhe could already picture his experience bar skyrocketing. He almost blurted out, "Where?" The girl in black froze for a moment, then looked as if she couldn't hold back her laughter as she said, "At the very least, I'm considered a beauty, yet you completely ignore me. Just one mention of elite demon news gets you this excited?" She sighed helplessly. How will you ever find a girlfriend acting like this?" The girl in black was being somewhat modest. Not only was she quite beautiful, but among all the girls Yi Zhe had met, she easily ranked in the top 2. But Yi Zhe was in polluted territory, and with her mysterious strength, he had to maintain proper caution. But now, with Insightful Eye at his disposal, he could at least get a sense of her true depths. In an instant, Insightful Eye activated. Locked onto the black-clad girl before him, an incredibly detailed personal panel unfolded within his field of vision. Ruan Xiaoyo. Occupation profile. Rare profession, Shadow Spirit Assassin. Level, 19, first tier. Attributes, Strength 186, plus 80, Constitution 152, plus 60, Agility 206, plus 105, Spirit 174, plus 10. Bonus attributes from equipment are shown in parentheses. Skills, Shadow Strike LV6, Epic, Phantom Step LV4, Epic. Equipment, Umbral Dagger, Legendary, Barrier Ring, Epic. Potential Assessment, Excellent. Personal Profile. Age, 19. Affiliation, Freshman in the Assassin Department of East China Martial University. Father, Ruan Pingqiu, Mother, Lu Mei. Mentor, Ruan Pingqiu. Awards received, ranked 79th nationwide in the previous professional qualification exam, 10th place in the East China Prodigy Training Camp. Childhood champion in rubber band jumping. Life skills, bomb making, trap setting, fried rice with eggs. Favorite colors, black, gray, white. Measurements, 86, 69, 90%. When he saw the body measurements data, Yizhe's mouth twitched as he closed the eyes of insight. He never expected the information could be this detailed. It practically announced the color of the other person's underwear to him. This eyes of insight completely outclassed any reconnaissance skill Yizhe had ever encountered. I couldn't see her information before she was indeed wearing anti-detection equipment, a shielding ring. However, under the insightful eye, nothing can remain hidden. Yet, Yizhe felt somewhat puzzled. Ruan Xiaoyu, a level 19 shadow spirit assassin with exceptionally high attributes. And only the job change quest stands between them and reaching professional tier 2. With such a high level and being a top student from East China Martial University, why come to the polluted lands? East China Martial University is the most prestigious institution in the entire East China region. It offers various types of leveling opportunities, resources, trial dungeons, plus national subsidies granted to elite academies. Where else could you find better conditions for leveling up? What's wrong with you? Noticing Yizhe's slightly unnatural expression, Wan Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes flickered with an interrogative gaze. Been staring at your sister for so long? Want to know what your sister does for a living? Having been too focused on reading the inside eyes information moments ago, Yizhe deftly changed the subject. Ahem, never mind, shall we discuss the demonic stronghold? The girl in black, Wan Xiaoyu, asked curiously, you agreed to team up so quickly? Yizhe's reason was simple. Anyone who ranked in the top 100 of last year's National College entrance exam was unlikely to be a dangerous sociopath. And look at her excellent equipment and extraordinary skills. Clearly she's a little rich lady. What bad intentions could a rich lady possibly have? Moreover, given Wan Xiaoyou's level 19 abilities, she still needed to form a team. That demon stronghold must be no ordinary place. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ruan Xiaoyu, you can call me Big Sister. The girl in black smiled brightly, her eyes curving into crescents. Yizhe ignored the latter part of her sentence and said, my name is Yizhe, I'm a summoner. Not hearing Yizhe call her sister made Ruan Xiaoyu pout her lips. You can solo kill elite demons, right? Yizhe thought for a moment. It seemed Ruan Xiaoyou's scout spirit from earlier had probably witnessed the scene of him collecting the blood skeleton demon's remains. He admitted, that's right. Ruan Xiaoyu smiled with satisfaction. Good, then we just need to find one more who can solo elite monsters. We still need to find another one? She was a level 19 professional with all excellent gear and skills. Even after finding Nia's help, she still thinks it's difficult? And she explicitly needs someone capable of at least soloing elite demonic monsters. Is this demon stronghold really so hard to conquer? Yizhe couldn't help but ask. Demon strongholds are covered in the textbook Demon Subjugation and Resistance, the polluted lands. Most cases occur because some form of energy entity emerges within the polluted lands, drawing demons instinctively toward its location. Eventually, as more and more demons gather, the site evolves into a full-fledged demon stronghold. Energy bodies come in many forms, including high-quality crystals, high-grade artifacts, and other possibilities. But since contamination zone number 19 has just appeared, theoretically there shouldn't be a convergence of such powerful evil forces yet. Ruan Xiaoyu folded her arms and explained. That place is a large temple, completely overrun by evil spirits, multiple layers of infestation inside and out. I'm an assassin, not good at fighting multiple enemies at once. Even if I take on the strongest few, there would still be at least 6 elite fiends left. She emphasized the word 6 when saying it. In her judgment, someone capable of single-handedly killing an elite fiend could probably hold off 3 elites of the same level. If Yizhe were to face 6 demons alone, the danger would be immense. That's why she needed to find another teammate to help share the pressure with Yizhe. With that, her eyes teasingly fell upon Yizhe as she remarked, could it be, you want to take on all 6 by yourself? Dealing with 6 elite demons simultaneously, never mind that Yizhe was only level 6, even a level 16 professional would be at risk of being overwhelmed. Yizhe fell silent for a moment, then suddenly recalled a famous quote from a master in his previous life and spoke up. No, I want to fight 10. Hearing this extremely arrogant remark, Ruan Xiaoyu didn't mock him, her peach blossom eyes were filled with amusement. You're quite bold with your words, little brother. But when she saw Yizhe's expression, her little face was filled with astonishment. You can't be serious, can you? Taking on multiple demons at once is far more difficult than dealing with them one by one.
Not to mention, facing 6 elite-level demons simultaneously, how incredibly challenging that would be. Especially for a level 6 professional. Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but reminisce back when she was level 6, she'd still been slowly grinding experience in high school's beginner dungeon. Forget about challenging 6 elite demons simultaneously, even a one-on-one fight would have been extremely difficult.
Hearing Ruan Xiaoyu's question, Yi Zhe couldn't help but seriously contemplate for a moment.
After leveling up to 6, the panda's strength increased to 163. Against elite demons one-on-one, one palm strike would solve each without much trouble. Using the grasped sparrow's tail technique, taking down 2 with a single palm strike wouldn't be difficult either. But facing 6 simultaneously would indeed reduce the odds of victory somewhat. He replied, about a 99% certainty. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu extended her pale little hand and placed it on Yi Zhe's forehead. A level 6 professional, trying to deal with 6 level 15 demon elites.
What Yi Zhe said wasn't even "we can give it a try," but a 99% certainty? Not saying 100%, should she commend him for being modest?
Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Forget her disbelief, even her 6-year-old niece from her second uncle's household wouldn't buy that. She hummed, "Little brother, don't force yourself if you can't handle it."
Yi Zhe smiled and said, "Whether I'm good enough or not, you can try for yourself."
Ruan Xiaoyu clasped her hands before her chest, white peach blossom eyes sparkling with sudden interest.
"Just give it a try."
Yet before the words could fully leave his lips,
from the distance came a weeping cry for help. "Help me! Save me!"
The 2 men immediately turned toward the sound. They saw 2 frail young women, their clothes in tatters, faces deathly pale, struggling to flee on legs that seemed too weak to carry them. Blood stained the tattered clothes as the 2 girls pleaded weakly, "Please, help! There are demon lieutenants behind us, so many of them."
Elite demons? So many? Could it be that the demons from the stronghold have come out?
Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the 2 girls with pity and immediately prepared to step forward. "I'll go save them. If you want to prove your strength, this is a perfect opportunity to test it on those pursuers." No sooner had the words left his mouth, she noticed Yi Zhe's hand resting firmly on her shoulder, blocking her forcefully. Ruan Xiaoyu turned her head in bewilderment. Yi Zhe's expression remained eerily calm, his pupils shimmering with a golden light.
Percent. Target analyzed. Shell identity, Lu Qing, Human Demon Suppression Army Temporary Scout. True identity, Fiendish Elite, Flayer Demon, LV.20. Chapter 21 The Flayer, Journey to the Fiend's Lair. Yi Zhe immediately activated his insight eye the moment he detected a hint of irregularity. Sure enough, a problem was discovered. Both girls before their eyes had, without exception, already fallen victim to foul play. Now standing before them were 2 demons in disguise. Level 20 Elite Demon, the Flayer. Just its name alone conveyed how bizarre and unpredictable its abilities must be. Skin Flayer, LV.20. Type, Elite Demon Lieutenant. Attributes, Strength 100, Constitution 70, Agility 70, Spirit 140. Special ability, Skin Theft, flays the skin from corpses, seamlessly assimilating into the hide to perfectly mimic the target's appearance. Skills, Shell Breaker Strike, Hide Restoration, Mimicry. Percent. Though compared to other demons, the Skin Flayer's combat prowess appears mediocre. Yet according to military data, the Skin Flayer has caused more casualties than any other elite demon. Its ability to assume alternate appearances is far too deceptive. Moreover, the Flayer is the most intelligent among elite demons, adept at mimicking humans. If it were any other newcomer, they'd easily be tricked into approaching the skinning demon, struck with full force before they could react, ending up either dead or grievously wounded. At this moment, the 2 skinning demons were still performing, playing the role of a severely injured woman, weak and powerless. "Help me, please, save me." Ruan Xiaoyu's reaction wasn't slow either. However, as a freshman, she didn't have much experience entering contaminated zones. The moment Yi Zhe stopped her, she immediately sensed something was wrong. How could 2 injured girls possibly have escaped from several elite demons unharmed? She turned her head to look at Yi Zhe, only to find that he had already walked over completely defenseless. "Hey, you stopped me just to go over there yourself? For heaven's sake, at least put on your armor," Ruan Xiaoyu screamed inwardly. In the next instant, she grasped an eerie blue dagger in a reverse grip, poised for battle. In any situation that arises, she can provide support at the fastest speed. Yi Zhe calmly walked over to a spot not far from the 2 girls and said in a composed tone, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Can you show me where you're hurt?" Seeing someone approach, the 2 girls exhaled in relief as if rescued. Upon hearing Yi Zhe's request to examine their wounds, they showed no surprise, assuming he intended to treat their injuries. One of them turned slightly and lifted her clothing, revealing the skin on her waist. "The wound here, it hurts so bad. Come look quick." It urgently invited Yi Zhe to come closer. Yet Yi Zhe shook his head and retorted, No, the wound isn't there." The 2 flesh-stripping demons froze for a moment, seemingly trying to comprehend this statement. Yi Zhe pointed to its neck. "Your wound is here.
No sooner had these words been spoken than a shadow squirrel emerged from the flayer's shadow. Ability activated, Shadow Strike. The crimson demon blade in the squirrel's hand flashed with red light, a streak of blood tracing where Yizei's finger had pointed.
In the next second, the flayer demon's head went flying. Elite Demon Slain, Flayer Demon, Experience plus 500. Level, 6, 710/3100. The whole process happened in an instant. It was as if Yizei was ordering from a menu. No sooner had he pointed at the other man's neck than the next moment, his head rolled to the floor. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Ruan Xiaoyu froze in shock. He killed him just like that, without hesitation? Doesn't he even worry about making a wrong judgment and killing an innocent person? Moreover, judging by appearances alone, she was truly a living person, a delicate young woman at that. Yet Yizei struck her down without the slightest hesitation. She'd witnessed countless people capable of slaying hide-peeling demons before. But someone as decisive as Yizei, aside from veteran demon suppression army soldiers with over a decade of experience, this was the first time she'd ever seen. Moreover, the strength displayed by Yizei's summoned beast was beyond her belief. Sneaking into shadows to launch an attack, it's practically a divine skill for assassins. The skill's quality must be at least epic tier or higher. She herself was an assassin, so she naturally understood the value of assassin skills, and for a moment, she even felt a twinge of envy. A summoned beast with skills of epic rank or higher. Is this Yizei's trump card? Their strength is indeed not weak. Meanwhile, after slaying one flayed demon, the other wasn't even able to react. So sudden. You attack mid-conversation, are you the demon here or am I? But it wouldn't get another chance to strike. After the squirrel made its move, two shadow clones emerged from another flayer's shadow. The squirrel's shadow clones couldn't use the shadow clone skill, but other abilities like Shadow Strike remained fully functional. Each shadow clone possessed only 80% of the original body's offensive power. To ensure absolute certainty, Yizei secretly commanded the squirrel to hide two shadow clones here in advance. But this worry proved unnecessary. After all, with the dual halo effect of legendary reputation, even shadow clones could benefit from the attack bonuses. Combined with the Skinner demon caught completely off guard, its 70-point constitution was like rotten wood severed in a single slash. Skin Demon Slain. Experience gained, plus 500. Truly worthy of being elite demons from the 20th level, each worth 1000 experience points. The experience bar surged by nearly half. This was the exact leveling speed he had truly desired when coming to the corrupted lands. As the two headless flayed demons collapsed, their true forms were revealed, grotesque, rubbery bodies resembling stretched human skin. Ruan Xiaoyu walked over, still somewhat surprised even though she had already guessed the outcome. Both of them are flayers. But, how exactly did you figure that out? Her peach blossom eyes then turned toward Yizei with keen interest. Like a little black cat fixated on its prey, sharp and curious. It's quite normal to receive such questioning. Yizei saw through it with unsettling speed, like a 10-year veteran of the demon suppression army. The true method, the insightfulite, must never be revealed. He wasn't yet familiar enough with Ruan Xiaoyu to know her inside out. However, before using his inside eye, he had indeed noticed some anomalies. Because evil spirits don't run away. So when they pretend to be fleeing humans, they leave glaring flaws. The leg movements during escape, the emotions of calling for help, and so on, are all markedly different from humans. This was all taught during Lu Boyan's lectures. Of course, it can only serve as 50% of the basis for judgment. But after confirmation by the eye of insight, it instantly reached 100%. It's like knowing the answer first before responding to a question that gives you so much more confidence. Anyone can copy when they have the answers right in front of them. Yet, just these anomalies that Yizei mentioned had Ruan Xiaoyu utterly fascinated. Yizei stood up and then asked, "Do you have a fire?" He glanced at the ground, at those two deflated human husks lying there. Ruan Xiaoyu understood his meaning. She reached into her backpack, pulled out a firestone, and tossed it onto them. Flames erupted instantly, cremating the two husks. Yizei waved his hand and said, "Let's go, shall we give it a try?" "No need. I've already seen your summoned beast's capabilities. Another match would be unfair to you." Ruan Xiaoyu smirked faintly. "Big sister here doesn't bully others. Your summoned beast's abilities are decent, but its attributes are a bit lacking. You'll have to work harder, little brother Yizei." She patted Yizei's shoulder as if to console him. His face darkened instantly. Being 1 year older certainly carries its weight. However, thinking I only have one summoned beast would be a grave mistake. At this moment, Ruan Xiaoyu pointed ahead. "Let's go, just the two of us, to test that demon stronghold." Finding a teammate who can solo kill elite demons isn't easy either. She had already witnessed the squirrel's cloning ability, which significantly boosted her confidence in Yizei. He silently assessed, with his clone ability, Yizei could probably hold off the other 6 elite demons. The stronghold might be conquerable after all. Yizei himself was quite eager about that demon outpost too. Following Ruan Xiaoyu, the two departed the area one after another. walking deeper into the depths of the number 19 contaminated zone. Chapter 22, Call Me Sis? How about looking after my student? The further inward we went, the thicker the faint gray mist in the air became. The ground showed no signs of life, presenting only a scene of decayed wasteland. Through a shadowy stretch of woods, Yizhe followed Ruan Xiaoyu and arrived at a temple thick with demonic energy. Polluted Zone 19 was originally a scenic area, and the temple within it had now become a stronghold for evil spirits. The temple was fairly spacious, with a few low-tier corpse demons loitering by the main gate. Ruan Xiaoyu whispered, "Do you remember that bounty mission to retrieve the lost supplies?" It was the one she had accepted at the bounty board. Yizhe had a good memory and nodded in acknowledgement. Ruan Xiaoyu began explaining the main purpose of this trip. Those lost supplies were originally special items being transported to Dongwu City. During the transportation, they happened to encounter the expansion of the contaminated zone. The transport personnel were attacked by demons, causing the items to be lost here. Hearing this, Yizhe's expression immediately turned startled. Special items being transported to Dongwu City? Dongwu City, the largest, most resource-abundant, and most heavily armed central metropolis in the East China region. It could be described as vast in territory and abundant in resources, surpassing Lingyuan City by several dozen times. Even East China's top university, East China University of Martial Sciences, is located in Dongwu City. Then, what special items would be worth transporting from other places to Dongwu City? Moreover, this mission comes with a military bounty of 500 merit points. Yizhe's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he asked, "Are those lost supplies hidden in this very temple?" Ruan Xiaoyu nodded her head. "Aha, what exactly is inside those supplies?" Yizhe was certain she must know. The bounty mission only mentioned lost supplies, yet she knew even their origin. Coupled with her status as a student from East China Martial University who originally hailed from Dongwu City, Yizhe suspected she had come precisely for this purpose. With a sudden mischievous smile gracing Ruan Xiaoyu's exquisite and captivating features, "Call me big sister and I'll tell you." Yizhe. A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could I betray my dignity over such a trivial matter? At least throw in a bit more. As for the contents of those supplies, once I get inside and take a look with my inside eye, won't I know everything? Yizhe declared sternly. "No way. Not even a little curious?" Ruan Xiaoyu wanted to try tempting him further, but Yizhe remained unmoved. Not that she was disappointed, though. Then, she pointed toward the temple. "See, after entering the temple gate, there are 2 courtyards east and west. Each has over 6 elite evil spirits, along with some ordinary ones." Yizhe followed her pointing finger and saw that the demonic aura was indeed more intense in the 2 courtyards than the outside. He and Ruan Xiaoyu would clearly have to split up, each taking one side. Ruan Xiaoyu earnestly advised him, "If you think you can't hold out until I come to support you, you should leave now while we still have the chance to find another teammate." Judging by the strength of shadow squirrels Ruan Xiaoyu had encountered before, Yizhe holding off an entire group of fiends alone would still be quite difficult. Yet upon hearing about this group of fiends, Yizhe grew unusually excited. These were all walking experience packs. If there really were this many elite fiends, then he might just have found the source of experience needed for his next level up. Yizhe couldn't wait and said, "If we leave now, I'd have to sit up in the middle of the night and slap myself twice." "But," Ruan Xiaoyu covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Fine, fine. Then let's give it a try." Once she decided to act, she immediately became serious. In an instant, she summoned a dim gray energy sphere in her hand and hurled it straight toward the temple entrance. "You take the left, I'll handle the right." No sooner had the words left her lips than her figure vanished abruptly, reappearing instantly at the temple entrance right where the energy sphere had been. "It's a blink spirit." Yizhe had studied the dark spirit assassin's skills and naturally recognized what that energy orb was. As long as the blink spirit remains active, the dark spirit assassin can consume mana to teleport multiple times within its range. After all, it's also a rare class, its strength is undeniable. Ruan Xiaoyu's dagger flashed into view as a streak of ghostly light swept through the air, slicing the zombie demons at the entrance into countless paper-thin fragments. Then, she shot Yizhe an encouraging fighting glance before charging toward the courtyard on the left. Between the courtyards on both sides, the sinister aura was stronger on the left. She had deliberately chosen the more formidable opponent. Yizhe didn't hesitate and stepped forward. "Panda." A Tai Chi pattern lit up as a Kung Fu panda clad in a slender black and white Taoist robe appeared. This was Yizhe's true combat strength. The dozen or so demonic creatures in the right courtyard were currently attempting to flank left, trying to surround Ruan Xiaoyu who had entered the battlefield first. The panda stood in their path, raising its paws and the white crane spreads its wings stance. Hua! Among the dozen or so demons, 6 were elite variants. What reassured Yizhe was that all 6 were bloodbone demons. As long as we prevent the bloodbone fiend from striking us, it's no real threat. Yizhe instructed, "The squirrel doesn't need to fight anymore. Send a clone to scout around and see if there are any treasures."
The squirrel raised both paws excitedly and cheered. For some reason, ever since acquiring the treasure-sniffing trait, the squirrel had developed a much keener interest in collecting treasures.
It feels like fighting is just a job, but treasure hunting is life.
Then, the squirrel split into 4 shadow clones and dashed toward the temple.
In the courtyard, a battle was imminent.
6 bloodbone fiends and 8 corpse demons suddenly slowed down as they were about to surround the panda.
Despite Kung Fu Panda's round and plump figure, his moves were remarkably agile.
Swinging his massive paws left and right with effortless grace, he first executed the cloud hands technique, enveloping all the bloodbone fiends with a sluggish energy field. Then, with thunderous claps of his palms, he unleashed the double peaks piercer's strike, blasting forth a powerful surge of Tai Chi internal energy.
Smack!
The 4 leading corpse demons were blasted into scattered fragments, reduced to pools of pulped flesh.
4 cadaver demons eliminated. Experience plus 360 gained. Level 6, 1570/3100. Casually annihilated.
Among the 6 fiendish elites, only 3 remained unscathed, while the other 3 had suffered severe injuries from the Twin Peaks strike.
Alas, the wounds of their comrades could not trigger their frenzy trait.
The panda was fighting 1 against 6, and yet it completely dominated the battle. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The bloody bone demon even began sneak attacks, pulling out a rib and condensing it into a bone spike to hurl at the panda. But the panda was a battlefield legend, with unparalleled combat experience. On the battlefield, there's never a shortage of underhanded ambushes. This one counted as child's play. The panda swiftly grabbed the bone spur and flung it toward another injured bloodbone demon with borrowed momentum. It moved so fast that the latter had no time to react.
Swish! The bloodbone demon's own skill ended up being used to slay its kin. Defeated bloodbone fiend, LV.15, EXP gained plus 375.
A bloodbone fiend unable to trigger frenzy is like a tiger without fangs.
The panda's black and white figure flashed as it actively charged into the horde of demons.
With a single thunderous slap, it crushed both Bone Shield and gravely injured Fiend in one strike.
The remaining demons flew into a rage and counterattacked.
The panda welcomed them all, handling the situation with ease.
Equipped with the exclusive Spirit Contract set, its attack damage multiplier rises to 150%. Add to that the dual legendary auras, 50% attack boost and 80% attack speed enhancement. Even fighting level 15 enemies at level 6 was as easy as slicing through melons and chopping vegetables. In less than 2 minutes, 6 elite fiends and 8 corpse demons were all reduced to minced flesh and scattered remains. Ding! You have leveled up to level 7. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite golden entry draw opportunity.
Meanwhile, at the Scout Battalion's monitoring department, a dozen military clerks continuously monitored the instruments, recording data on the pioneering progress of contaminated zone number 19. Standing near the sand table model, Battalion Commander Su Feng wore a troubled expression.
What exactly is happening in contaminated zone number 19?
The clearing progress is actually twice as slow as zone 18. After nearly a full day, dozens of scouts have made less than 30% progress in exploring the wilderness. The only thing that brought him some comfort was Yi Zhe. While others were lagging far behind, he had already pushed deep into the corrupted lands. At this moment, the clerk specifically assigned to monitor Yi Zhe suddenly gasped in astonishment.
Battalion Commander, come quick! Su Feng's expression tightened. Something happened? Did Yi Zhe run into an elite demon? Pin his location for me, I'm heading there now.
The clerk shook his head, but his face betrayed shock, as if the matter was even more bizarre than encountering an elite demon. Su Feng immediately quickened his pace over. The clerk swallowed hard and said, "See here, according to the nameplate display,
Yi Zhe, he's reached level 7. Su Feng was somewhat speechless and scolded impatiently. Don't make such a fuss, I thought it was something serious. So what if he's level 7? Level 7. As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed dramatically in an instant. Level 7. Last time he mentioned it, wasn't he only level 5?
Su Feng pointed at the clerk, even wanting to question whether they had reported incorrectly.
Just over 2 hours, and promoted twice in a row?
Back when he was grinding levels for the college entrance exams, getting 2 levels in a single day was considered highly efficient. The clerk immediately repeated aggrievedly. You're absolutely right, Yi Zhe was level 4 when he came to the Scout Battalion.
After the first hour of pioneering, he reached level 5. Now, just over 2 hours later, he's jumped 2 levels. He's already level 7.
Su Feng drew a sharp breath. Holy Mother of God. If it weren't for the fact that this instrument had never made a mistake, he might have even suspected the data was faulty.
More than 3 hours, and he leveled up 3 times in a row. This upgrade speed is... Wait a minute. Su Feng suddenly startled again. Did he not encounter any elite demonic creatures?
The clerk smiled bitterly. At this leveling pace, he didn't just encounter one, he probably killed more than 1 elite demon.
Battalion Commander Su Feng's face froze.
The clerk explained the reason. If he didn't kill any elite demons, he'd need to slay 58 ordinary demons consecutively to level up twice.
But summons don't have the stamina for grinding at such high intensity.
Moreover, judging by the density of the demons, I estimate he's already slain over 7 elite demons.
Hearing such astonishing news, nearby clerks couldn't help but steal glances. Su Feng was left utterly speechless, letting out a long sigh. How can he have this kind of combat power at his level? Where did this divine being come from?
At this thought, Su Feng immediately contacted the personnel in charge of temporary scout registrations.
Quick, find out where he came from. Scout Camp Registrar, Yi Zhe, you mean? Yes, find out his identity and who approved his entry. Got it. Su Feng now strongly suspected this was some genius disciple secretly cultivated by a powerful figure. Just at that moment, the door to the room was pushed open. A stern-looking officer in his 50s entered, his authoritative presence radiating formidable power even without visible anger. Su Feng was shocked. Regiment Commander, what brings you here?
The man standing before me was Chang Jingping, commander of the Pursue North Regiment of the East China Army. Although not part of the same division as his reconnaissance battalion, he was still one of the top decision-makers in the East China Military Command. Su Feng immediately snapped a military salute.
Chang Jingping waved his hands repeatedly. Private matter, private matter.
The two found a quiet place to sit, and only then did Chang Jingping continue. An old comrade who was discharged due to injuries never sought my help before. Today he suddenly asked me to look out for his student.
So I came right away. After hearing this, Su Feng naturally understood immediately. In the scout battalion? Chang Jingping nodded.
Looking after juniors in the army was a common practice. Not exactly against discipline, but within regulations, there wasn't much one could do beyond ensuring they stayed alive at most. Chang Zhengping shared exactly the same thought. Among today's team clearing the polluted lands,
my old comrade said his student is only level 4 now, young and arrogant, prone to unorthodox methods that might lead to trouble.
He begged me to ensure his safe return.
Hearing this level, Su Feng's previously calm expression suddenly became agitated. Level 4. That couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? He cautiously probed. May I ask, what is this student's name?
Yi Zhe, a third-year student from the ordinary class of the War College.
After speaking, Chang Zhengping added with concern, has anything happened to him?
Su Feng's eyes instantly widened to the size of bronze bells.
It really was him. Chapter 23, at least a rookie king. The 7th entry. Seeing Su Feng's unusual expression, Chang Zhengping's complexion changed dramatically. Has something really happened? He had rushed over immediately after receiving Lu Boyan's message. Could he still be too late?
Su Feng found himself at a loss for where to begin. All he could say was, perhaps you should come see for yourself first. As he spoke, he led Chang Zhengping back into the monitoring department.
Walking past the identity registration staff, Su Feng remarked, no need to investigate Yi Zhe's background anymore, I've found it. Hearing this, Chang Zhengping frowned deeply. Investigating the background? Isn't that the procedure usually followed after soldiers perish in battle, when we need to contact their families? Could it really be?
Chang Zhengping, who had been exuding an imposing presence moments earlier, suddenly let out a remorseful sigh. As he was thinking, Su Feng led him to the monitoring ceremony and had the clerk pull up Yi Zhe's information.
Yi Zhe, Summoner, Level 7.
Chang Zhengping froze for a moment before waving it off and turning to Su Feng, saying,
not this one. I'm looking for the one that's Level 4. Su Feng completely understood his reaction. Not even half a day, and rising 3 levels, who would believe that? He confirmed very seriously, Regiment Commander, it's him. 3 hours ago, he was Level 4, from the War Academy, a high school senior. Chang Zhengping fell silent, staring wordlessly for a long time. Polluted lands, solo clear, gaining 3 levels in 3 hours? Would someone like me even get the chance to look after this kind of genius? That's impossible, he's only Level 4. How could he defeat the demons in the contaminated zone? Was he in a party? The clerk reported truthfully, he was soloing most of the time. He only just partied up with someone else. Su Feng grew excited. It's true, Commander. He's practically a genius among geniuses. Please tell us, Commander, what kind of legendary figure is this comrade of yours who trained such a prodigy? Chang Zhengping was feeling a bit dazed. His former comrade in arms, Lu Boyan, had retired from the military due to injuries and had been teaching at a high school ever since, never really advancing in his position. How did he quietly manage to cultivate such a prodigy? Old Lu, this. Su Feng suddenly remembered something and showed him the topographic map. Look, Commander, Yi Zhe solo clearing these areas means his pioneering speed has far surpassed everyone else's. He's already advanced deep into contaminated zone number 19. This is top-tier vanguard reconnaissance. As commander of the East China Army, Chang Zhengping naturally understood just how terrifying this pioneering speed was. In the military, becoming the top rookie would be a piece of cake. Chang Zhengping suddenly lit up with excitement, clapping his hands and exclaiming, I've got it. This isn't about Lao Lu asking me to look after students at all. This is Lao Lu sending talent to our East China army. Ah, Chang Jingping excitedly paced back and forth. How did Lao Lu know our regiment was short of talent? None other than Lao Lu. Guess who still remembers me after all? Seeing the situation turning awkward, Su Feng whispered, Commander, this was actually the talent our scout battalion discovered. Chang Jingping instantly grew serious. What nonsense? Never mind which battalion or regiment he belongs to, the most important thing is, we absolutely cannot let this young man slip away from our East China command. Agreed. Su Feng voiced his strong support. But in his heart, Chang Jingping thought to himself, luckily I came today. Where else could I snatch such talent? Guess I owe old Lu a favor now. Meanwhile, the newly leveled up Yi stared joyfully at his experience bar. Level 7, 1080/4300. That batch of demons wasn't just enough for him to level up, it even gave him an extra quarter of experience points. Meanwhile, the squirrel gathered all the dropped loot. To his surprise, there was actually a rare grade skill book among the items. Steel Sinews, Warrior Skill Manual, usable at level 15. Dramatically increases defense. Theoretically, Panda could learn it after reaching level 15, but that level is still far off. By the time he actually reaches level 15, Yi is confident he won't be lacking for rare tier skills, so she still fed the skill book to the panda. Although the skill book is usable at level 15, it can still be consumed before reaching level 15. The panda opened its big bare mouth, chomping and swallowing it in one gulp. You are what you eat. Consumed steel bones and iron flesh, gained, constitution +4, reduced blade damage taken by 15%. Noticing the panda seemed a bit bored with its meal, Yi brought it a few more bamboo sticks. Then, Yi began extracting a level 7 entry. After 2 or 3 breaths, a golden glowing entry frame materialized before him. This time, the entry actually left Yi somewhat puzzled. You have drawn a golden legendary entry, Voidborn. Voidborn, beings that inhabit the endless void, possessing adaptability and uniqueness surpassing all things, capable of traversing through the void. Note, Voidborn possess uncertainty, manifesting significant variations when bestowed upon different targets. The void. Even in the most detailed textbooks, the description of the void amounts to only a few sparse sentences. The most frequently mentioned points are, the endless void, originating from beyond the world, is as mysterious and powerful as the eternal abyss. Yet humans have never witnessed true void-born creatures. This made Yi hesitate for a moment, unsure who to give the entry to. Coupled with that annotation, it might produce uncertain results, making Yi hesitate further. Panda, his role was already clearly defined, a warrior, the frontline melee combatant. As for Squirrel, he could develop into either an assassin or focus on support roles like scouting and treasure hunting. These two summoned beasts are already quite good, there seems to be no need to gamble on an uncertain outcome. Then, finally, Yi looked at his last remaining resource, summoned beast space, 2/3. There's still room to contract one more summoned beast. Where to make the contract? After much deliberation, Yi finally settled on the demon-suppressing army treasury. For every additional 1,000 military merits, one could access higher-tier demon-suppressing army treasuries to select items. Since it's a military treasury, there must be plenty of good summoning beasts. If I can accumulate enough military merits, perhaps I could directly choose a suitable third summoned beast. With this thought in mind, Yi temporarily set aside the entry void creature. Now he began contemplating ways to earn military merits, but the top priority is still clearing this demon stronghold first. After some thought, Yi decided to head to the left courtyard first to help Ruan Xiaoyu eliminate the evil spirits there. I can still gain some more experience. In the other courtyard, Ruan Xiaoyu had already slain half of the evil spirits. This pace was already quite fast, but she wanted to go even faster. I wonder how Yi is doing over there. We'd better hurry up, in case he can't hold them off and things go wrong. The greatest weakness of assassins is their lack of area of effect skills. Surrounded by corpse demons and under attack from elite fiends, she had no choice but to take them down one slash at a time. Just then, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a squirrel. The shadow squirrel was rapidly twitching its nose nearby, as if sniffing out some scent. Ruan Xiaoyu, ? Isn't that Yi summoned beast? What are you doing here instead of fighting monsters with all you've got? Wait a minute. Ruan Xiaoyu's delicate brows knitted together. Could it be that Yi can no longer hold on and has sent a squirrel to ask for help? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But once again, unexpectedly, the squirrel ignored her completely and ran straight toward the depths of the temple. Ruan Xiaoyu? It never occurred to her that this shadow squirrel, which she considered Yi strongest summoned creature, was merely sent out by Yi to search for treasures. Chapter 24, You found its weakness after just one glance? At this moment, a commotion arose outside the eastern courtyard's gate. Ruan Xiaoyu repelled the demon before her while warily monitoring the movements outside. Are more demons coming to surround us? but the figure that entered through the courtyard gate in the next moment made her cry out in involuntary surprise. Yi Zhe? What are you doing here? It had only been a little over 2 minutes, why would Yi Zhe abandon his post on the right side dealing with the demons to come here? Had Yi Zhe never gone to defend the right flank at all? That's impossible, she clearly heard fighting noises coming from the right side too. Could it be? An incredibly bold conjecture flashed through Yuan Xiaoyou's mind. She leaped into the air, light as a feather, and landed beside Yi Zhe in 2 or 3 steps. Facing her questioning look, Yi Zhe smiled and said, "Finished killing, so I came over." Hearing her bold speculation confirmed, Yuan Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes widened in even greater disbelief. Annihilated them all. How was that possible? Then in the next moment, she spotted the Kung Fu Panda beside Yi Zhe. Judging purely from its aura of power, it was no weaker than an epic tier creature. Besides that epic level squirrel, he actually had another epic level summoned beast. Not even level 10 yet, but with 2 epic level summoned beasts? Even with Yuan Xiaoyou's experience, this setup could be considered top tier among summoners. Is this really just an ordinary student from the War Academy? Yuan Xiaoyu stared intently at Yi Zhe, like a little black cat that had spotted its prey. But with over a dozen demons still present across from them, Yuan Xiaoyu ultimately abandoned her thought of further investigation, causing Yi Zhe to secretly sigh in relief. After Yi Zhe joined in, the two quickly cleared the courtyard of demons. Yuan Xiaoyu moved with the grace of a swallow, her strikes swift and fierce. The panda's punches were ferocious, specifically targeting the high-level elite demons. Yuan Xiaoyu alone could have wiped out these demons, it was only a matter of time. Now that Yi Zhe had arrived, the demons stood even less of a chance. In less than a minute, every demon on the field had been slain. The panda, with its formidable strength, swiftly killed 3 level 15 Bloodfiend demons. 1,125 EXP gained. This instantly filled nearly half of Yi Zhe's level 7 EXP bar. The duo then proceeded to clean up the battlefield. All the loot, including 2 level 15 equipment pieces, a skill book, and some materials, Nguyen Tuyu didn't take a single item. Yi Zhe didn't stand on ceremony either. It was perfectly normal for a little rich girl decked out in exceptional gear to look down on such things. He packed everything into his own inventory. Yet at the same time, he discovered those missing supplies weren't in either of the 2 courtyard compounds. Yuan Xiaoyu gazed towards the temple steps. Let's continue. Yi Zhe was about to respond when an unexpected situation arose. 2 squirrel shadow clones were killed? Though they were merely shadow clones of squirrels, their attributes likely exceeded 80, coupled with their shadow escape ability. Only those capable of slaying shadow clones would never be mere ordinary elite fiends. Noticing this, Yuan Xiaoyu warned, if even elite fiends are only guarding the outer courtyard, the enemies inside must not be underestimated. Let me scout the interior situation first. Yi Zhe nodded slightly in agreement. In the polluted lands, there were too many unknowns, conducting preliminary reconnaissance was never a bad idea. Yuan Xiaoyu took out a scout spirit and tossed it deep into the temple grounds. This specialized skill of shadow spirit assassins functions similarly to drones, displaying real-time reconnaissance footage directly on their personal interface. The reconnaissance spirit flew in from the courtyard, passed through a long staircase, and arrived at the center of a temple. At first glance, the two immediately spotted the batch of lost supplies. The container that originally held the supplies had shattered, with countless materials and tools piled into a small hill. And the next moment, a massive silhouette of a black cavalry figure came into view. Yi Zhe furrowed his brows. Special elites. On the screen, towering black cavalry clad in tattered, corroded armor wielded long spears, their faces obscured by helmets that revealed only crimson-piercing eyes. Most notably, the monstrous mounts they rode were bizarre creatures resembling salamanders, radiating an ominous gray demonic aura. This must be the dungeon boss. Yi Zhe immediately activated his detection skill. Curse Knight, LV 30. Type, Special Elite. Attributes, Strength 280, Constitution 260, Agility 180, Spirit 80. Trait, Cursed Soul. Upon hitting an enemy, inflicts a random undispellable curse. Skills, Dark Charge, Sweeping Strike, Spear Thrust. Percent. Level 30 Special Elite. Special Elites are a half-tier stronger than demonic elites. They were all Blue Star professionals who were corrupted by the Abyss and died in the polluted lands. This abyssal corruption is like an acute disease. Transmission methods include biological parasitism, toxin erosion, accidentally activating certain artifacts tainted with demonic power, etc. Untreated, it is invariably fatal. Those who die after contamination transform into unique demons. They permanently lose all memories of their former lives, forever wandering the contaminated lands. It seems he was once a knight practitioner from the East China region during his lifetime. Yuan Xiaoyu speculated, perhaps he was the escort for this batch of supplies. Having escorted supplies for the East China region in life, even after death, bereft of reason, he still guarded these very supplies. If not corrupted by the Abyss, he might have become a high-rank knight. What a shame, it's already turned into a fiend.
Yi Zhe then pointed to his mount. That's also a level 25 elite demon. Corrupted Beast, LV.25. Type, Demon Elite. Attributes, Strength 180, Constitution 150, Agility 200, Spirit 50. Skills, Tail Whip, Crushing Swing, Full Speed Charge. Percent. Even the mount is a level 25 elite fiend. Knight plus mount, their combined strength is truly greater than the sum of its parts. Just as the two were watching, the cursed knight suddenly spotted the scout spirit and thrust out its spear. The surveillance feed cut off. Ruan Xiaoyu frowned slightly, her delicate brows knitting as she looked at Yi Zhe and said, "This level 30 special elite, theoretically we should already be able to use distress talismans to call for reinforcements. A level 30 special elite, with mount attributes doubling, is an instant kill for the vast majority of scouts." Even Ruan Xiaoyu felt her chances of winning were slim. The level gap was far too wide. Not to mention both the knight and his mount were boss level. Combined with the cursed knight's traits, getting hit just once would cost half your life. But if we use the distress talisman, the rewards and military merits will definitely go to others. Yi Zhe's fighting spirit remained undiminished, golden light flickering in his pupils. "We can fight. I've discovered his weakness." Upon hearing these words, Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "You barely gave him a glance, and you already found his weak spot?" Chapter 25, Instantly Killing the Corrupted Beast. The hidden predator lurking in the shadows. Spotting the weakness with just one look, she's practically a human scanner. Throughout history, even the most professional scouts probably didn't possess this kind of ability. Yi Zhe cleared his throat twice and said with an unchanged expression, "I'm an investigator with the survey department, just have relatively more field experience." Though somewhat puzzled, Ruan Xiaoyu accepted the explanation upon hearing it was from the survey department. Then she asked curiously, "What are the weaknesses of a cursed knight?" At that very moment, Yi Zhe had already used the eyes of insight to grasp the details and analyze the weakness. Yi Zhe summarized briefly. The weakness lies in his mount. The corrupt behemoth is the transformed mount of the cursed knight, but upon becoming a demonic beast, all memories of its past life are erased. In other words, the coordination between mount and rider isn't as seamless as it was in life. Oh. Ruan Xiaoyu's rosy little lips parted slightly, her adorable face wearing an earnest expression as she listened attentively to the teacher's lecture. Yi Zhe placed the squirrel on the panda's head, using it to represent the cursed knight and the corrupted beast for demonstration. "Once the battle starts, you and I will attack from left and right, targeting the knight and the mount respectively. The knight will seek revenge on you after your attack, and the corrupted beast will prioritize attacking me after I strike it. That's the instinctive reaction of these demons after losing their sanity." Yi Zhe spoke, and the squirrel and panda serving as teaching aides promptly separated, standing alone on either side. Ruan Xiaoyu grasped his train of thought, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Exactly like this, once the knight and mount separate, their combat power drops dramatically. Yi Zhe nodded. "When the time comes, you handle the knight while I deal with the giant beast. We'll take them down one by one." "No problem." Ruan Xiaoyu happily agreed while eyeing Yi Zhe with suspicion. "Wait a minute, a level 25 elite demon, can you really handle it alone?" Yi Zhe smiled, "No need to worry." He'd already checked, the corrupted behemoth only had pure close combat strength skills. All strength-based melee combat is nothing to fear before a panda. After confirming the tactics, Yi Zhe and Ruan Xiaoyu stepped onto the steps together, arriving at the center of the temple. In the entire vicinity of the temple complex, only the cursed knight and his mount remained. Not even demonic creatures dared approach this place. With just one glance, the two were locked onto by the cursed knight's gaze. "Take one more step, and you die." The cursed knight's voice was low, yet brimming with unshakable resolve, his broken spear leveled at them. Yi sighed and quickly said, "Left for me, right for you." Ruan Xiaoyu nodded, and the two split to either side to confront the cursed knight, executing their tactics as planned. "Approach, and die." With a roar, the cursed knight charged at Ruan Xiaoyu, who was the strongest among them. The corrupted beast rushed forward with terrifying speed, causing the ground around the temple to tremble violently. Tiles shattered and flew through the air as the earth itself seemed to protest against the monstrous assault. Yi Zhe quickly shouted, "Attack." Narrow the range, hit only the mounts, not the cursed knights. The panda received the command and unleashed a simultaneous strike to both ears. The key point of this tactic is to avoid attacking both the mount and the rider simultaneously, otherwise you will inevitably draw aggro from both. By then, even if teammates attack again, they won't be able to pull back the aggro. With a boom, the Twin Peaks strike tightened its area of effect, precisely hitting the corrupted beast's tail. Sure enough, the corrupted beast roared in fury and attempted to turn around. At that moment, Ruan Xiaoyu unleashed 3 consecutive throwing daggers, which only struck the cursed knight, failing to draw the corrupted beast's aggression. The cursed knight sought to chase down Ruan Xiaoyu. Knights and behemoths, being undead demons revived after death, had long lost their sanity and acted purely on instinct. This disagreement instantly sparked conflict between the two. The cursed knight leapt off his mount in fury, pursuing Ruan Xiaoyu alone. Meanwhile, the corrupted behemoth successfully turned around and launched a fierce charge towards Yi Zhe. It actually worked. Ruan Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, proving that Yi Zhe's strategy was truly effective. Without its mount, the cursed knight was merely equivalent to a spear fighter. Now that the opponent moved slowly, with her shadow assassin's superior agility, she could easily kite and even solo it, as long as nothing goes wrong with Yi Zhe. After all, what Yi Zhe faced was a level 25 elite demon, while he had just reached level 7. Given the corrupted behemoth's strength and size, a single hit could seriously injure him. Yet the next moment, Ruan Xiaoyu's figure swayed gracefully as she pulled, her gaze instinctively darting toward Yi Zhe, then her pupils dilated in an instant. The corrupted behemoth roared as it charged toward the panda, its massive bulk shaking the earth. Its claws swung with near full force, unleashing a crushing blow. Yet the panda neither dodged nor retreated. His hands traced a circular motion, lifting the invisible energy of Tai Chi, making the giant corrupted beast's claw strike seemingly empty air and instantly lose its balance. Tai Chi using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Utilizing the enemy's own force to counterattack with doubled power truly makes it the nightmare of all close combat foes. The panda swiftly pivoted his body, borrowing the momentum to strike back. The left palm struck the corrupted behemoth's chest with lightning speed, its fierce force combining with the impact of the monster's own shattering strike. With a thunderous impact, the corrupted behemoth was sent flying to the ground, motionless. One shot? At this moment, Ruan Xiaoyu truly realized she had underestimated Yi Zhe. She had originally thought that Yi Zhe's ability to instantly kill a level 15 elite demon was already impressive enough. Against a level 25 corrupted behemoth, she assumed he would at least have to slowly stall it, fighting a protracted battle. Never did she expect that level 25 would be just as easily demolished. But then again, Ruan Xiaoyu was among the top 100 candidates in last year's national exams and a student of East China Martial University. Her insight was extraordinary. He quickly realized Yi Zhe's tactics. That's not his true power, it's a special ability. Such abilities usually couldn't be used consecutively, they were meant as last resort trump cards. But to instantly kill opponents so many levels higher, the quality of this skill must be. Is this an epic, or a legend? Yi Zhe is just a level 7 summoner, where did he get so many ultra-high quality skills? Ruan Xiaoyu came from an extremely wealthy family. As the only daughter, she'd never lacked for money. Yet even she possessed only one skill above epic grade. But just looking at Yi Zhe alone, she had personally seen at least 3 of them. Is this really just an ordinary high school student? Ruan Xiaoyu genuinely wanted to strip away his outer facade right now and examine his true abilities. But since the cursed knight was still alive, she had no choice but to continue dealing with this special elite. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe let out a long sigh of relief. Elite fiend slain, corrupted behemoth, experience gained, 625. The moment he noticed the corrupted behemoth relied purely on brute strength, he had already anticipated this outcome. To his slight surprise, the attack bonus was so high that it actually one-shot the corrupted behemoth. On the ground, a level 25 giant axe and a level 25 armor, both rare grade, exploded into view. Too high level to wear. But they can be eaten. When below level 25, you can't utilize the equipment's attributes, but eating them still grants stat boosts. Yi Zhe handed it over to the panda, which immediately began demonstrating its iron-devouring instincts, crunching through the metal chunks as if they were snacks, crispy and satisfying. You are what you eat. The 2 pieces of equipment added a total of 8 strength, 8 constitution, and 15 defense, equivalent to the stats of an extra rare grade item. Worth it. With the knight's mount taken care of, the threat is much diminished. In the distance, Ruan Xiaoyu moved with the grace of a swallow and the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly navigating the cursed knight's assaults as if performing an elegant dance. Yet the marks of battle accumulated visibly upon the cursed knight's form. Combat is as beautiful as a painting. Yi Zhe couldn't help but exclaim, watching a beautiful woman fight monsters is pure enjoyment. A knight without his mount naturally posed no threat to Ruan Xiaoyu. After about 5 minutes, Ruan Xiaoyu had quietly deployed 10 black energy spheres. Her figure flickered into the distance before she snapped her fingers. Boom! A pillar of explosive flames, like molten magma, erupted skyward, engulfing, burning, and utterly annihilating the cursed knight. Rest in peace. The supplies you were escorting will return to East China. Yi Zhe murmured softly at the sight. Ruan Xiaoyu waved at him. Come quick, take this corpse back with us. Yi Zhe stepped forward, using a slot in his personal backpack space to store the cursed knight's corpse. Ruan Xiaoyu reminded him, the body of a special elite is worth at least 300 military merits. So many? Yi Zhe was stunned. But soon, he understood. All of them were once warriors of East China, they wanted to return to their roots even in death. Ruan Xiaoyu began inspecting the batch of missing supplies while casually saying to Yi Zhe, 300 military merits for the corpse retrieval, 500 for the supplies search, they're all yours now. Yi Zhe was utterly astonished. Ha, why?
Had it not been for your tactics, I would have had to use the distress talisman.
Ruan Xiaoyu didn't wait for him to speak and continued, moreover, I don't need those meager rewards from the demon-suppressing army.
I'm here to complete the Academy's mission, to ensure these supplies return to Dongwu City. Completing this mission will earn me far better rewards from the Academy than anything the demon-suppressing army could offer.
Hearing this, Yi Zhe understood much better. No wonder someone with her high attributes would venture into the contaminated lands. The original main purpose was this batch of supplies.
No wonder then.
It's just that he got a few hundred military merits for nothing, since without Ruan Xiaoyu, he would never have defeated the Cursed Knight. As if sensing his thoughts, Ruan Xiaoyu giggled and said, "If you feel guilty about it, just call me Big Sister." Yi Zhe's mouth twitched. How could my dignity be sold for just a few hundred military credits? Forget it, I'll make it up to her later. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem, most of these supplies are materials for dungeon research and development.
Ruan Xiaoyu asked in surprise, you even recognize these? Superconducting crystal, illusion magic core, stardust. Of course Yi Zhe didn't recognize them. All these names were fed back by his insight eye ability.
Such items were practically useless in individual hands, but became tremendously valuable when held by the research institute's top-tier experts.
No wonder even East China Martial University had to issue a mission to retrieve it. After surveying the area, Yi Zhe's attention lingered on a fragment.
Incubation chamber fragment, a container used to house a certain ferocious beast, now shattered.
Could it be that this batch of supplies includes more than just research materials?
Seeing the fragments of the cultivation pod in Yi Zhe's hand, Ruan Xiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows, her expression solemn.
Damn, it actually managed to escape. Yi Zhe asked curiously, what was originally stored inside this?
Ruan Xiaoyu, it's a beast with an extremely ferocious nature, but it can also be contracted as a summon creature.
There are two ways to contract a summon creature.
First, by using a skill book. Second, by personally contracting with a wild creature based on one's ability. There aren't many beasts that can potentially serve as summon creatures, yet Yi Zhe unexpectedly encountered one today.
Ruan Xiaoyu immediately retorted.
But because its ferocity is too extreme, no summoner in the entire East China region has been able to form a contract with it. So Qingfeng City, which captured it, wanted to send it to East China Martial University in hopes of tempering some of its fierceness. Who would have thought it would end up here and still manage to escape after all?
Is there really no one in the entire eastern region who can form a contract with it?
Yi Zhe was momentarily astonished. He had never heard of a summoning beast this difficult to contract with. In that case, given how desperately Cyanblade City is trying to tame this fierce beast, its strength must be extraordinary.
What a shame, it's already escaped.
Yi Zhe was deep in thought when suddenly, he sensed something and turned pale with shock, looking in a certain direction.
Wait, it seems it hasn't escaped yet.
Just a moment ago, a notification popped up before Yi Zhe's eyes.
The squirrel shadow clone you dispatched has been killed. The last two squirrel shadow clones were killed too. That savage beast was right nearby. Chapter 26, Blade Mantis, the uncontracted savage beast. Seeing this prompt instantly made Yi Zhe realize, the previous two squirrel clones were likely not killed by the Cursed Knight. Now that I think about it, there are indeed suspicious points. The Cursed Knight has slow attack speed and excels at charging. How could it have managed to kill squirrel clones capable of shadow meld? And now, the last two clones were instantly killed again, unquestionably revealing the truth. Nearby lurked a beast of terrifying lethality and blinding attack speed. Yi Zhe and Ruan Xiaoyu snapped their gazes towards a specific location. From the temple's main entrance emerged a figure approximately human height. Its triangular head bore massive compound eyes glowing with sinister crimson light, while pitch-black carapace covered its body. Two pairs of wings stretched from its back, thin and translucent like cicada wings. The two forelimbs were particularly striking, massive and razor-sharp like scythes, gleaming with a cold light. Its aura was fierce and dangerous. Though its level wasn't particularly high, the oppressive feeling it gave off seemed even stronger than a Cursed Knight. Yi Zhe asked, is this the beast that was being transported to Dongwu City? An outstanding summoned beast can gauge the potential strength just from its aura alone. And the one before them was a natural-born hunter, a high-potential summoned beast. That's right, it's him, the Razorblade Mantis.
Ruan Xiaoyu nodded in confirmation, but couldn't help sighing when she met its gaze.
What a pity, he's been contaminated by abyssal aura. He's done for. Contaminated by abyssal aura? The Cursed Knight's original cause of death was precisely contamination by abyssal aura. There hasn't been a single successful rescue case across all of Blue Star. Yi Zhe immediately activated his eyes of insight to examine the other party's information. Blade Mantis. Quality, excellent. Level, 12. Attributes, Strength 150, Constitution 140, Agility 178, Spirit 130. Trait, Hunting. After slaying an enemy, absorbs their nutrients to permanently enhance the Mantis Blade's attributes, Intelligence, and Damage multiplier. Talents, Compound Eyes, Exceptional, Ambush, Rare. Skills, Gale/LV.6, Exceptional, High-Speed Movement LV.3, Rare. Potential Evaluation, 1 of a kind. Status, Corrupted by the Abyss. %. As expected, it's been tainted by the Abyss, and even developed traits. Permanent stat gains from slaying enemies. Such traits are among the pinnacle even for fiends, at least on par with generals or even lords. And now, it was actually mastered by a savage beast. No wonder it could receive such a unique potential assessment. It's just a shame that, after being tainted by the Abyss, it would live for no more than a week. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh, while Ruan Xiaoyu gripped her blade, ready to take down the mantis outright. My mission besides retrieving supplies was to bring back this mantis. But he's already been corrupted, we have to execute him on the spot and then carry the body out of the contaminated zone. Yi Zhe understood her meaning. If the corpse remained in the polluted lands, it would turn into a mindless demonic creature just like the cursed knights. With this demonic trait, perhaps it could become a new demon general. Threats must be eliminated as soon as possible. Ruan Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly, how pitiful. Before it could even be delivered to Dongwu City, it was already corrupted by abyss energy. It was originally just an offhand remark, but never did they expect that the polluted deadly mantis would actually speak in reply. Pai, Tai. The mantis's voice was hoarse, like the grating of metal, sending chills down one's spine. Wrong. In this world, weakness is the truest pity. No sooner had the words been spoken than the dark figure flashed like lightning. The blade mantis and Ruan Xiaoyu engaged in a battle between hunter and assassin. You can actually talk? Yi Zhe realized belatedly, it's the hunting trait, it's enhanced the mantis's intelligence as well. With limitless growth potential through slaying enemies, his prowess is truly terrifying. Yet at this very moment on the battlefield, Yi Zhe had initially believed Ruan Xiaoyu's attributes and combat power would allow her to effortlessly subdue the blade mantis. Never did he expect the battle between them to repeatedly reach a stalemate. On one hand, Ruan Xiaoyu had just finished slaying the cursed knight, having expended most of her stamina and used up many of her skills. On the other hand, the blade mantis fought with absolutely no regard for its own life. Its attacks were ferociously swift, each strike delivered with full force, growing more frenzied and vicious the longer the battle raged. Such formidable combat talent. Even Huaidong's prodigious Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but acknowledge. No wonder Qingfeng City went to such lengths to secure a contract. She tried to salvage the situation by saying, Razorblade Mantis, why not come back to Dongwu City with me? I can find someone to help suppress the polluted aura emanating from you. The Blada Mantis shot back, suppress? Why would we suppress? Otherwise you'll die. Though it can't be eradicated for now, suppressing the polluted aura could prolong your life for a while. Perhaps there will be a chance to eliminate it completely in the future. Ruan Xiaoyu stopped on her own accord. It would be a waste to slay a summon of this caliber so carelessly. Hearing this, the Razorblade Mantis let out a hoarse, roaring laugh. Ha 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 ha. He laughed for quite a while. Perhaps realizing his remaining time was short, he actually began speaking as if telling a story. Crimson Plains, home to thousands of creatures. The mantis is the weakest and lowest existence in the food chain. Damn, he actually knows about the food chain? Though the situation was somewhat serious, Yi Zhe couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. How many enemies has he hunted to gain such wisdom? The voice of the extreme blade mantis came again. Because of our weakness, the mantis clan has no food, no nutrients. When female mantises reproduce, they need to eat the male mantises to replenish nutrients and ensure the health of their offspring. He spoke of his race almost from the perspective of an outsider. So from the moment I was born, I understood weakness is the original sin. Now that I possess this abyssal aura, I can feel freedom, I can feel power. Even if death comes tomorrow, I would embrace it willingly. As the last words left his lips, the mantis erupted with killing intent once more. But this time, it wasn't Ruan Xiaoyu who stepped forward, it was Kung Fu Panda. Ye Zhe stopped her and explained, recover your strength first. His fighting style is reckless. Even if you win, there's no guarantee you'll walk away unscathed. Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu gave Yi Zhe an odd look before nodding with a faint and began recovering her stamina. As for Panda, bolstered by the battlefield legend buff, even now maintained over 70% of his stamina. The ferocious mantis, who fought with savage aggression, happened to be perfectly countered by Panda's gentle yet unyielding style. However, Yi Zhe had given prior instructions. Hold back, don't kill it. Such a summoning beast with heaven-defying potential, no summoner in their right mind would want to miss out on it. Simply judging by combat talent and potential alone, the blade mantis ranks among the absolute best in East China. This is evident from how nearly every summoner in the entire East China region has attempted to form a contract with it. Yi Zhe was no exception. He had to give it a try. Turning to Ruan Xiaoyu, he said, hold off on killing it for now. Give me a chance to attempt forming a contract. A contract? Are you out of your mind? Ruan Xiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows. He's already tainted by the abyss, he's beyond saving. Moreover, ever since he was captured, not a single summoner has succeeded in forming a contract with him. Whether they were strong, weak, or even filthy rich, they all failed without exception. Yi Zhe chuckled nonchalantly. Since so many people have already tried, one more attempt from me won't hurt. Ruan Xiaoyu stared intently at Yi Zhe, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern. You? But when she saw Yi Zhe's handsome face and those bright, star-like eyes filled with confidence, she swallowed the words that were about to follow. Forget it, at worst, it's not too late to kill Yi Zhe after his contract fails. She looked towards the battlefield. The panda and the mantis were still locked in combat, but the latter was gradually losing ground. Ruan Xiaoyu drew her dagger. Once the contract fails, she would strike immediately. And Yi Zhe's confidence wasn't unfounded either. From the words of the blade mantis, his demand was clear: power. The most common, yet the hardest to fulfill desire. It all depends on the summoning beast's yearning for power, and the blade mantis's obsession goes without saying. But Yi Zhe had already conceived a method to break through. Chapter 27, The Third Contracted Beast. Evolution? On the battlefield, the twin compound eyes of the razor mantis, tainted by the abyss, grew increasingly crimson as its battle fervor intensified. The abyssal aura was continuously gnawing away at its life force. Abyssal corruption typically occurred when living beings were forcibly eroded by abyssal energy, gradually consuming their vitality and sanity until they met complete annihilation. But the extreme blade mantis felt no trace of fear in the face of death, only the ecstasy of dancing with wild abandon. Its sole regret was that this power would not last. And in that moment, a voice pierced through the battlefield. Would you like to possess this strength, forever? The blade mantis suddenly raised its head, only to find Yi's calmly gazing at him. I can give you one chance. The mantis snorted disdainfully. Humph! How dare a mere human utter such bold words? I will never submit to weak human summoners like you. Yi Zhe wasn't surprised by such a fierce reaction. He retorted, but don't forget, you couldn't even defeat my level 7 summon. Where do you get the confidence to call me weak? Hearing this, the razor mantis flew into a rage. But reality stared him in the face. With his current strength, he stood no chance against an epic 6-star panda. Moreover, the panda's Tai Chi mastery of using softness to overcome hardness completely neutralized his offensive. The Blada mantis fell into silence. Yet Yi Zhe's next words instantly shocked both him and even Ruan Xiaoyu to their core. I'm giving you one chance. Sign a contract with me. If you're ever dissatisfied with your strength, the contract can be terminated anytime. The razor mantis's compound eyes flickered with red light. Though silent, its heart was stirred. Ruan Xiaoyu suddenly paled and urgently stopped Yi Zhe. Are you out of your mind? With these terms, he could betray you at any moment. Whoever heard of contracting a summon beast like this? Does he even know how to play summoner? Yet the reason Yi Zhe dared to make such demands, because he was confident the boost from the golden keywords was far more addictive than any power from the abyss. On the other hand, as long as the contract succeeds and entries are added, his loyalty will soar, leaving no room for betrayal. For Yi Zhe, the difficulty still lay in enticing the mantis to sign the contract, and how to resolve the abyssal corruption. However, after Ruan Xiaoyu proposed that the aura of the abyss can be suppressed, he had a new idea. If it can be suppressed, wouldn't it also be possible to adapt to it? If the extreme blade mantis could adapt to the abyss's corruption, wouldn't it be able to permanently retain the abyss's characteristics? He looked at his only remaining entry. Void creatures, beings residing in the endless void, possessing adaptability and peculiarities surpassing all things, capable of traversing through the void. He decided to take the gamble. If it didn't work out, so be it. That would mean this summon didn't belong to him. There would still be time to accumulate military merits later to exchange for other summoning beast skill books. At this thought, he first comforted Ruan Xiaoyu. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty. Then, he launched a fierce assault on the blade mantis. Contract with me, the power I grant you won't be weaker than the abyss. Look, the level 7 Kung Fu Panda is proof enough. He pointed at the panda, the level 7 panda whose demonstrated prowess was utterly convincing. Having personally experienced it, the razor mantis had no choice but to believe Yi Zhe's words. His heart was swayed. Yi Zhe continued, if your abilities are strong enough, I will make you the strongest hunter. The razor mantis growled, of course I have the capability. Good. Yi Zhe and the Blada mantis locked eyes, the latter rasping. But you must at least deal with the pollution from the abyss. I can try, but the chances of success aren't high. Yi Zhe spoke frankly. This actually made the razor mantis believe it more. If Yi Zhe had claimed a 100% success rate, he would have grown suspicious instead. After all, this was the taint of the eternal abyss. Who could be absolutely confident? Ruan Xiaoyu, however, became skeptical. The whole world can only temporarily suppress the abyssal aura, yet he claims there's a chance to resolve it? Could it be a lie? But she didn't speak her mind, just in case Yi Zhe was truly deceiving her. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe channeled his psychic energy to activate the summoning beast space, forming a contract. It recorded verbatim everything Yi Zhe had just said, witnessed by the transcendental powers of Blue Star.
Two glowing parchment scrolls materialized, settling before Yi Zhe and the blade mantis.
Yi Zhe quickly pressed his handprint.
After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, the blade mantis touched it with its sickle-like right limb.
Ding! You have successfully contracted an outstanding summon, Blade Mantis. The moment the contract took effect, the Blade Mantis was drawn into Yi Zhe's summoning space.
At the same time, because the blade mantis summoned through the contract was of exceptionally high quality, it instantly drained over half of his spiritual energy. Had my spiritual energy not been 128 points, I truly wouldn't have been able to form this contract. The higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more conditions are required for the contract. Even when using skill books, advanced summoning skill books, there are still spiritual energy prerequisites that must be met. Seeing the contract succeed, Yuan Xiaoyu nearly stopped breathing. Really, it worked? That summoning beast which almost no summoner in the entire East China region could contract, had actually been successfully contracted by Yi Zhe. But upon closer consideration,
which summoner dares to offer terms like dissolve the contract anytime if dissatisfied with my strength? And how many summoners possess the capability to truly convince the Razor Wing Mantis?
But the moment this thought arose, she realized the real problem was just beginning.
So what will you do next? Never mind improving your strength, how do you plan to deal with the abyssal corruption?
Yi Zhe smiled and reassured her, don't worry, I'll lead him out of the contaminated lands. By then, even if he dies, it won't be in the contaminated zone and we'll have completed our mission without shedding a drop of blood.
Yuan Xiaoyu burst into giggles. You're quite the sly one, aren't you? In this scenario, even the worst outcome would still be successfully capturing the Blade's Pike Mantis. It remained completely unharmed, preventing any desperate counterattacks from the dying beast. In that case, with all missions accomplished, it's time for me to return to Dongwu City. As dusk approached, she decided against making any further stops along the way. On the other hand, she always had this nagging feeling inside. Perhaps Yi Zhe still had an ace up his sleeve. Could he truly resolve the abyssal corruption? The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. If she were to witness such an ability firsthand, should she report it to the Institute or keep it to herself? Better off not knowing, just assume that Razor Wing Mantis is already dead. With that thought, she simply walked away. Before leaving, she gave Yi Zhe's face a playful pinch and said, if you ever apply to East China Martial University, remember to come find your big sister in Dongwu City. Yi Zhe's face darkened as he silently muttered amidst the pinchings, I'll think about it.
Yuan Xiaoyu curled her lips upward, blinked lightly, then transformed into a graceful shadow and drifted away. But Yi Zhe had no time to dwell on this. At this moment, the blade mantis in the summoning beast space had already begun to grow restless. Because Yi Zhe, as a summoner, is only level 7. His original level 14 has also been reduced to 7, with attributes plummeting to an average of less than 100 points. Having just formed the contract, the blade mantis's strength diminished by nearly half, making it particularly restless.
Ahem, don't fret. Let's test it out right now. If this succeeds, how could mere level 7 compare to your future prospects?
As he spoke, Yi Zhe attached the Voidborn trait to the mantis.
Would the adaptability of Voidborn creatures truly counteract the corruption of the Eternal Abyss? Even Yi Zhe couldn't say for certain.
But if I don't attempt it this time, I'm afraid I'll never encounter such a good opportunity again. Within the summoned beast space, a violet ghostly light suddenly erupted. It enveloped the extreme blade mantis, forming what resembled a giant purple egg. Void creature entry successfully granted.
Ding! Due to the special nature of this target, this evolution will take some time. Chapter 28 Void Predator. Evolution through glossary entries actually requires time?
Previously, evolutions happened instantly, but this obviously indicates that the reaction between this glossary entry and the mantis is anything but ordinary. Perhaps it was digesting the power of the abyss. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe simply decided to wait here. If he returned and some abnormal phenomenon occurred when the evolution completed, he really wouldn't know how to explain it. After all, this was no ordinary power. The endless void and the eternal abyss are both planes of existence that humans currently cannot comprehend, exceptionally powerful and terrifying. Once it's discovered that Yi Zhe actually attempted to fuse the former with the latter, it's certain to cause a massive upheaval in the Chinese academic world. There's bound to be endless trouble. Yi Zhe leaned against the temple entrance, using his mental power to inspect the summoning beast space internally. The stronger the mental power, the larger the space area and the stronger the auxiliary effects. Currently, Yi Zhe's summoning beast space was only comparable to a small campsite of about 100 square meters. The dark purple giant egg enveloping the extreme blade mantis continuously pulsed, seeming to breathe like a living creature. A full 2 or 3 hours later, under Yi Zhe's expectant gaze, the giant egg cracked open with a fissure. Did it succeed? Would it truly withstand the corruption of the abyss? If not, it meant this lacerator mantis would inevitably meet its demise, beyond any remedy.
The cracks in the dark purple giant egg grew larger as a figure emerged from within. The mantis's originally green-gray body had transformed into a deep interwoven pattern of dark purple and black. Its wings resembled constructs of black hole energy, their edges pulsating with violet energy fluctuations. Its compound eyes burned crimson like meteors. Its arm blades resembled dark crystals reflecting nebulae, embodying destruction and annihilation. The mantis's aura no longer radiated violent frenzy, but rather condensed lethality, calm yet carrying an ineffable sense of mystery and terror. At the same time, 2 notifications popped up. Evolution complete. This marks humanity's first encounter with and capture of a void creature. You have been awarded the special title, Void Pioneer. Summoned Beast, Blade Mantis, Outstanding, Evolved Void Predator, Golden Legend. Yi Zhe couldn't help but beam with joy. This is, evolution succeeded. And what's more, a Golden Legendary. He hurriedly checked the Mantis's attribute panel to confirm whether the Abyss trait was still there. Void Hunter Crimson-Eyed Mantis. Quality, Golden Legend. Level, 7. Attributes, Strength 165, Constitution 155, Agility 173, Spirit 145. Trait, Hunter-Killer. After slaying powerful foes, any part of the Void Mantis's body can evolve, granting corresponding additional attribute enhancements. Talents, Void Creature, Legendary, Void Stride, Legendary, Compound Eye, Exceptional. Skills, Void/LV.6, Legendary, Void Thrust LV.4, Legendary. Status, Excited. %. The contamination of the abyssal aura has actually been adapted to. Moreover, its original traits have even been enhanced. If it weren't for the panda gaining massive attributes through the principle of you are what you eat, the mantis's evolution this time would have surpassed the panda in attributes. Who would have thought my first golden legend would be obtained just like this? Golden legends summoning beasts across the entire land of Huaxia, fewer than 10 people possess them. The few who remained were also seasoned high-level summoners with years of experience. In theory, a golden legendary tier summoned beast possesses abilities and growth values roughly equivalent to a 5th tier professional. In other words, it only makes sense for a level 50 summoner to contract with a legendary summoned beast. But who would have thought that Yi Zhe had barely reached level 7? With 2 epic tier and 1 legendary tier summoned beasts under his command, no one would dare believe it if word got out. Moreover, the mantis's abilities far surpassed even the legendary tier potential Yi Zhe had glimpsed in the bestiary. Its innate talents and power bordered on the utterly unstoppable. Among these abilities, Void Phasing was the strongest movement plus defense plus intangibility skill he'd ever seen. Void Phasing, freely phase between the void and the current plane, allowing rapid relocation, can leap behind a projection in the current plane while phasing into the void to achieve bodily intangibility. No cooldown, only minor spiritual energy consumption. If Yi Zhe weren't a being of the void and likely to die while traversing it, he would have copied this skill in a heartbeat. So damn OP. Apart from void traversal, all the other skills were pure, high burst damage. The only non-legendary skill, Compound Eye, also played an irreplaceable role. Compound Eyes, composed of thousands of small lenses, offering 360 degrees field of vision, unaffected by dark environments, capable of precisely capturing fast-moving or concealed targets. With such a configuration of skills, the mantis can truly be called a killing machine. Moreover, it's a being capable of continuous evolution. Judging from its predator profile, Blade Mantis, exoskeleton, compound eyes, wings, for body parts available for evolution. Only, there's no telling what effects the evolution might bring. Seeing the Void Mantis continuously testing its newfound abilities, Yi Zhe couldn't help but tease. How about it, happy with your new power level? The Void Mantis looked utterly thrilled. I absolutely adore this power. Master. Its attributes at level 7 now even surpass what they were at level 14 before. Such is the advantage of a high-quality summoned beast. Yi Zhe curled his lips into a smile, another golden fighter added to his ranks. At the same time, a surge of power flowed back into Yi Zhe's body. Ding! The contracted beast you summoned has greatly improved and will return some attributes to you. Your attributes have increased, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Because the Mantis was upgraded to Golden Legend, this attribute feedback was much greater than before. After his attributes skyrocketed, Yi Zhe couldn't help but start pondering. Originally, he had set his college entrance exam goal at ranking within the top 50. This was actually an ambitious target, because the higher the ranking, the more he'd have to compete with elite-class students and professional second-generation heirs. These individuals not only possessed exceptional talents and high levels, but also never lacked for equipment or skills. Even equipment skill combinations and vocational advancement matters had specialized planners overseeing them, creating immense competitive pressure. But now, he suddenly thought, with the level of my summoned beasts, aiming for the top scorer in the national college entrance exams wouldn't be excessive, right? But with just 8 days remaining before the exams, we still need to level up.
At the very least, only after the first evolution and reaching level 12 or higher can we be more confident. There are even rumors that due to the increasing threat of the abyss, this year's professional entrance exam will undergo major reforms. Who knows what changes will come? It's getting late, so Yizhe decided to first go and submit his military merit mission, leaving the polluted lands. Tomorrow there will be another chance for an ultra-large-scale team dungeon, with the entire grade participating, sponsored by the state, free entry. Another great opportunity to level up. Retracing his steps from the polluted lands, Yizhe was just about to enter the scout camp bounty point to submit his mission when, only to find the scout battalion commander and an officer of higher rank peering out from the entrance of the contaminated zone, their faces lighting up with excitement upon spotting Yizhe. It seemed they had been waiting for him for quite some time. Chapter 29, Military Merit Settlement. Medal Award Ceremony. Are they here for me? Looking at the expressions on the faces of the two men before him, Yizhe suddenly felt like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. But after all, this was the demon-suppressing army's camp. There shouldn't be any real danger. As Yizhe walked over, he saw Scout Battalion Commander Sufeng and another officer approaching him with broad smiles. Hello, Student Yizhe. I'm Battalion Commander Sufeng. The Scout Battalion Commander stepped forward to shake Yizhe's hand. This gentleman is Chang Zhengping, Commander of the Northern Expedition Regiment of the East China Army. Regiment Commander? Yizhe was momentarily stunned. The regimental commander is already a heavyweight leader of a military region. Why would he come looking for me? Chang Zhengping revealed a kindly smile. Yizhe, dear nephew, rest assured. Your teacher, Lu Boyan, was my old comrade in arms. He asked me to take care of you. Chang Zhengping's original intention was that if his intervention wasn't necessary, he wouldn't mention this matter to Yizhe. But now, here lies a genius we could potentially recruit. Of course, we should mention anything that could help us get closer and build a relationship with him. Sufeng nearby wore an expression of painful regret, currently only wishing he knew Yizhe's teacher. That's how it is, thank you, Battalion Commander Chang. Hearing this, Yizhe immediately understood the reason, thinking to himself that the teacher still couldn't let go of his worries. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the group leader Chang Zhengping was full of admiration as he said, the hero emerges from the young, it's us who should thank you. Thank me? Captain Sufeng seized the opportunity to speak. You alone have increased the reclamation speed of number 19 contaminated zone by several times. Yizhe didn't realize yet that every elite demon he killed meant significantly reduced threats for the other scout teams. This greatly accelerated the reclamation progress. Take the Hushan and Lin Feifei team he rescued as an example. The reclamation pace wasn't slow when not encountering elites, but a single elite encounter could lead to severe injuries or even complete annihilation. Because of this, the military's reclamation mission could be completed very smoothly. What excited Sufeng and Chang Zhengping even more was, Yizhe is only level 7, yet his combat power is already so astonishing. Imagine what he'll be like when he reaches high tier. No one wants to let go of such a prodigy. Sufeng promptly led Yizhe back inside the camp. Come, classmate Yizhe, I'll first tally your military merits for reclaiming the contaminated land. Yizhe nodded. Though he no longer needed to accumulate military merits to exchange for summoning beasts at present, who would ever complain about having too many military merits? After reaching level 10 tier 1, you'll gain an additional summoning beast space, maybe even enough for another exchange later. Yizhe was escorted back inside the scout camp. A camp commander and a regiment commander stood on either side of him, all smiles. Full-on VIP treatment. A scout nearby couldn't help but complain angrily. Damn, who does this guy think he is? Why does he get to settle his military merits without queuing, making the battalion commander personally go to receive him? The speaker was currently standing in one of the two long queues. After a day of pioneering missions, all temporary scouts had to settle their military merits at either of the two designated points in front of the barracks, and naturally had to queue when it got crowded. Unless you're like Yuan Xiaoyu, completely dismissing military merits, finishing the reclamation and leaving right away is also fine. But at least one military merit can be exchanged for 5,000 bucks. Who'd be willing to pass that up? A temporary scout specialized in archery nearby remarked in a sour tone. Who knows, might be some big shot's illegitimate child or a rich second-generation heir. A disdainful voice rang out, TCH. The elite fiends he's slain probably outnumber the common ones you've killed. The speaker was Lin Feifei, the long-legged beauty from the Hunters Guild, standing up for Yizhe. Having witnessed Yizhe's capabilities firsthand, she wasn't the least bit surprised by the special treatment he received. If you could instantly kill elite monsters, you wouldn't be standing in this line. The two who were rebuked didn't believe it at all. Instantly kill elite monsters? Him, just a level 7 summoner? Must be dreaming. At this moment, Lin Feifei's squad leader, Hushan, spoke up. It's true. Back then, the Bloodbone demon was right in front of me when his summoned beast punched it to death with one hit. This scene left a profound impression on Hushan. Hu Shan's words startled everyone around, sparking instant discussions. Because Hu Shan from the Hunters Guild had a solid reputation among civilian professionals, being known for his integrity, his words carried weight. Coupled with Yi Zhe's extremely special treatment, word quickly spread through number 19 pollution zone that a ruthless contender had emerged. The two men who had initially been displeased with Yi Zhe immediately fell silent. Anyone capable of smashing elite fiends with a single punch could probably burst their skulls without much effort. Inside the scout battalion, Yi Zhe was being led by Su Feng and Chang Zhengping to stand before a massive luminous screen console, where he placed his nameplate. A unique route map materialized, streaking ahead with unmatched speed as if piercing straight through pollution zone number 19. It seemed to be showcasing Yi Zhe's historic battle record. A clerk nearby observed while calculating and remarked, "Your solo reclamation progress accounts for approximately 30% of number 19 contaminated zone, with a calculated military merit of 900 points. Su Feng added beside Yi Zhe, "Any objections?" Yi Zhe shook his head. As this outcome roughly matched his own assessment, the 900 military merits were exceptionally generous indeed. Chang Zhengping on the left side gazed with increasing admiration. "Ha ha ha, if old Lu knew about your results, he'd probably die of shock." With a beaming smile, he continued, "Nephew Yi Zhe, might I ask if you're interested in joining the North Chasing Regiment?" "Ahem, Regiment Commander, the military merit calculations aren't finished yet." Su Feng hurriedly cut Chang Zhengping off. Meanwhile, his mind raced rapidly. How could he snatch up a prodigy for his own scout battalion right under a regiment commander's nose? The scout battalion held a special position within the demon-suppressing army, an independent unit that enjoyed regimental-level benefits without answering to any regiment commander. Yet at the end of the day, it remained battalion level, making it hard to muster enough authority to compete with a regiment commander for talent. The clerk beside him asked cautiously, "Yi Zhe, you've killed an elite fiend before, haven't you?" The proof of eliminating elite demons also counts towards the calculation of military merit. Yi Zhe nodded and retrieved the 9 blood skeleton demon corpses stored in his spatial inventory. Although they had anticipated it, the sheer quantity still left them stunned. Well, he took down 9 elite demons consecutively at tier 7. That's insane combat power. Brother Yi Zhe, would you be interested in joining the scout battalion? After being shocked once more by Yi Zhe's combat prowess, Su Feng finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Ahem, merit settlement," Chang Zhengping quickly reminded. Su Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry, let the clerks handle these matters." But before he could finish speaking, Yi Zhe spoke up again. "I have even more powerful elite corpses, but it seems there's not enough space here." Hearing this, Su Feng and Chang Zhengping's expressions froze instantly. "There's more?" Moments later, the group arrived at a wide open space outside the camp. Even Su Feng, with his extensive pioneering experience, couldn't help feeling that the situation had exceeded his expectations. Yi Zhe emptied his storage space completely. The corpse of the cursed knight, the 7-meter-long carcass of the corrupted beast, and those lost supplies. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to fall into a brief silence. Yi Zhe added, "I didn't kill the level 30 cursed knight, only this corrupted beast was my doing." Upon hearing that the level 30 cursed knight wasn't slain by Yi Zhe, the two actually felt some relief. Su Feng even roared inwardly, "If a level 30 special elite fell to you at level 7, you might as well take my position as battalion commander." But even the slain corrupted behemoth left the two officers exchanging bewildered glances. After a series of verifications, Su Feng quietly departed, presumably to seek instructions regarding something. Meanwhile, a group of clerks worked together to document everything, ultimately converting it into Yi Zhe's military merits. 2,150 points. This includes bounty missions and special elite corpses, an extremely generous haul. Converted to cash, it would easily reach tens of millions. Yi Zhe watched as the clerk recorded his military merits into his file, feeling particularly pleased. 2,000 military merits can be exchanged for items at the second-level treasury of the demon-subduing army if not converted into money. He had inquired and learned that the quality of items in the second-level treasury ranged from rare 5-star to outstanding 5-star. However, Yi Zhe chose not to exchange them for now, saving them to select his 4th summon after reaching the 1st rank. At the same time, Su Feng returned, accompanied by 2 deputy battalion commanders, one of whom was holding a red square box. Su Feng said solemnly, "Yi Zhe, on behalf of the Scout Battalion of the Demon Suppression Army, I hereby award you the Bronze Meritorious Medal for your contributions against the Abyss and evil demons." This truly caught Yi Zhe off guard. Was his achievement truly worthy of an official commendation? The Meritorious Medal was a special military decoration awarded to those who made outstanding contributions in the battle against the Abyss and evil demons. The honor and prestige it carried were immense, comparable to the third-class merit citation from his previous life. Chang Zhengping patted him on the shoulder and said, "No need to be surprised, your pioneering contribution this time truly stands out. This corrupted behemoth was a mount for a level 30 special elite. If you hadn't taken it down, we probably wouldn't have been able to defeat the cursed knight either. These words proved they had also investigated Yuan Xiaoyou's strength and background. At the same time, they gained a deeper understanding of how to exterminate special elites. The deputy battalion commander beside Su Feng opened a red square box, revealing a bronze medal inside. Bronze medal, battlefield pioneer. Su Feng said with a chuckle, take it, you've earned it. With that level 30 special elite dead, far fewer people will die during the reclamation of number 19 contaminated zone. Yi Zhe's reclamation achievements were already exceptional to begin with. Now with this kill of the corrupted behemoth and his assistance in eliminating the special elite, his accomplishments were beyond extraordinary. And with only a level 7 ranking and the status of a high school student, Su Feng directly applied for the bronze medal on his behalf. Don't mind the simplicity of the medal ceremony, everything is kept straightforward here at the front line. Su Feng pulled out another sheet of paper. Of course, if you'd like to hear the commendation speech, I can recite another 800 words. Stop reading. Yi Zhe quickly stopped him. In his past life, what annoyed him most was leaders' lengthy, meaningless speeches. He unceremoniously pocketed the medal. The medal was exceptionally beautiful, gleaming with a brass luster, encircled by intricate patterns with Yi Zhe's name and the awarding date finely engraved in small lettering. This is not merely commemorative, it carries practical privileges in many areas, even offering military subsidies and discounts when shopping. Yi Zhe had seen it before in textbooks. There are 6 types of merit medals: bronze, silver, gold, starfall, eclipse, and sunflower, each crafted from 6 distinct special materials. Moreover, it offers certain protection against reconnaissance and peeping. Who would have thought that something straight out of textbook examples would end up literally in his hands? Watching Yi Zhe receive the medal, Su Feng suddenly felt a pang of regret. He sensed that his scout battalion wouldn't be able to keep Yi Zhe much longer. Chang Zhengping glanced at the time and said, "Nephew, aren't you participating in that massive raid instance in Greenblade City tomorrow? I'm heading your way, let me give you a ride home." Su Feng shot him a disdainful look but couldn't be bothered to expose the lie. The North Chaser Guild you belong to is in the southern district while the War Academy is in the north. What kind of rot alignment is that supposed to be? The sky had indeed darkened by now, because waiting for the mantis's evolution, combined with settling military merits, took quite some time. Even Yi Zhe's constitution was somewhat fatigued, so it was the perfect time to hitch a ride. Lin Yuan City, Investigation Department of the War Academy. Professor Liu, I order you to summon Yi Zhe back immediately, no matter what method you use. Students close to the Gaokao should stay honestly at school. Who gave him the nerve to leave the city? Vice Dean Zhou Wei, seated across from Lu Boyan, said bluntly. Lu Boyan frowned but conceded, I've already arranged for someone to look after him. He'll be back soon. Vice Dean Zhou Wei snorted coldly. He had planned to contact Yi Zhe today, hoping Yi Zhe would mention him more in front of the media. Who would have thought Yi Zhe wouldn't even acknowledge him? How embarrassing for him, as the deputy dean, to lose face like this. He then warned Lu Boyan, with the college entrance exams approaching, leaving the city without my permission is a violation of discipline. If he doesn't return by 12 o'clock tonight, I'll consider revoking his team dungeon participation privileges. Lu Boyan had remained silent until now, but upon hearing about the cancellation of the dungeon opportunity, he immediately flew into a rage. Vice Dean Zhou, have you lost your mind? That's a genius student who achieved the first hell mode clearance in all of East China. How dare you cancel his dungeon team opportunity? I must correct you, Professor Liu. Vice Dean Zhou Wei smirked disdainfully. Oh, a genius from the ordinary class. He deliberately emphasized the words ordinary class, his implied meaning unmistakable. How many so-called geniuses has the ordinary class ever produced? But talent, or should I call it luck, will eventually run out someday. As professionals advance in rank, they'll find it increasingly strenuous, increasingly powerless, until eventually becoming utterly ordinary, including Yi Zhe. He particularly emphasized the name Yi Zhe, clearly harboring special resentment toward him. Lu Boyan stood up, glaring with fiery eyes. The imposing demeanor of this discharged veteran made even the deputy dean involuntarily step back 2 paces. If you put it that way, should the regular classes just wait around for you to arrange things instead of finding their own path? Even if there's no money to enter dungeons at the academy, would you rather be trapped here? Listening to Lu Boyan's questioning, Vice Dean Zhou Wei said nonchalantly, I'm the homeroom teacher of the honors class. I have no jurisdiction over the regular classes. But leaving the city is against school rules. It's up to you. With that, without a care for Lu Boyan's expression, he turned and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a teacher rushed in anxiously from outside the door. Professor Liu, Professor Liu. Oh, Vice Dean is here too. Regiment Commander Chang from East China Demon Suppression Army has arrived. He said, Professor Liu, your student has been awarded a medal. Chapter 30, The Workhorse of Investigation Department. Off to Blue Blade City. Hearing these words, both Lu Boyan and Zhou Wei were instantly stunned. A student, receiving a commendation? Individually, each word was easily understandable, but why did they seem so hard to believe when put together?
Zhou Wei hurriedly spoke up. Say that again?
The messenger teacher said timidly. Captain Chang mentioned that Teacher Lu's student has been awarded the bronze medal,
and they said they wanted us to make the front page of the campus news. Who is that student? Zhou Wei pressed urgently.
In his heart, the answer seemed dimly apparent, yet he refused to acknowledge it.
The teacher said, it's Yi Zhe. As if struck by thunder, Vice Dean Zhou Wei's brain seemed to crash completely.
At that moment, the burly Chang Zhengping barged in, beaming with delight as he announced,
Lao Lu, you've truly introduced me to a remarkable talent.
Behind Chang Zhengping was Yi Zhe, yawning tiredly. Lu Boyan's expression turned exaggerated and odd as he stared at his old comrade Chang Zhengping.
What happened? What medal ceremony? I just told you to look after Yi Zhe, who asked you to give him a medal. Can this get any more outrageous?
Chang Zhengping burst into laughter upon seeing Lu Boyan's expression, as if he had been eagerly anticipating his stunned reaction all along.
He waved to Yi Zhe and said, Haha, come here, show your teacher.
Yi Zhe took out the bronze medal from his pocket and placed it before Lu Boyan. Seeing this, Vice Dean Zhou Wei quickly stepped forward, equally fixated on the medal.
A bronze medal, awarded by the Scout Battalion. Recognizing Yi Zhe's outstanding contributions to reclaiming the number 19 polluted land, Lu Boyan held the medal, reading the inscription, his confusion gradually transforming into uncontrollable excitement. It's really a bronze medal awarded by the demon-suppressing army.
In the entire Linyuan city, with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, no more than 20 people possess the bronze medal.
Moreover, most of them are veterans from the demon-suppressing army. Yet now, a high school student has actually been awarded the bronze medal?
Chang Zhengping patted Lu Boyan on the shoulder and said, Old Lu, don't get too worked up.
Don't you have one too?
Lu Boyan calmed himself down slightly and shook his head. His bronze medal had only been awarded to him right before his discharge from the military. Compared to Yi Zhe's bronze medal, which was awarded while he was still a high school junior, the significance was completely different. If Yi Zhe's college entrance exam results were average, this medal alone would grant him treatment equivalent to being in the top 100 of the exam rankings.
At least there's a fallback option now. Lu Boyan let out a long sigh of relief and was about to say something,
but he noticed Yi Zhe sitting on the stool, barely staying awake, completely uninterested in the medal.
That kid. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Zhou Wei's face had gone completely pale from shock. Just moments ago, he'd been planning to revoke Yi Zhe's opportunity to enter the team dungeon, to strip the rightful benefits from a student who contributed to combating the abyss and earned a bronze medal? What's the difference between this and forcibly demolishing military family compounds?
Yet Zhou Wei needed only a moment before his face lit up with admiration as he praised. I always knew students who could conquer hell-level difficulty would achieve greatness in the future. As you all know, I'm the strongest supporter of students gaining real combat experience in polluted zones.
Lu Boyan let out a cold snort.
Seeing this, Chang Zhengping frowned and said, Who are you?
Zhou Wei's smile instantly froze.
Without any courtesy, Lu Boyan retorted, Vice Dean Zhou, you'd better hurry back and manage your elite class. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Zhou Wei looked extraordinarily embarrassed and had no choice but to slink away.
Soon after,
Lu Boyan placed the bronze medal back into Yi Zhe's pocket and immediately called out to him.
Wake up for now.
You can sleep when you're on the high-speed train. Yi Zhe wasn't actually asleep, just resting with his eyes closed.
Hearing this, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. High-speed rail? I wouldn't need to take the high-speed rail even if you wanted me to go home, would I? Lu Boyan looked utterly exasperated. To Qingfeng City. Don't tell me you've forgotten about the super-large group dungeon. Wasn't that supposed to be tomorrow? Yi Zhe exclaimed in shock. It's almost midnight, and we're in Linyuan City. Just a 5-hour high-speed rail ride. Holy shit.
Having never been to any other city, Yi Zhe had almost forgotten.
Linyuan City is the most remote city in East China.
This is why most students from Linyuan City have to take overnight trips when traveling to other cities for exams or dungeon raids. Chang Zhengping said casually, no problem, if he wants to sleep, let nephew Yi sleep a little longer. I'll personally take him over later.
Nephew? Lu Boyan gave him a puzzled glance.
But he agreed, that would work. Yi immediately waved his hand, no need, I'd rather go there together.
All the way here, Commander Chang couldn't stop mentioning the East China Army and the Pursuit North Regiment almost every 3 sentences. I've practically developed immunity to hearing about them now.
If I had to endure another trip with Commander Chang, I really can't imagine it.
Yi Zhe casually asked again, aren't you going to Qingfeng City, sir? Lu Boyan let out a deep sigh and pointed at his desk piled high with documents. Strange phenomena have appeared in contaminated zone number 17. The section chief took the team to conduct on-site investigations, so now all their work has fallen on me. You're practically the working horse of the investigation department. Yi Zhe muttered the complaint before quickly slipping away, heading straight for Linyuan City's high-speed rail station. Yi Zhe's body now transformed into a shadowy mass, darting through the depths of Linyuan City.
To hasten his journey, he directly replicated a squirrel's shadow dash ability.
The sensation of shadow dashing resembled swimming somewhat, or perhaps floating midair, yet no one would ever notice.
Never thought I'd actually be heading to the mantis homeland, he mused.
However, his memories of this hometown probably aren't very fond.
Qingfeng City was where the Razor Claw Mantis was captured. It's also home to the only level 10 mega-size team dungeon in the East China region. The bloodied plains where the Razor Claw Mantis originated lie just 100 miles beyond Qingfeng City's outskirts. However, given the mantis's current state of retreating into the void, it clearly has no feelings left for this so-called hometown. Arrived at the high-speed rail station. In this world, with technological professions like mechanics existing, transportation methods are actually quite advanced.
But advanced transportation requires more energy, which in turn increases various costs. A high-speed rail is affordable.
Moreover, the academy will arrange 2 dedicated trains for the students, so no need to spend your own money. Stepping onto the platform, you'll see it's packed with third-year students from the regular classes of War College. As for the elite classes, they naturally have their own distinctive travel arrangements. Even raiding dungeons isn't done alongside the regular classes. As soon as we entered the carriage, someone let out a surprised shout.
Holy shit, Yi Zhe. It's really him. Haven't seen him all day, thought something bad had happened.
I figured Zhao Xian lost money and sent someone to get back at him. Yi Zhe, who had the achievement of being the first to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon, was still quite legendary in the eyes of the students.
However, after today's cooldown period, it was clear that everyone had become much more rational.
If it had been yesterday, there would probably have been no shortage of people rushing up to ask for autographs. Yi Zhe glanced around. Most students were around level 3, with level 4 already being the elite among ordinary classes. His gaze eventually settled on a female student at level 24. Xia Qing, 22 years old, a trainee teacher in class 3 and one of the chaperones for this trip. Compared to the bus full of high school girls, her fully developed figure was particularly graceful, with gentle features and dressed in a light green dress. Yi Zhe walked over, and Xia Qing, having also noticed him, waved in greeting.
Professor Xia, where should I sit? Preferably somewhere quiet where I can rest peacefully.
As he spoke, Yi Zhe flashed a harmless, disarming smile. Xia Qing was momentarily stunned. After glancing around briefly, her eyes lingered on Yi Zhe's refined and handsome face, and before she knew it, she said,
"Well, you can take my seat."
The high-speed train was divided into several compartments, each accommodating 4 to 6 people, allowing passengers to form their own seating groups.
Yi Zhe didn't have any close friends to form a group with and simply wanted to rest throughout the journey. The spot least likely to be disturbed would undoubtedly be the seat next to the teacher. Yi Zhe was thoroughly satisfied. "Thank you, Ms. Xia."
Seeing Yi Zhe enter Xia Qing's cubicle, many male students began to feel envy and jealousy. Xia Qing was an about-to-graduate college student, a delicate and pretty beauty with a gentle voice and adorable looks. She had once enjoyed immense popularity among the boys who were just beginning to stir with budding affections. Watching the place they longed for but couldn't reach being entered by Yi Zhe first, they couldn't help but feel distressed and heartbroken. Not far away in a partitioned space, 2 men and 2 women were engaged in lively discussion, still gossiping about Yi Zhe.
Imagine how strong Yi Zhe must be now. He was already soloing hell difficulty dungeons yesterday. Give me a break. He hasn't even entered a dungeon today. Who's to say he isn't already slacking off? The speaker was a lean young man clad in assassin's leather armor, clearly brimming with confidence after grinding dungeons all day, reaching level 4 today. Sitting opposite him, a female clergy student disagreed. Yi Zhe cleared the hell difficulty level first. I don't think anyone in East China High School is stronger than him. Who says that? Someone's way stronger than him. The lanky level 4 male student immediately countered upon hearing this. My uncle told me there was someone appearing in the scout camp today. Now that's what you call truly powerful. Even in the number 19 contaminated zone, a level 15 elite demon could be instantly annihilated. Chapter 31, Comparing me to myself? Stop probing the void creatures. Slaying a level 15 elite demon? Hearing this, the other 3 in the compartment were instantly shocked. To them, evil demons seemed far removed from their lives, and elite demons were nothing but terrifying legends. However, the female priest named Lin Ku in the compartment said unhappily, "Lu Qi, I was talking about high school students. Someone who can instantly kill a 15th level elite demon couldn't possibly be just a high school student. It must be one of the elite demon suppression army." Hearing this, the boy named Lu Qi, a level 4 assassin, wore a confident expression. "I'm telling you, it was a high school student. My uncle participated in today's raid on the polluted lands. He said that Big Shot was only level 7, about our age, but his summoned beast could kill a bloodbone demon with a single punch. My uncles all called him the rookie king of the scout battalion." Lu Yang kept babbling incessantly, his tone growing increasingly agitated. Sitting next to Lin Ko, a slightly plump girl couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Which is stronger, the bloodbone demon or the hell difficulty boss?" Of course. Before anyone else could speak, Lucci immediately said, demons are far more formidable than magical beasts. The cleric girl Lin pursed her lips but didn't refute. It was indeed a universally acknowledged fact. See, I told you this rookie king big shot is way stronger than Yi. As he spoke, Lucci couldn't help but reveal a faint hint of pride, as if that big shot was none other than himself. After seeing Yi enter Xia Qing's cubicle, his desire to surpass Yi grew even stronger. In the future, I'll aim to become a big shot. Lin Ke fired back without hesitation. You? Ha! Besides, Yi cleared the hell dungeon just yesterday, who knows how much stronger he might be today. Maybe Yi could even kill the Bloodbone demon now. He probably isn't much worse than that so-called rookie king. Lucci waved his hand dismissively. No way, absolutely no way. Hearing the argument, several students from neighboring cubicles craned their necks to look. They all began sharing their own inside information. Yi? He's nowhere near as good as the rookie king from the scout battalion. I heard that rookie king has already been decorated with a medal. Just a high school junior and already honored. A bespectacled boy nearby lowered his voice mysteriously when he uttered those final words. Yet the ripple of shock they created was even greater. In between the two compartments, some uninformed students suddenly exclaimed, being awarded a medal? Is that for real? My sister works as a clerk in the scout battalion. She saw it with her own eyes. The bespectacled guy who had just spoken confirmed, a bronze medal in senior high. The scout battalion commander personally awarded it. Word is, the rookie king can already take down level 25 elite fiends. If it weren't for him, many more people would have died during the reclamation of Pollution Zone 19. After hearing the detailed explanation, the students couldn't help but gasp in admiration, with several girls even showing expressions of reverence. Even Lin Ke now felt that Yi's radiance had been considerably overshadowed. Lucci immediately looked thoroughly satisfied. See that? Yi is nowhere near a real powerhouse. The king of newcomers, now that's the idol I, Lucci, strive to follow. The clamor from the two cubicles grew louder. It even reached Xia Qing's cubicle. She helplessly sat up and closed the doors and windows of her compartment, the frosted glass screen improving the soundproofing considerably. Xia Qing thought about how to prevent Yi from being psychologically affected by others' words. Inside her compartment, there were only her and Yi. But as soon as Yi entered, he slumped in his seat and covered his face with a baseball cap, remaining utterly silent. Xia Qing's bright almond eyes couldn't help but linger on him a few moments longer. Yi's temperament is really this steady? When classmates compare him to others, he doesn't get angry at all? Just this trait alone made him remarkably more composed than many students she'd encountered. In such an environment, Yi had never been in the habit of sleeping deeply, so he naturally heard the commotion outside. But his emotions were a bit complicated at the moment. Comparing the present self to the past self, he didn't know what to say. It feels like I'm putting myself down, yet somehow it also seems like I'm praising myself. Might as well keep my eyes closed and rest, restoring physical strength and mental energy. Spending an entire day continuously in the polluted zone has taken quite a toll. At this moment, the partition door suddenly swings open with a knock. Thump thump. Xia Qing stood up. Outside the door were a man and a woman dressed in Guardian Corps uniforms, both third-tier professionals. Hello, Teacher Xia Qing. I am Qin Chang, the captain of the Qingfeng City Guard. My name is Zhou Huahua. I suppose you could call me the deputy team leader. The professions and levels of the two individuals before him left Xia Qing quite surprised. A level 30 gunblade dancer and a level 30 spirit seer. Every year during the group assignment period, Qingfeng City would send escorts to accompany the students. However, this year was unprecedented. They even dispatched level 30 professionals. Perhaps noticing Xia Qing's surprise, Captain Qin Cheng explained, the beasts of the blood plains have been unusually restless this year, frequently attacking humans or city facilities. Rest assured, our Qingfeng City has already dispatched people to clean up. Today we'll be escorting everyone to ensure nothing unexpected happens. Hearing this explanation, Xia Qing immediately felt much more at ease. As someone whose profession wasn't suited for combat, having two third-tier professionals accompany them significantly eased her journey's worries. Then I'll trouble you too, said Xia Qing cheerfully. Seeing two empty seats in the compartment, Qin Cheng simply brought Zhou Huahua over to sit down. Noticing Yi resting against his seat, he asked curiously, and this gentleman is? But before he could finish speaking, the usually lively and spirited Zhou Huahua suddenly trembled violently, her face turning deathly pale as she clutched Qin Cheng's arm tightly. Her profession was that of a psychic. She could perceive others on a spiritual level. But the moment she instinctively tried to sense Yi, it felt as if she had been yanked into an endless void, shrouded in darkness, desolation, and terror, like a tiny boat lost in the vast, boundless sea, until a pair of crimson compound eyes appeared in the void, staring at her. In just a single breath, her consciousness instantly collapsed. Danger! Qin Cheng frowned deeply but detected no abnormalities. What? Zhou Huahua glanced around at the peaceful surroundings,
then looked at Yi Zhe, who appeared to have fallen into a deep sleep utterly harmless. She couldn't help but fall into doubt. Years later, when Zhou Huahua looked back on this memory, she would realize, throughout the entirety of human history, aside from Yi Zhe, she was the first person to perceive the existence of void creatures, and gained valuable experience. Never recklessly pry into void creatures. It will be of epical significance in the future. Unfortunately, she remains completely oblivious to this for now. Chapter 32, If you don't let me out soon, people will start dying out there. Seeing Qin Cheng even draw out a spear, Xia Qing turned pale and hurriedly explained. This is Yi Zhe, a student from our academy, not a bad person. Qin Cheng also sighed helplessly, putting away his weapon as he turned to Zhou Huahua. They're just high school students, what danger could they pose? Zhou Huahua seriously doubted his spiritual sense was malfunctioning, as that fleeting sensation had vanished almost instantly. She simply stopped overthinking it and took a seat with Qin Cheng. Meanwhile, the high-speed train had already begun its journey toward Greenblade City. For most students, this was their first time leaving Abyss Edge City, and their excitement ran high. Some gathered in groups to play games, while others pressed against the windows to watch the scenery. As the lead teacher, Xia Qing looked at the area outside and couldn't help feeling a little worried. We're almost reaching the wilderness now. Could we encounter wild beasts? As a non-combat profession, Xia Qing didn't have much experience traveling outside the city, so it was natural for her to feel anxious. Qin Cheng, the captain of the escort team, chuckled and said, "Don't worry. After all, we're riding a high-speed rail. Most wild animals are terrified of this kind of vehicle and wouldn't dare come near. Our security team is just taking precautions. Under normal circumstances, nothing would happen." Before the words could fade, everyone was suddenly thrown forward as crashing sounds merged with the piercing screech of emergency brakes. Rie up. Fortunately, the train wasn't traveling as fast as those in my previous life, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. What happened? Countless students struggled to sit up, some even bearing minor injuries, with panicked clamor erupting continuously. Yi Zhe's rare moment of rest was abruptly shattered, golden arcs of light dancing in his pupils. Suddenly, a shocked exclamation rang out from ahead. Holy shit, that's a fucking enormous bull. Ironhide rhinoceros. Wind wolves, giant pythons. Is this a dungeon? Several students watched the scene outside, their voices and legs trembling simultaneously. Hearing this, Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua immediately looked outside, their faces drastically changing. Dozens of beasts, various types, mixed with several magical beasts, including some even at level 30. Yes, most wild animals are afraid of high-speed trains, but the beasts unafraid of high-speed trains are definitely no ordinary creatures. What exactly is going on here? Why would beasts of so many different species launch coordinated attacks simultaneously? The beasts of the wasteland almost never obey commands from other species, let alone when beasts and magical creatures collaborate in battle. A situation like today deserves its own dedicated page in the textbooks. Qin Cheng suddenly realized something and roared, "Why is the train stopping? Keep moving." At that moment, a red alarm flashed on the train's ceiling. Stonehide beast ahead, unable to proceed. Stonehide beast ahead. Zhou Huahua furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. They might even block our path. If the high-speed train were to collide with the stone-armored beasts, while the beasts would perish, the entire train would be overturned instantly. Qin Cheng made a swift decision. All guards, follow me off the train. All students, stay where you are. Hurry and contact the city defense or the demon suppression army nearby. The last sentence was directed at Xia Cheng. Immediately, Qin Cheng, Zhou Huahua, and more than a dozen second-tier security team members got out of the vehicles. Xia Qing, who encountered a minor beast tied on her first field assignment, looked slightly flustered and quickly grabbed her phone. Yi Zhe activated his inside eye and looked out the window. In the hazy night, an army seemingly composed of beasts surged forward. Flame lizards, armored rhinos, swift wind wolves, earth-splitting boar kings, demon pythons, most of them were level 15 or above. These days, even the beasts are restless. Yi Zhe grumbled as he watched the Qingfeng city guards engage in combat with the wild beasts. The guards were the independent armed forces of each city, and their strength was nothing to scoff at. Led by two third-tier captains, they had already withstood the first wave of the beast tide. Yi Zhe, stay right here and don't move. I'll go calm the other students. Yi Zhe heard Xia Qing's voice beside his ear. Although Xia Qing wasn't combat trained and lacked battlefield experience, she was still a teacher, even if only an intern. In this situation, she had to step forward to calm those panicked students who wanted to do something reckless. In fact, just moments ago there had been a group of hot-blooded male students, including Lu Qi, who wanted to form a team to fight the beasts. But upon seeing the tank-like armored rhinoceros, his face turned pale, not daring to step out of the car. The gap is too vast. This wasn't some game dungeon. Getting hit out there would mean genuine death. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Yi Zhe shook his head. Xia Qing immediately grew anxious, her delicate brows knitting together. Yi Zhe, this isn't the time to be stubborn.
Her tone hardened slightly, trying to intimidate Yi Zhe with a teacher's authority.
Unfortunately, she was that type of serene, graceful beauty, even when adding some sternness, her gentle voice carried no deterrence.
Teacher Xia, let me explain first.
Yi Zhe smiled earnestly and pointed at the window with his finger.
If you don't let me out now, people are going to die out there.
Several students kept staring outside, their faces now drained of color. The second wave of Beast Tide brought a full 6 elite level 25 beasts, plus 2 magical creatures of the same level. Qin Shang stood alone with his spear, blood chi raging as he fought against 4 opponents, yet other beasts still broke through to the rear lines.
Yi Zhe followed Xia Qing into the train corridor.
Xia Qing didn't know why she trusted Yi Zhe either, perhaps she was a little scared herself. Struck by his calmness and confidence, she wanted him by her side to bolster her courage. Seeing the teacher, the students inside the carriage grew slightly calmer. But the beasts outside were anything but calm. A shattering sound erupted as the creatures broke through the barrier set by the spiritual masters. In the summoning beast space, the red-eyed mantis had long been restless.
But Yi Zhe didn't dare release the mantis alone.
He was somewhat afraid that once released, the mantis might casually slaughter the security team members too.
Given the mantis's current bloodthirsty nature, if left unchecked, it would indeed be just a trivial matter for it.
Yi Zhe was about to step out of the car when he noticed spiritualist Zhou Huahua guarding the door outside.
Get back inside.
Zhou Huahua let out an urgent, thunderous shout. Yi Zhe realized 2 level 25 elite stone-armored beasts were charging toward them. Given Zhou Huahua's level, dodging the attack wouldn't be a problem, but behind her was a train carriage packed with high school students.
And now, there was Yi Zhe too.
Yi Zhe! Xia Qing gasped, a glint of arcane light flashing in her eyes.
A deep blue arcane shield enveloped Yi Zhe.
This was her profession, scholar, one of her only 2 combat skills, and her sole defensive ability. This was all she could do. In the next moment, a figure clad in black and white emerged. A breeze-like force rippled through the air, charging straight toward the 2 stampeding stone-hide beasts. Tai Chi grasped the bird's tail. Boom! The 2 stone armor beasts were instantly embedded into the ground with a single strike, annihilated in an instant. Stone armor beast slain, EXP plus 225. Killing the stonehide beast, obtained plus 225 EXP. Level, 7, 3280/4300. Chapter 33, as you all know, Yi Zhe has always been my idol. Yi Zhe couldn't help sighing. What a familiar scene. At level 1, he used the panda's grasped sparrow's tail move against the stonehide beast. At level 7, he was still using the panda's grasped sparrow's tail move against the stonehide beast. When will the panda finally get more skills? Yi Zhe grumbled to himself. Little did he realize that at this moment, everyone inside and outside the train compartment was looking at him as if he were a monster. The students of War Academy, frozen in shock, couldn't help but murmur. Whose ridiculously overpowered giant panda is this summoned beast? Let me guess. No need to guess anymore. Among all of us here, only Yi Zhe is a summoner. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes began to tremble slightly as she stared at Yi Zhe as if he were a deity. Yi Zhe, you? This was the senior student from the class next to hers? What kind of joke is this? Even among the many university graduates she had encountered, none possessed the strength to instantly defeat 2 level 25 elite stone-hide beasts. How could someone like that have been sleeping so peacefully beside her just moments ago? On the other side, the priestess Lin Ke's eyes immediately lit up with a gleam of admiration. She turned to boast to Lu Qi and the others nearby. See? I told you Yi Zhe was definitely stronger. Zhou Huahua looked bewildered. Yi Zhe said earnestly, can I join the battlefield now? Although the beasts and magical creatures here don't provide as much experience as the evil spirits, but it's more than enough for him to level up. Who could resist leveling up one more time before a massive raid dungeon? Unexpectedly, Zhou Huahua outright refused. No way. You're still in your senior year of high school. It's not your turn to risk your life on the battlefield. Moreover, you're already strong now and will definitely become even stronger. You should survive, there's no need to take risks here. Although Zhou Huahua and the others were merely security personnel, their mission was to protect the students. Yi Zhe sighed helplessly. He really wanted to complain. With this level of danger, there was no need to go all out. But Zhou Huahua added, since you're quite capable, try your best to protect yourself. In their conversation, Zhou Huahua acknowledged Yi Zhe's abilities, yet still felt he was insufficient to turn the tide of battle. Actions speak louder than words. Yi Zhe had already realized this himself. After rummaging through his backpack, he found only an identification card from the investigation department. It was in his pocket all along. He called out to Zhou Huahua, revealing a bronze medal in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Huahua's expression was utterly shocked. Others in the carriage, including Xia Cheng and Lin Ke, reacted similarly, with Lu Qi and his group displaying the most exaggerated expressions. Yi Zhe pinned the medal to his chest and said, no need for me to explain further, right? Where does the bronze medal awarded by the military hold the most privilege?
Of course, in the army and on the battlefield. It represents the military's recognition of one's capabilities and strength. On the battlefield, it can temporarily supersede rank and even grant limited command authority over troops.
Naturally, the authority conferred by a bronze medal isn't particularly extensive.
But for those in the escort team, this was more than enough.
Zhou Huahua, taken aback, immediately snapped to attention with a crisp military salute.
Got it.
This bronze medal attested that Yi Zhe was a battle-capable warrior of the demon-suppressing army, equal to his peers on the battlefield.
In terms of title alone, they even outranked the guards by half a grade.
Yi Zhe smiled and returned the greeting. You stay here and hold the fort. I'll go deal with the beast tide. With that, he strode straight out of the carriage and joined the battle.
At this moment, the entire carriage fell into complete silence.
Dozens of students exchanged glances, nearly all wearing stunned expressions. Xia Qing, Lin Ku, and especially Lu Qi looked dazed beyond belief, their expressions utterly exaggerated.
Bronze medal.
That high school student rumored to have been decorated by the military.
That astonishingly talented scout battalion's rookie king was actually Yi Zhe.
Xia Qing was utterly stunned, unable to find the right words, clearing hell mode difficulty on the first day of job transition, then receiving military honors on the second day.
Could these really be the achievements of an ordinary class student?
Lin Ku, Lu Qi, and the others felt their scalps tingle.
Just moments ago, they had been comparing themselves to Yi Zhe? Is this something a human could possibly accomplish? After a brief silence, Lu Qi suddenly burst out with an excited voice. Holy shit, that's fucking awesome. You should know, Yi Zhe has always been my idol.
After charging into the battlefield, four elite magic beasts immediately rushed toward Yi Zhe from all directions. It seemed to be targeting him specifically, but there was no time for hesitation. Yi Zhe sent out the panda, charging forward at lightning speed. Tai Chi Cloud Hand, Strike. With its superior quality and overwhelming attack power, the four elite magical beasts surrounding them were instantly obliterated. We need to help Qin Cheng break out of this siege first. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe sent out the shadow squirrels to assist, rescuing the trapped gunfighter Qin Cheng from encirclement. Qin Cheng recognized Yi Zhe by his cloak, the student who'd been in the compartment earlier. But spotting the bronze medal on his chest, Qin Cheng suddenly felt he no longer recognized the person before him.
Are you really a high school student? Before Yi Zhe could respond, two massive and powerful auras surged onto the battlefield. They were two elite beast kings of level 30. Compared to the previous few, their oppressive presence was overwhelmingly stronger. Qin Cheng furrowed his brows tightly. Damn it, when will this ever end? Even as the captain of the Guardian team station in Qingfeng City, he couldn't help but feel somewhat overwhelmed at this moment. If this continued indefinitely, it would undoubtedly escalate into a full-scale beast tide. But Yi Zhe's eyes sparkled with golden light as he spoke words that greatly excited Qin Cheng. Don't worry, I found the problem. Through the eye of insight, I could clearly see that every beast and magical creature charging at us bore a special status. Being driven. A method of forcibly controlling beasts. The mastermind behind the scenes, relying on this ability, lurked in the shadows, encircling and hunting down every last one of them. Qin Cheng couldn't wait any longer. What should we do? What he trusted wasn't high school student Yi Zhe, it was that bronze medal. Yi Zhe didn't waste time with false modesty either, immediately making preparations. You go back and defend the Beast King. I can handle this alone. Qin Cheng froze for a second before awkwardly admitting, I can't guard against two Beast Kings by myself. Dealing with two Beast Kings would be manageable, but protecting the train at the same time made it significantly harder. Yi Zhe understood perfectly. I'll have Panda work with you, but what about you? Qin Cheng asked, perplexed. What will you use without your summoned beast? In his eyes, that panda clad in white Taoist robes was undoubtedly the most powerful summoned beast. To deal with the source of the beast tide, you don't even bring the strongest summoned beast? Yi Zhe smiled faintly. Don't worry. For now, the strongest one hasn't even had the chance to make an appearance yet. Hearing this, Qin Cheng wasted no more time arguing and immediately retreated to defend against the level 30 Beast King. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe finally summoned his third familiar, the Void Predator. Mantis, locate the leader of this beast tide. As soon as he spoke, the crimson-eyed mantis materialized abruptly from the air beside Yi Zhe, as if appearing out of thin air. Those crimson compound eyes, as if suppressed for ages, swiftly scanned the entire battlefield. As today's apex predator, coupled with the mantis's unique pair of compound eyes, its judgment of prey was exceptionally precise. Moments later, those bloodthirsty eyes locked onto a figure in the distant shadowy forest. Night Shadow Jackal, LV30. Type, Rare Level Magical Beast. %. Got you. Chapter 34, Slaying the Beast Tide Leader. Level 8. At the train carriage. Before the two level 30 Beast Kings could break through the defensive line, Qin Cheng and Panda each took one down, successfully holding them off. Zhou Huahua's expression turned from joy to surprise upon seeing him. Captain Qin? How come you're back alone? Qin Cheng felt somewhat helpless as the team captain,
He couldn't even receive the slightest concern from his team members now.
Yet he understood Zhou Huahua's implication and explained Yi Zhe's arrangements to her.
To everyone's surprise, the usually gentle Xiao Qing suddenly grew anxious.
Captain Qin, no matter what, Yi Zhe is still a student. How can we let him face the beast-tide leader alone? That's right, Captain Qin. Zhou Huahua's expression turned grave, especially since Yi Zhe even left his summoned beasts behind for defense. A summoner without teammates by their side is bound to be at a disadvantage. Qin Chang repelled the level 30 Beast King before him, immediately feeling at a loss for words. That was exactly what he had been thinking moments ago. So before retreating to defend, he decisively turned to assist Yi Zhe, figuring that at least the two of them could watch each other's backs. But just as he turned his head, yet by Yi Zhe's side, he sensed a terrifying aura, ferocious, unruly, and savage, like a long-dormant beast of prey, now hunting its quarry. In that moment, he could feel Yi Zhe's hidden trump card was far more terrifying than anything they had ever witnessed before. He wanted to tell Zhou Huahua, your spiritual intuition is quite accurate. The sense of danger you felt earlier wasn't an illusion after all. And another thing, we don't know yet if Yi Zhe will suffer losses, but likely, the leader of the beast tide is headed for trouble. The jackal, a rare intelligent beast. Spotting the figure in the distance, Yi Zhe instantly recalled the relevant information. Jackals resemble wolves, but while their other attributes are average, they possess notably higher intelligence and spirit, and their numbers are scarce. As for the rare quality nightshade jackal, it ranks among the top 5 rarest species in the wastelands near East China. Yi's instinctively activated his inside eye. Nightstalker Jackal, LV.30. Type, Rare Magical Beast. Attributes, Strength 140, Constitution 140, Agility 160, Spirit 270. Skills, Shadow Strike, Night Concealment, Venomous Claw, Mind Assault. %. Halfway through analyzing the inside eye's feedback, the ebony-furred night hyena was already turning to flee. Not so fast. What sharp spiritual perception. Yi Zhe showed no panic, even praising it instead. The stronger the spiritual power, the keener the sense and premonition of danger. Clearly, this night shadow jackal had vaguely sensed the impending threat and was attempting to abandon the pack to flee alone. But prey marked by the void predator can never escape. Stop him. At Yi Zhe's command, the crimson-eyed mantis vanished from its spot in an instant. Nearly a kilometer away in the woods, that slender, black and purple-furred night snare jackal was desperately fleeing. But the next moment, it hastily came to a stop. Before it, as if emerging from a spatial rift, stood a monstrous mantis-like creature. An intangible sense of oppression enveloped the Nightstalker jackal. Its two deep purple, glowing orb-like eyes suddenly contracted, while its slightly protruding claws and jawbone assumed a threatening, warning posture. That look kinda resembles the blue venom beast. Yi Zhe arrived at the same time, with a squirrel perched tense and ready on his shoulder. Sandwiched from both sides, the night shadow jackal let out a bizarre cry. Moments later, two night wolves unexpectedly charged in from both flanks. Night wolf, LV.30, type, elite tier beast, %. This shadow jackal actually knows to arrange bodyguards for itself? Yi Zhe felt surprised, with a faint suspicion stirring in his heart. How could a night shadow jackal's mental power possibly control so many level 30 beasts? Even if the night shadow jackal's quality was slightly higher, it still wouldn't make sense. At that moment, the night shadow jackal unexpectedly spoke. Human, leave now and we can both go unharmed. Its voice was obscure and low. It seemed that with two helpers joining them, forming a 3 against 2 situation, they had gained some confidence, believing they now held a slight advantage, and thus spoke with more assurance. Yi Zhe smiled. He had precisely been worried about his opponents being too weak to truly test the Void Predator's capabilities. He looked at the Nightfang Jackal with a mocking grin. Come on, let's see what other surprises you've got for me? Rage flickered in the Nightfang Jackal's eyes. As a sentient being who had taken the initiative to seek peace, how dare they treat him with such contempt and provocation? Then die. Night wolves gain additional strength under the cover of darkness, with their speed and lethality multiplying exponentially. 2 level 30 night wolves, under nighttime conditions, could easily inflict at least severe injuries to an average 3rd-tier professional when hunting together. Yet at this moment, both wolves chose the mantis as their target. Just as the 2 night wolves swung their claws and were about to pounce, the mantis's figure abruptly turned illusory, as if existing in another dimension, leaving only a projection here. Void dash. Just as the attack was about to land, the mantis phased into the void plane, evading the opponent's assault. What a broken skill. Even Yi Zhe couldn't help but remark, it's just a shame humans probably couldn't survive in the void, otherwise I'd be tempted to try replicating this. The 2 night wolves' claws swiped through empty air, their bodies lurching forward from momentum. Before they could even react, the mantis's body reappeared in its original position. Rai up. Its twin scythe-like forelimbs sliced through the air, leaving crimson threads trailing in their wake. 2 night wolves, one to the left and one to the right, were instantly bisected at the waist. Night wolves are not earthworms, once split into upper and lower halves, their bodies quickly lost all vitality. Night wolf defeated, plus 270 EXP. Night wolf defeated, plus 270 EXP.
The night jackal's confidence instantly evaporated, replaced by a look of terror. Because in its eyes, the void mantis had effortlessly annihilated 2 level 30 nightwolves in the blink of an eye without a single scratch. The sheer eeriness of its methods was something it had never anticipated.
Even it knew nothing about void-born creatures. I've got to think of a way. With a quick flick of his eyes, Nightfang was practically ready to pounce on Yi Zhe in an instant. Can't run, can't win. Looks like grabbing the summoner is the only slim chance for survival. Yet Yi Zhe remained utterly unfazed.
Before him stood the permanent spiritual shield of the Covenant Cloak.
Shield value equals summoner's spirit plus all summoned beasts' constitution, asterisk 1000%.
Currently, with 3 summoned beasts, the shield value soared to a staggering 5,320 points. Even if the Night Shadow Jackal kept attacking him non-stop, it would take ages to break through. But unfortunately, the Night Shadow Jackal didn't even get a chance to trigger its shield. The moment it lunged at Yi Zhe, the mantis swung its right arm blade, activating Void Slash. At that instant, space itself seemed to tear apart. A purple void rift sliced through the air, distorting space along its path and emitting a deep, resonant hum. If the panda with Tai Chi skills is invincible in close combat, then the mantis wielding the power of the void is the ultimate assassin and hunter. With a thud, the body of the Night Shadow Jackal, sliced cleanly in two, hit the ground.
Rare creature slain, Night Shadow Jackal, EXP plus 750. Ding! Your level has increased to level 8. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite golden entry draw opportunity. Slayer, Crimson-Eyed Mantis has defeated a powerful enemy and can undergo an evolution of a body part. Chapter 35, The Demon General's Mark, Mantis Blade Arm Evolution. A series of notifications rang out. Yet Yi Zhe didn't immediately inspect it, instead focusing intently on a particular spot of the Nightfang Jackal's corpse. He discovered an unforeseen issue. Soul Control Mark originating from Evil Demon General Soul Harvest Fiend, used to remotely manipulate a target's actions. A demonic soul control mark, concealed beneath the Nightfang Jackal's neck fur, completely invisible to the naked eye. So it was demons causing trouble after all. Yi Zhe marveled while instructing the mantis, check if there are any other enemies around.
The mantis's compound eyes flashed red as it confirmed, none remain, master.
With that said, it obediently stood by Yi Zhe's side, awaiting its evolution. Yi's nodded.
No wonder a single Nyx Jackal could control so many level 30 beasts, the real mastermind was someone else all along.
Even the Nyx Jackal itself was being controlled.
Used as a smokescreen by this demon commander-level entity. Recalling what Qin Shang, the captain of the guard, had mentioned earlier, the recent unrest in the wilderness near Qingfeng City was likely connected to the demonic forces. Had it been someone else, they might have mistaken the Night Shadow Jackals as the masterminds behind all this.
Yet little did they know, behind the initial culprits lay even greater villains. Since when do demons start scheming like this? All demons have been confined within the abyss by the Demon Suppression Army as strictly as possible. They likely seek to breach humanity's defenses through schemes and underhanded means. However, dwelling on this now serves little purpose, improving one's strength remains paramount.
Otherwise, when truly facing a demon commander-level threat, realizing the danger may come too late. Yi Zhe first stored the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Night Shadow Jackal, the Night Shadow Dagger and Night Shadow Soft Armor. Both were rare 4-star level 30 equipment, unusable for now. He planned to feed them to Panda when he returned.
He then checked the Mantis's evolution panel. Predator can evolve the following body parts. Arm blade carapace compound eyes wings.
According to the talent description, evolving each body part grants corresponding ability enhancements. However, the specific enhancement effects currently remain completely invisible.
Might as well choose one at random. Yi Zhe considered the mantis's suggestion. Which part would you like to evolve first?
Hearing this, the mantis excitedly raised its 2 forearm blades. The intention was clear. As a hunter, it cared most about the body parts representing aggression.
Yi Zhe nodded.
Alright, then we'll evolve the forearm blades. With a single thought, a flash of purple light swept by.
The praying mantis's pair of arm blades were enveloped, and in an instant, the blades once again radiated an even more peculiar brilliance.
Visually, the bladed sections grew slightly longer, and the dark crystal-like energy waves on their surface became even more intense.
Ding! Evolution successful. Current level, arm blades +1.
Arm blade +1, strength +20, damage coefficient +20%, critical rate +20%, armor penetration +20%, skill void/level +1.
Yi Zhe was overjoyed. The improvement is actually this significant.
A single evolution upgrade provided even greater benefits than equipping a rare tier weapon of the same level. After evolving the arm blade, the mantis's strength reached 195 points, surpassing the panda by 4 points.
Moreover, the legendary skill Void Slash has been upgraded from level 6 to level 7.
The skill damage has increased from 1200% of strength to 1400%.
This is quite a significant overall improvement. And this is just the first level of evolution. When it comes to super large group dungeons, there are bound to be plenty of powerful enemies inside.
Just imagine how thrilling the evolution process will be when that time comes. Yi Zhe found himself growing even more excited about Qingfeng City's group dungeons. Nearby, the mantis examined its freshly evolved arm blades with great satisfaction. But then, sensing something abruptly, he instantly vanished into the void with a flicker. Yi Zhe was just about to extract the entries, when he heard footsteps approaching from behind, accompanied by a voice saying,
"Are all the beast-tide leaders dead?"
The voice was coarse and oddly familiar. Yi Zhe turned to look. A burly man about 6'3" with thick, chestnut-brown curls, casually dressed in a short-sleeved shirt.
He was stunned. City Lord Wan? "Hey, Yi Zhe, you rascal." The visitor was none other than Wan Feiping, City Lord of Lin Yuan, a 6th-tier hunter. With his strength, dealing with a beast-tide of this level is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito.
"Just happened to be bored out of my mind, so I came to check things out when I saw the distress signal," Wan Feiping casually remarked as he walked up to Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe believed him because Wan Feiping became City Lord primarily due to his formidable strength. Daily affairs were all handled by his assistants. Yi Zhe briefed him about the situation with the leader of the beast tide. Wan Feiping casually glanced at the corpse of the Night Shadow Jackal and snorted dismissively. "I thought it was something special, just a sentient magical beast. Must have had some nerve, daring to attack the train." Attacks by intelligent magical beasts were quite common in the wilderness, and Wan Feiping didn't give it a second thought.
"No, City Lord."
Yi Zhe, seeing this, directly pointed out the hidden soul control mark to him.
"It's the demon who's controlling it." Though no one knew what schemes the demon general, the soul-siphoning fiend, was truly plotting. But don't worry about it, just report it and be done. Rather than keeping secrets to yourself, why not disclose them directly to those who have the capability to handle them? Let the big shots deal with the headache. Fighting wits with demons? Yi Zhe couldn't be bothered to waste his time on that. He'd rather dedicate all his time to leveling up and getting stronger. Once his strength was sufficient, he'd just bulldoze through everything. Who cares about your schemes? Seeing the issue Yi Zhe pointed out, Wan Feiping immediately became serious. A demon commander level mark? Damn those vile demons, can't they just stay put in the abyss?
Discovering that it was the handiwork of a demon general, even Wan Feiping couldn't help but view the situation with grave seriousness.
If mishandled, a single demon general could utterly devastate a small to medium-sized human city. Wait a minute.
As Wan Feiping contemplated, a sudden realization dawned on him, and he sharply turned his gaze to Yi Zhe.
Did you single-handedly slay all these level 30 shadow jackals and night wolves? Did you discover this mark too? Knowing his true capability couldn't be concealed, Yi Zhe nodded in admission.
As for how the mark was discovered, he unblushingly shifted the credit to his mentor investigator Lu Boyan.
Quite reasonable indeed.
To his surprise, Wan Feiping's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement, as if he'd spotted some priceless treasure.
Damn it, our Cliffhaven city has finally produced a true genius. Once again, he used that familiar delinquent's opening move, throwing an arm around Yi Zhe's shoulder.
At this moment, even the matter of the demon general seemed insignificant.
Still below first tier, yet single-handedly killed 3 level 30 magical beasts, and all of them elite grade or higher. Isn't this better than the geniuses from the affluent Huazhong district? Bro, you must promise me one thing.
Wan Feiping was overjoyed but then hesitated. No, there's still something missing. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, curled his lips, and revealed a defiant smile. Brother Yi Zhe, today's merits are yours. I'll put in for your military honors.
If you can get even stronger after the guild raid, I'll take you to a special place then. Yi Zhe? Chapter 36, the 8th entry, Bloodline Regression. A good place?
Looking at Wan Feiping's ruffian expression like a mountain bandit chief, if not for the man's strength and status, Yi Zhe would have sworn Wan Feiping was taking him to a foot massage parlor.
However, Wan Feiping didn't say any more.
After tossing out those words, he shouldered the corpse of the Night Shadow Jackal and left.
The speed of a 6th-rank hunter was several times faster than a high-speed train.
Clearly, the appearance of a general-class demonic creature made even him take it seriously.
Yi Zhe sighed helplessly. Do I really need to become even stronger?
Yet the strength he displayed here hadn't even reached half of his full combat power.
Even Wan Feiping hadn't considered such a terrifying possibility. A level 7 summoner fighting a level 30 rare magical beast without using half his strength, who could possibly believe this? Yi Zhe shook his head and returned to where the train was stationed. The supporting city defense forces have already taken their positions, and the beast tide has completely ended. Beside the high-speed train, groups of beast carcasses lay in complete disarray, with the stench of blood permeating the air. Outside the train, Xin Shang and Zhou Huohua, who had been waiting, looked at Yi Zhe with shocked expressions. Yi Zhe, did you kill the leader of the beast tide? Yi Zhe nodded calmly. The body was taken away by City Lord Wan Feipeng. No problem now.
He removed the bronze medal, stowed the previously left panda into the summoning beast space, and returned to the carriage. Qin Shang and Zhou Huahua were left staring at each other, momentarily speechless. Single-handedly killing the leader of the beast tide. Are high school students really that terrifying these days? This time when he returned to the carriage, all eyes from the trained students instantly focused on Yi Zhe. The entire space fell silent. It was as if Yi Zhe was no longer their fellow schoolmate, but some celestial being. As they watched Yi Zhe walk back to the compartment, the students erupted in exclamations. Single-handedly killing the beast tide leader. Holy shit, this guy's a fucking monster. Should I get his autograph now? I might not get another chance later. Listening to the discussions behind him, Yi Zhe returned to his cubicle. There, wearing a light green dress, Xiaoqing was reporting the details of the recent attack to the academy. Seeing Yi Zhe return, she unexpectedly felt somewhat nervous. For a moment, she couldn't decide what attitude to adopt toward Yi Zhe. At least for now, it was hard for her to treat Yi Zhe as just an ordinary student anymore. But Yi Zhe simply smiled calmly and said, "Teacher Xia, I'm going to rest first. Call me if you need anything." With that, he actually leaned back in the chair just as before, closing his eyes to rest as if nothing had happened. Xiaoqing moved closer to examine Yi Zhe with a complex expression. This was her first time leading a team during her internship when she encountered a beast tide attack. Recalling the earlier scene, she still felt lingering fear. How could Yi Zhe remain so composed as to fall asleep? However, this was a misunderstanding. Yi Zhe was actually focusing his mind to draw word entries. After reaching level 8, there was still one word entry left to draw. Fortunately, the process of drawing word entries was completely invisible to others, so he simply decided to do it right inside the cubicle. You have drawn the legendary golden word entry, Bloodline Ancestral Awakening. Bloodline Awakening, ignite the primal power of your ancestry, returning to the glory and legacy of ancient times. Note, must be used on beings with bloodline heritage. Reading this entry, Yi Zhe's spiritual vision nearly broke its composure. Awakening the primordial bloodline power of antiquity. He suddenly recalled an ancient legend from Earth, Qi Yu and his mighty mount, the metal-eating beast. To be chosen as Qi Yu's steed, that must represent the pinnacle of power for a metal-eating beast. Moreover, among all his summoned beasts, only the metal-eating beast possessed noble bloodline. The choice of who to empower needed no deliberation. Yi Zhe turned his gaze toward the summoning space where his metal-eating beast resided. Here lies an untouched natural landscape of mountains and waters, where a panda is gnawing on half a bamboo shoot. Bestow the entry upon the panda. Entry Ancestral Bloodline successfully bestowed. Summoned Beast, Kung Fu Panda, Epic, upgraded 9 War Beast, Golden Legend. A flash of golden light passed by, and the panda's body grew significantly taller. Its black and white fur seemed as hard as armor, while its claws grew even sharper. Other than that, there weren't many changes. The second golden legendary summoned beast. And what's more, it had one more star than the mantis. Yi Zhe eagerly checked its attributes. Qi Yu Battle Beast, Kung Fu Panda. Quality, Golden Legend. Level, 8. Attributes, Strength 251, Constitution 206, Agility 225, Spirit 189. Talents, 9 Bloodline, Legendary, Tai Chi Inner Strength, Legendary, Battle Hardened, Legendary, Legendary Reputation, Legendary. Skills, 9 Edge LV8, Legendary, Ancient Mirage LV8, Legendary, Tai Chi LV10, Legendary, Leveraging Strength LV10, Legendary. Equipment, Crimson Spirit Bracers, Rare. Percent. All stats except Strength increased by 45 points, while Strength soared by a whopping 60 points. Looking at this attribute panel, I couldn't help but feel somewhat intimidated. In addition, 2 new combat skills have appeared. 9 Li's Cutting Edge, attacks from the 9 War Beast inflict additional sharp metal element damage, ignoring defense, and cannot be blocked. Ancient Phantom, concentrates spirit and internal energy to materialize as an ancestral phantom, integrating offense and defense, greatly enhancing both attack and defensive capabilities. Pure damage dealing abilities. If the panda of the past was about overcoming hardness with softness, now, it's about harmonizing both strength and flexibility. Especially the Ancient Phantom, providing all-around defense, expanding attack range, and significantly boosting combat power. Previously, when facing dozens of beasts in a beast tide along with 2 level 30 beast kings, Panda would feel somewhat powerless. But now, with the activation of the Ancient Phantasm, against a beast tide of that level just now, one panda alone could handle it single-handedly. With enhancements reaching this degree, whether facing that hidden demon general or an ultra-large-scale raid dungeon, Yi's confidence has grown significantly. Meanwhile, as the words were being extracted, the high-speed train had already continued on its journey. No matter what, the large-scale dungeon raid couldn't be delayed. Yi Zhe opened his eyes to find that Qin Shang and Zhou Huahua across from him had disappeared, leaving only him and Xiaoqing in the compartment. The latter was typing on the keyboard, a look of distress on his face as he struggled to write something.
Yi's glanced at the title, Internship to Full-Time Application, Xiaoqing, now in its 4th revision.
Xiaoqing bit her lower lip as she wrote, successfully maintained student order during an unexpected attack while leading an off-campus excursion, under the personal achievements section. She then added several dozen more words to elaborate.
A familiar sensation welled up in him.
I know exactly how that feels, Yi's remarked with deep understanding.
I do the same thing when padding my essay word count. The unexpected remark came out of nowhere.
Xiaoqing's fair complexion flushed crimson in an instant as she awkwardly covered the notebook screen with her small hands, protesting with embarrassed indignation.
How dare you peek? How can you call it stealing when it's between a student and teacher? Yi Zhe flashed an innocent smile. I'd like to learn from you. You don't need to.
Xiaoqing sighed helplessly.
What teaching achievements could a university intern like me possibly have? Of course, the more I can write, the better, otherwise, it might take 2 or 3 years just to get officially promoted. There was another point Xiaoqing didn't mention, but Yi Zhe understood it perfectly. Achieving teaching excellence relies heavily on students' accomplishments. Otherwise, the vice dean wouldn't have been so eager to become Yi Zhe's nominal advisor.
As for Class 3 where Xiaoqing was interning at, unless their ancestral graves were spewing green smoke, an extremely lucky omen, the chances of them producing notable academic results were practically non-existent. On her own, there was only so much she could do. Once this thought occurred to her, she couldn't help but think, if only she had a student even half as capable as Yi Zhe, she wouldn't have struggled so much with becoming a full-time teacher already. Before long, the high-speed train gradually slowed down. A rather emotionless voice announcement sounded. Qingfeng City, arriving. Chapter 37, Think You Can Do Better? Entering the Teen Dungeon. Is this Qingfeng City? Feels about the same as Linyuan City. Yi Zhe stepped off the train, feeling rather good about himself. To be fair, both cities shared one common trait, they were battle-scarred. Linyuan City bordered the abyssal edge, while Qingfeng City stood near the bloodstained plains. Neither could be considered particularly safe. The students of the War Academy disembarked from the train and boarded a specially arranged bus, which transported them to the entrance of the mega-sized teen dungeon. At that moment, an adjacent hovercar drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. The sleek silver hovercar, brimming with futuristic aesthetics, was the creation of a high-tier mechanist.
What kind of vehicle is that? That's so damn sick. The school bus of Dongwuching number 1 high.
Among the top 10 students in last year's East China College entrance exams, 8 came from this school. I heard they're fully geared up this time, aiming to smash the raid record. Yi Zhe had some knowledge of this as well. This kind of hovercar consumes 80 to 120 crystals per 100 kilometers.
Toys for the rich. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the hovercar emblazoned with the emblem of Dongwu High School took off like a shot, swiftly disappearing from view. An hour later, a vast square came into view, dominated by a black stone gate over 10 meters tall, intricately carved, clearly the entrance to the team dungeon. This was a level 10 supersized team dungeon. Rumors said it was modeled after fragments of a world shattered by the abyss, though no one knew the exact details. At the entrance of the square, a registration checkpoint was processing the crowd. Not far away, Yi Zhe spotted the advanced class. Apparently, they had arrived early and had already finished the group dungeon. Vice Dean Zhou Wei was actually yelling at several students, and one girl from the advanced class was even reduced to tears. Rare sight, Zhou Wei daring to scold members of the advanced class? Yi Zhe stroked his chin with a mischievous look, while Xiaoqing mirrored his expression. It seems the raid results weren't ideal.
Her voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to Yi Zhe, 2 perfect spectators enjoying the drama unfold. Truly, everyone loves watching a good show. A brief moment later, a level 4 assassin student named Lu Qi abruptly approached with an ingratiating expression, eager to claim credit.
Brother Zhe, I've got the scoop.
Ever since finding out that Yi Zhe was the rookie king, Lu Qi's expression changed instantly, openly showing his admiration. It was Zhao Xian who mastered 3 outstanding summoning skills, his confidence soaring, impulsively choosing to challenge the difficult group dungeon. The outcome directly led to a full team wipeout. But the vice dean didn't dare scold Zhao Xian. Instead, he berated the others for not stopping him. Hearing this, Yi Zhe found himself caught between laughter and exasperation. Beside them, Xiaoqing also couldn't help murmuring in a low voice. The failure of the guild dungeon raid will seriously affect the vice dean's job evaluation. No wonder he's so furious.
Yi Zhe exclaimed in surprise, that's considered good news?
Job evaluations were one of the assessment criteria for all faculty positions in the academy. If the results were poor, even a vice dean could be replaced. Meanwhile, the advanced class students were all scowling as they prepared to leave. Especially Zhao Xian and Zhou Wei, with one face dark as coal and the other red as a tomato. It was downright hilarious. As they passed by Yi Zhe, Zhao Xian shot him a cold glare, but paired with that charcoal black face, Yi Zhe couldn't help himself.
But, what are you laughing at?
Zhao Xian demanded, his face still stormy.
Yi nothing. I've received professional training. I don't normally laugh.
Seeming to detect the teasing tone in Yi Zhe's voice, Zhao Xian snorted coldly and said disdainfully,
Laughing?
Just wait until you realize all your teammates are useless trash, then let's see how hard you can laugh. As soon as these words were spoken, not a single student from the advanced class dared to refute them. They, who had always been the focus of the War Academy's elite training, actually ended up as the deadweight trash in Zhao Xian's words after the difficult raid.
This shows just how terrifying the raid's difficulty was.
Soon, even the ordinary class students watching the spectacle stopped laughing.
After all, weren't Zhao Xian's words also directed at them? In the raid, even the top students from the honors class became deadweight. What would become of us ordinary class students then?
Yet Yi Zhe paid no heed at all, even jesting.
Can't do it yourself, yet still blame others? You chose the hard mode, but don't have the skills to carry your team to victory, and now you're blaming your teammates?
Hearing this, many students from the elite class looked excited, nearly on the verge of applauding Yi Zhe. They had originally only planned to attempt the advanced difficulty level, but Zhao Xian alone had boldly sworn they could take on the hardest challenge and even had the audacity to blame others when they failed. If not for their weaker strength and background compared to Zhao Xian, they would have already fired back at him. Zhao Xian immediately flew into a rage.
What do you know about team dungeons? He snapped. Being strong alone ain't worth shit.
That dungeon was designed for a bloody 100-man team.
Seeing Yi Zhe just smile without replying, Zhao Xian's rage flared hotter. Fine, since you're so capable, you do it. I'm not leaving today.
I'm staying to watch how you get wiped out.
Don't you dare pick the easy mode. The dungeon difficulty is the same as the beginner dungeon, divided into normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, calamity, hell.
Even with Zhao Xian leading the entire advanced class, they could at most handle high-level dungeon runs. According to Xia Qing's plan, their ordinary class's only chance to clear was at normal difficulty. So she couldn't help tugging at Yi Zhe's sleeve, silently urging him not to act rashly.
Coincidentally, registration was just completed at that moment. It was the ordinary class of the War Academy's turn to enter the team dungeon. Arriving before the obsidian gate at the center of the plaza, Xia Qing meticulously explained all the strategies and precautions in detail. However, Yi Zhe had long been familiar with all this. Meanwhile, he curiously activated his eyes of insight toward the dungeon entrance. Dungeon entrance, Fallen Dragon Valley.
Background, under the onslaught of the abyss, even the storm dragons who retreated to the valley could not escape death.
Difficulty in clear conditions. Additional rewards. Breaking records for clearing dungeons above normal difficulty. Rewards based on individual performance. Earning MVP in a dungeon raid rewards MVP raid chest. %%. Turns out there are 2 extra chances to earn rewards. Yi Zhe was quite tempted.
After completing his instructions, Xia Qing specifically came before Yi Zhe to say,
Yi Zhe, whatever you do, stay steady. Yi Zhe responded cheerfully, don't worry, Teacher Xia, I'm as steady as they come.
Xia Qing nodded in satisfaction, then watched as the group entered the dungeon entrance. Yi Zhe naturally assumed the role of captain. Please select the difficulty level your team wishes to challenge.
Yi Zhe, Hell Mode. Chapter 38, The Valley of Fallen Dragons. Solo Farming Dungeon EXP. Outside the dungeon, the moment Hell difficulty was selected, the dungeon entrance instantly turned blood red. Xia Qing nearly blacked out. A blood red dungeon entrance. He chose Hell difficulty? Did Yi Zhe make the wrong choice? Having experienced 4 years of college life, Xia Qing naturally knew that team dungeons were dozens of times more difficult than novice dungeons. Especially the Hell difficulty, no team had cleared it yet. And it wasn't like Yi Zhe had entered with some elite team, just an ordinary high school class. Nearby, the 2 other War Academy team leaders also froze in shock. Especially the homeroom teacher of Class 1, an elderly man with graying hair and wrinkles covering his face, tremblingly removed his reading glasses and said in disbelief, how could something like this happen just as I'm about to retire? Each person's joys and sorrows were worlds apart. Zhao Xian was momentarily stunned at the sight, then burst into laughter so hard he nearly doubled over. Ah ha ha ha, I think it's about time to call the academy car for you, Professor Xia. They'd be lucky to last 10 minutes if Yi Zhe wasn't playing God. At this moment, a man with the designation Guild Raid Manager approached. Who set it to Hell Mode? Dome watching First High School? Didn't they book the catastrophe difficulty? Beside the team instance stood a monitoring station, where the admin had just gone in to confirm something only to come out utterly speechless at the result. War College of the Abyss? Ordinary class? Even Dongwu First High doesn't dare open the Hell difficulty mode, yet they're coming to select. An obscure team selecting Hell difficulty, the disparity was beyond comprehension. Moreover, activating a Hell difficulty raid consumed an enormous amount of crystals. Since these were free attempts sponsored by the military, the cost naturally fell on their ledger. What a waste of crystals! Inside the instance, with a flash of white light before their eyes, the surroundings transformed instantly, and into the ears of Yi Zhe and the others came a narration. In this world, humans and storm dragons coexist in peace. But then came the abyss. Humans resisted desperately, only to fall before the demonic invaders. Faced with annihilation, they hoped to form an alliance with the storm dragons for survival. But the storm dragons did not wish to oppose the fiends, believing that a slight concession would bring peace to their clan. With no aid from humanity, they were wiped out by the fiends within 2 years. Now that humanity has perished, can the storm dragons endure? The iron hooves of the abyss will spare no inch of land across all realms. Ding! You have entered the Hell Difficulty Team Dungeon, Fallen Dragon Valley. Hell Difficulty Clearance Condition, repel the demonic army. Note, all storm dragons inhabit Dragon Valley. If successfully persuaded, they may become allies. Demonic Forces Arrival Countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes. This is probably the background of the raid instance. As for where the original story took place, there's currently no way to know. As Yi Zhe was pondering, the other students instantly erupted. 3 regular classes, nearly 100 students, now had no mood to listen to stories, each more or less mentally collapsing. Wait, dude, you chose the hell difficulty? Brother Yi, are you sure we didn't choose wrong? At this difficulty level, I'd probably die in 2 seconds flat. Goodbye, Mom, tonight I'm about to feed for free. The hellish difficulty's oppressive blood-red sky alone seemed to suffocate everyone present. As the group buzzed with discussion, the assassin Lu Qi suddenly stepped forward and angrily declared, "What's all the noise about? Brother Zhe must have his reasons for doing this." Beside them, the pastor girl Lin Ko, who had been on the train earlier, also spoke up. "Have you forgotten that Yi Zhe was the first to clear the Inferno dungeon? What's so strange about him taking the first team dungeon clear now?" After the Beast-Tide attack, many of Yi Zhe's classmates held a strong sense of trust in him. For a while, quite a few people spoke up for Yi Zhe and helped maintain order. Lu Qi approached at this moment and tentatively asked, "Brother Zhe, you have a plan, don't you?" The gazes of the group couldn't help but gather upon him. Yi Zhe pondered briefly before nodding and saying, "Yes." Lu Qi's expression instantly brightened. As expected of Brother Zhe, even for Hell Mode difficulty, he has a plan. At this moment, even if Yi Zhe ordered him to charge to his death, he'd do so without batting an eye. The female cleric Lin Ku also quietly drew closer, her face alight with excitement as she said, "Yi, Brother Yi, what should we do first? The demons will arrive in just over 9 hours. We should figure out how to convince the Storm Dragon clan first, right? I've checked the guide. The Storm Dragon clan has 3 branches. Rumor has it the ruling lineage is easier to negotiate with." Yi Zhe shook his head, cutting her off. He said nonchalantly, "My plan isn't that complicated. Within 9 hours, kill all the Storm Dragons. Then, eliminate every demon, and it's over." Lin Ku, Lu Qi, all the students? You call this a plan? Lin Ku suppressed his complicated emotions and stepped forward to persuade. "Brother Yi, even if we're dealing with evil demons, there's no need to provoke the Storm Dragon clan. At the brink of the world's survival, if a race refuses to fight and stand with humanity, why keep them around?" Yi Zhe replied without hesitation. "Not killing them might mean worrying about these foolish dragons stabbing us in the back." Though this answer fired up the students with fervor, the stark reality remained before their eyes. Lu Qi couldn't help but hesitate and say, "Brother Zhe, if we try to fight the Storm Dragon, we could die 100 times without scratching its health bar. Hell difficulty, if they could actually damage it, that would be the real miracle." Yi Zhe replied calmly, "I chose the difficulty. You don't need to lift a finger." Of course, without fighting, they wouldn't gain a single drop of experience. If that's the case, it would mean Yi Zhe alone would be absorbing all the raid experience. This was precisely why Yi Zhe voluntarily took on the responsibility of clearing the mobs. Yet everyone remained incredibly excited. Because if they could truly leech the clearance experience from hell difficulty, it would be vastly superior to desperately grinding through normal difficulty. "Brother Zhe, what should we do?" "Yeah, Brother Zhe, at least it's a raid. Let us contribute something too." Listening to Lu Qi and the others eagerly volunteering, Yi Zhe fell silent for a moment. A dungeon raid requires at least 80 people to start, and this is already considered their contribution. He thought to himself. Without further ado, he led the team and set off. "Follow me." Upon hearing these words, the group formed neat rows in silent coordination and followed closely behind at a short distance. Yi Zhe arrived at the front of Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley resembled more of a Storm Dragon clan's territory, similar to humans, with even guards stationed at the valley entrance. Spotting Yi Zhe and his companions, 2 towering dragon men, over 2 meters tall, extended their arms to block the way, coldly declaring, "Humans, keep your distance. We Storm Dragons would never help you." Meanwhile, the Draconian status panel became visible to all. Storm Dragon Guardian, LV.10. Type, Elite Monster, Superior Grade. Attributes, Strength 130, Constitution 130, Agility 100, Spirit 80. Skills, Lightning Breath, Thunder Impact. Percent. Starting right off with an elite monster of outstanding rank. Lu Qi, Lin Ku, and the others turned pale-faced. Is this the true power of a hell difficulty raid? Their highest level member Lu Chi here doesn't even possess 1/4 of the opponent's attributes. If they were hit by a single skill, casualties would be devastating. Yet Yi Zhe suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. It's truly been ages since I've faced opponents of such low level. His words were spoken far from quietly, and the storm dragon guards across from him heard them instantly, their faces contorting with rage. What do you Maya? Before the words could fully form, a dark violet void slash cleaved through both Dragunkins' throats in an instant. 2 draconic heads thudded to the ground. At this sight, the students' pupils trembled with shock. Watching the experience bar grow by 2 small segments, Yi Zhe pressed forward without pause. Dragon Valley, since you dare not face the evil demons, I'll make sure you never see them again. Chapter 39, The Ancient Phantom's Might, 9th Lexicon, The Reaper. Holy shit! Lu Chi and Lin Ku exchanged glances, each seeing sheer astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Yi Zhe, was he really from the same high school as us? They hadn't even seen how Yi Zhe's summoned creature made its move. And now, Yi Zhe stood blocking the entrance to Dragon Valley. He shouted to the crowd, whoever has charm-type skills or items, lure all the storm dragons nearby. His tactic was simple yet classic, gather the mobs, then kill them. The terrain of Dragon Valley was complex, with numerous mountain passages. Finding them one by one would be too troublesome. Hearing this, the 90-plus students behind him hesitated only for a moment before immediately springing into action. Seeing Yi Zhe demonstrate this kind of skill, what's there to hesitate about? Hunters' falcons, archers homing arrows, mages elemental spirits, all sorts of skills started drawing aggro. With more people, efficiency naturally increased. In mere moments, the Dragon Valley echoed with roars announcing enemy attacks. More than 20 storm dragons charged forward with formidable momentum. These were the primary defensive forces at the frontier of Dragon Valley. Just this alone would be enough to stop 99% of pioneering teams. Human, how dare you kill the people of the Storm Dragon clan? Too much talk. Yi Zhe curled his lip at their furious roars. Pandas, kill them all, leave none alive. Although for an average high school student, these Dragonkin guards would be terrifyingly powerful. But for the current 9 war beasts, these storm dragons are nothing but little brothers among brothers. Kung Fu Panda let out a mighty roar, crashing into the horde of dragons like a meteorite landing, utterly unstoppable. With fists and palms carrying the sharpness of 9's edge, he swiftly struck out to kill. Killed Storm Dragon Guards *2, EXP plus 580. Obtained materials Storm Dragon Bones *2, equipment Dragon Scale Armor. Though the 2 level 10 Dragonkin guards only gave 580 experience points. But fortunately, there were plenty of monsters here, giving Yi Zhe a great chance to level up. However, the Dragonkin guards were no pushovers either. Seeing the panda charging at them, over 20 Dragonkin guards swiftly surrounded him, leaving no room to maneuver. This made Lu Chi nearby gnash his teeth in frustration. Damn, 2 fists are no match for 40 hands. The other students were no different. Most of the raid strategies they had seen involved slow and careful pulling, handling enemies one by one. Yet Yi Zhe's approach was simply outrageous. But the next moment, they witnessed another scene that shattered their worldview. With utmost calmness, Yi Zhe simply said, use the ancient echo early, better to get it off cooldown sooner. Then, spiritual energy and internal force condensed on the panda's body surface. Just as the surrounding Dragonman guards were about to pounce and attack, a colossal shadow of an iron-eating beast, covered in bronze armor and standing nearly 10 meters tall, materialized like a physical entity, shrouding the panda with a terrifyingly ferocious aura. For just that single moment of materialization, the residual shockwaves of its sheer presence sent countless storm dragon guards flying in all directions. Even from its shadowy silhouette, one could faintly sense its overwhelming power, a true weapon of war. Yi Zhe couldn't help but mutter, if Chiyu had been riding one of these back then, I'd completely understand. The panda in its ancient phantom form faced the 2-meter-tall Dragonkin guards as if they were mere chicks. The panda, wielding the power of ancient illusions, swung its massive paw with tremendous force, sending gravel flying across the ground 7 to 8 meters ahead. In a single strike, 4 Storm Dragon guards who couldn't escape in time were instantly obliterated. Storm Dragon guard slain *4, EXP plus 1120. Level 8, 2400/5700. The experience bar has almost reached halfway. And this is only just the beginning. The panda that activated the ancient phantom was practically like a war god. Now, the storm dragons that had been surrounding the panda were instead feeling their scalps tingle with dread. How do we fight this? The panda sweeps through the center while the mantis picks off stragglers with precise strikes. Storm dragons attempting to flee the battlefield and wait out the panda's phantom form were swiftly bisected by the mantis's sudden blade. The entire forward edge of Dragon Valley had become a slaughterhouse. This comparison surprisingly reveals that the mantis assassin actually kills enemies more slowly. Since the Void Slash's cooldown isn't particularly fast and Void Shifting consumes some mental energy,
one must conserve these abilities for upcoming battles. The panda, however, delivers strikes with terrifying efficiency, each casual swipe of its paw rivals an area of effect skill.
The ancient phantom's duration lasts approximately 5 minutes. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes.
Under this nearly unstoppable offensive, over 20 storm dragon guards were completely wiped out. Only a little over 10 minutes into the dungeon, Yi Zhe had already gained over 5,000 experience points. A level-up glow simultaneously enveloped his body.
Ding! Your level has increased to level 9. Talent, you have obtained one infinite golden entry draw opportunity. It's almost level 10.
At level 10, one qualifies for promotion to the first tier, gaining access to more summoning beast spaces and even summoner-exclusive skills. Additionally, both the summoner and their summoned beasts will see improvements in their growth attributes. In this raid, Yi Zhe is confident that reaching level 10 won't be a problem.
Lu Qi, keep leading the monsters away. Upon hearing Yi Zhe's command, Lu Qi excitedly responded, you got it. The other students, after witnessing Yi Zhe's prowess, felt their confidence and admiration multiply. And immediately, Yi Zhe began extracting attributes.
Invisible to all, a sea of golden phrases swirled around.
You have drawn the legendary golden phrase, Reaper. Reaper instantly kills with one strike and returns all skill cooldowns and spirit consumption. The moment he saw this ability, Yi Zhe unhesitatingly bestowed it upon the mantis. Perfect fit. Void Slash, instant cast, deals massive damage that's nearly impossible to defend against, its only drawback being the cooldown time. But now, with the Reaper affix, it's practically invincible. Void Blink plus Void Slash, Void Blink plus Void Slash.
This combo chain operates like a perpetual motion machine.
Mental energy consumption is no longer a concern. As long as the mantis's damage is high enough, nothing is a problem. The Reaper trait has been successfully granted. Summon, Void Predator, Golden Legend, upgraded, Golden Legend.
After reaching legendary quality, the difficulty of upgrading stars becomes twice as high as epic quality. However, the effects are extraordinarily remarkable.
The mantis at level 9 has its strength increased to 225 points. This is equivalent to a level 25 combat type professional.
The only regret is that I haven't encountered a formidable opponent yet to evolve the mantis's body. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe sorted through the newly dropped equipment, 2 epic pieces and 4 rare pieces. He fed the 3 unusable mage gear pieces to the panda. You are what you eat using Storm Robe grants plus 10 spirit and plus 20% thunder element mastery.
You are what you eat.
Storm dragons are lightning attributed dragonkin, and most of their dropped equipment enhances lightning element mastery. After Panda devoured them in one meal, his lightning element mastery skyrocketed to 51%. This equates to being immune to half of all lightning element damage. I wonder if the final storm dragon boss could even hurt the panda if it keeps eating like this. This effect left Yi Zhe quite intrigued. Just then, Lu Qi suddenly shouted, Zhe, looks like a mini-boss just appeared. Chapter 40, Who's really the boss here? Here comes another one. A mini-boss? Storm Dragon Valley has 3 branch paths, which theoretically means there should be 2 mini-bosses and 1 final boss. But bosses usually guard their territory at the rear. It's quite rare to see one charging forward like this. I'm afraid it's because Yi Zhe has killed too much. At the valley entrance, the widest road led straight to Thunderclap Forest. In the distance, it appeared as a lightning-clouded mountain gorge, when suddenly a dragon's roar shook the heavens. 12 draconic figures came speeding forth. Leading them was a monstrous creature over 10 meters in size. Its entire body was armored in lightning silver scales, with 2 wings covered in thunder patterns stretching across its back, its eyes a deep azure. Yi Zhe activated his insight vision. Storm Dragon Commander, Wings of Thunder. Level, 20. Type, Elite Commander, Superior Grade. Attributes, Strength 200, Constitution 200, Agility 180, Spirit 220. Skills, Thunder Dragon's Breath, Divine Thunderstrike, Lightning Wing Flash. %. The Elite Commander is a monster rank that only appears in high difficulty raid dungeons. In other difficulty modes, it could even serve as the final boss. All 3 skills are large-scale area attacks. They're an absolute disaster for the average early game team. Step back. The latter remark was directed at the other students by Yi Zhe, who wisely followed Lu Qi's lead and retreated 100 paces away. Everyone understood perfectly well that even the residual effect of a single skill could be lethal. A typical expedition team tackling high-difficulty raid dungeons required at least 80 professional combatants of level 7 or 8, all equipped with refined gear and mastered skills. They needed to be organized into specialized role divisions and coordinated with precise command, otherwise, high-difficulty raids were simply impossible. Yet Yi Zhe simply took several steps back with Panda. Leave this boss to the mantis to solo. Seeing Yi Zhe retreat, the Winged Thunder commander assumed he was intimidated and immediately radiated an aura of dominance. Cowardly human! Daring to flee after slaughtering so many of my storm dragon kin? But no sooner had he spoken than a spatial fluctuation occurred, and a red-eyed mantis materialized before him out of thin air.
Exclamation point.
Thunderwing was startled, for even he had never witnessed such an elusive and unpredictable ability. However, the astonishment on his face was instantly replaced by agony in the very next moment. The crimson-eyed mantis exuded a bloodthirsty aura as its arm blades suddenly raised, slashing out a dark purple void rift like a spatial slash. The void slash cleanly severed one wing of the Thunderwing in a single strike.
Ow. It happened impossibly fast. Even with his heightened mental perception and agility, he couldn't react to that attack. A pained shriek followed. The thunderclap wings lost balance and plummeted from the sky in a wretched descent. Standing 100 meters away, Lucci and the other students felt their scalps tingle at the sight of the damage from that single strike. A minor boss that could have at least severely wounded other pioneer teams, was it really taken down in one hit? Yet this strike, in truth, was far more than it seemed. A direct slash to the head, though not fatal, would inflict greater damage. Yet the mantis deliberately aimed for the wings, intending to simultaneously slay the Dragonkin guard behind him. Reaper, triggered. Void slash, refreshed. Thunderwing, as the commander of storm dragons, naturally has smaller thunder dragons under his command. They serve as a dozen or so little guards by the boss's side. When facing other raid teams, they significantly increase the pressure. But against Void Mantis, these Dragonkin guards seem to have become Thunderwing's death sentence. At this moment, 5 Dragonkin guardians intercepted the mantis while the other 5 rushed to protect Thunderwing. Ha! The Void Mantis let out a cruel, metallic chuckle like grinding steel. As the 5 Dragonkin guardians charged, the mantis swung its bladed arms, unleashing a void slash. All 5 Dragonkin guardians were instantly bisected at the waist. Storm Dragon Guard slain *5, EXP plus 1400. Level 9, 3700/7300. Even more terrifying. Void slash, reset. Another dark purple void rift sliced through the space to the right of the Thunder's wing that had crashed to the ground. While the right half of his body was severely wounded by the slash, the 2 Dragonkin guards who rushed to protect him were also cut down to death. Slayed Storm Dragon Guards *2, EXP plus 560. Void slash, refreshed. If Thunderwing were to learn about this ability, he wouldn't dare bring guards with him in his next lifetime. If he weren't an escort, he might have been able to exchange a few blows with the mantis. But now, grievously injured and lying pitifully on the ground, he roared. How can a skill with such high damage be spammed continuously? The 3 skills of Thunderwing's wings didn't even deal this much damage, yet their cooldowns were far longer. Seeing this scene, countless students couldn't help but question from the depths of their souls. Just who was the real boss here? As one of Storm Dragon Valley's 3 major bosses, Thunderwing was practically being beaten without any chance to fight back. What's even more terrifying is that Yizei's summoned beast didn't seem to be exerting any effort at all. As the crowd stared in shock, someone suddenly screamed, "Holy shit, there's another one coming!" From the depths of the mountain pass, a stout figure charged at the mantis from behind, its steps making the very ground tremble. It was an earth dragon, its earthen yellow skin crackled with lightning that wrapped around it like armor. Though compact in size, it moved with terrifying speed. Yet nothing escaped the mantis, its compound eyes saw everything, 360 degrees without blind spots. Even if the earth dragon came charging from behind, it would still collide with empty air the moment it got close. Void traversal. Yizei also got a clear look at the incoming creature's information. Storm Dragon Commander, Thunderstorm Wyvern. Level, 20. Type, Elite Commander, Superior Tier. Attributes, Strength 220, Constitution 200, Agility 240, Spirit 130. Skills, Thunderstorm Armor, Lightning Rush, Shockwave. %. Another elite leader. The difference is, Thunderlash was a wyvern, while this Thunderstorm Drake is a land dragon with primarily strength-based skills. In a rare occurrence, 2 minor bosses were actually joining forces in battle. In a raid scenario, bosses of this caliber would typically require dozens of professional players working together to defeat. And now, the 2 bosses actually joined forces just to oppose one person, or rather, one summoned beast. For a moment, the classmates watching from 100 meters away felt their worldview being endlessly refreshed. But Yizei wasn't surprised, because the previous scream of the Thunderwing contained a call for help signal. This was exactly what Yizei wanted to see. The cooldown for Ancient Phantom had just ended. With the 50% cooldown reduction effect from Battlefield Legend, the panda's skills recovered exceptionally quickly. The Thunderstorm Wyvern let out a furious roar. It launched its second attack. Compared to the Storm Dragon, the Thunderstorm Wyvern stood only 3 to 4 meters tall, relatively petite in size. Yet for the panda, the sheer presence of the Thunderstorm Wyvern's stature felt far more imposing. But this advantage lasted less than a second. An Ancient Phantom emerged, a colossal prehistoric bamboo feeder stood nearly 10 meters tall. Facing the Thunderstorm Dragon's sudden lunge, the panda swung its paw downward, as if the heavens themselves came crashing. A terrifying shockwave surged outward in all directions. A palm imbued with tremendous force actually smashed the thunderstorm wyvern straight into the ground. Seeing this scene, the one with the most complex emotions was none other than the Thunderwing.
That faint glimmer of hope had just begun to emerge when the panda's palm snuffed it out, and now, they sensed the void mantis's gaze shifting back toward them. Thunderwing's twin dragon eyes contracted sharply.
Damn it! Chapter 41, Double Boss Kill. Level 10, Class Advancement Quest.
The moment the mantis targeted him, being already on the verge of death, there was no way he could withstand another hit. Immediately, Thunderwing mustered every last ounce of his remaining strength. Sapphire blue electric arcs flickered around his body as countless bolts of devastating thunder power indiscriminately bombarded the surroundings. Heaven's Wrath Thunderstrike, his most powerful attacking technique, now completely enveloped the mantis. Yet, the mantis remained utterly motionless, simply staring at him while emitting a bone-chilling chuckle. Those destructive thunderbolts that carried annihilating force passed straight through the mantis's body without causing the slightest damage.
Percent.
In the forbidden zone of heavenly punishment where thunder rolled endlessly, the mantis stood silently waiting.
At this moment, Thundering Wings completely collapsed. Not even the evil spirits had made him feel such terrifying oppression. With this thought, Thundering Wings immediately begged towards Yizei's direction. Humans, don't kill me. I'm willing to help you fight the demons.
Hearing these words, the most astonished were students like Lin Ko who had read the strategy guide. Persuading the Storm Dragon clan to fight demons was as difficult as scaling the heavens. It could be seen from the fact that none of the original humans in this world were persuaded to surrender even when facing total annihilation.
And now, it was evident that strength was the most effective form of diplomacy. If Yizei nodded, they would gain at least one elite commander-level fighter right now.
But Yizei clicked his tongue twice and couldn't help shaking his head as he said,
"Dying right now would be the greatest help you could give me." As soon as the words fell, the mantis's bladed arms rose.
The dark purple void rift sliced straight through the dragon from head to tail, cleaving it cleanly in half, deader than dead.
Elite Boss slain, Thunderwing, plus 1600 EXP.
Level 9, 5860/7300. Predator, Crimson Mantis has slain a powerful foe.
May evolve one body part. 1600 EXP, truly worthy of a mini-boss in this hellish raid.
Yizei was nearing his first professional advancement. He was 1,440 experience points short.
If he could take down just one more mini-boss.
Yizei's gaze shifted toward the panda. But at that moment, with a thunderous boom, an earth dragon wreathed in lightning burst from the ground. The thunderstorm WIRM didn't choose to fight, but turned tail and fled without looking back.
You must be joking. Storm dragons never fight an uphill battle. We thought he and Thunderwing were just bullying weaklings who knew these two monsters would each be more terrifying than the last. What's the damn point of fighting now?
The thunderstorm wyvern used the skilled lightning flash thrust, activating its fastest speed to flee from this place.
Yet Yiz didn't care in the slightest.
He knew the map well. The Storm Dragon Valley was divided into 4 zones from nearest to farthest.
Valley Outskirts, Thunderclap Forest, Storm Canyon, and Storm Summit.
The final boss awaits at the Storm's summit.
With the Thunderstorm Wyvern having charged from Storm Valley to the Dragon Vale's front lines, turning back to seek reinforcements would be no easy task now. This path gives the Mantis Assassin 10 chances over to finish him. Killing him should grant 2 consecutive evolutions. At Yizei's command, the Mantis vanished from its position in an instant.
Since Thunderwing, as an elite commander, provided evolution opportunities upon defeat, it stood to reason that Thunderstorm Drake should be no different.
At this moment, the Thunderstorm Drake frantically fled back into the canyon, not daring to pause for even a moment.
After receiving that palm strike from the panda, he was already severely wounded. Fighting the panda one-on-one would have been impossible, let alone now that his teammates had fallen.
If I escape back to the Dragon King, there's still hope for a comeback.
This was his final thought. The space above the storm dragon suddenly twisted, as a void rift sliced downward through the air, cleaving the earth apart, and cleaving the storm dragon's head from its body. Severely injured, he couldn't withstand another void slash.
Elite Commander slain, Thunderstorm Wyvern, EXP plus 1600.
Predator, Crimson-Eyed Mantis has consecutively slain powerful foes, accumulating 2 evolution charges.
Ding! Your level has increased to level 10. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite golden entry draw opportunity. Several prompts popped up in succession before Yizei's eyes. Yet what concerned Yizei more was the matter of career advancement. The disparity between a rank 0 and rank 1 professional was still quite significant. At this moment, he could see that an advancement button had appeared in the career section of his personal panel. You have reached level 10 and can select the difficulty of your Tier 1 class advancement quest. 1 normal advancement. Reward, plus 2 to 4-dimensional attribute growth. 2 advanced advancement. Reward, plus 1 summoning beast slot, plus 3 to 4-dimensional attribute growth. 3 perfect advancement. Reward, +1 summoning beast slot, exclusive skill chest, fine excellent quality, *1, +4 to 4-dimensional attribute growth. For supreme advancement, rewards, summon beast space +2, exclusive skill chest, excellent quality or above, *1, 4-dimensional attribute growth +5. Note, once the mission difficulty is selected, it cannot be changed. Looking at the rewards for his class advancement, Yi couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Summoned beast space, and an exclusive skill chest. The summoning beast space needs no explanation. It represents the number of summons a summoner can contract, directly increasing their potential. Moreover, the only ways to expand summoning beast space are through profession advancement or exceedingly rare items. An item that increases summoning beast space can sell for at least 20 million. That's even more expensive than a summoner class card. The exclusive skill chest can randomly yield an exclusive skill book for summoners. Equally priceless, these significantly enhance a summoner's overall strength and come in diverse types. For instance, telepathy, gigantification, fusion, and more. For top-tier summoners, these can play a crucial role in battle. Although these rewards were tempting, Yi fell into deep thought upon seeing the mission interface. The reason was that the advancement tasks for the summoner class were all content covered in the advanced curriculum. After selecting the difficulty, the tasks would be randomized. He truly couldn't anticipate what kind of mission he might encounter. However, given his abilities, there wasn't really anything he needed to overthink. Difficulty level maxed out. If he couldn't pass with his current strength, just how outrageous would this supreme breakthrough be? Besides, even if he failed the mission, he could still keep leveling up. He'd just remain stuck at rank 0 forever. With this thought, Yi made his choice without hesitation. Ultimate advancement difficulty. Ding! You have chosen the first tier class advancement difficulty, Ultimate. Successfully randomized to Ultimate Advancement Mission, Charge of the Summoner. Seeing this name, Yi was utterly bewildered. Yet, he still carefully clicked open the mission details. The Onslaught Summoner. Task content. Within any single day, defeat rare class professionals of the 5 types: Warrior, Assassin, Mage, Archer, and Swordsman, all ranking above first tier in direct combat. Who says summoners cower in fear? I shall take the fight to them. %. Defeat 5 rare class warriors above first rank within a single day? This mission truly lives up to its supreme difficulty rating. Not only must one defeat 5 first rank opponents as a zeroth rank, but they must also be rare class specialists. Rare class professions usually come from affluent families with remarkable professional abilities. Take Ruan Xiaoyou's Shadowblade Assassin for example. It's a rare class profession within the assassin category. Yet here's the challenge, defeating 5 such rare class professions within a single day. What's more crucial, where on earth do I find 5 rare class professionals? Yi was lost in confusion. Fortunately, the advanced mission didn't need to be completed immediately, it just had to be finished within any given day. After a moment of silence, Yi decided to figure things out after finishing the raid. For now, the priority was to clear the raid quickly. Yi stopped wasting time and decided to draw the entry first. Chapter 42, the 10th entry, 100% Thunder Element Control. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Lucky Star Shining Bright. Lucky Star Shining Bright doubles the luck of surrounding teammates, increases the probability of obtaining high-quality items when treasure hunting, and grants double rewards when opening treasure chests. Seeing the last half line of text, Yi instantly became excited. Get rewards twice when opening a treasure chest? It's like opening one chest twice. This is somewhat heaven-defying. You should know, some treasure chests might only be obtainable a handful of times in an entire lifetime. For example, the MVP chest from this raid instance, and exclusive skill chests. Same tier, but while others only get one exclusive skill, he can have 2. At this thought, Yi's breath caught in his throat. In the end, he decided to bestow the attribute description upon his squirrel, because this is a passive aura effect. The squirrel always stays by my side, granting me increased luck and double rewards when opening chests. On the other hand, when the squirrel sends shadow clones to search for treasure, they also receive the treasure hunting enhancement effect. Blessing of good fortune trait successfully granted. Summoned beast, shadow treasure seeking rat, orange epic, rank up, orange epic. The squirrel has a docile temperament and prefers treasure hunting, so its role has been straightforwardly shifted to support. If this trend continues, there's a chance the squirrel might evolve into something like a wealth-bringing child or even the god of prosperity in the future. Yi found himself inexplicably thinking. The squirrel perched on his shoulder twitched its tail, a faint golden hue subtly emerging within the patterns of its fur. Perfect timing, send out shadow clones to scavenge all the nearby treasures. At Yi's command, the squirrel cheerfully released several dozen shadow clones that swarmed out in a dark flurry. Searching for treasures was naturally meant to feed the panda. Storm Dragon Valley happened to be rich in lightning attribute items. If the "you are what you eat" principle held true, it would directly boost lightning element mastery to 100%. Dealing with the final boss afterward would be an absolute breeze.
As he was thinking, Lu Qi cautiously approached with his group to tentatively ask, "Brother Zhe, shall we keep using skills to lure the monsters?" Having witnessed Yi Zhe's formidable strength, they increasingly felt that their greatest utility might genuinely just be to initiate dungeon runs. But precisely because of this, the group became all the more determined to contribute something meaningful.
Yi Zhe nodded and said, "That's fine, carry on."
With that, he opened the mantis's hunter panel and began the evolution process. Blade arms +1, compound eyes, exoskeleton, wings. Only the blade arms have evolved once. Should I test the evolution effects of the other three, or should I continue evolving the blade arms? Yi Zhe pondered deeply. The arm blade's additional level of Void Slash is undoubtedly its strongest offensive skill. As for the evolutionary effects of other body parts, that remains unknown for now. At that moment, the Void Mantis suddenly darted over, raising its claws in frantic suggestion. Yi Zhe couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, I was planning to evolve the arm blade even if you didn't mention it. The additional attributes of the arm blade lean more towards burst damage. And at the very least, I should max out Void Slash first before anything else. Both evolution opportunities will be used together." Ding! Evolution successful, current level, arm blade +3. Arm blade +3, strength +60, damage coefficient +60%, critical rate +60%, armor penetration +60%, skill Void Slash level +3. The Mantis's strength surged to 275. The skill level of Void Slash increased from level 7 to level 9. The skill damage coefficient has been increased from 1400% to 1800%. Now, even if the Thunder Wing were to rise again in full vigor, even a Mantis can kill with a single skill effortlessly. Now, the elite commanders probably don't even qualify as formidable enemies anymore. Only the final boss truly deserves that title. The final boss of Storm Dragon Valley, the Storm Dragon King. Since experiencing the Red Magic Lion in the beginner's Hell Dungeon, Yi Zhe couldn't underestimate any final boss now. Who knew they might be on an entirely different level compared to the previous monsters? Now that clearing the dungeon isn't far off, Yi Zhe needs to make thorough preparations.
Panda, chow time.
Yi Zhe organized his backpack. Quite a number of items had dropped recently.
3 exceptional pieces and 10 rare ones.
Bringing newbies in raid dungeons has another benefit besides experience. Yi Zhe gets to keep all the equipment.
Might as well feed everything to the panda. Panda, sigh, for all, sigh.
Looking at the 13 pieces of equipment laid out, Yi Zhe mused, "Actually, you only need to take one bite from each."
After the equipment was bitten by the panda, it was completely ruined, but its attributes could be absorbed by the panda itself.
However, the panda seemed different, perhaps after evolving from the iron-devouring beast lineage to the Qi lineage. Its teeth seemed to have sharpened as well. And exquisite thunder armor was devoured in just 2 bites, as effortlessly as chewing candy. Eat what you lack. Consuming thunder battle armor grants Constitution +10, thunder element control +10%. Eat what you compensate what. Consuming hurricane crossbow gains agility +10, lightning element mastery +7%. You are what you eat. The only problem was, the equipment was running a bit low on fuel. The more you consume of the same type of item, the less additional attributes it grants. After a significant boost in attributes, Thunder Element Mastery has reached 84%. This means Thunder Element damage is reduced by 84%. But that's not all. After waiting a while longer, the Squirrel Shadow Clone finally returned. Perhaps the lucky star shines bright worked its magic, helping us find this rare outstanding great spirit herb in the Thunderclap Forest. Rolling Thunder Grass. This herb forms a spherical mass, crackling with lightning around its surface. A single touch delivers a shock. To safely transport it, the squirrel skewered the herb bundle with his crimson demon blade like a candied hawthorn stick, preventing electrical burns. Well done. Yi Zhe gave the squirrel's tail an affectionate rub. Meanwhile, the panda casually scooped up rolling thunder grass with its bare paws. The torrent of lightning strikes hitting its body felt no more irritating than a massage. It devoured 3 clumps of rolling thunder grass in quick succession. Violet electric light immediately began swirling around the panda's body. Lightning element mastery 106%. Lightning element mastery over 100%. If a panda were a lightning element mage, the damage would absolutely be terrifying. Now, lightning attribute attacks don't even reduce my HP at all. Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly. He suddenly found himself anticipating the Storm Dragon King's mood. Chapter 43, The Collapse of the Storm Dragon King. Yi Zhe traveled through the Thunderclap Forest and the Storm Valley. Reaching the pinnacle through the canyon, dark clouds enveloped the skies, with lightning continuously striking down from above. A dragon dozens of meters long stood atop the Storm Dragon Valley, towering like a moving mountain. Humans? Humph. You still haven't gone extinct yet? A deep and resonant voice echoed, rumbling like thunder. Hearing the intimidating tone of the Storm Dragon King, Yizhe furrowed his brows, sensing that the other party's refusal to aid humanity against the demons was deliberate.
But he immediately smiled again.
Whether humanity perishes remains uncertain, but today you will not survive. Because now, he had already seen the other party's information through the eye of insight.
Storm Lord. Level, 30. Type, Epic Storm Dragon Boss. Attributes, Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300, Spirit 400. Skill set, Heaven's Thunder Descent, Storm Domain, Fury of Thunder, Thunderstorm Dragon Breath. Percent. A level 30 epic boss.
Counting all the opponents Yizhe had ever faced, this one could definitely rank as the strongest. With this level, attributes, and skills, any other pioneering team would undoubtedly be wiped out no matter how many came. No one had ever cleared this dungeon for a reason.
But, just as Yizhe had suspected, this Storm Dragon King exclusively wielded lightning-based attack skills.
Yet at this moment, the Storm Dragon King remained blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe. His towering body, dozens of meters tall, flew over the dragon's nest with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, releasing an earth-shaking roar.
Apparently, you've forgotten how the human race begged for my alliance?
As for where this instance world originally came from, Yizhe had no idea. Nor did Yizhe understand what the human race of this world was truly like.
Just by observing the Storm Dragon King's haughty tone, one could tell he was almost accustomed to his arrogance toward humankind. Yizhe said indifferently, I just hope you won't beg me later.
The Storm Dragon King flew into a rage, letting out a thunderous roar as streaks of lightning surged forth.
The panda also strikes, neither dodging nor retreating, charging straight toward the Storm Lord like a cannonball. The once devastating bolts of lightning, accompanied by rolling thunder, slammed into the panda's body.
An attack that should have at least torn flesh to shreds. Now, it seemed to merely nourish the panda's fur like a moisturizing treatment.
Without a scratch on him? The Storm Tyrant showed a flicker of confusion, but didn't dwell on it. After all, he hadn't gone all out just now, that had merely been a casual swipe. It wasn't surprising the opponent blocked it with their ability. The Storm Lord now wielded his magic with abandon, his eyes like two burning cores of lightning, stirring the endless leaping thunderbolts in the sky. Paltry tricks are useless before true power. Heavenly thunder descends. Amidst the Storm Lord's roar, bolts of lightning 10 times more powerful than before surged wildly towards the panda like 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Yet at this very moment, the panda unexpectedly pulled off such a bold move, flipping the Dragon King the bird. Boom! After countless lightning strikes, shockwaves sent rubble flying in all directions. As the smoke cleared, the panda's middle finger remained stubbornly upright. Still, completely unscathed. The Storm Lord's pupils abruptly constricted, as if his entire draconic worldview had been shattered. Impossible. Taking this heavenly thunder descent head-on, even he himself wouldn't have emerged without a single scratch. How could a mere human-summoned creature possess such power? He probably would never understand. The reason pandas could reach this level was primarily due to the other dragon clans in Storm Dragon Valley. Without them providing vast quantities of thunder-attributed equipment, achieving 100% mastery over Thunder Element would have been infinitely more difficult. One might say, the Storm Dragon King was truly done in by his own dragon kin. Facing the stunned Dragon King, the panda struck with a 9-lea's edge palm strike, shattering vast swaths of dragon scales. The Dragon King's attributes remained formidable. Fortunately, Yizhe had previously duplicated legendary prestige, granting him significant melee advantage under double aura enhancements. Seeing that none of his skills had any effect, the Dragon King immediately changed tactics. He switched to the purest form of brute force. But, attacking a panda with raw strength? Only someone seeking death would do that. When the Storm Dragon King swung his massive palm down, unsurprisingly, the panda unleashed the inner power of Tai Chi. 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds. A mighty counterattack seized the dragon's claw, causing the Storm Dragon King to let out a wretched scream as his right arm was instantly shattered. Though the Dragon King's stats were formidable, the panda's attack bonus was substantial enough to deliver a visibly devastating blow. Honoring the age-old principle of striking while the iron was hot, Yizhe commanded the mantis, Void Slash, cut off his left arm and half his wing. Current mantis status, plus 60% damage coefficient, plus 60% armor penetration, plus critical hit. Though Void Slash entered cooldown, it traded for severely wounding, possibly crippling, the Dragon King. Roar! Almost instantly, both dragon claws were severed and its wings injured, tipping the scales of victory abruptly. The Storm Dragon King roared in agony. Why, how could this happen? At this moment, much of his frontline combat confidence had dissipated. But still unwilling to give up, despite the onslaught of the panda and the praying mantis, he desperately tried to run back, even crawl back, into the dragon's nest. Not even fighting back, just wanting to return to the dragon's nest? Yizhe didn't even need to know what was inside the dragon's nest before immediately ordering the panda. Activate the ancient mirage, stop him. Under no circumstances can we let him go back. What a joke. The fighting had reached life or death intensity. No matter what the Storm Dragon King intended to do, Yizhe would never let him have his way. Even if the Storm Dragon King wanted to return to his lair to relieve himself, absolutely not. Before his eyes, the panda transformed into a giant 10-meter-tall iron-devouring beast, blocking his path. The Storm Dragon King roared hoarsely, "No!" Yizhe activated his insightful eye and peered curiously into the dragon's nest to see what was inside. Yet he had no idea what awaited him, for at first glance he discovered the Storm Dragon clan's greatest secret. Abyssal Blood Pool. Effect, can restore injuries, refine demonic blood, and prolonged use may grant slight abyssal power. Created by the demon general, Bloodsea Fiend. %%. No wonder the Storm Dragon clan adamantly refused to ally with the humans. Are you just surrendering outright? Yizhe couldn't help but sigh deeply. This thing has a simple purpose, to actively summon the powers of the abyss. It's equivalent to willingly seeking out the abyss and becoming its lackey. Special elites like the cursed knights of the polluted lands were all passively corrupted by the abyssal powers. As for someone who surrendered voluntarily like this, well, Yizhe had truly never seen such a thing before. Puny human, what do you know? To everyone's surprise, the Storm Dragon King roared, then continued in a voice tinged with terror. The power of the abyss is invincible. The march of the abyss cannot be stopped. Hearing that eerie tone and the final words, Yizhe remained indifferent and said calmly, "Whether I can defeat it or not, you should at least let me try first. As for you, useless dragon, stop wasting oxygen." With that, the panda imbued with the ancient phantom stomped down, instantly bringing the Dragon King to the brink of death. "No!" The Storm Dragon King struggled to speak. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the abyssal blood pool will sense my death. The demon general will immediately dispatch troops to obliterate you. You're doomed." "Oh, mobilize troops immediately?" Yizhe got excited. He thought clearing Dragon Valley would mean waiting ages for the demon army, never imagined they could trigger an early attack. Yizhe nodded and said, "Now you're doomed for sure." The Storm Dragon King was stunned. The panda was about to stomp down upon hearing this, but Yizhe hastily stopped it. The Storm Dragon King had thought he still had a chance to survive. Little did he expect, Yizhe simply called the mantis over to let it take the kill instead. The blade flashed, and a surge of experience points that thrilled Yizhe lit up. Storm Dragon Valley final boss defeated, Storm Dragon King, EXP gained, 9,000. Ding! Your level has increased to 11. Since you haven't completed the advancement quest, you cannot gain additional growth attributes. Hunter, Crimson-Eyed Mantis has slain a powerful foe, granting an opportunity to evolve a body part. Talent, you have obtained one infinite golden entry draw opportunity. Chapter 44, Term Fusion. Instantly decapitated upon peaking. A single boss, 9,000 EXP. Yizhe could hardly contain his exhilaration, even doubting whether he'd seen correctly. But when you think about it, a level 20 elite commander offering 1,600 experience points. It's no surprise that a level 30 epic boss would give several times that amount. Moreover, this was one of the final bosses in hell difficulty. For any other team, it would take at least 80 well-equipped and high-level professionals launching a coordinated assault with no regard for casualties to stand a chance. The experience gained must be evenly shared among the entire team. For students like Yizhe, who soloed the hell difficulty boss and monopolized the experience, others were practically drooling with envy. But at that moment, a blood-red system notification popped up. You've slain a demon infiltrator, enraging the demon general Bloodsea Fiend. A hunt for your life is imminent. Mission objective changed, survive for 3 hours. The demon general's pursuit. Unlike demon soldiers and demon captains, the strength of demon generals varies greatly. To put it in textbook terms, there are differences among generals too. Though unaware of this Bloodsea demon's strength, Yizhe decided not to waste a single moment and immediately boosted his combat power. A demon general is at least no weaker than the Storm Dragon King. Thinking of dealing with it, I'm afraid some luck will be needed. Yizhe first used up the mantis's evolution chance, once again evolving the arm blades. They had now reached arm blades +4. The level of void slash increased from 9 to 10, with its damage multiplier skyrocketing to 2000%. Immediately afterward, Yizhe picked up the squirrel in his hands. Take 2 big whiffs of the fortune shining bright lucky aura. The 11th entry, time to draw. If I can draw a powerful combat type entry, the battle against the evil demon general might go more smoothly. With this thought, Yiz hugged the squirrel and reached out to make his draw in the sea of entries. Congratulations! You've drawn the legendary golden attribute, Transcendent Ancient Martial Arts. Transcendent Ancient Martial Arts, a pinnacle-level cultivation of ancient martial techniques, where one begins to glimpse the threshold beyond mortal limits on the path of martial arts. Ancient martial arts, similar to Tai Chi Grandmasters, is another form of martial technique only much broader in scope. Yizhe often heard legends about ancient martial arts,
it was said that certain families still preserved the heritage of professional ancient martial artists.
Not bad at all. Though it's somewhat similar to the Tai Chi Grandmaster, at least it's a combat-type entry.
As soon as Yi Zhe finished speaking, another notification popped up.
Detected a synthesizable entry. Can entries actually be synthesized? Yi Zhe was stunned.
He checked his talent and, sure enough, there were small characters indicating that entries could indeed be synthesized. But since Blue Star had progressed to this point, no one had ever seen anything beyond legendary items, which was why Yi Zhe hadn't taken it too seriously at first. Now it seems, beyond legends, he's about to be the first to make contact. Yi's excitedly looked at the synthesizable target. Grandmaster of Tai Chi plus Battlefield Legend plus Transcendent Ancient Martial Arts, synthesizable.
3 in 1. Still 3 combat-type entries. Yi Zhe hesitated for half a second. After merging, these 3 entries would disappear. Would the final result be stronger or weaker? But this kind of opportunity, how would he know unless he tried? Resolute, merge. 3 golden legendary effects blossomed and interlaced across the panda's body, ultimately erupting with an exceptionally powerful aura. Golden Legend top-tier effects synthesized, Martial Saint. Martial Saint, the pinnacle of martial arts, where speed and strength reach their zenith, combat skills transcend mortal limits, becoming the absolute sovereign of the battlefield. Martial Saint. Just seeing the name of this entry, Yi Zhe felt there was a high chance it was worth it. At the same time, because all 3 entries were bestowed upon the panda, its momentum skyrocketed after the synthesis.
Summoned Beast, Ninely War Beast, Golden Legend, evolved Ninely Martial Saint, Golden Legend. After evolving again, the panda seemed slightly slimmer. Muscles, bones, and fur, there was an unceasing torrent of martial energy coursing through them at all times. Even by the notoriously difficult standards of post-legend advancement, this time it managed to rise a full 3 stars. Attributes surged exponentially. Strength, 285-365. Constitution, 256-316. Agility, 263-40. Spirit, 239-299. Skill, Jolly Blade's Edge Martial Saint's Aura, Legendary Upper Tier. Skill, Battle Hardened Supreme Martial Arts, Legendary Upper Tier. Skill acquired, Martial Saint's Domain. An 11th level panda with these stats. It's absolutely terrifying to even mention. Legendary tier ultimate skills, though Yi Zhe didn't fully comprehend them, he could clearly see their drastically enhanced effects. Particularly the saintly martial aura, which could now coalesce outside the body, functioning both offensively and defensively in perfect harmony. Martial enlightenment sharply amplified combat damage, embodying the pinnacle of battle prowess. Beyond that, the newly unlocked saintly martial domain was even more formidable. Domain of Martial Sage. When activated, the Martial Sage suppresses all enemies with their aura, reducing the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by 50% of the Martial Sage's own attributes. How terrifying is this? With Panda's current strength of 365, it can directly reduce an enemy's strength within the domain by 182.5 points. Reduced constitution turns tanks into fragile targets, agile, spirited, and just the same. Within the realm of combat, the Martial Saint is the absolute sovereign. Witnessing Panda's tremendous improvement, Yi's couldn't help but feel exhilarated in both body and mind, so satisfying. Taking the opportunity, he gave the squirrel a firm little nibble, truly blessed by fortune. At this moment, barely 30 seconds had passed since the kill order was issued. Within the dragon's lair, the abyssal blood pool continuously gushed fresh blood from its base, gradually coalescing into the form of a demonic entity. Blood Sea Fiend, LV 35. Type, Demon General. Attributes, Strength 430, Constitution 400, Agility 460, Spirit 430. Ability, Endless Blood Sea, freely controls blood to attack, defend, or enchant. Skills. With a quick glance at the information before his eyes, only one thought filled Yi Zhe's mind at that moment. They're still fucking chasing me? Activate my domain now. Kill him. The Blood Sea Demon Monarch was still in the process of materializing, with only half its body fully manifested. Yi Zhe couldn't wait a single moment longer. With a sound of tearing air, the panda arrived in an instant. A diagram resembling a taiji formation lit up beneath the panda and the Blood Sea Fiend, continuously intertwining and expanding. Saint of War Domain. In an instant, an invisible internal energy converged like 10,000 armies closing in, swallowing the opponent like a quagmire. With the domain effect activated, the attributes of the Blood Sea Fiend plummeted violently, its constitution directly dropping to 242. Within the span of a single breath, the panda threw a punch, the mantis swung its blade. Sage's Divine Aura, Void Slash. Under the dual assault of domain and supersonic strikes, the Blood Sea Fiend was instantly shattered and sent flying in less than half a second. As a terrifying general-class demon, it had barely revealed itself, only to be instantly annihilated. You have slain Demon General Blood Sea Fiend. Survival mission lasts 3 hours, automatically completed. Congratulations on being the first to clear the Hell difficulty raid, securing the top spot on the Chinese raid clear rankings. Congratulations on clearing Fallen Dragon Valley. Rewards, plus 5,000 EXP. Congratulations on earning MVP, Most Valuable Player. Reward, Raid MVP Chest. Generating your first clear rewards based on personal performance. Chapter 45. Like a 3-year-old toddler, fishing for tiger sharks in the South Sea. Outside the team dungeon, Xia Qing waited alone outside, her delicate brows furrowed. It's been over an hour already, why hasn't anyone come out yet? In team dungeons, anyone who dies is immediately teleported out of the instance. For any progression raid group, casualties during dungeons are commonplace. And now, a regular class has been in the Hell difficulty dungeon for over an hour. How could there possibly be 0 casualties? How strange. As they spoke, a team of several dozen people emerged from the dungeon entrance. Finally out at last. Xia Qing patted her chest and exhaled deeply. It's fine if they failed, as long as no accidents occurred. But then she noticed this large team was unusually well equipped, their average level conspicuously high. No, it's the team from Dongwu No. 1 High. Dongwu No. 1 High is universally recognized as the strongest high school in East China. They're here to smash dungeon records. As this team emerged from the dungeon, over a dozen teachers and even officials from various departments rushed forward to offer congratulations, putting on quite the display. Leading them was a slickly dressed official in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, a man whose refined appearance hid something rather unsavory. Seeing him, Xia Qing couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Even Wu Ming, the chief director of East China, has come?" There stood Chief Director Wu Ming, positioned at the forefront of all the department officials. Facing the delegation from Dongwu First High School, he smiled faintly and applauded as he said, "Not bad at all. Judging by your raid record this time, it seems you'll hold the top spot in East China for quite a while." Hearing this, Xia Chang and other onlookers couldn't help but glance at the raid leaderboard. Large-scale team raid clear rankings. 1. Dongwu City First High School, Calamity difficulty cleared, time, 2 hours 7 minutes, MVP, by way, damage dealt, 24%. To Green Peak City Bloodfang Academy, Catastrophe difficulty cleared in, 3 hours and 20 minutes, percent. Over an hour faster than the second place team. How can anyone possibly beat this record? I heard Bai Wei is a rare class magic swordsman, no wonder he alone dealt a quarter of the damage. TCH, if I'd attended East Martial High, how could I possibly fail even a hard mode raid? The last to speak was Zhao Xian, who upon seeing Dongwu First High School, grew even more contemptuous of his own elite class team. Hearing the praise from Wu Ming, the top official of East China, Bai Wei, the steadfast young captain of Dongwu First High clad in his magical combat robes, immediately straightened up and said earnestly, "Thank you for the compliment, Director. Next time, perhaps we can attempt the Hell difficulty level." "Good, very spirited," Wu Ming said with a smile. "Don't embarrass me, Wu Ming, at the national training camp the day after tomorrow. This year's training camp has undergone major changes in format, and the rewards are the highest in history. If you secure a ranking, it will benefit you immensely." Hearing this, Bai Wei adopted a serious attitude and whispered in response, "Don't worry, teacher. I'm already studying our opponents for the special training camp." Few people knew that Bai Wei, the captain of Dongwu First High's team, was personally trained by Wu Ming, the top leader of East China. With both ability and connections, his future was truly boundless. All right. Wu Ming was quite satisfied with his student's strength and attitude. But at the same moment, he suddenly noticed that the dungeon entrance remained a deep crimson. Turning to ask those behind him, "Is there another team attempting the high difficulty raid?" "It's the regular class from the War Academy, they selected Hell difficulty." "They must have clicked wrongly," explained the dungeon administrator. "The War Academy, huh? That's Wan Feiping's academy." Thinking of Wan Feiping, Wu Ming suddenly laughed. Have all the high school students under our King Hunter management already given up on themselves? Entering Hell difficulty. He was just speaking when suddenly he saw the dungeon clearance rankings flash. Right after, the newly crowned first place school, Tobu High, was instantly dethroned. Almost everyone on site held their breath. Large-scale team dungeon clear rankings. 1. War Academy, cleared Hell difficulty, completion time, 1 hour 37 minutes, MVP, Yizhe, damage dealt, 100%. Tudong Watching First High School, disaster difficulty cleared, percent. Let's not even mention the difficulty level or the clearing speed. Just that 100% damage contribution alone made almost everyone present rub their eyes in disbelief. They had to look again to make sure. Holy shit, 100% damage output? This can't be a display error, can it? Where's the dungeon administrator? Fix this now. The person in charge is right here. Do you want to lose your job or what? That shout sent the Qingfeng City dungeon administrator into an instant sweat. Even he instinctively thought it must be a display error. Or perhaps some sort of bug. With the top leader of East China standing right there, this being a matter crucial to his own job, the administrator immediately conducted thorough checks 2 or 3 times. The result? Leader, the logs indicate no abnormalities whatsoever. He practically trembled as he uttered these words.
The entire place fell into silence once again. The hell difficulty clearance with 100% damage contribution, can anyone explain what this means?
A rookie under level 10, solo clearing a hell difficulty raid meant for large groups.
That's like a 3-year-old child catching a South China Sea tiger shark with one hand? I beg to differ.
I think it's more plausible for an elementary schooler to suplex a giant mammoth beast.
By the way, what kind of place is this war academy? If regular class students are this formidable, how terrifying must the elite class be? Someone's offhand remark made Zhao Xian, originally shocked, alternate between blushing and turning pale with indignation. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. Furious and exasperated.
Yet it's not just him, countless people's emotions have become too convoluted for words, including the students and teachers of Tokyo Metropolitan Hibari High School, especially team leader Bai Wei, who was staring fixedly at the name topping the leaderboard.
Yi Zhe.
Only Wu Ming's eyes flickered behind his gold-rimmed glasses, yet he didn't seem particularly surprised. He remembered the rare occasion one Faping could boast to him was all because of this very Yi Zhe. In the distance, Xiaoqing was utterly stunned, her mouth gaping involuntarily, her face filled with disbelief. She was practically dumbfounded. Initially, when she heard Wu Ming say that his student had given up on himself, she had felt somewhat uneasy inside. She knew Yi Zhe possessed formidable strength. If they had chosen advanced difficulty or even hard difficulty, she would have completely trusted Yi Zhe's judgment. But now they've chosen hell mode. For a moment, she suddenly found herself torn between laughter and tears. She knew Yi Zhe was strong and wouldn't give up easily, but this was way too terrifying. She never dared to dream that the students under her guidance could achieve such results. At this moment, Wu Ming, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a tailored suit, approached with a warm smile.
Are you the instructor leading the War College team? Could you tell me more about this student, Yi Zhe?
The head of the East China Theater Command, taking such a gentle initiative to strike up a conversation, made those around them unable to hide their envy. Some also saw through it. Wu Ming was clearly preparing to ask for a favor. Many officials likewise drew closer, and Xiaoqing, who had been all alone moments ago, suddenly found herself at the center of attention, so much so that she was momentarily flustered. Suddenly, a towering, formidable figure rushed up to Wu Ming.
Wu Dog, who do you want to know? Need me to introduce someone to you?
The Qingfeng city guards, who had just tensed up, immediately returned to their posts when they saw who had arrived.
No need to interfere, nor could they even if they tried.
Wu Ming laughed. Well, if it isn't our Hun King.
The tension between them was like a needlepoint against a wheat awn, each equally matched in intensity. 6th rank Wan Faping faced 5th rank Wu Ming. This scene shocked countless onlookers, as such a confrontation was incredibly rare. What a sight! One of China's top 10 6-star king-level professionals, and one of the 5 national regional directors, is actually competing over someone?
For a moment, including students like Bai Wei from Dongwu High School, they couldn't help but feel envious of Yi Zhe. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Zhe remained completely unaware of the situation outside. Although the dungeon had ended, there was no forced exit. He was gathering up this round's rewards. The coveted MVP chest he'd been dreaming of, and a battle robe dropped by the Storm Dragon King. The only issue was that Blood Sea Demon, clearly dead, hadn't yielded any rewards at all. This made Yi Zhe wonder if this dungeon instance hadn't accounted for the possibility of the Blood Sea Demon being slain at all. However, there were still gains to be had. Deep within the dragon's nest, the Abyssal Blood Pool had transformed into a special artifact after the demise of the Blood Sea Fiend. Abyssal Oddity Blood Pool. Effect, possesses a faint connection to the abyss. Prolonged use may invoke the descent of abyssal power. TSK, this. Yi Zhe had no doubt that bringing this thing outside would be absolutely unsafe. Just the Blood Sea Demon's initial manifestation from the blood pool was alarming enough to reveal serious problems, not to mention how eerily unpredictable the abyssal power is. Should I take it or not? Chapter 46, Indigestion? Storm Armor. Loot the treasure chest. Facing the abyssal blood pool before him, Yi Zhe still decided to take it, and came up with a plan to maximize the benefits. Eat first, take later. This thing absolutely shouldn't remain in my possession. After all, since it serves as a conduit to the abyss, there's a chance the abyss could inversely influence the object. If it ends up getting corrupted by that influence, the loss would far outweigh any potential gain. The best course would be handing it over in exchange for some useful artifact I actually need. The candidate to hand over has already been decided by Yi Zhe. It's Wan Faping, exceptionally strong, daring, and hardy. He's practically the perfect person to entrust with such a task. Besides, Wan Faping isn't foolish, he'll definitely deliver it straight to the research institute. Who knows, they might even get a chance to exchange for something from the Linyuan City treasury. Yi Zhe was still very interested in the few unknown items from the treasure vault.
But before handing them over, he had to let the panda take a bite first. With the effect of you are what you eat, Yi Zhe was eager to see what would happen if items imbued with abyssal aura were consumed. The abyssal blood pool transformed into a small pond-like object after becoming a prop. Yi Zhe summoned the panda, which bit down on the edge of the abyssal blood pool, gnawing a crack into its rim. You are what you eat, consumed abyssal blood pool, partially digested. Gained, agility plus 20, constitution plus 20. Note, the abyssal energy cannot be fully digested for now. Can't digest it? Yi Zhe pondered for a moment, realizing that the power of abyssal aura was truly unique. Even void creatures merely adapt to it to fully digest and absorb it probably isn't something this level can accomplish. Yet, even incomplete digestion provides 40 attribute points. If one could synthesize the concept of you are what you eat, in the future, perhaps one could freely devour the power of the abyss, that would be true invincibility. At that moment, the panda's round face suddenly scrunched up, and it clutched its belly as a feeling of having eaten the wrong thing surged within. Darting to a secluded spot in the blink of an eye, the floodgates opened uncontrollably. Undigested substances are excreted by pandas in another form. Yi Zhe's face darkened. He then examined the abyssal blood pool prop. Though slightly damaged, it could still be exchanged for military merits/rewards. Storing the blood pool away, Yi Zhe began reviewing his current spoils. First was a violet-hued battle robe that erupted from the Storm Dragon King. Since the raid dungeon was level 10, all the dropped equipment was level 10 as well. Yet when Yi Zhe saw its attributes, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Storm robe, level 10. Quality, epic. Attributes, defense plus 100, constitution plus 40, agility plus 30. Special effect, when entering combat, damage multiplier and movement speed increase by 50%, this bonus is affected by lightning element attributes. Percent. Truly worthy of equipment dropped by the Storm Dragon King, both its quality and attributes are top tier. Just a 50% bonus to damage and speed makes it an epic tier treasure worth millions, priceless even with all the gold in the world. And the most crucial part? The bonus scales with lightning element affinity. With the panda's sky-high lightning element attributes paired with the storm war garb. Do you realize what this means? Panda's current lightning element control is 106%. Seeing Panda return looking completely exhausted, Yi Zhe immediately dressed him in the gear to test its effects. Panda's constitution rose to 356, and his agility even reached 380. This is already at the level of a level 30 professional. The boost from the storm armor now skyrockets to 103%. This means that as soon as combat begins, the panda's damage and speed will immediately double. Absolutely terrifying. Then, Yi Zhe took out the MVP treasure chest and opened it. You have opened the dungeon MVP treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 crystals, 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining skill book Heavenly Thunder Descent, epic, 1000 crystals. That's more than 10 million. This was Yi Zhe's first time learning that the MVP chest from the Hell difficulty dungeon was so generous. The crystals rewarded were 10 times more than those from the beginner instance. The storm core was also an epic tier material, capable of enchanting equipment with lightning attributes, equally invaluable. And finally, the skill book, the Storm Dragon King's ultimate technique. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 million, or it could be capped. Coincidentally, Yi Zhe's next summoned beast was precisely the mage type he wanted. All in all, just one MVP treasure chest was practically worth 30 million. If sold, Yi Zhe estimated his wealth could rank him in the top 1% of all Huaxia. But we're not done yet. At that moment, another notification sounded. The Lucky Star Shines Bright effect activates. You will receive a second treasure chest reward. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 crystals and 1 storm core. Congratulations! You have obtained equipment Stormstrider, epic. Fortune smiles upon you, 2 loot box rewards, double the joy. It's a shame that Misfortune's favor is a unique aura, otherwise, if Yi Zhe could duplicate it, things would be downright terrifying. This time, in addition to another 1000 crystals plus Stormcore, double equipment dropped, including footwear. Storm Strider, level 10, quality, epic. Attributes, speed plus 60%, defense plus 80, agility plus 50. Special effect, for every enemy killed, increase his own agility and damage coefficient by 5% for 20 minutes, with no upper limit. Percent. Although the stats are strong, judging by the special effect, it might not fetch a very high price. After all, to fully utilize these boots' potential, one would need to rack up multiple kills within 20 minutes. For ordinary professionals, achieving multi-kills is an extremely difficult feat. Yet, Yi Zhe's eyes shone with excitement. This effect, it's practically made for a mantis. With the combination of Void Dash plus Void Slash plus Reaper's Harvest, racking up multiple kills is as easy as turning your hand. Taking out 20 enemies within a short time would essentially double both damage and agility. If one were to kill 100, 1,000 people, in that case, calling it the Mantis's exclusive equipment wouldn't be an exaggeration.
Without hesitation, he equipped the Storm Strider on the Mantis, causing both primary battle summons to surge in power. Glancing at the 2,000 crystals in his backpack, Yizhe felt especially pleased, getting ready to sell it outright and exchange it for usable gear or materials to feed the panda, among other things.
And right at that moment,
the personal rewards that had been generating previously, specifically the first clear rewards for the Hell difficulty, finally popped up.
Fallen Dragon Valley Personal Performance. Dealt 100% of raid damage, took 100% of incoming damage, 100% raid participation rate. Clear time, 1 hour 37 minutes. Congratulations, Personal Evaluation, SSS.
You received exclusive rewards, Space Stone *1, Summoning Skill Book, Epic, *1.
Spatial Stone.
Upon seeing this item, Yizhe was overjoyed and thoroughly excited. As mentioned before, artifacts capable of creating additional summoner spaces are incredibly rare and immensely valuable. And the Spatial Stone is precisely such a treasure. It grants a summoner an extra beast space. This single item's value might even surpass that of an MVP treasure chest. Yizhe rubbed his hands together in excitement. Could it be, my fourth summoned beast is coming? Chapter 47, The Fourth Summoned Beast. The Three-Tailed Demon Fox. Space Stone, upon use, grants an additional summoning beast slot. For summoner use only. Without hesitation, Yizhe immediately used this reward as soon as he obtained it. Ding! Space Stone successfully used. Your current summoning beast capacity, 3/4. Sure enough, there was now an extra vacant summoning beast slot ready for use. Next, Yizhe turned his gaze to another reward.
It was none other than an epic 6-star summoning beast skill book.
As expected of a personal exclusive reward from a raid dungeon, truly comprehensive service with both the slot and summoning beast neatly taken care of. However, without Yizhe's SSS level personal evaluation, there definitely wouldn't have been such a high reward. Looking across all raid MVPs, Yizhe's rewards are absolutely in a league of their own. Even after seeing this skill book, Yizhe felt the true value of the rewards was still climbing higher. Summoning Skill Book, Three-Tailed Fox Spirit.
My summoned beast has arrived. Among mage-class summons, the fox already ranks mid to upper tier. And this three-tailed demon fox is documented in biology textbooks. Their innate skill, Triple Tail, can store up to 3 skill charge instances. In battle, the same skill can be unleashed 3 consecutive additional times. It's pure firepower suppression on the battlefield. This single innate ability alone makes the three-tailed fox spirit one of the top-tier magical summons. Legend says there exist beings with 6 tails, even 9 tails beyond the three-tailed, though none have ever witnessed them. With such a summoning beast, Yizhe wasted no time in learning it. Ding!
You have obtained a summoning beast, Three-Tailed Demon Fox.
Current summoning beast space, 4/4.
In the previously vacant summoning space now stood a small white fox, its fur flawless and snow white. Its body was quite small, measuring only about 50 centimeters excluding the tail, yet its posture was elegant, with a pair of deep and cunning fox eyes that radiated an exceptionally lively beauty.
Master!
The little fox's voice was sweet, clear and ethereal, tinkling lightly like a silver bell.
Hiss! Yizhe drew in a sharp breath of cold air.
It seems, we can't entirely blame King Zhou either.
He simply had to speak up for King Zhou. However, what could truly rival the little fox spirit's beauty were her attributes and abilities. Three-tailed demon fox. Quality, epic. Level, 11, same as summoner level. Attributes, strength 80, constitution 120, agility 140, spirit 240. Talents, 3 tails, epic, fox spirit core, epic. Skills, Foxfire LV5, epic, Phantom Step LV5, epic. Percent. Spirit specialization, up to 240 points. Summoning beasts specialized in a single attribute are generally much stronger than those with all-round development, especially for mage types. Yizhe taught the Heavenly Thunder Descent skill to the little fox, adding another powerful offensive capability to his arsenal. By this point, his summoner team was beginning to take shape. 1 warrior, 1 assassin, 1 mage, and 1 support. Of course, compared to top-tier summoners, Yizhe's team composition still had a long way to go. But after all, he hadn't broken through to the first tier yet, and his summoning beast space was limited. I'll have to think about the advancement quest once I'm out. Defeat 5 rare class first tier opponents consecutively. Advancing to first tier would grant 2 additional summoning beast spaces and a summoner exclusive skill. Otherwise, even the growth attributes of yourself and your summoned beasts will be severely diminished. Outside the dungeon, Wan Feipeng and Wu Ming remained locked in confrontation, drawing crowds of onlookers eager for drama. Old dog Wu, how many talents has your East Martial City produced that you still dare to poach from me? Wan Feipeng snorted coldly, but Wu Ming merely responded with a faint smile. Who would complain about having too many talented people? Besides, could someone like you even cultivate talent? You can't even keep a goldfish alive. Wan Feipeng, that's bullshit.
At this moment, whispers of confusion arose from the surroundings.
Are these two really fighting over talent? Aren't they both from our East China region? That's short-sighted thinking.
While there's really no need to compete for resources within East China, or even within the country, but when it comes to exploring the abyss and contesting world dungeons, every endeavor demands formidable talent. Without exploring the abyss or contesting world dungeons, where would resources and materials come from? Without resources, how could professions advance to higher tiers in later stages? But come to think of it, this is the first time we've seen Hunter King City Lord Wan snatch someone away.
Exactly. It's the first time he's taken a liking to a newcomer. Holy shit, the War Academy team's coming out.
Someone suddenly shouted, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward the dungeon entrance. A group of several dozen students with average gear and levels walked out, all radiating joy. Particularly Lu Qi, whose experience skyrocketed to level 7 after clearing the dungeon, propelling him straight into the upper mid-tier. If Yi Zhe were here, he'd be kneeling to call him dad on the spot.
Holy shit, with their gear and levels, they actually cleared it?
Only level 6 or 7 after clearing the dungeon, and the average level of the whole team before clearing was just 3 or 4.
Don't forget, those dozens of people didn't even lift a finger. There was some ultra pro who could solo the whole thing.
Damn, if Yi Zhe were from our academy, and could carry me through, I'd introduce him to my sister right away.
Dream on.
Someone who can carry a raid team could change girlfriends daily without even trying.
You're thinking too small. Let me throw out a number. Swap 2 a day.
A crowd buzzed with discussion. From the back, Zhao Xian clenched his fist tightly. His bloodshot eyes had been fixed on the names on the leaderboard for what felt like an eternity.
How is this possible? Yi Zhe was just a poor guy, while he was a genuine rich second-generation summoner. How could the gap be so huge?
Quite a few students at Dongwu First High shared the same thought. Yet at this moment, when Yi Zhe exited the dungeon, everyone was stunned once again.
Reporters from various outlets and guild personnel immediately swarmed forward upon receiving the news.
Particularly Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng, both stepped to the forefront. Nearby, the magic swordsman Bai Wei gripped his enchanted blade, his combat spirit surging as he stared at Yi Zhe, the center of attention.
A single person, solo clearing hell difficulty? Does he truly possess such capability, or is he using some unknown trick?
At this moment, Yi Zhe looked at the crowd before him and felt completely overwhelmed.
If I can't hold on, I might as well escape using Shadow Step. With over 100 people closing in like this, if I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here all day.
But at that moment, Wu Ming walked over and extended his hand with a smile.
Hello, Yi Zhe, I'm Wu Ming, the regional chief of East China. Would you be interested in transferring to another academy?
I guarantee the resources you'll receive will. Before he could finish, Wan Feipeng suddenly thrust out a massive palm. The cloth covered Wu Ming's face, thoroughly using up his gold-rimmed glasses and features. Equally disheveled were the reporters and cameramen, the latter quietly shifting their lenses toward the scene. Wan Feipeng grinned at Yi Zhe, flashing a bold, triumphant smile.
Not bad, kid Yi Zhe. You've got skills. Don't listen to that old dog Wu Ming. I've picked a mission for you, guaranteed you'll love it. Chapter 48, Making me turn up the heat on the nation's top talents? Picked a mission for me? Yi Zhe was stunned. What the hell is this lord of Lin Yuan City, a 6th-tier powerhouse, up to?
However, at the same time, he realized that Wan Feipeng had indeed mentioned something earlier. It was a place he would take him to once his strength was sufficient.
He wouldn't screw me over, would he?
As Yi Zhe was pondering, he saw Wu Ming, the person in charge who had been blocked by Wan Feipeng, stride over to his side.
Don't rush. Follow me into the office first. This isn't the place to talk. Hearing this, not only Yi Zhe, but even Wan Feipeng nodded in agreement. Truthfully, there were far too many reporters and onlookers surrounding them.
These journalists had initially come to interview the East Martial Arts High School team that was preparing to break records.
Little did they expect there would be an even more formidable expert. A first clear of the hell level difficulty.
At such a moment, no journalist worth their salt could possibly miss this story. For a moment, Dongwu High School's side became unexpectedly quiet, with even the few Qingfeng City officials who had been there initially now crowding around Yi Zhe's side. Even Xia Qing found himself pushed to the outskirts of the crowd, unable to catch even a glimpse of Yi Zhe. When the lead organizer Wu Ming finally spoke up, the crowd immediately parted, clearing a path for Yi Zhe and the two distinguished figures. One was a top-tier 6th-order expert of Huaxia, the other one of the nation's 5 most powerful decision-makers. No one would be foolish enough to obstruct these two at such a time. Yi Zhe followed him to a VIP reception hall, normally reserved for hosting high-ranking officials and top-tier powerhouses in Qingfeng City.
Wu Mingxin shrewdly led Yi Zhe inside first. Seizing the moment when Wan Feipeng closed the door, he preemptively spoke. Classmate Yi Zhe, it's about time you consider your future. I guarantee, Dongwu City will absolutely not be a choice you'll regret. Wan Feipeng retorted angrily at this moment. What's wrong with Lin Yuan City? It's right by the abyss. Much tougher than your greenhouse-raised students.
Watching the two of them locking horns like needle against all, Yi Zhe's face darkened with frustration. But at the same time, he activated his insightful eye. This gave him a preliminary understanding of the reason behind their conflict. Wu Ming, the regional head of East China, virtually represented the entire eastern region. As for Wan Feipeng, beyond being the city lord of Lin Yuan, he also held the honorary position of regimental commander in the Demon Suppression Army, representing its military authority. No wonder the two of them were arguing so fiercely. It's because the groups behind them are entirely different. This aligns perfectly with Wu Ming's words, thinking about your own future. Joining different groups would mean completely different paths of development. At this point, Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng finally began discussing the actual matter at hand. Wu Ming got straight to the point. Yi Zhe, you must have awakened some kind of talent, right? Talents are uncommon among professionals, awakened by only a very few individuals. But upon seeing Yi Zhe's performance, both Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng immediately guessed this to be the case. Hearing this, Yi Zhe didn't hesitate to reply, right, I awakened during my job transition. There was actually no need to hide this. Although talented individuals are rare each year, there are still over 10,000 of them. After all, this is China. With such a massive population base, even if only 1% awaken their talents, that still amounts to a considerable number. Hearing Yi Zhe's affirmation, Wu Ming nodded with a mix of satisfaction and worry in his heart. What satisfied him was that Yi Zhe hadn't hidden anything. But what worried him was that according to decades of professional development experience, for talents, the stronger they are in the early stages, the more likely they'll struggle in the mid to late phases. The stronger one is early on, the weaker they become later. The weaker one is early, the stronger they become later. This has long been the law governing the innate talents of professionals. For a moment, it made Wu Ming hesitate in his judgment of Yi Zhe's potential. Of course, Wu Ming couldn't have possibly imagined. There exists such a talent powerful in the early stage, formidable in the mid-stage, and even stronger in the late stage. It completely defies the established laws of practitioner talents. However, Wan Feipeng had no such concerns. His talent was similarly strong in the early stages but weakened later on, yet he was fortunate enough to encounter a miraculous opportunity in the abyss, ultimately reaching the 6th tier as well. This made him not place much importance on the matter of talent. Kid Yi Zhe, forget everything else for now. If you take on my mission, I guarantee the stronger your abilities, the greater your rewards will be, Wan Feipeng declared boldly. Beside them, Wu Ming shot a glance and exposed the claim while retorting. You want him to participate in the national training camp? That's too hasty. Yi Zhe has no experience battling against top-tier professionals. Sending him to face a group of talents who were cultivated with the full resources of major forces across the nation is far from a wise suggestion. Besides, the special training camp operates in squad mode, and the teams of those geniuses are naturally composed of top-tier talents. Wu Ming was still speaking when he failed to notice the golden gleam sparkling in Yi Zhe's eyes. Talents cultivated by major factions? There must be no shortage of rare professions among them. His supreme advancement mission must be a sure thing now. Yi Zhe cautiously ventured, are there any geniuses above first tier among them? Wu Ming froze momentarily, misunderstanding the implication. He thought that Yi Zhe believed himself invincible below the first tier and wanted to test his limits. Most geniuses have this kind of mentality, which isn't all that surprising, but he immediately shot him down. Those major factions, especially those in central China, whether in terms of resources or dungeons, are far superior to ordinary people. They would even specially support level 9 professionals just to power level their younger generation. Everyone participating in the special training camp is at least tier 1 or above. As he spoke, Wu Ming glanced at Yi Zhe, expecting to see shock, perhaps even disbelief on his face. Instead, Yi Zhe's eyes were brimming with excitement. Advanced mission, secured. Originally, he was still worrying about where to gather 5 rare first-tier professionals. Now it's great, not only is there no need to gather them, there are even more than 5. Seeing Yi Zhe show no hesitation, Wan Feipeng's eyes filled with even greater admiration. Ignoring Wu Ming's objections as a mere 5th-order practitioner, they directly dragged him outside. Then, they set up soundproofing devices and began speaking privately with Yi Zhe. Listen up, Yi Zhe kid, my mission isn't just about participating in this training camp. Let me give you a little heads up first. This year's training camp has a mode called Dungeon Battle Royale. Have you played Battle Royale before? It's similar to those online games. Yi Zhe understood immediately. In his previous life, many games were of this type, like that Gunfight Chicken Dinner game or that Blade Resonance game. In short, the essence of Battle Royale is fighting until only one person remains. Seeing Yi Zhe nod, Wan Feipeng said cheerfully, I don't want you to be a trainee in the special training camp, I want you to be an instructor. To be precise, I want you to ramp up the difficulty for the other geniuses in the camp during the Battle Royale. Yi Zhe's face showed a peculiar expression. You want me to raise the difficulty level for the nation's talents? Wan Feipeng explained in detail, this was originally a task for the demon-suppressing army. In the battle royale, approximately 20 instructors from the demon-suppressing army will act as dungeon enemies, increasing the pressure and creating challenges for the nation's top talents. But the problem is, finding suitable instructors isn't easy. They can't be too weak, nor can they be high-ranking professionals. So I think you'd be a perfect fit. High-level professionals struggle to rein in their abilities, which overly impacts the dungeon runs, while those too weak naturally can't serve the purpose of increasing the difficulty level.
Yi Zhe understood.
Instead of asking why he wasn't being assigned as a special training camp student, his first question was,
"What's the payment then?"
Wan Feiping explained, trainees in the special camp are divided into 5-person squads. If a squad ranks first, each member will receive at least one epic 6-star item plus an epic 6-star exclusive equipment. As for the instructors, they earn 400 military merits for every trainee they defeat.
400 military merits. Yi Zhe's excitement surged instantly.
It might not seem like much, but defeating 20 students would earn him 8,000 military merits.
Enough to select an item from the third-level treasury of the demon-suppressing army.
The treasures in the third-level treasury range from excellent 5 stars to epic 6 stars in quality. If you kill 40, that's 16,000 military merits, enough to go straight to the 4th floor.
All treasures on the 4th floor are epic 6-star quality or higher. If you kill even more.
Yi Zhe felt his throat go dry as he cautiously asked, how many trainees are in the special training camp altogether?
What are you asking that for? Wan Feiping looked at Yi Zhe with suspicion.
Geniuses from the 5 major regions of Huaxia, each region has 20 spots, totaling 100 people.
Even with Wan Feiping's leaps of imagination, he couldn't begin to guess what Yi Zhe was thinking just then.
After all, everyone knows how terrifying the geniuses nurtured by those major powers can be, especially those monsters from Huazhong district. Defeating instructors far above their level is nothing to them.
Not to mention when 5 such geniuses form a team. Finally, Wan Feiping concluded. Because it's a copy, killing each student gives 1,000 experience points.
Of course, it also applies if an instructor is killed by a student. The main reason I chose you is that you lack team combat experience, so you might be at a disadvantage in group battles. Of course, if you want to participate as a student in the training camp to get used to team combat, that's also fine. I'll have Wu Ming find you a suitable team.
So, will you choose to be an instructor or a trainee? Chapter 49, let me see which blade won't be ground to breaking. Admittedly, Wan Feiping's move still showed some consideration for Yi Zhe.
In his view, although Yi Zhe had impressive early-stage abilities, he ultimately lacked experience in team combat. Facing off against top-tier professionals proved far more difficult than tackling dungeon challenges. There had been many dungeon strategy experts in the past, yet when confronting elite professional gamers, they would typically fall into disadvantage within just 1 or 2 exchanges. The reason, naturally, is that the thinking, operations, and tactics of professionals are completely different from those of dungeon monsters. With Yi Zhe's summoner skills, if he were to act alone, he might actually achieve better results than in a team battle. Having said that, Wan Feiping added, if you get killed by the trainees right away, don't worry, you'll still receive a subsidy of 1,000 military merits. But Yi Zhe barely heard these words. He spoke directly, no need to say more, I choose the instructor. Only at this moment did he realize the meaning behind Wan Feiping's words, the stronger the ability, the greater the reward. Although the first place reward in the special training camp team was also quite good, but as a dungeon instructor, the ceiling rises much higher. If he kills 80 elite training camp students, he could at least obtain 2 legendary items from the demon-suppressing army's treasure vault. This reward, isn't it just going to be a whetstone? I'd love to see which blade won't get worn down. It's time to show the nation's geniuses what real intensity looks like. Besides, killing students yields 1,000 experience points. Yi Zhe simply couldn't think of any reason to refuse.
Team combat? What team combat?
Nothing beats the thrill of taking on all the geniuses alone. Although Yi Zhe wasn't entirely clear about the exact capabilities of those elite talents from major factions, he had complete confidence in himself and his summoned beasts.
Hearing Yi Zhe's agreement, Wan Feiping grinned with unrestrained delight. Good, you've got courage, kid. At the training camp, for every soldier of Wei Zhang and Wu Ming you beat up, I'll personally give you an extra 200 military merits. Hearing this, Yi Zhe immediately looked at Wan Feiping with suspicion. Was he asking me to be an instructor just so I could beat people up for him? Considering Wan Feiping's personality, he suddenly thought it was entirely possible. Seeing the strange expression on Yi Zhe's face, Wan Feiping also said angrily, you have no idea how arrogant those Wu and Wei dogs get every year. It makes my blood boil just thinking about it. Doesn't have to be many, just beat one at a time. Let them see that Lin Yuan City has its own talents too. By the way, let me vent a little. Wan Feiping glanced at Yi Zhe, his tone intensifying. For every person who kills Wei Zhang or Wu Ming, I'll award an extra 300 military merits. Deal. Yi Zhe immediately clapped hands with Wan Feiping in agreement, watching Yi Zhe's face brimming with excitement. Wan Feiping had no idea what circumstances his presence would bring to this year's special training camp. According to Wan Feiping's personal estimation, even if Yizhe cooperated with other instructors and resorted to underhanded tricks, taking down 3 or 4 opponents would already be considered proof of his exceptional strength. At most 5, absolutely no more than that. At this moment, Wu Ming also walked in from outside with an annoyed expression. So, you still let him join the special training camp? Which team is he joining? Do you need my help finding teammates? Of course, don't even think about joining Bai Wei's team. Hearing this, Wan Feiping wore a victorious smile and said, no need. Ha! Wu Ming gave a hollow laugh that didn't reach his eyes. Let's hope you don't ruin the only genius you've got. Mind your own business. Wan Feiping was about to leave with Yizhe, yet the latter paused, retrieving the abyssal blood pool from his backpack. This is the perfect time to hand over this dangerous item. I found this in the Hell Raid dungeon. He explained the situation in detail. An abyss artifact that would greatly assist China's research on abyssal powers. Wan Feiping and Wu Ming immediately became serious. But when they heard Yizhe describe the origin of the item and mention that he had slain the Blood Sea Demon, the two exchanged glances. Wan Feiping was astonished and thrilled, while Wu Ming was filled with deep regret. So, Yizhe, you actually killed a general-rank demon? Why didn't you say so earlier? Had Wu Ming known earlier, his evaluation of Yizhe's potential would have risen yet another level. A beginner-stage talent capable of slaying a demon general that was simply overpoweringly strong. He immediately pointed at Wan Feiping and declared, hold on, Yizhe still has to come with us to Dongwu City. Don't you dare influence his growth. Wan Feiping seemed to have struck gold as he exclaimed, get lost. Take this stuff to the research institute right now. He tossed the abyss blood pool to Wu Ming. Chuckling to himself, he prepared to leave with Yizhe. As this prodigy of Lin Yuan City, I might just be able to surprise the special training camp. Truth be told, for an ordinary person, following Wu Ming to Dongwu City would indeed be the best choice. After all, as a department head, his methods for nurturing talent are naturally far superior to Wan Feiping's. But Yizhe is different. He doesn't need any cultivation at all. Just leveling up will do. Before leaving, Wan Feiping mentioned the rewards to Yizhe. Perfect timing. You discovered the demon general's mark during the previous beast tide, plus these abyssal artifacts from this time. That makes 2 rewards in total. I'll take you to the treasury. Pick whatever you want. Chapter 50, Missing Investigation Department Head? The Cursed Statue. It must be said that although Wan Feiping was a bit reckless, he was quite generous when it came to rewards. He even promised Yizhe, if he couldn't find what he wanted in the Lin Yuan City treasury, he'd take him to the Dongwu City treasury to pick instead. After all, that abyss artifact had been handed over to Wu Ming, who would take it to the Dongwu Research Institute, so upon hearing Wan Feiping's promise, Wu Ming silently agreed. However, Yizhe still wanted to visit the Lin Yuan City treasury first. He was particularly eager to see those unknown materials he had spotted earlier. Wan Feiping spoke up, let's go ahead then. I advise you not to use the main entrance unless you want to be swarmed by reporters. Just as the two were about to leave, Wu Ming gestured for them to look out the window of the VIP room. A dark mass crowded outside, nothing but swarms of reporters and media. In just half an hour, news of clearing the hell difficulty for the first time had spread like wildfire. Yizhe's lips twitched, then, the back door. With his current strength, he didn't really need this kind of fame anymore, getting cornered by reporters, though. Friends who are frequently besieged by journalists know how terrifying it can be. It's no less harrowing than a zombie siege. Wu Ming, as the East China regional head, clearly has more experience dealing with such situations. I've arranged a private car for you. Your classmates and teachers are all here as well. Before long, Wu Ming led Yizhe out through another gate where 4 hovercars stood waiting. Even Wan Feiping couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the organizers' arrangements. Xia Qing and the students from the War Academy had been waiting there all along, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as they took in the sight of the hovercars. They looked just like children seeing their favorite toys for the first time. Even Xia Qing, though from an ordinary family, was riding a floating car for the first time. Seeing Yizhe approaching, her face lit up with joy. Yizhe, how are you? She had initially wanted to ask Yizhe whether clearing hell difficulty was tough or if he had gotten hurt, but seeing his relaxed and carefree demeanor now, it almost felt like he had cleared it without a scratch. Yiz moved closer with a smile and said, great, and you even landed a decent gig while at it. Not only did we beat them up, but we also got rewarded too. Truly wonderful. Xia Qing was equally delighted, puffing out her chest as she whispered in barely contained joy. Oh, by the way, thanks to you, my probationary period was lifted and I got a full-time position. Let me treat you to a meal when you're free. As Yizhe's team-leading instructor, shortly after he led the team to conquer the hell-level difficulty, she was officially promoted by the Ministry of Education without even needing to submit a probation report. Merely being the team-leading instructor was already a tremendous honor. But Xia Qing also understood that all this was largely thanks to Yizhe.
Though Yi Zhe hadn't expected his clearing the game would stir such a major influence that even the Ministry of Education intervened, he figured it likely had Wu Ming's directive behind it. He readily agreed, sure, though I don't have much free time recently.
No problem, whenever you're free works just fine.
This time, witnessing Yi Zhe and Xia Qing chatting together, not a single male student felt jealousy or resentment anymore.
It even seemed perfectly natural. Ahem, Wu Ming quietly reminded from the side. You can continue your conversation later. Back home, you'll be able to chat more freely.
Nearby, for sleek, silver-white hovercars stood ready elongated models where traditional tires had been replaced by turbojets emitting blue flames. Yi Zhe and Xia Chang, who was in a complicated mood, got into the car together, along with Wan Feipeng and the students. With a roaring burst of blue flame, the hovercar zoomed past like a meteor streaking through the sky. Compared to high-speed rail trains, hovercars offered far superior speed and stability. Moreover, as an aerial vehicle, it was highly unlikely to be attacked. Especially with a 6th-tier expert like Wan Feipeng on board, safety was absolutely assured. Before long, the outline of Linyuan City became visible. Yi Zhe sat on the plush sofa seat of the hovering car when suddenly he cast a suspicious glance toward the city gates. There are usually only 4 guards at the city gates. Why are there 2 squads of Demon Suppression Army stationed there now? 2 squads of Demon Suppression Army meant a full 20 soldiers. How did a city like Linyuan suddenly get so heavily guarded? Upon hearing this, Wan Feipeng was happy to explain. There was trouble at Pollution Zone 17. The investigation department chief and an entire escort team dispatched there have gone missing. The Demon Suppression Army deployed an entire regiment here, both to strengthen defenses and conduct rescue operations.
Missing?
Yi Zhe was taken aback. He had heard from Lu Boyan that the head of the investigation division was a genuine 4th-tier professional.
Not to mention the escort team that had been sent. Could they really have gone missing just like that?
Yi Zhe wasn't exactly worrying over nothing either. Polluted Zone number 17 was just a dozen or so kilometers away from Polluted Zone number 19.
If anything were to go wrong, it might spread to Linyuan City, but Wan Feipeng quickly reassured them cheerfully.
Don't worry, the demon-slaying corps of the East China Army has already headed over. Besides the 2 5th-tier squad commanders and deputy commanders, there are over a dozen 4th-tier professionals. This should be resolved soon. 2 5th-tier, over a dozen 4th-tier. Yi Zhe felt slightly relieved. If this lineup couldn't resolve the situation, it would truly be a major problem.
At that point, it likely wouldn't stop at just affecting Linyuan City. Arrived at Linyuan City,
the hovercar descended. After bidding farewell to Xia Cheng and the others, Yi Zhe followed Wan Feipeng to the Linyuan City treasury. In reality, it had only been 2 days since his last visit.
Wan Feipeng chuckled and said, "You've practically become a regular at the treasury, kid." Yi Zhe didn't deny it.
Last time I came across those unknown materials, now I can finally understand them clearly. The moment he stepped into the treasure vault, his eyes immediately fell upon that void meteorite.
Last time, its purpose was unknown. But this time, Yi Zhe directly activated his inside eyes, and a stream of information appeared within his golden pupils. Void meteorite, an ordinary meteorite from the endless void, possessing 100% physical and magical resistance, containing unstable spatial elements, inaccessible to non-void creatures. What the heck? A regular meteorite with full physical and magic resistance? So this is the material from the infinite void? And this unstable spatial element? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Zhe decided to reserve judgment for now. With 100% physical resistance, even a panda would probably break a couple of teeth trying to bite it. Yi Zhe then turned his attention to the next item. It was a statue of unknown material, but this one particularly excited Yi Zhe. Cursed statue, apply a negative status effect to yourself and obtain a permanent class-exclusive skill, quality randomized. A class-exclusive skill with random quality. For example, summoners have a wide variety of exclusive skills, some strong and some weak. If you're lucky, a unique skill can greatly enhance the abilities of a summoner or their summoned creature. The cost is a negative status effect, and it's one of those particularly annoying ones. Through the eyes of insight, he learned that using the statue would grant one opportunity to cancel its effects. After a brief moment of consideration, Yi Zhe decisively took it. Chapter 51, Forging the Spell Weapon. Exclusive Skill, Position Swap. Seeing Yi Zhe take the cursed statue, Wan Feipeng said nothing, nor did he ask what purpose it served. After all, it was Yi Zhe's own choice. When it came to his subordinates, he mostly opted for a hands-off approach. There aren't many restrictions, nor too many rules. Of course, perhaps he himself couldn't be bothered to think about these things. Yi Zhe then looked at the other options. 2 merits meant he could choose 2 items, with 1 more still available to pick. His gaze then fell upon an unidentified crystal with purple veins running through it. Magic Spirit Stone, contains extraordinary magical properties and can be used as forging material for weapons with supreme or higher tier spells. Can forge weapons above supreme tier. This makes it incredibly valuable.
In market exchanges, the highest you'll commonly see are Supreme tier equipment items above Supreme rarely appear even twice a year. And if it's a spell-based weapon, it would be perfect for the fox. Among his summoned beasts, the panda uses fists and doesn't need weapons, the mantis's arm blades are its weapons, and the squirrel has the crimson demon blade.
Only the fox lacks a weapon.
He then turned to Wan Feipeng and asked, City Lord Wan,
"Hey, why call me Mayor Wan? Just call me Brother Wan."
Wan Feipeng said freely, as long as you give Wei Zhang and Wu Ming a good slap in the face for me during the special training camp, I wouldn't mind calling you brother instead.
Yi Zhe's face darkened with exasperation. Given Wan Feipeng's personality, he might not actually be joking when he said that.
This also reflects how brutally mocked this 6th-tier expert had been by the leaders of Central and East China.
Yi Zhe got to the point, "Bro Wan, is there any place in Lingyuan City that forges weapons? I want to turn this stone into a weapon."
"So this is what you chose for your second reward?"
Wan Feipeng asked curiously. "This is actually forging material?" After receiving Yi Zhe's affirmation, Wan Feipeng declared without hesitation, "No need for you to find someone, I'll get craftsmen to forge it for you." It seemed that for Yi Zhe's sake, who had helped him vent his anger at the special training camp, he was more than willing to lend a hand. This certainly saved Yi Zhe quite a bit of effort. But Yi Zhe had no intention of letting Wan Feipeng cover the cost himself, producing supplementary materials and crystals. "Brother Wan, with these additional materials, what kind of weapon could we forge?"
2 epic-grade storm cores, plus 1,000 crystals.
Such lavish spending made even Wan Feipeng gasp in astonishment.
"No wonder you conquered the Hell Raid first, kid, you're seriously loaded.
Just these materials alone are easily worth over 20 million.
This is enough to outright buy a luxury mansion, yet you didn't hesitate to use it all for equipment."
Wan Feipeng couldn't help but view Yi Zhe in a new light. Gathering the materials, he guaranteed,
"If the equipment made isn't at least epic 5-star quality, I'll twist the blacksmith's head right off."
"By the way, since it's a magic-type weapon, what kind are you thinking of making? A staff, a spellbook, or maybe?"
Hearing this, Yi Zhe pondered what weapon would suit a fox best.
Let's make a magic sphere."
"Alright, the special training camp starts the day after tomorrow. I'll urgently find someone to forge it before tomorrow night." By the time Yi Zhe left the city lord's mansion, it was already late at night. Yi Zhe simply decided to head straight home to test the effects of the cursed stone statue. Of course, in this situation, Yi's decisively summoned the squirrel gnawing on a pine cone from his summoning space and held it in his hands. Then he used the statue. The cursed statue was only the size of a hand. Once activated, it transformed into a forbidden purple light, shining directly on Yi's. "You have been affected by the cursed statue and gained the negative status slow, non-dispellable. Slowed, your agility -30, movement speed -30%. Fortunately, it was only agility and speed, hardly a serious setback for him. Given his many attribute boosts, he already had 132 agility points. The deduction was merely a drop in the bucket. Of course, for classes like assassins or swordsmen, such penalties would be far less tolerable. Then, Yi Zhe took a look at the exclusive skills he had acquired. "You have been affected by the cursed statue and have obtained the exclusive skill, Swap, Epic. Swap, freely exchange positions between the summoner and the summoned beast. Cooldown, 1 minute. Mana cost, 50 points per use. Holy shit! Epic quality exclusive skill. Swap positions freely, almost equivalent to teleportation." Yi Zhe was astonished. In the hands of a skilled player, this skill far surpasses epic quality. Keep in mind, summoners fear nothing more than being ambushed. But if an enemy assassin strikes, instantly swapping positions, the summoner the assassin was originally looking for has turned into a fierce warrior. How amusing to imagine. Moreover, skill cooldowns can be reduced through equipment and other means. If maximized in the late game, the potential ceiling becomes even higher. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe immediately decided to give it a try. Beyond just swapping with his summoned beasts, he wanted to test whether 2 summoned beasts could swap with each other. He set the squirrel down and summoned the little fox. Ing. The little fox's soft, snow-white body, like a giant cotton candy, immediately rubbed against Yi Zhe the moment it appeared. This formed a stark contrast with the squirrel beside them who was single-mindedly gnawing on a pine cone. Swap. As Yi Zhe activated his skill, 2 figures rapidly switched places. The one nestled in Yi Zhe's arms turned into a little squirrel, while the one by the pine cone transformed into a small fox. Fox and squirrel? Yi Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he could swap the 2 summoned creatures. This expanded the range of possible maneuvers considerably. After waiting another minute for the cooldown, he ordered the squirrel to send the shadow clone running out of the room. He wanted to test whether the shadow clone could swap places with the summoner's summoned beast. And the result, it still worked. As Yi Zhe activated his skill, he instantly blinked outside the room while the squirrel's shadow clone relocated onto the bed. This thrilled Yi Zhe beyond measure. This means when the squirrel's shadow clone scouts in the future, we can immediately swap positions upon detecting a target. Our tactical options just expanded significantly.
As expected of an exclusive skill, the effect is truly impressive. At this stage, with Exchange plus the shield from the Spirit contract set, plus the Replicate skill, Yizei's survivability is practically maxed out. Moreover, Exchange might even serve as an offensive skill. Quite satisfied, Yizei took advantage of the darkening sky and simply stopped moving, falling asleep directly. Like a giant cotton candy, the fox seized the chance to burrow into Yizei's quilt. The next day, Yizei woke up from his sleep. He first went to the academy to check on teacher Lu. Sure enough, after the disappearance of the investigation department chief, all the work in the department had indeed fallen entirely on his shoulders. Lu Boyan had practically turned into a human-shaped office machine. Between disappearing and overtime, it was hard to say which was more torturous. Teacher, what if I made a trip to number 17 contaminated zone? Yizei joked, might even help you look for the section chief while I'm at it. Don't go if you want to live. Lu Boyan set down his pen and looked up at Yizei. According to Chang Jinping's people, in just one night, the demonic uprising surged by 500%. This meant the number and quality of the demons appearing had increased more than fivefold compared to before. That's serious? If you want to level up, you'd better go to number 19. They're short-handed there anyway. At Lu Boyan's suggestion, Yizei nodded. He had originally planned to choose between number 17 and number 19 as today's destination. At least he could gain 1 or 2 more levels before the special training camp. Chapter 52, South China's Top Invitation. Only 1 minute used? By the way, don't underestimate Area 19 contaminated zone either. It's completely different now from when you last visited. Lu Boyan warned, as the influence of Area 17 contaminated zone had even spread to other surrounding contaminated zones. Hearing this, Yizei smiled and said, no problem, teacher. My abilities have changed a bit since last time. By the way, you probably don't know yet that I was the first to clear the team dungeon, do you? As he was about to leave, Yizei casually mentioned this, leaving Lu Boyan momentarily stunned. First clear? Which difficulty level's team dungeon even needs a first clear? He had originally thought that with Yizei's abilities, clearing the advanced difficulty level shouldn't be a problem, and with some effort, even tackling the hard difficulty would be within reason. Coupled with the heavy workload at the investigation department, he hadn't paid much attention to the guild dungeon affairs. At this moment, he opened the news web page in disbelief, and what immediately caught his eye was the headline reporting Yizei's world first clear of the hell difficulty. Lu Boyan's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. It's hellish difficulty again. The wilderness outside Linyuan City. A fully equipped man and woman were heading toward the scouts' camp. The agile, green-clad female archer tentatively asked, is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? What if your dad finds out? We're out here for real combat training. What can he possibly say? The other boy, with striking blue hair and an imposing demeanor, declared confidently, with our abilities, we might even bring back a medal from the contaminated zone. The girl in green sighed helplessly, then asked again, what about teammates? Just the two of us entering the contaminated zone is too risky. Fu Wanjun here is nothing less than South China High School's top-ranked student. What's there to fear? Despite his bold words, the blue-haired boy named Fu Wanjun betrayed his true feelings through his body language. His eyes lit up the moment he spotted a youth draped in a spirit-patterned black robe, and without hesitation he called out, hey, buddy, you're heading to the polluted zone too, right? Wanna team up? The girl in green glanced at him in surprise and whispered, hey, you can't just recruit teammates so recklessly. Just pulling someone off the street and forming a team? Fu Wanjuan's eyes flickered. I can vaguely sense it, his mental energy is incredibly strong. He must either be a top-tier spellcaster or a summoner. The girl in green couldn't hide her surprise at these words. She knew exactly how powerful Fu Wanjun was within the South China region. For someone to earn his description as incredibly strong was truly exceptional. And the person before them was none other than Yizei, who was heading to the number 19 contaminated zone. Sensing that the two before him were no ordinary opponents, Yizei discreetly observed them. Fu Wanjun, level 13, rare profession, Thunderblade. Song Qiaoqiao, level 11, rare profession, Windrunner. Moreover, both came from extremely wealthy families. It was likely their professionally arranged home tutors cycling through dungeon runs with them that accounted for their high levels. Even Zhao Xian, the young master of the Zhao clan, paled in comparison to these two. Although these two were already among the top rookies in the southern China server, yet Yizei still shook his head. No, I don't team up. Teaming up with them wouldn't be very effective, and it would just split the experience points. Watching Yizei turn and walk away, Fu Wanjun was so furious that electric sparks practically crackled through his hair. Damn it, could it be that this guy actually looks down on me? I'm the one who should be looking down on him. If this were in South China, he'd be begging to team up with me and still wouldn't stand a chance. Song Qiaoqiao sighed and comforted him, maybe he just doesn't know who you are? Fu Wanjun remained displeased. Just wait till training camp tomorrow, I'll definitely make the top 3. Then let's see who in the whole country doesn't know my name. Stop complaining and hurry up. Yes, let's chase him. Let him witness a speed he'll never catch up to in his entire life. Fu Wanjun suddenly felt a mischievous urge to salvage some dignity from Yi Zhe. Song Xiaoqiao could only look helpless and follow along. But the next moment, Fu Wanjun suddenly froze in place. Yi Zhe's figure vanished instantly from the spot, leaving behind a shadow resembling a squirrel. Immediately after, the shadow squirrel also dissipated. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? Gone? There's no trace of his aura within several kilometers. Fu Wanjun was even more furious. That's a teleportation skill. Cheating. Yi Zhe didn't pay them any attention at all. He had simply sent the squirrel ahead first, then used his skill to swap positions, saving some travel time. After arriving at the scout camp, he went straight to find Battalion Commander Su Feng. The latter was currently overwhelmed with anxiety and exceptionally irritable. How many more special elites have appeared? How long until reinforcements arrive? The Reconnaissance Battalion's monitoring department, where Su Feng was stationed, had already entered a wartime state. On the surveillance sand table before them, the black dots representing high-level demons were growing increasingly numerous. Battalion Commander Su. Yi Zhe, what brings you here? Seeing Yi Zhe appear, Su Feng's face lit up with joy. Even though he knew recruiting Yi Zhe was no longer possible, it didn't stop him from holding the young man in special esteem. But upon hearing Yi Zhe's intention to re-enter the contaminated zone, Su Feng categorically refused. Yi Zhe, you have no idea Zone 19 is completely different now. There are nearly 10 additional level 30 special elites alone. It's far too dangerous for you to go there. That many. Yi Zhe sighed, though not out of panic, it was sheer delight. After clearing the raid, the bonus 5000 XP pushed his level 11 experience bar nearly halfway forward again. With so many special elites on top of that, leveling up twice today might just be within reach. Su Feng suggested, number 20 contaminated zone is almost fully formed. If you want to scout, that's your spot. No, Yi Zhe said decisively. I'm here as the support role. Just leave all the high-level evil spirits to me. Support role? Su Feng froze for a moment. You? Back when Yi Zhe was working as a scout, the distress talisman he was issued was specifically for calling support from the demon suppression army. Simply put, all powerful evil spirits encountered by scouts would be handled by the support role. Every support position has to deal with powerful enemies, making it dangerous, exhausting, and chronically understaffed. Su Feng wasn't looking down on Yi Zhe. It's just that every support role requires at least the combat strength to match a third-tier professional. Even in the entire number 19 contaminated zone, there were only 6 or 7 such individuals at most. After all, the polluted lands ahead have stronger fiends and a greater demand for powerful warriors. And what level is Yi Zhe? Just 3 days ago when he left the polluted lands, he was only level 7. How much stronger could he be now? Yet Yi Zhe merely smiled faintly. Anyway, there are so many high-level demons now, just let me try and see. Before Su Feng could refute, he turned to the surveillance sand table display. A level 30 special elite, right here. One benefit of the monitoring department's assistance was not needing to search for high-level demons himself, saving considerable effort. Yi Zhe had a shadow clone squirrel move to that location. Before entering the scout camp, he had the squirrel expend half its mana to create 60 shadow clones, which were deployed to move around the polluted lands on standby. This way, he could instantly swap positions with any high-level demonic creature whenever needed, maximizing his monster-slaying efficiency. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Yi Zhe vanished right before Su Feng's eyes. Su Feng voiced his confusion. Huh? Su Feng looked left and right before finally lowering his head to see a squirrel's shadow on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe had already reached the position of the special elite. One-Eyed Lich, LV 30. Type, Special Elite. Attributes, Strength 200, Constitution 200, Agility 140, Spirit 280. Percent. Polluted zone number 19 wouldn't have so many special elites, so they've all surged over from nearby polluted zones 17 and 18? The polluted lands were like basins of water, and the evil spirits were the water itself. When the basins could no longer contain them, they naturally spilled over elsewhere. Yi Zhe casually made a guess, but beside him, the Martial Saint Panda had already thrown a swift punch. It was an ordinary strike, but when paired with the legendary high-tier Martial Saint Aura, it became anything but ordinary. The Martial Saint Aura was a powerful inner force passively infused into every attack, dealing damage equal to Strength plus Spirit, asterisk 300%. With the bonuses from Legendary Reputation, Spirit-bound equipment attributes, Tempest battle robes, etc. Theoretically, now this panda could kill a level 30 special elite just by sneezing. Boom! A single punch reduced the upper body of the One-Eyed Lich to dust. Special Elite One-Eyed Lich defeated. Experience gained, 1050. Level, 11, 6110/13100. Done. After a 1-minute positional cooldown. Before Su Feng could figure out the purpose of the squirrel on the ground, Yi Zhe suddenly reappeared in front of him. How do you keep appearing and disappearing like a ghost? With practiced ease, Yi Zhe tossed half of the one-eyed lich's corpse at his feet. Alright, can this prove my strength now?
Looking at the genuine half-corpse of the level 30 special elite on the ground,
Su Feng was instantly stunned. A level 30 special elite, and you took just 1 minute to kill it? Chapter 53, Advanced Martial Arts Essence. The 12th entry.
Even for those capable of dealing with level 30 special elites, an arduous battle was inevitable. Just like Ruan Xiaoyu back then, who had to engage in prolonged skirmishes against the Cursed Knight. Only the cream of the crop around level 30 could achieve swift execution. Yet Yi Zhe, a novice who was just level 7 the day before, actually took only 1 minute to defeat his opponent? Su Feng couldn't believe it. What Yi Zhe really wanted to tell him was, 1 minute was just the cooldown time for position swapping. He'd actually killed the enemy with a single punch. But regardless, Su Feng was in a good mood seeing Yi Zhe grow stronger and the scout battalion gain another powerful ally. That's right, I remember you could already kill level 25 elite fiends before. Now you've become even stronger, that's only natural. Su Feng cheerfully patted Yi Zhe on the shoulder. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Hurry! Assign the elite demon for brother Yi Zhe to handle. Su Feng ordered the clerks in the monitoring department, and this arrangement perfectly matched Yi Zhe's intentions. Under wartime conditions, every directive in the monitoring department was executed with lightning speed. Before long, an efficient female clerk in her early 20s delivered a positioning device. Hello, this can help you track the target demon in real time. For now, we need you to clear out 8 special elites in Zone Z1-7, all level 30. Do you think you can handle it? As she spoke, the female clerk even seemed somewhat embarrassed. 8 special elites, an extremely difficult mission unceremoniously handed to a mere youth. But there was no choice, too many demons were coming. They even distribute trackers just to improve efficiency in supporting the strong ones. Yi Zhe gladly took it and nodded, saying, let's start with these for now. The female clerk pursed her lips, her expression peculiar. Why does this inexplicably feel like ordering dishes off a menu? Shouldn't this be serious work fighting against evil spirits? 8 special elites, she'd initially asked because she worried Yi Zhe might find it challenging. But the way Yi Zhe said it made her sound like a restaurant waitress. Start with 8, order more if it's not enough? Of course, she naturally wouldn't reveal these thoughts. Yi Zhe's willing acceptance undoubtedly pleased her, whether for the sake of the corrupted lands or for their own safety here. Once the target was confirmed, Yi Zhe ordered his shadow clone squirrel to relocate. Simultaneously, he used his spirit contract ring to copy the panda's ability. The ultimate martial truth. It wasn't that he wanted to fight personally, but this skill evolved from Battle-Hardened Veteran. Battle-Hardened Veteran reduces cooldown time, skill consumption, and stamina consumption by 50%, while decreasing negative effect impact by 80%. The original Battle-Hardened Veteran already possessed effects like cooldown reduction. Now that you've advanced to the pinnacle of martial arts, not only has the martial arts damage enhancement been added, but the original effects haven't disappeared, they've actually been strengthened. Martial Arts Pinnacle reduces skill cooldown, skill consumption, and stamina consumption by 80%, ignores negative status effects. The cooldown for the exclusive skill swap has decreased from 1 minute to 12 seconds. What previously took 1 usage interval can now be used 5 times. The skill's mana cost has changed from 50 points to 10. Moreover, even the curse slow effect from the curse statue, which was supposed to be undispellable, has disappeared. After a moment of astonishment, Yi Zhe realized the issue. Although the cursed statue's curse is undispellable, martial arts' ultimate intent is a higher tier effect, higher priority. The reduced 30% movement speed and 30 agility points are back. Might as well keep duplicating this exact entry. It's way too overpowered. Yi Zhe sighed in admiration. At the same time, the shadow clone squirrel takes position. Yi switches positions and begins the hunt. East of contaminated zone number 19. A temporary 5-member reconnaissance team at full strength is being pursued by a special elite, still another lich. Seeing Yi Zhe approaching, a college-aged male student in his 20s shouted, "Is that backup? Damn, why'd they send a kid? Don't come any closer. Stay back." Although Yi Zhe was just a teenager, his abilities didn't match his youthful appearance. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air as the Martial Saint Panda shot forward like a cannonball. PandaCharge.jpg. Just the Martial Saint aura radiating from its body alone crushed the Lich Demon into dust. In barely over a minute, the panda had already employed 7 different combat stances to slay enemies. Special Elite defeated, Cursed Hand Lich, EXP gained, 1050. Ding! Your level has increased to, level 12. Level, 12, 360/15600. Talent, you've obtained 1 infinite golden affix draw attempt. How strange, these special elites are all liches. Yi Zhe murmured softly to himself. Meanwhile, the 5 people beside him stared in shock as he instantly killed the elite monster, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Particularly the guy who had spoken up earlier timidly approached and said, "Bro, I might have been a little too loud just now. No hard feelings, yeah."
This strength is absolutely not something a kid could possess. If someone told him Yi Zhe had reversed aging now, he'd believe it. Yi Zhe casually waved his hand and instantly teleported to the next location. The last elite monster turned out to be yet another lich.
Might as well summon the praying mantis and let him play with this one.
Yi Zhe then began to draw the 12th entry. You have drawn a legendary golden entry, Lord of Elements. Lord of Elements, all elemental skills automatically reach max level. Elemental skills gain the following effects: cooldown minus 70%, cost minus 70%, range plus 300%, damage plus 100%, special elemental effects plus 100%. O mighty mage's deity.
Elemental skills, as the name suggests, fire element, water element, lightning element, and so on, they all fall under elemental skills. Take, for instance, the heaven's thunder descending upon the fox, that qualifies as a lightning element skill. For a mage, nothing could be more fitting. Decisively bestowed the term directly upon the fox. Successfully granted the elemental lord term. Summoned beast, three-tailed demon fox, epic, ascended, legendary. Four-dimensional attributes boosted by 40 points. Moreover, the skill Foxfire has been upgraded from LV5 to LV10, and Heaven's Thunder Descends has been upgraded from LV1 to LV10. Combined with the effect of Elemental Lord, it has begun to take on the form of a spell artillery tower. At the same time, the last special elite was finally worn out by the Mantis. Special Elite Frost Lich defeated, EXP gained, 1050. 8 special fiends, plus extracting entries, barely took just over 2 minutes. Yi Zhe felt exceptionally satisfied. At this rate, I'm worried there won't be enough fiends to slaughter. Better grab some missions quick. Another position shift. Looking at Yi Zhe, who had suddenly appeared again in the monitoring department, along with the 8 special elite corpses he'd released, Su Feng felt utterly stupefied. Had the world changed so quickly? Just 2 days ago, Yi Zhe was still a level 7 provisional scout. How had he turned into this? How does it feel that they don't seem weaker than me, a third-tier professional? Over 2 minutes, 8 special elites? Can you get any more unbelievable? When Su Feng said this, he inexplicably had the visual of the waves behind Drive on those before, the younger generation surpassing the old. He himself was that front wave, the one being overtaken. Equally shocked was the female clerk who had just assigned the task. Even the way she looked at Yi Zhe had changed. But at that moment, red lights began flashing in the monitoring department. Beep, beep, what's going on? Everyone suddenly turned their gaze to the monitoring sand table. Amidst groups of chess piece-sized black dots representing elite demonic forces, a fist-sized glittering black dot emerged. Su Feng's eyes widened like bronze bells, his voice filled with disbelief. Why would a demon general appear in contaminated zone number 19? Chapter 54, Mantis Wing Evolution. Are you even human? Contaminated zone number 19 was both the last to emerge and the weakest among all contaminated zones. Yet a demon general appeared here? Su Feng fell into deep thought. Though Yi Zhe didn't know the reason, his joyful expression remained unchanged. That black light spot representing the demon general on the monitoring sand table looked exactly like a giant XP package. First report the situation, Yi Zhe, don't act recklessly. Su Feng made a quick decision and gave instructions to the clerks. Meanwhile, he pulled out his weapons from the backpack, 2 long blades. I guess I'll have to do it myself. Call the deputy battalion commander to take charge of the monitoring department, and get 2 third-rank warriors to come with me. Even as a third-tier professional, Su Feng didn't dare to be overconfident. Most demon generals were above level 35. Despite being the top high school student in South China with a level 13 rare profession, fully equipped with at least excellent grade skills and gear, making him comparable to ordinary professionals of the same level. Among third-tier professionals, some might be able to solo a demon general, but Su Feng wasn't necessarily one of them. If this demon general possessed particularly bizarre abilities, he might even need to request reinforcements from higher authorities. At this moment, Yi Zhe responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Battalion Commander Su, there's no need for such trouble. Just let me go by myself. I have experience in this. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to wait for Su Feng's approval, simultaneously beginning to maneuver his shadow clone squirrels into position. Have you actually seen the demon general? Su Feng exclaimed in surprise, pondering for a moment before nodding. Fair enough, your strength is hard for me to gauge. If we work together, at the very least, we can't let the defense line of number 19 polluted land collapse. All right. Yi Zhe was somewhat surprised by how readily Su Feng agreed. In truth, the demon-suppressing army was far from rigid, especially during wartime. Whoever had the strength to fight, regardless of identity, would be deployed without hesitation. At this moment, the entire corrupted land was teeming with an army of liches. At the forefront stood a pale skeletal figure towering over 8 feet tall, draped in a tattered sorcerer's robe embroidered with cursed runes. Grasping a bone-white staff, it commanded the army's advance. Not far away, a blue-haired boy and a girl in green robes,
The two of them frantically cleared out weaker liches while desperately running for their lives. I've really had it up to here. Why did I have to run into the demon general right when I arrived in the polluted lands? The blue-haired boy Fu Wanjun roared angrily. Even if he was the top-ranked high school student in South China, with a rare level 13 class, equipped entirely with skills and gear no lower than epic tier, he still couldn't even scratch the demon general's defense. The gap was simply too vast. I actually think the training camp was easier, at least we didn't have to face terrifying monsters like the demon general. Fu Wanjun, utilizing the wind elemental acceleration from Song Qiaoqiao's windrunner profession, sprinted with incredible speed. The officers from the demon-suppressing army have arrived. Song Qiaoqiao's expression shifted as she spotted two figures charging toward the demon general. However, when they clearly saw the two figures, both Fu Wanjun and Song Qiaoqiao wore expressions of deep confusion and astonishment. How could it be him? Standing beside the demon suppression army officer was none other than Yi Zhe, whom they had just met earlier. Yet both had clearly seen Yi Zhe's face. He was unmistakably a high school student their own age. How could a third-year high schooler possibly participate in a battle against the demon generals? You know, Fu Wanjun, the top student at South China High School, couldn't even break through their defense. Could it be he's here to assist? That's possible. His mental energy isn't weak. Maybe he's actually a support class professional. No wonder he refused to team up with us back then. He must have had some arrangement with the demon suppression army. Fu Wanjun speculated, not forgetting to console himself with an explanation. They didn't team up with me. Surely it wasn't because they looked down on me. The presence of the demon suppression army officer visibly calmed the two of them. But at this moment, even the demon suppression army officer himself wasn't feeling so composed. Summoning type demon general, what a damn bad luck. Su Feng took a deep breath, then curled his lip and cursed under his breath. Hearing this, Yi Zhe also activated his insight vision to check the other party's attributes. Lich Overlord, LV 40. Type, General Class Evil Fiend. Attributes, Strength 460, Constitution 460, Agility 400, Spirit 500. Trait, Soul Theft Distortion. Deceased creatures will have their souls stolen by the Lich Commander and twisted into undead Legion soldiers. Abilities, Corruption Aura, Dark Touch, Soul Siphon. %%. At the general class level, evil beings possess a wide variety of special characteristics. The Lich Commander before us, similar to summoners, belongs to the summoning category. However, it prevails through sheer numbers, whereas Yi Zhe triumphs through quality. Though given the current situation, the overwhelming tide of Lich armies is particularly terrifying. Even third-order Su Feng seem to lack confidence. We have to stall them. Which can you handle, the Lich Commander or the other Liches? Having witnessed Yi Zhe's ability to swiftly eliminate special elites, Su Feng felt somewhat confident in him. At the very least, he now regarded Yi Zhe as an equal in combat prowess. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a question. Without hesitation, Yi Zhe replied, I'll deal with the Lich Commander first. But before Su Feng could respond, the Lich Commander nearby let out a bone-chilling roar. Struggle all you want, humans. At the same time, the skeletal staff swept out, an invisible dark energy enveloping everything around them. Su Feng's expression turned grave. It's a corruption aura, reducing damage by 30%. Corruption aura? Yi Zhe paused momentarily in confusion. Then realization struck. With his martial Dao Extreme Intent active, he hadn't even noticed the debilitating status effect. The mantis is a void creature whose adaptability surpasses all things. Even the breath of the abyss can be endured. A mere corruption aura would be adapted to within a mere second or two. Don't worry, I'll test it first. With a mere thought from Yi Zhe, the panda and the mantis, hidden in the void, launched their attack. They struck with their deadliest move from the outset. The aura of Tai Chi emerged, and the martial saint's domain unfolded. In an instant, the Lich Commander was enveloped by the domain, its attributes drastically reduced. Strength minus 187.5, Constitution minus 193, Agility minus 205, Spirit minus 159.5. Sensing this dangerous power, the flames within the Lich Commander's skeletal eye sockets flared intensely. Guards! At his command, countless Liches attempted to form a physical shield to protect their commander. But upon entering the domain, those Liches with agility below 205 found their stats reduced to 0, completely immobilized. To catch the thieves, first catch their leader. The mantis materialized in the void, simultaneously coordinating with the panda to deliver a devastating punch. Scout Battalion Commander Su Feng's face showed unparalleled shock as he sensed this power. This was the first time he truly comprehended Yi Zhe's combat prowess. Just this single explosive assault, were it directed at him, would have at least a 90% chance of killing him instantly. Martial Saint Domain plus Martial Saint Aura plus Void Slash. This was nearly Yi Zhe's most powerful burst combo at present. The Lich Commander had no other means of defense, first crippled by a devastating punch, then bisected by a rend in the void. Mantis secured the kill. Slayed the wicked demon general, Lich Commander, gained EXP, 8000.
Hunter, Crimson Mantis has defeated a formidable foe, allowing one body part to undergo evolution. With the Lich Commander dead, the remaining undead demons were left leaderless. Against summoners, taking out the summoner first makes the fight much easier. Watching the experience bar skyrocket by a large portion, Yizhe said happily. The Lich Lord dropped 2 pieces of equipment, but both were level 40, impossible to wear. This wasn't as player-friendly as dungeons tended to be. At the same time, Yizhe chose to evolve Praying Mantis once more. Void Slash is already maxed out. Should I try out the effects of other abilities first? Shell, Compound Eyes, Wings. Yizhe chose Wings this time. Ding! Evolution successful, current level, Wings +1. Wings +1, Agility +20, Attack Speed +20%, Critical Damage +20%, Movement Speed +20%, Skill Void Pierce level +1. One of his only 2 attack skills, Void Pierce, has been upgraded from level 4 to level 5. As a legendary skill, it's equally powerful, it's just that there aren't many opponents requiring the Mantis to use a second attacking skill. A flash of purple light passed by as the dark purple, crystal-like wings on the Mantis's back grew slightly longer. Similar to the enhancement of its blade arms, the attributes were also heavily combat-oriented. Yizhe speculated about the evolutionary effects of the other 2 body parts. Beside him, Su Feng wore the expression of someone who'd just seen a ghost, swallowing hard, slaying the evil demon general in mere seconds. This achievement would make even a 4th-tier professional blush, let alone someone at the 3rd tier. He could accept Yizhe eliminating 8 special elites in 2 minutes, but instantly killing a demon general, and a level 41 at that. How is this even possible? He turned to Yizhe, uttering a question from the depths of his soul. Are you really just a newly class-changed rookie? No. Are you even human? From the moment Yizhe arrived at the scout camp today, Su Feng felt his entire worldview crumble. Yizhe scratched his head and flashed an innocent smile. Actually, it was mainly good luck. If that demon general had been 10 levels higher, I probably wouldn't have been able to one-shot it. Su Feng? What are you talking about? Do you really think it's perfectly normal for a rookie like you to instantly obliterate a level 40 demon general? Chapter 55, Heavenly Thunder clears the field. The 13th entry. At this moment, besides Su Feng, Fu Wanjun and Song Qiaoqiao were also completely stunned. They had originally planned to observe the combat maneuvers of the devil-suppressing army officer. But then, what am I seeing? The swirling lightning around Fu Wanjun instantly dissipated. A Yizhe he considered just a supporting character instantly killed the Lich Lord he couldn't even scratch? Could this world get any crazier? We didn't offend him before, right? Song Qiaoqiao shivered inexplicably. Is he really our age? This is a high school student? Fu Wanjun beside her had been virtually unbeatable among high schoolers in South China. How could they encounter such a freak of nature just after arriving in East China? Initially, they had guessed Yizhe was a high schooler based on appearance. But now, Fu Wanjun kept shaking his head like a rattledrum. With skills like that, he can't possibly be a high school student. I heard some nature-themed skills or equipment can preserve youthful appearances, maybe he's got something like that. Look, he's accompanied by the Demon Suppression Corps' company commander. His rank might be even higher. Right, that's very possible. Fu Wanjun and Song Qiaoqiao couldn't help but speculate. Yizhe inexplicably got promoted to a rank above battalion commander. Meanwhile, the unresolved issues left behind by the Lich commander still remained. After the commander's death, the countless liches he had controlled fell into complete chaos, launching frenzied attacks against all living creatures. The scene was like a zombie siege. Su Feng still didn't let his guard down. I'll notify all temporary scouts and soldiers. Everyone must enter the contaminated zone and aim to cleanse the Lich by tonight. No. Yizhe immediately stopped Su Feng. Have them all withdraw from the contaminated zone immediately. Su Feng, full retreat? Su Feng looked at him in confusion. Did he really expect to fight this endless horde of liches alone? He'd be exhausted to death. Yet, with a flash of white light in Yizhe's hand, the three-tailed fox spirit was summoned. Holding up the small white fox with its soft and fluffy fur, Yizhe declared with exaggerated seriousness. With just me and my fox, we are more than enough. Of course, it mainly depends on Fox, with his trump card magic. Su Feng's lips twitched inexplicably, but considering Yizhe's combat prowess shown earlier, alright, I'll have the people in the polluted zone evacuate first. But if you can't handle it, you must speak up in advance. We absolutely cannot let the Lich break out of the polluted zone. Don't worry. Yizhe had people evacuated precisely to avoid accidentally harming his allies. Moments later, after receiving Su Feng's confirmation, Yizhe ordered the three-tailed fox spirit to unleash its skill. Heavenly Thunder descends. A level 10 epic grade lightning element skill. The max level Heavenly Thunder descends upon the world, covering a circular area with a diameter of 100 meters, totaling over 7,800 square meters.
With the Elemental Lords plus 300% range enhancement, it doesn't simply add 3 more circular areas. Instead, the diameter triples in size. Now, the Heavenly Thunder descends with a 400-meter diameter. Total coverage exceeds 120,000 square meters. A true Heavenly Thunder. The three-tailed fox demon's eyes shimmered with violet radiance, thunderous power circulating around its body, radiating terrifying destructive energy. Boom! The darkened sky, thick with ominous clouds, was torn asunder by the violent thunderbolt, like the wrath of celestial gods hammering upon the earth. The ground erupted with sparks flying and earth overturning. As a lich afraid of thunder, the undead sorcerer instantly wailed incessantly, its screams mingling with the thunderous explosions. Lich minion defeated, EXP plus 200. Soul reaping lich defeated, EXP plus 350. Bloodbone demon slain, EXP plus 625. Dozens of kill notifications popped up in an instant. It felt exhilarating, like cutting through grass in God mode. Although the summoned lich wasn't particularly powerful or experienced, its saving grace was the sheer numbers. With a single heavenly thunderbolt crashing down, the halfway filled experience bar instantly maxed out. Ding! Your level has increased to level 13. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite golden entry draw attempt. At the scout camp, Su Feng, Fu Wanjun, Song Xiaoqiao, and the others gasped in awe as they witnessed the spectacle of celestial thunder in the distance. Today's high school students are truly formidable. Battalion Commander Su Feng silently thought to himself. Officers nowadays are really formidable, thought high school students Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao. But this wasn't over yet. The heavenly thunder had barely faded when a second bolt descended in quick succession. The little fox raised one tail, currently utilizing its three-tail skill recharge ability. However, this time the experience gain noticeably slowed down. Damn, even the liches aren't enough to kill anymore. Yi Zhe couldn't help clicking his tongue. If the fox grew stronger, perhaps he could go level up in the polluted lands ahead. The rapid experience gain truly gave Yi Zhe quite the thrill. Level 13, 12625/18600. This is Yi Zhe's experience bar after the third heavenly thunder descended, just 1/3 away from leveling up again. However, the remaining liches were utterly routed and began fleeing in all directions at the mere sound of the heavenly thunder. Yi Zhe couldn't be bothered to chase after them anymore, so he simply turned back. Battalion Commander Su, those lich creatures don't pose much of a threat anymore. Good, well done. Su Feng looked at Yi Zhe and inexplicably felt the illusion that he was getting old. Get some rest, I'll handle the rest. Yi Zhe nodded and was ushered into the lounge by a female clerk who looked at him with admiration. The little white fox on his body clung to his chest like a baby octopus, mumbling, all drained out. 3 heavenly thunderbolts descended, which consumed a considerable amount of mana. However, with the Lord of Elements reducing the expenditure, it didn't drain him completely dry. Yi Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while a thought crossed his mind. He wondered what foxes like to eat. Pandas eat bamboo, squirrels eat pine cones, so shouldn't he find something for the fox to eat as well? As for the mantis, forget about it, it only has the sole instinct to hunt, and it's already merciful enough that it doesn't eat people normally. Though called a lounge, it was actually just a guest house since the scout camp had almost no designated resting spots. Yi Zhe leaned back in his seat, enveloped by a golden sea of word entries, beginning to draw the 13th word entry. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Treasure Seize. Treasure Seize, randomly steal any treasure, equipment, item, etc., from the target with a probability of 10% to 100%. The weaker the target's resistance, the higher the success rate. Note, no cooldown, but can only be used once on the same target within 30 minutes. TSK. Yi Zhe's expression suddenly became animated. This wasn't treasure hunting at all? This was outright robbery. A professional's equipment, including items in their backpack, could never be taken by others without their consent. Even if you kill him, the items in the backpack will simply vanish. And now, he actually possesses the miraculous ability to steal others' treasures. Moreover, the weaker the target's resistance, the higher the success rate. In other words, reducing the target to a state of helplessness guarantees a 100% success rate. At this thought, he couldn't help but consider the equipment on himself and his summoned beasts. He possessed 2 pieces of spirit-packed set gear in total. The panda had a crimson spirit bracer and a storm battle robe. The mantis had a pair of shoes, while the squirrel wielded a blade. There's too little equipment that's actually usable and good. You should know, a summoned beast typically wears at least 5 pieces of equipment. Even the fox's sole weapon cost me nearly half my fortune to forge. But now, it seems there's a new way to earn money and get equipment. Yi Zhe couldn't help but think of the special training camp. That group of top-tier geniuses from across the nation, nurtured with full support by various major factions. Their equipment must be quite impressive. Chapter 56, The Silver Medal. Keep killing. Looking at this treasure hunt entry, Yi Zhe was brimming with excitement. Of course, some discretion was still necessary when using it. Morality, though not required in abundance, should at least be present in some measure. After all, this was China's special training camp. But if in the future, conflicts arise on an international battlefield, that will be a completely different story. Yi Zhe thought to himself while preparing to hand the entry to the squirrel. How could a summoner personally handle something like treasure hunting? Entry: treasure hunt successfully bestowed. Summon, Shadow Treasure Sniffing Rat, Epic. Evolved Shadow Treasure Stealing Rat, Epic. Epic rarity increased by 1 star, 4-dimensional attributes enhanced by 10 points. Although the rat is merely a support-type summon, its level 13 attributes remain impressive. Strength 173, Constitution 158, Agile 179, Spirit 160. He's at least as strong as a regular level 20 assassin. Coupled with his full set of shadow skills, his combat power ranks among the top of level 20 assassins. Although compared to freaks like the Martial Saint Panda and the Void Predator, he still seems more like a support character. After all, it's an epic 3-star summon. Beast weakness is simply out of the question. For most other summoners, it would undoubtedly be a fiercely contested prize. After a while, Su Feng hurried back, bringing news that was unexpected yet made perfect sense. Yi Zhe is about to be awarded the silver medal. A high school student receiving the silver medal, unheard of. But considering Yi Zhe's achievements today, awarding him the silver medal seems entirely justified. Though Yi Zhe hasn't used the bronze medal often, only bringing it out once during the Beast Tide, its symbolic weight remains unquestionable. Now receiving the silver medal can only be beneficial without any harm. What makes it even more valuable than the bronze medal is, with the silver medal, one can directly command a squad of the Demon Suppression Army during wartime. Moreover, it grants nominal authority over the garrison forces of various cities. There are also benefits like a 50% discount on military supplied goods and other privileges. As far as Yi Zhe knew, apart from Wan Feiping, he was the first person in Linyuan City to receive a silver medal. Even in the entire East China region, there were no more than 50 such individuals. Su Feng laughed heartily and said, "Yi Zhe, I wonder if the next time we meet, I'll have to address you as sir?" This sentence carries more of a joking tone. As the commander of an independently organized reconnaissance battalion, the honor brought by a silver medal would at best be equal to his status. He would need at least a gold medal or higher. Yi Zhe pondered for a moment before speaking. "I'll work hard." Su Feng? No way, are you serious? Su Feng's expression became colorful. How could someone who was just a temporary scout a few days ago now be threatening his position? But then he relaxed again. To be awarded the gold medal, one must participate in at least one major battle and achieve extraordinary merit, something nearly impossible to accomplish nowadays. At least there's no need to worry for now. What's more, if Yi Zhe actually pulled it off, Su Feng would sincerely admire him. Taking the silver medal brought by Su Feng, the honorary title inscribed on it had undergone slight changes. Silver Medal, Rising Star of Slaying Generals. The silver-white medal shimmered, with a soaring eagle engraved at its center. Amidst a circle of intricate patterns, Yi Zhe's name was inscribed. Additionally, the anti-reconnaissance effect has been enhanced. "Thank you, Battalion Commander Su." Yi Zhe happily put away the badge and expressed his thanks. It was obvious that Su Feng had applied for this badge for him immediately after the task ended, otherwise the approval wouldn't have come through so quickly. Su Feng said, "It's nothing special. You helped greatly today, I should be the one thanking you." After exchanging a few more words, the two parted ways. Yi Zhe suddenly received a message and immediately returned to Linyuan City, bidding farewell to Su Feng. The spell weapon he had been longing for was finally ready. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the magic spirit stone material, it was forged by the only master blacksmith in Linyuan City. An ordinary person wouldn't even get a place in the queue at this point. But since this was personally instructed by Wan Feiping, the production efficiency was exceptionally fast. Arriving at the city lord's manor, Yi Zhe received a treasure orb emitting a dazzling blue-purple radiance, within which one could vaguely glimpse flowing mysterious energy. At its center was embedded a small deep blue crystalline core. "Since your level isn't high, we specially crafted a growth-type weapon for you. If you're not satisfied with this weapon's special effect, I'll go have him reforged it right now." Wan Feiping looked at Yi Zhe, waiting for his response. Yi Zhe was somewhat astonished. "If you're unhappy with crafted equipment, you can actually have the blacksmith reforge it?" This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. Then, he eagerly looked at the attributes of the magical orb. Mystic Treasure Orb. Level, 13, Growth Type. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Spirit plus 66, Casting Speed plus 50%, restores 1% mana upon killing an enemy. Special effect, each time a skill is cast, spell damage increases by 50% for 3 minutes, stacking up to 10 times. Percent. This special effect is a perfect match for foxes. Every skill cast boosts damage by 50%. If it were any other mage,
with only so many skills available, the stacking wouldn't be too fast. But the fox's innate ability Three Tails periodically grants 3 layers of skill charges, equivalent to being able to cast 3 extra skills. In other words, the fox can throw 3 additional skills at the start of battle, stacking an extra 150% damage. Coupled with the cooldown reduction from Elemental Lord, the stacks can quickly reach 10 layers. And this is already a growth weapon. If in the future, the fox has the chance to evolve into a 6-tailed or 9-tailed form, wouldn't it reach full power in no time?
Yi Zhe said contentedly, the weapon is already excellent. Many thanks to Wan Chang. Brother Wan, good to know.
To everyone's surprise, Wan Feiping was even more delighted than Yi Zhe himself.
It was as if he wasn't seeing Yi Zhe receiving the weapon, but rather Yi Zhe helping him beat up Huazhong and Huadong.
Tomorrow morning, I'll send a car to take you to Huazhong, to enter the special training camp.
Understood. Yi Zhe nodded in response and left the city lord's manor. Taking advantage of this time, I went to visit the exchange again.
From the 2,000 crystals obtained in the raid, he used 1,000 to forge weapons, leaving him with 1,000 crystals remaining. After selling them all, I picked out 2 skill books for the fox.
Frost Spike, Ice Prison.
Both are exceptional 3-star ice elemental skills, with the former having a shorter cooldown, making it ideal for stacking spell damage with the Mystic Treasure Orb.
While Icebound Prison can freeze enemies.
This not only adds a crowd control ability but also provides another means to incapacitate foes. Perfect for treasure hunting. After equipping the mystical treasure orb on the fox, her spirit attribute successfully broke through the 400-point threshold.
Moreover, she spent the entire evening happily demonstrating ball throwing with her tail without getting tired of it. Early the next morning, a black aerial vehicle exclusively for the city lord floated and stopped in front of Yi Zhe's house. This spectacle caused countless neighbors to gather and marvel at the sight. Yi Zhe jumped into the car, and Wan Feiping casually remarked, "There are drinks in the fridge. Help yourself." Compared to the hovercar they had ridden in earlier, this one, reserved for the city lord, was much smaller but exceptionally luxurious. The seats were replaced with 2 rows of sofas on either side, with a car fridge in the center stocked with all kinds of drinks and alcohol, along with plenty of food. By the way, the number of instructors for this special training camp has been finalized at 10. In the Battle Royale instance, 20 additional level 30 monster boss creatures will be spawned. As the instructor, you'll have access to all boss locations and full control over the instance's mechanisms, Wan Feiping explained in detail to Yi Zhe. Truth be told, there wasn't much an instructor could actually do in a Battle Royale instance. Their role ultimately just served to increase the difficulty for trainees. Making proper use of monster bosses and mechanisms was the original intention of headquarters. Yi Zhe took a sip of cola and murmured thoughtfully, "Monster bosses, could I kill them? They're meant to be utilized, do you understand that?"
Wan Feiping cast a suspicious glance at Yi Zhe, then suddenly broke into laughter.
"You're awfully cocky, aren't you? Go on, tell me how many people you think you can beat, or should I say kill?"
In this Battle Royale scenario, everyone fights to the death, but only one team can remain standing in the end. And since the instructors couldn't form teams, the ultimate victors would most likely still be the students. Yi Zhe chewed on the egg roll he dug out from the fridge and decisively raised a finger.
"Kill 10? Or an entire squad?" Wan Feiping speculated with amusement. Surely there couldn't be just one, could there? Yi Zhe, keep killing. Chapter 57, he's an instructor? Inside the aerial vehicle, Wan Feiping remained silent for a long moment. He had initially thought himself sufficiently reckless, yet never imagined this kid before him would be even wilder. Indeed, the land shapes its people, those of Cliffhaven City should be just like us. Wan Feiping thought with satisfaction. This floating vehicle reserved for the city lord was not only luxurious but also faster than any other. In no time at all, it raced from Cliffhaven City in East China all the way to the borders of Central China District. Entering Central China, the number of flying vehicles was noticeably greater than in East China, with many heading to the same destination as them. One of Central China's major central cities, Longdu, dragon capital. Before long, they arrived at a mountainous ridge on the outskirts of Longdu. Passing through a magical barrier, they reached their destination. Just like the entrance to an ultra-large-scale raid dungeon. This survival training camp battle royale was also a massively scaled team dungeon, except it was PvP. Hundreds of hovercars parked nearby, making it abundantly clear how many high-tier professionals had gathered. Beyond that, most participants were students around Yi Zhe's age. Many had already begun pre-battle sparring sessions. Wan Feiping brought Yi Zhe to the assembly point where the instructors were gathered, then headed off to some monitoring department himself. Yi Zhe stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Every student here had a level of 11 or above. Their equipment and skills were downright extravagant. Clearly, these were all geniuses nurtured by prominent families to participate in this special training camp. Yi Zhe silently envisioned their professions. Warrior, assassin, archer, mage, swordsman, we've got them all covered. What a wonderful place this is. And then suddenly,
a nearby boom erupted, accompanied by the tremors of a forceful collision.
Yi Zhe glanced toward the source.
A muscular youth wrapped in flames, with crimson hair standing on end, had just clashed with another boy clad in green armor, whose expression remained impassive.
Not bad. Yi Zhe watched with growing interest.
A young man with an excited expression approached, looking about a year or two older than Yi Zhe.
Are you also one of this session's instructors?
Yi Zhe turned to look. It was a male student wearing the Demon Suppression Army's regular uniform, class of 23, second grade fighter profession.
He nodded in response. That's right. My name is Hu Ming, just like you.
After receiving Yi Zhe's affirmative response, Hu Ming stood together with Yi Zhe, watching the sparring freshman. Soon, the muscular boy with fiery red hair achieved an overwhelming victory.
As he watched, Hu Ming couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. These freshmen just keep getting more impressive. Ever heard of Zhu Xiao?
They say he's unbeatable in the West China region, already reached level 14. Hu Ming was referring to the victorious red-haired youth just moments earlier.
Hearing him talk so knowledgeably, Yi Zhe casually asked, why is the leveling so fast? Just grinding dungeons non-stop.
Those dungeon entries cost 2 to 3 million each, and his family funded it. He must have run them dozens of times. But the main reason is Zhu Xiao's own strength.
Rumor has it he's West China's secret weapon this year to surpass Central China's ace.
Hu Ming, quite the talker, lowered his voice in a conspiratorial tone.
You don't know yet?
His family belongs to a famed martial arts lineage, renowned throughout Western China. Indeed, most trainees in this special boot camp come from powerful family backgrounds. Alternatively, professionals groomed by influential families find it easier to surpass ordinary people and become talents qualified for the boot camp.
Yi Zhe nodded silently, feeling utterly helpless inside. Why hasn't the battle royale started yet?
Hu Ming continued, actually, the one defeated by Zhu Xiao wasn't weak either.
Wansen from Central China region, level 13, rare class nature druid. And that guy,
the strongest rookie from South China region, called Fu Wanjun.
As they spoke, Fu Wanjun, who had just arrived yesterday from the polluted lands, approached the two sparring fighters.
Zhu Xiao, with his crimson hair and muscles bulging through his tattered shirt, was brimming with battle fervor.
Hey, Fu Wanjun, let's have a match. Show me what you guys from South China are made of this year.
Zhu Xiao and Fu Wanjun were practically recognized as the strongest fighters in the southern and western regions of China respectively. But Fu Wanjun merely cast a cold glance and snorted.
Who would compare themselves to a reckless brute like you? Wait until we reach the ancient battlefield, you won't even know how you died.
His class Thundering Blade leaned more towards an assassin archetype, while Zhu Xiao's profession was that of a pure strength-based warrior. Though rejected, Zhu Xiao grew even more exhilarated.
Good, I'll be waiting for you to come kill me.
Fu Wanjun remained utterly unfazed by this, simply waiting calmly for the battle royale to commence. At this moment, Song Xiaoqiao, who had come to the training camp with him, suddenly let out a startled cry and urgently tugged at Fu Wanjun's arm. She had spotted Yi Zhe in the distance. Look, it's him, the guy from the contaminated zone yesterday. Fu Wanjun turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly widened. Some terrifying memories began to haunt him again. Yesterday in the polluted lands, the moment Yi Zhe instantly killed the demon general was too shocking, leaving him unable to forget it for a long time.
He actually came too. What exactly is his identity? Fu Wanjun didn't take it too seriously at the moment. The disparity in strength was too great. He didn't regard Yi Zhe as either a member or an instructor of the special training camp at all. But those who could come to the special training camp should all be from the Huaxia headquarters, high-ranking military officials, or senior personnel. He just didn't understand Yi Zhe's identity. Zhu Xiao glanced over indifferently and said without concern, "Oh, those gathering points over there are all instructors. Don't worry, the instructors who can enter the battle royale won't be too strong. It's mainly for us students to compete against each other." Hearing the words instructors, Fu Wanjun's brain seemed to explode and crash with a boom, as he uttered mechanically word by word. Is he, the instructor? The person who just annihilated the demon general is the instructor they're supposed to challenge? What kind of reassurance is this? Has headquarters gone completely mad? Could we possibly be more resilient than the demon general? Chapter 58, Ancient Legacy. The battlefield opens. 2 chapters combined, totaling 4,000 words. Do you know each other? Seeing Fu Wanjun staring intently at Yi Zhe, Zhu Xiao, who was brimming with fighting spirit, couldn't help but ask curiously. Even the usually stoic Fu Wanjun couldn't suppress a twitch of his brow at this sight. I recognize him, but he probably doesn't recognize me. He and Yi Zhe had only crossed paths once before, but the intimidating aura the latter left behind was downright terrifying. It's alright, I'm still young. There will always be chances to surpass him in the future. Fu Wanjun thought silently, but for now, the special training camp is about to begin. How should we face this monster? Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao exchanged glances, when suddenly a thought occurred to them, their expressions shifting. Wait, as a high-tier professional, he'd definitely suppress his strength when dealing with trainees like us, right? Song Xiaoqiao nodded excitedly. In their eyes, Yi Zhe, who could slay the evil demon general, was undoubtedly some high-ranking military professional. If he suppresses his strength to the first or second tier, then we won't be afraid of him anymore. At this thought, Fu Wanjuan's mood finally calmed considerably. Of course, if he knew Yi Zhe was only tier 0 now, one could only imagine what he'd be thinking. On the other side, inside the monitoring point used to oversee the replica, Wan Feiping stood with two middle-aged men of similar age. One of them wore gold-rimmed glasses, with a well-proportioned and slender figure, dressed in refined and tasteful attire. The other man was clad in the deep-colored standard uniform of the demon-suppressing army, with deep-set eyes and a composed, steady demeanor. It was Wu Ming, the East China regional head, and Wei Zheng, the Central China regional head, two of the most powerful figures in all of China. Yet at that moment, the two were laughing boisterously at Wan Feiping, completely disregarding their dignified image, as if it were an annual tradition. Ha 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 ha, our Hunter King actually dared to show up this year. Fight year after year, lose year after year. Must prove you have the ability to nurture talent. Wan Feiping glanced at these two clowns. What I want to prove is that Linyuan City has talented people too. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth beneath his gold-rimmed glasses curled into an irrepressible smirk. Though his tone was perfectly ordinary, the words carried an inexplicable air of mockery when they left his lips. Are you talking about that guy you forcibly stuffed into the special training camp last year, only for him to get eliminated in half an hour? The moment Wu Ming spoke, Wan Feiping immediately felt the urge to punch someone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Zheng patted his shoulder and advised, talented individuals can't be forced, you know. Hey, don't say that this year he really stumbled upon some dumb luck. Wu Ming chuckled and teased Wan Feiping. Alright, out with it, which team did you assign Yi Zhe to? The trainees in the special camp were all divided into teams of 5, but the specific team assignments were determined by the trainees themselves. Though Wu Ming didn't know the exact details, but he knew that given Wan Feiping's nature, there was no way he'd keep Yi Zhe out of the special training camp. Wan Feiping remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth still betrayed a faint upward curl. It was the kind of smile someone wears when preparing to mess with a friend. The monitoring department where the three stood was as spacious as an airport terminal. At its center lay the monitoring sandbox displaying dungeon content, along with projections of each trainee at the dungeon's entrance. But Wu Ming checked the projection and didn't spot Yi Zhe. Wan Feiping's upward curving lips twisted even higher. Wei Ming spoke in a ghostly tone. I've also heard about your falling abyss city producing a dungeon-running prodigy. But don't forget, the brighter they shine before training camp, the more targets get painted on their backs. Hearing these words, Wan Feiping's smile froze abruptly. His inner thoughts instantly became a stampede of wild horses. Damn it, targeting someone personally is really playing dirty. Though he had confidence in Yi Zhe, other geniuses weren't made of clay either. If multiple people ganged up against him, there was a real chance things might take a bad turn. Seeing Wan Feiping freeze up, the other two immediately burst out laughing. But in reality, from a certain perspective, Wan Feiping was definitely overthinking things. Looking across the entire special training camp, there were hardly any who knew or had seen Yi Zhe personally. At most, there was only Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao from South China, and Bai Wei from East China, though the latter harbored more competitive fire than anything. Apart from these three, there was only one other person who was relatively familiar with Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe, what are you doing here? Yi Zhe was idly waiting for the dungeon to open when someone suddenly called his name beside him. Turning his head, he saw a short-haired girl about 160 centimeters tall, her youthful legs peeking out from beneath her pleated skirt. Her upper body was clad in a white athletic top, making her skin appear even fairer and more delicate, while a trace of complex emotions flickered across her petite, exquisite face. Lu Anrun? Seeing the lovely girl standing before him, Yi Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Weren't you specially recruited and groomed by headquarters? Don't tell me you're here for the special training camp too? The headquarters, located in central China, serves as the nation's highest-level administrative hub and also focuses on nurturing exceptional talents nationwide. And the girl standing before him, whom Yi Zhe considered practically a childhood friend, was one of those specially recruited this year. The short-haired girl, Lu Anrun, casually explained. This dungeon might contain some ancient legacy reward, it's quite unique, so headquarters sent me here. Wrong, since when do I need to report to you? She suddenly remembered something, and the way she stared at Yi Zhe instantly took on a petulant air. Truth be told, her feelings towards Yi Zhe were quite complicated indeed. To borrow Yi Zhe's own words, it was, still angry? Just because I stole your man? Yi Zhe's face was full of mischief, as if he took great delight in teasing her. Lu Anrun's anger flared up instantly, her clear eyes widening as she gritted her teeth like a kitten ready to bite. What do you mean your man? Explain yourself clearly, that's my father. That's right, Lu Anrun is indeed Professor Lu Boyan's daughter, his biological daughter to be precise.
Although the daughter was his own flesh and blood, after retiring from the military, Lu Boyan devoted considerable effort to caring for Yi Zhe, the son of his former comrade in arms. This made the young Lu Anren at the time feel as if Yi Zhe had stolen her father away. Though now grown up and able to understand her father's actions, Lu Anren still can't help feeling a bit irritated whenever she sees Yi Zhe, especially since Yi Zhe used to have absurdly high grades in liberal arts subjects. She had always been held up by Lu Boyan as a cautionary example to educate Lu Anren, making it impossible for her to hold her head high. This made her even angrier. Forget it, there's nothing to say to you. Lu Anren huffed in frustration, turned around, and stormed off, without giving Yi Zhe another chance to speak. Yi Zhe couldn't help but chuckle again. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall Lu Anren's words. Ancient heritage within dungeons? Not to mention he'd never heard of it, even history textbooks had no records whatsoever. Beside him, seeing Lu Anren leave, Hu Ming immediately scooted closer. Holy shit, dude, you know Lu Anren? They say she's the top favorite to win this year's special training camp competition. The specially recruited little goddess from central China. Those specially recruited professionals are destined to become at least fifth-tier powerhouses in the future. Do you know what her profession is? Rumor has it even headquarters has classified it specially. Of course, Yi Zhe knew well what Lu Anren did for a living. The reason she was specially recruited and groomed by headquarters was simple. Lu Anren had awakened a hidden profession card, a rarity across the entire world. Spatial Mage. As a hidden class, it is even more precious and rare than a legendary class, with potential ranking at least in the top 20 nationwide. Yet Yi Zhe had no intention of revealing it to others, especially not to Hu Ming, the notorious blabbermouth. Otherwise, by the time the special training camp ends, the whole country will probably know about it. At that moment, a broadcast suddenly sounded from the square at the dungeon entrance. All special training camp members, please form your own teams. The special training camp dungeon Ancient Battlefield will open in 30 minutes. The announcement repeated 3 times. In this short span of time, 5-member teams had already swiftly assembled at each dungeon entrance. Clearly, the teams among the trainees had been planned well in advance. There was never any waiting until arriving at the dungeon to start forming teams. This was especially true for the top-ranked trainees from each major region. Not only had they formed their teams early, but each member's strength was equally impressive. Soon, the entire formation split into 5 columns. They are East China, South China, Central China, West China, North China. In the monitoring room, Wu Ming glanced at all the students who had formed teams, then turned to Wan Feipeng with a look of confusion. Where exactly have you hidden Yi Zhe? Each district had 4 5-member squads, totaling 100 people. Even with Wu Ming's spiritual perception as a 5th-tier professional, he still couldn't detect Yi Zhe. At this point, even Wei Zheng became curious. As for Wan Feipeng, his triumphant smile grew even brighter. Who are you to meddle? At that moment, apart from these 3 individuals, several more officials from the monitoring department walked in, along with personnel from the military and headquarters. In addition to these high-level officials, there are dedicated data clerks responsible for recording and observing the trainees' progress. After all, besides the current rewards, the training camp primarily focuses on considering future development directions. By the monitoring sand table, 5 leaders had gathered together. Although Wan Feipeng wasn't the person in charge, his status and position, along with his 6th-tier strength, were in no way inferior to theirs. Brother Wei, aren't you going to tell us about the inheritance rewards this time? That's right, Brother Wei. What kind of ancient inheritance needs to be kept secret even from us? The 2 responsible persons from Western China and Southern China, a man and a woman, couldn't help but ask at this moment. This year's ancient legacy in the special training camp was something even the responsible personnel only learned about yesterday. Wei Zhang, who oversees the dungeon and training camp, simply smiled faintly and said, "We merely discovered some remnants of an extraordinary era from 1,000 years ago while researching the ancient battlefield dungeon. Of course, there's no guarantee who will qualify to inherit this legacy. It's hard to say. Even if you rank first in this dungeon run, you might not get the inheritance." Hearing this, the female supervisor from South China asked in confusion, "Brother Wei, hasn't the Transcendent Era only existed for just over 50 years? How can there be a millennium-old heritage?" The Transcendent Era marks the official new epoch established after Blue Star entered the era of universal job transitions. It also signifies Blue Star's entry into an entirely new era. Yet barely 50 years have passed since then. At this moment, the head of West China branch pondered and said, "Could it be? Correct, supernatural beings not from our world." Wei Yuan nodded and said, "Rather, it comes from some world that has already been destroyed by the abyss. Even this dungeon, the ancient battlefield, is likely the very site where that world fought its decisive battle against the evil demons. Only in the end, it still ended in failure. Even their entire world was shattered by the abyss, and the remaining fragments drifted here to become the core of this dungeon." Hearing this, the entire monitoring department gasped in unison. The amount of information contained in these few sentences was staggering. An inheritance from another world, especially one with over 1,000 years of development in the extraordinary, must be far more powerful than their current capabilities. A mere 50 years into awakening to the extraordinary, and Blue Star had obtained a legacy spanning millennia of supernatural advancement. If anyone were to obtain this legacy, their future strength might very well surpass the rest of the world. It could be said that this is China's strategic weapon of the future. But there remains a terrifying question. Even the millennia-old world of the supernatural was shattered by the abyss. What about their Blue Star? Dare not think. For the past dozen years or so, the demon-suppressing army had kept the fiends at bay near the abyssal frontier, which once filled everyone with great confidence. But now, nothing seems certain anymore. Observing everyone's expressions, Wei Zhang couldn't help but wave his hand with a smile. No need to overthink things for now. These points I've raised are merely speculative inferences based on partial evidence. Their validity still requires verification. Though he said this, all the executives present were clever people who naturally understood Wei Zhan was trying to reassure them. As the prestigious head of the Central China region, the top leader of the headquarters, having declared it publicly, he must have been at least 80% confident. But for now, worrying about such matters is indeed premature. Wu Ming couldn't help but chime in to ease the tension. In that case, East China must secure the championship. Think again, our South China team isn't weaker than anyone this year. This year, Huaxi's goal is to surpass Huazhong. As the several responsible individuals were discussing among themselves, at the same time, their gazes collectively shifted toward the projected images of the student teams from each major district. On the left side of the projection, the team information for each major district was also listed, ranked by average team level from highest to lowest. Western China Team 1, Captain Zhu Xiao, profession, Beast Blood Warrior. Central China Team 1, Captain Duan Tianshan, profession, confidential. Eastern China Team 1, Captain Bai Wei, profession, Magic Warrior. South China Team 1 Captain, Fu Wanjun, profession, Thunderblade. North China Team 1 Captain, Xu He, profession, classified. Central China Team 2 Captain, Lu Anren, percent. Old Wei, isn't it a bit excessive that some professions are listed as classified? Wan Feipeng questioned bluntly without courtesy. But Wei Zhang merely shrugged in response, no choice, hidden class. Hidden classes represent uniqueness, undetectable by ordinary means. The special training camp tacitly permitted this, refusing to voluntarily expose hidden classes, as confronting unknown abilities would be a crucial aspect of future battlefields. Wan Feipeng quietly stepped back without a word, snapping a photo of the interface with his phone. He sent it to Yi Zhe. However, this shameless act had already been noticed by someone. Yet no one paid him any attention, because gathering intelligence on opponents is something you should do before the battle even begins. Who charges into combat unprepared like this reckless fool? Beep. Reading the message from Wan Feipeng on his phone, Yi Zhe was utterly speechless. I already know all this. Wasn't he just wasting his effort then? Even those few confidential hidden professions, Yi Zhe had observed them all with perfect clarity. Under the insightful eye, no secrets could remain. At this moment, the dungeon entrance began to swirl like a vortex, releasing magical energy outward. Countless ancient runes surrounding the portal started flashing with light. In an instant, all trainees qualified for the special training camp, including instructors like Yi Zhe, vanished without a trace. Dungeon Ancient Battlefield has been activated. Chapter 59, You fail the test. You have entered the super large dungeon Ancient Battlefield. Your current identity type is Battlefield Guardian. You are in hostile status with all trial takers. Guard the glory of the ancient battlefield. A flash of white light, and the scene before Yi's abruptly transformed. Raising his eyes, all he saw was desolation, crumbling walls, overgrown weeds, thick layers of bloodstains and dust. Yellow sand filled the sky, stretching endlessly. I am the guardian of the battlefield. Then the other training camp attendees must be the trial participants. Yi Zhe spoke as he opened the ancient battlefield's map interface. The map is just too big. Yi Zhe's character marker on the map was like a speck of sand in the vast desert. There was only myself standing alone, all those with guardian status. In other words, the instructors were randomly scattered across different zones. Moreover, only the position of the monster boss was visible on the map, not the trainees' locations. Damn it, who'd have thought the hard part wouldn't be killing but finding people? But this wasn't always the case. As time passes or the number of remaining people decreases, the ancient battlefield will teleport everyone to a smaller combat zone. Yi Zhe understood perfectly, this was commonly known as the circle shrinking. It was also to prevent certain teams from simply hiding in the corners of the map, quietly waiting for other teams to fight it out, and then easily securing a high ranking. Of course, to prevent this, headquarters specifically included killing regular enemies and bosses in the ranking points. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe had an idea. Instead of spending massive amounts of time searching for people, why not go straight for the boss? After all, no one said guardians can't kill bosses either. The boss still has experience and points, and maybe we'll bump into students who came looking for the boss. Although he couldn't see students' locations, he could see where the boss was. Having made up his mind, Yi Zhe proceeded with his usual routine. Summon squirrels, send out dozens of shadow clones, and scout the path first with the most straightforward method. Then, once one of the shadow clones reaches the boss, switch places immediately.
A desolate plain in an ancient battlefield. A team of 4 men and 1 woman were quickly discussing tactics. Where exactly are we positioned now?
According to the map data in the upper left corner, there's a frontline fort not far away.
Should we head there? Rumor has it that every structure in this ancient battlefield contains treasure chests of varying quality. We're not here to loot chests. Even though we're North China Team 4, with our strength, we should at least aim for the top 10. Fanphone, use your tracking ability to locate any monster bosses nearby. Before diving into the free-for-all, let's take down the boss first to grab some extra points. The sole female member held the dominant voice in the squad. Though neither the captain nor the strongest fighter, she was a tactics-specialized recruit, a budding strategist. In elite squads like those at the special training camp, strategists were a near-essential presence, observing opponents and formulating tactics. A team of 4 professionals with 1 tactician can often unleash greater potential than 5 professionals operating at their upper limits. Take the late Eastern Han dynasties Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei as an example. Before encountering advisors like Su Shu and Zhuge Liang, their accomplishments remain severely limited. The underlying principles are essentially the same.
Therefore, in such elite squads, the strategist's authority often rivals that of the team leader. Hence, upon hearing her words, the 4 squad members immediately sprang into action. They headed straight for the territory of a monster boss. With their scout teammate guiding them, the squad soon spotted a level 30 monster boss. It's the Flame Colossus, rare quality, with exceptional constitution and fire-based area skills spread out immediately.
The female tactician warned.
After all, this was a level 30 magical beast boss. Even though these players were elites from various regions, they still had to proceed with caution. Standing 5 to 6 meters tall, the Flame Colossus resembled a fiery dragon, its body covered in blazing magma scales, an awe-inspiring sight. Captain, start by using Blink Strike to dodge the first wave of the Flame Demon's skills and avoid taking damage. Xianfeng, you seize the chance to stealth behind it for crowd control and armor break. Then wheel. The girl rattled off the strategy at rapid speed even against manageable bosses. Minimizing losses remained crucial. The team members listened quietly, nodding in agreement from time to time. Yet the next second, the colossal flame demon beast before them suddenly suffered a devastating blow, producing an earth-shaking roar.
The female tactician's words halted abruptly.
The remaining 4 members of the squad instantly widened their eyes in shock, their expressions registering grave alarm as if facing a formidable enemy. The ferocious level 30 flame demon beast was instantly shattered by a single punch from a panda that appeared out of nowhere.
Reduced to scattered corpse fragments, it died instantly.
Amid the storm stirred by the turbulent winds, a dashing youth in flowing black robes emerged leisurely, giving them a casual wave.
What a coincidence! It seems your opponent is now me. Of course this person was Yi Zhe.
At the same time, after successfully defeating a level 30 magical beast boss, his experience bar rose significantly once more.
But opposite him, 5 cadets looked utterly dismayed. Is that the instructor? How can an instructor possess such strength? Can you detect his attributes and skills? Can't tell. It seems he has some anti-detection measures. Their scouting attempt ended in failure because the silver medal Yi Zhe wore possessed anti-detection capabilities granted by the military. When reconnaissance failed, the captain turned his gaze toward the female tactician. Can you estimate his strength? The tactical girl took a deep breath.
The force wave released by that punch just now was enough to kill all 5 of us at once.
The others gasped in shock. Damn. Outside the dungeon, monitoring department. The bottom left corner of the screen projection already showed that 1 boss had been eliminated. Correspondingly, the footage from the dungeon group that had killed the boss was pulled up and enlarged on screen. Ha! The first one to kill a boss is actually an instructor? Isn't he breaking the rules here? An instructor killing a boss? It's not like there's any rule against it, is there?
That final rough retort came from none other than Wan Feipeng. Apart from him and Wu Ming, in fact, no one recognized Yi Zhe and merely assumed he was just another soldier from the demon suppression army. Only Wei Zheng found him slightly familiar. Wu Ming roughly dragged Wan Feipeng aside and hissed in a low voice.
Appointing Yi Zhe as an instructor? Have you lost your mind? Do you want to crush his spirit?
5 geniuses of the same age and level as Yi Zhe had to form a team just to enter the dungeon together.
Making Yi Zhe become an instructor, a whetstone for others to sharpen themselves upon, isn't that just shattering his confidence? This is what Wu Ming was thinking. But Wan Feipeng seemed to know more about Yi Zhe's capabilities. Just keep watching. Who'll be the one getting discouraged remains to be seen. Just yesterday, he had received frontline reports.
As an honorary regimental commander of the demon-suppressing army, he was among the first to learn about Yi Zhe being awarded the silver medal for slaying the evil demon general. Then he directly ordered a complete news blackout.
As for the reason,
Wan Feiping cast a shifty-eyed glance at Wu Ming.
Wanna make a bet?
Just a single forehead flick. As he spoke, he flexed his muscular arms brimming with the power of a sixth-rank hunter. Wu Ming adjusted his golden-framed glasses and silently took half a step back.
Inside the dungeon,
the tactical specialist girl only needed a moment's thought before making her decision.
That appears to be a strength-type summoned beast. If we kite it while fighting, we might have a chance.
Watching Yi Zhe standing at the forefront, the squad leader gritted his teeth, drew his short blade, and dashed forward.
The male squad leader's figure suddenly vanished from his original position.
Not truly disappearing, just moving with speed imperceptible to the naked eye as he struck toward Yi Zhe.
Flash blade. That's indeed an excellent decapitation technique.
As the one being decapitated, Yi Zhe calmly remarked. Because at this very moment, a mantis appeared out of thin air before Yi Zhe, effortlessly blocking the opponent's full-powered strike with just one of its blade arms.
Clang! The short blade in his hand could advance no further, while the terrifying monster before him remained utterly at ease.
The captain decisively turned his head and roared,
"Run!"
Yet instead of fleeing, everyone charged towards Yi Zhe at that very moment. A concentrated barrage of their most powerful skills. The panda stood beside Yi Zhe and activated the Martial Saint Barrier. With a series of skill collision sounds, the Martial Saint Barrier effortlessly intercepted all attacks, dissolving the concentrated assault in an instant.
Not bad. At least you're competent as a team leader.
Quickly seizing the chance to attempt decapitation, then covering your teammates' retreat when you realized you were outmatched.
You pass. Hearing Yi Zhe's words, the squad leader registered bewilderment mingled with faint delight. Pass? Just as I thought. How could they possibly have defeated such an exceptional instructor? It must be for the assessment. Then, what's the reward for passing? The captain set down the short knife and couldn't help but ask eagerly. Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile.
Passing the trial offers no rewards, those meant to be eliminated will still be eliminated.
But failing the trial comes with additional punishment.
The next moment, the mantis's slash severed the team leader's head, the first to be eliminated from the dungeon. Advanced mission progress, Warrior 0-1, Assassin 1-1, Mage 0-1, Archer 0-1, Swordsman 0-1.
This captain, who could execute the instant slash, was indeed a rare assassin class professional. At the same time, 1,000 experience points were credited.
Yi Zhe silently calculated in his mind that 400 military merits were secured.
This was his reward for serving as an instructor.
It's a pity these people aren't from East or Central China, otherwise we could have gotten another 300.
Yi Zhe said casually.
But the remaining 4 members of the opposing team were utterly shocked, because when they tried to flee now, they discovered they couldn't move at all. The squirrel's gaze had firmly locked onto them.
Your combined fire just now wasted your captain's effort to cover your retreat.
While your courage is commendable, there was no rationality behind it, especially since this wasn't a battlefield but a dungeon run calculating squad rankings.
All of you failed completely.
Yi Zhe spoke, finally turning his gaze to a visibly trembling male student.
And why didn't you attack me during your concentrated fire? The boy replied in a shaking voice, because I felt, if I went over there, I'd be instantly killed.
In truth, it's perfectly normal for ordinary people to feel this way when directly facing a void hunter.
Especially in the assassin class, there's an innate sense of intimidation. But Yi Zhe couldn't help asking curiously, then why didn't you run away? The boy answered honestly, because I couldn't just desert my post. Genius. Yi Zhe couldn't help but applaud. Ha 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 ha, that logic is crystal clear. Wan Feiping was the first to burst into hearty laughter. With this chain of reasoning, unwilling to fight yet refusing to flee, frozen stiff on the spot, and they call this caliber of psychological fortitude talent?
The other responsible officials either smiled faintly or shrugged helplessly.
Only the head of North China appeared particularly awkward.
This child has spent most of his time grinding dungeons after his class change, never encountering any formidable opponents. His performance in dungeons was decent, but when facing strong enemies, he tends to lose his composure.
I'll arrange personalized instruction for you in the future. The North China regional manager's self-critique. In fact, allowing such a person into the training camp truly was his mistake. Yet Wei Zhang did not bring it up again. Instead, he looked at Yi Zhe with admiration and said, "This instructor isn't bad at all. Though it's a combat-oriented simulation, it also fairly evaluates trainees' conduct exactly how I would have judged it too. If there's a chance later, we could transfer him to become a permanent instructor for the demon-suppressing army."
Being a permanent instructor in the demon-suppressing army holds a rank equivalent to battalion commander, which would be a significant promotion for an ordinary soldier in the corps.
But upon hearing Wei Zhang's evaluation, the remaining few responsible individuals couldn't help but nod in agreement one after another, without any dissent.
Wan Feiping, on the other hand, was laughing especially heartily.
Old Wei, what do you think? This is the instructor I sent over. You've truly inherited my mastery.
Wu Ming cast him a silent glance, saying nothing.
Wei Zhang turned to Wan Feipeng in surprise. You sent him? He doesn't resemble you in the slightest.
But at that moment, someone suddenly cried out while watching the projection.
What is he doing? He's snatching the trainee's gear.
On the projected screen, the 4 squad members were visibly shocked but powerless to resist.
Meanwhile, a squirrel beside Yi Zhe was snatching equipment from them, 1 item per person. How did he do that? He can just take equipment without others' consent. What a sinister skill. This is going too far. Just because he's strong, he can rob people of their equipment?
Not only the North China supervisor, but also several headquarters members spoke up to criticize him. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Wan Feipeng with playful mockery in his gaze.
Now I truly believe he's inherited your true mastery. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wan Feipeng. They nodded in unison, definitely instigated by you.
Wan Feipeng's eyes instantly blazed with anger.
Why is it that good things never come my way, but shit always gets dumped on my head? Yet he still retorted loudly, so what if we grabbed some equipment? Back in my special training days, anyone who couldn't beat me had to hand over their resources. Only now have I become so lenient with these students. Everyone stared at Wan Feipeng and nodded solemnly again. It's definitely him who instigated it, no doubt.
Wan Feipeng found it impossible to defend himself and simply stopped speaking.
Several executives looked at Wei Zhang, awaiting his decision. Yet Wei Zhang merely smiled faintly. They've even prepared their excuses, what else can we say?
Excuses? Questioned the North China director skeptically.
That's right, the instructor handbook states that instructors are authorized to penalize unqualified trainees during their tenure. He hasn't violated any regulations. Well,
everyone exchanged glances, completely unprepared for this reasoning.
The main thing was, each participant in this special training camp came from wealth or nobility with impressive backgrounds. Which instructor would dare punish them?
Another person cautiously ventured.
What if those families come asking? We can't just ignore them, can we?
Wei Zhang looked at Yi Zhe on the projection, flashing a meaningful smile.
Then tell those families. Once this instructor is defeated and eliminated by another team, he won't be an instructor anymore. By that time, we'll have every right to demand our equipment back.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement.
Wei Ge has a brilliant plan. Chapter 60, 14th Trait, Hunter's Sight. Inside the dungeon, Yi Zhe showed no mercy, specifically targeting the most valuable items to snatch.
Aside from the captain who had been eliminated early, none of the remaining 4 squad members escaped his grasp.
In total, 3 epic grade items and 1 exceptional grade item were taken. Even with their affluent backgrounds, they couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache.
After all, equipment above exceptional tier is rarely available on the market, and items with outstanding attributes are simply impossible to purchase. Of course, Yi Zhe still had a shred of morality. He wouldn't steal exclusive equipment or items of tremendous significance.
With the loot secured, the Mantis immediately dispatched them with a single slash. For trialists eliminated, plus 4000 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased to level 14. Talent, you have obtained 1 infinite gold attribute draw chance.
Advanced mission completion status, Warrior 0 to 1, Assassin 1 to 1, Mage 1 out of 1, Archer 0 to 1, Swordsman 0 out of 1. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe silently noted, military merit has reached 2000.
The originally close to leveling experience bar successfully leveled up after slaying the Flame Lord Behemoth and 5 students.
The only regret was, among the remaining 4, only 1 had a rare class mage profession. There was originally another archer class profession, but alas, it was merely advanced. Yet this matters little.
Among the trainees in the special camp, rare professions are anything but scarce. Yi Zhe then proceeded to draw his own traits without hesitation. The 14th Golden Legendary Trait. Ding! You have drawn the Golden Legendary Trait, Hunting Horizon.
Hunting Vision develops a special sight that sees through everything, capturing all subtle movements of prey, capable of detecting prey through any terrain and obstacles.
Holy shit, see-through? Isn't this literally X-ray vision?
And it pairs perfectly with the Mantis's compound eyes. One was a 360 degrees panoramic vision with extremely long-range compound eyes, now paired with a hunter's sight that could see through all terrain obstacles.
No prey could possibly escape.
Previously, Yi Zhe still needed to figure out how to track people across such a vast ancient battlefield map.
Now, the problem was instantly solved. Good, leave it to the Mantis. Glossary Hunting Vision successfully granted.
Summoned Beast, Void Hunter, Legend, Upgraded, Legend.
Yi Zhe asked curiously, can you see if anyone's nearby?
The Mantis's compound eyes emitted faint red beams, revealing an exhilarated expression.
So many humans.
Hearing this, Yi Zhe couldn't contain his excitement either.
It really worked.
Using the hunter's gaze to locate targets in the battlefield was practically like cheating.
Where's the nearest squad? Yi Zhe asked impatiently.
The Mantis extended its blade arm, pointing towards a small hill behind them.
Over there. 6 people. 6 people? The squad could have no more than 5 members. Was this extra 6th person a lone wolf from another team or an instructor? But this didn't matter. After determining the direction, Yizhe set off immediately. Remaining trial participants, 95 out of 100.
Seeing the changed numbers on their personal screens, members of other training squads couldn't suppress their surprise. Just 10 minutes into the copy's activation, 5 trainees had already fallen, yet not a single team had gained any kill points. Central China Team 2, Lu Anren was leading her squad in search of the boss. Checking the other team's scores, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. 5 casualties, and none were taken down by any of the squads. Could there be especially difficult bosses or deadly traps in this ancient battlefield? Some traps in dungeons were instant death once triggered, but in PvP dungeons where trainees compete against each other, such lethal traps should be rare indeed.
Lu Anren pondered this and cautioned, we should be careful too.
Lu Anren's role was quite unique. She was simultaneously the squad leader, the team tactician, and held a hidden profession.
So even though her family background was considered average within the special training camp,
the other 4 squad members never disobeyed her orders.
Let's continue. We should secure the points from the monster boss first.
Wait until the next layer of the ancient battlefield opens and the map shrinks. That's when the real battle begins.
Lu Anren spoke while drawing a circular magic array beneath her teammates' feet. In the next instant, all 5 of them were instantly teleported to another location.
Meanwhile, Yizhe arrived at the target team's position in the blink of an eye. The mantis, upon spotting its opponent, directly used void teleportation to arrive near the target, while Yizhe switched places with it, and the mantis followed up with a second void teleportation to close the gap. In the plains before them stood 5 cadets and the instructor Hu Ming, whom Yizhe had met before. It was unclear whether this was a chance encounter. Among them, the 4 cadets stood far to one side, leaving only their captain to duel Hu Ming one-on-one.
This piqued Yizhe's interest.
Despite Hu Ming being a level 23 second-tier fighter, the squad leader, only level 13, was actually holding the upper hand in their one-on-one match.
It's North China Squad 2. Pity. Another team from North China.
Yizhe felt a bit regretful. He had hoped to encounter teams from Central and East China instead. At the moment, this North China Team 2 was clearly much stronger than the previous North China Team 4.
The leading male captain was a rare warrior-class profession that grew stronger the more powerful he became. Coach, your second-tier fighter doesn't seem too impressive.
The black-haired youth in dark armor roared with laughter, his fists radiating a faint crimson glow as each punch landed with brutal force. Hu Ming, severely wounded, felt his heart skip a beat.
This year's freshmen are downright terrifying.
He had assumed this was the opponent's second-string team, that's why he dared exchange blows with them. To think a first-rank professional from the second team could actually take him on solo, a second-rank martial artist.
Indeed, even if it's the second team, they're still the second team among geniuses.
With one final punch from the dark-haired youth, Hu Ming was struck down.
Captain's amazing. The 4 distant spectators couldn't help but voice their admiration.
Killing instructors would also earn varying points, allowing their team rankings to rise slightly. At that moment, the dark-haired youth who had just slain Hu Ming turned his head. Spotting Yizhe on the hillside, his fighting spirit surged as he grinned and said,
"Another one coming? I wonder how many points you're worth as an instructor." Inside the surveillance department,
the images on the projection were no longer focused on Yizhe. The other teams had also begun their respective battles.
Yet one Fapin kept his gaze fixed on Yizhe's spot and pulled Wu Ming over when he noticed. So, care to place a bet this time? His opponent is North China's second-string team, after all.
Seeing Wan Faping so brimming with confidence, even Wei Zhang couldn't help feeling intrigued.
I say, old Wan, does this person you've brought meet the instructor's required skill level? Absolutely. Definitely below third-tier professional. In the Battle Royale, instructors are only meant to slightly increase the difficulty. Having instructors that are too strong would undermine the essential PvP nature for the trainees. That's why the special training camp mandates that instructor levels must remain below third tier. Wan Faping naturally spoke with complete confidence when making his pledge. Receiving this response, Wei Zhang nodded slightly, while the silently seated head of North China operations rose to his feet. Brother Lai Wang, perhaps I should be the one to make this wager with you?
The North China chief was a middle-aged man of few words, but he possessed absolute confidence in the trainees he had brought along, especially since this was his second team, which was several levels stronger than the fourth team eliminated first. At the same time, he hoped this opportunity would help wipe away the shame brought upon them by Team 4's earlier failure. Wan Faping welcomed them all with open arms and joyfully proclaimed,
"Sure, let me think about our bet." Before she could finish, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from Yizhe's projection. Everyone immediately turned to look. The black-haired captain of Team 2, who had been brimming with fighting spirit moments ago, was now caught off guard by Panda closing the distance, his fist landing a solid strike. The overwhelming force of the punch created a thunderous shockwave, accompanied by an explosive sound. He sent the second team captain flying 100 meters with brute force.
the captain smashed into a distant hillside,
taken down in one hit. Somewhere in the crowd, stunned gasps erupted.
The person in charge of North China felt as if his heart had stopped, as if that punch had simultaneously struck his own heart.
Damn it, holy shit.
Wan Feiping was so anxious that he punched his own palm.
That Yi Zhe, couldn't he have waited a little longer before making his move? He hadn't even had the chance to declare his bet yet. Chapter 61 Decisive Tactics. The second layer of the ancient battlefield opens. Inside the dungeon, the 4 members of the North China Team 2 were utterly terrified by what they saw. Captain.
The 4 of them looked in shock at where their captain had been smashed away, then immediately turned their wary gazes towards Yi Zhe and the panda.
That panda was simply too fast.
Even though some team members had strong perception abilities, by the time they sensed the panda making its move, their captain had already been sent flying. This was the pinnacle of martial prowess, the zenith of speed and power. With the speed boost from the storm battle robe, swift as lightning, the very next second after that second team captain finished his tough talk, his entire body went flying through the air. But what interested Yi Zhe more was, the man took a direct punch from the panda, yet there was no kill notification popping up. That's rather interesting. Meanwhile, on a small hill about 100 meters away, the captain of Team 2, who had been blasted away, emerged step by step from the dust and debris, his entire body shrouded in a surging aura of blood. Empowered by the blood chi, the black-haired youth resembled an avenging warrior, his intimidating presence awe-inspiring. The 4 teammates quickly gathered around upon seeing this. Golden light flickered in Yi Zhe's pupils beneath the inside eye interface. This black-haired youth's health points had been locked at 1. Impressive. Rare class berserker, the lower your HP, the stronger you become. With the innate talent last stand, HP drops to 1 when receiving fatal damage. As expected of the captain, Yi Zhe couldn't help but murmur his evaluation. This combination of skills truly demonstrates formidable strength. Perhaps it was because he had awakened this talent that his family bought him a berserker class card.
Now, the black-haired youth's strength, speed, attack speed,
and more had all reached their peak. In this state, even Hu Ming from before probably wouldn't last a minute.
The black-haired youth stared intently at Yi Zhe, his intimidating aura pressing forward. It seems there are formidable instructors among you too.
He grinned slowly, baring his teeth in a bloodthirsty smile as he stepped forward. Around him, support classes immediately cast buffs as everyone stood ready for battle. Yi Zhe remained standing where he was, calmly looking down at him.
And the next moment, the black-haired youth moved. With a violent surge of blood chi, his speed reached its peak, but the direction he was heading in was completely opposite to where Yi Zhe stood. Run!
At the sound of the command, his figure never stopped, transforming into a streak of red like a soaring meteor. His 4 teammates wasted no time, turning tail and running so fast their legs became a blur.
Ha! Yi Zhe's mouth twitched uncontrollably, he was utterly dumbstruck. Ha!
In the monitoring department, Wan Feiping couldn't help scratching his head while the others wore complicated expressions.
The North China regional head hastily cleared his throat twice to conceal his embarrassment. Ahem, tactics, this is also a form of tactics. Hearing this, Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh and said, indeed it is.
Having your ultimate trump card forced out by a mere casual strike from the opponent. If you don't run now, there probably won't be another chance to escape. Wan Feiping looked surprised, he's really mastered the berserker class. Escaping at top speed right now is actually pretty smart, much wiser than the last team, at least. Wu Ming crossed his arms and observed. Plus, his teammates didn't hesitate to run either. They must have planned this tactic in advance. Wei Zheng teased, by this instructor's standards, the entire team should pass. Ha ha, seeing the second team's captain decisively flee, the North China supervisor actually breathed a sigh of relief. At least this second team wouldn't be eliminated for now, right? As the North China supervisor was thinking this, the next scene in the projection made his heart skip a beat again. The remaining 4 members of Team 2 followed their captain's lead and fled from Yi Zhe. In just a short time, they had already escaped nearly 10 kilometers away.
Damn it, where did this instructor come from? Some kind of monster? How is the gap between him and the last one so huge?
The black-haired teenager ran while feeling relieved. Luckily I'm fast, one more punch and I'd really be dead. True, a berserker could unleash super speed attacks without injury when down to their last drop of blood.
But this only works when the gap between opponents isn't too wide. And that panda was clearly way beyond the not too wide range. Several teammates couldn't help but feel relieved. Good thing we ran so decisively. At this point, he probably can't catch up anymore. One teammate kept looking back but saw no signs of pursuit, setting his mind at ease. Yet as soon as I turned around, I saw a dark purple giant mantis appear before me.
Before the words even faded, a void rift tore through the air.
Equal care was given to every person. Eliminated trial participants *5 received 5,000 EXP. Level 14, 5275/22100.
Advancement missions completed, Warrior 1-1, Assassin 1 out of 1, Mage 1 out of 1, Archer 1 out of 1, Swordsman 0 out of 1.
Though Team North China 2 retreated decisively.
But how could they possibly escape from a Void Predator? Another 5,000 experience points credited, along with 4,000 military merits obtained from defeating trainees.
What a pity we didn't encounter any teams from Central or East China.
Yi Zhe sighed, then turned his attention to the advancement quest. Only one rare swordsman class remained. The North China Team 2 they had just faced was a classic composition of shield warriors, archers, and healers. The captain was a berserker class, sharing comparable functions with the swordsman class, so naturally, there was no need for another swordsman.
Yet, Yi Zhe wasn't disappointed. With the Predator's Vision Mantis, the advancement quest became as easy as flipping a hand. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Yi Zhe's figure was enveloped by a towering white teleportation beam.
In the next moment, all figures within the ancient battlefield vanished.
Current casualties have reached 20. The second layer of ancient battlefield space has opened. Chapter 62, You alone want to surround the 10 of us? Each battlefield level has different activation requirements. As for the second level, it activates immediately once 20 trial participants perish. This battlefield is 10 times smaller in scale than the first level. The combat frequency will obviously be higher than the previous level. In South China Team 1, Song Xiaoqiao gazed at the team rankings, unable to suppress her doubts. What's going on? 20 people died, but the kill points only reflect 10?
Only those slain by trainees generate kill points, otherwise, no points are awarded.
Fu Wanjuan's scalp was tingling with shock. Even the North China Team number 2 died this quickly.
It's definitely that instructor, he must not have suppressed his strength.
A muscular shield-bearing male student asked curiously, Captain, we're South China Team number 1. Which instructor could possibly scare you this much? At this moment, Fu Wanjuan's mind flashed back to Yi Zhe's figure as he declared with certainty. That man is at least a third-tier professional, if not higher. Higher than third tier? Isn't that pushing it too far? The rest of the team members were astonished, exclaiming, could this be some test arranged by headquarters? Fu Wanjun pondered for a moment before firmly concluding, it's possible, but if we encounter him now, we should still keep our distance. Without the combined strength of two elite teams, there's absolutely no way we can take him down. On the other side of the ancient battlefield's second layer, the 5 members of North China Team 1 were slowly advancing atop a giant turtle. Chu He, whose profession was classified as a hidden occupation, wore an elegant expression tinged with anger. Just who was targeting our North China teams? Exactly. Both our Team 2 and Team 4 were eliminated within just 20 minutes. Beside him, a tall maiden clad in green robes also wore a puzzled expression. Could it be, someone is challenging me? Whoever it is, North China should retaliate. Chu He looked displeased. He took out a scroll from his backpack and unfurled it, revealing a lifelike painting of a gigantic dragon. From now on, whoever we encounter, fight immediately. The rest of the team was equally stirred with fighting spirit. At these words, they all swiftly prepared for battle. And not just them. The entire ancient battlefield, though not yet plunged into all-out chaos, was already witnessing constant skirmishes between the two factions. One could foresee that the number of surviving trial participants would soon plummet dramatically. Yi Zhe had also come to realize this truth. It was time to seize the kills. A trial apprentice is worth 1000 EXP plus 400 military merit points. If the student squads start fighting each other first, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? With this thought, Yi Zhe immediately dispatched the Mantis alone to deal with the previously scouted South China Team 4. Even against a standard fully staffed 5-person team, Mantis could handle them effortlessly. And Yi Zhe copied the talent Hunter's vision. With the remaining summoned beasts, he arrived at the ruins of a military camp structure. On his side, there were 10 prey. 5 against 5, 2 full squads, West China Team 2 versus East China Team 3. And Yi Zhe saw his main target. Captain of Huaxi Team 2, Wang Jingyu, a rare profession, Blade Master. Finally, I can advance. Yi Zhe made no attempt to conceal his arrival, causing both squads on the battlefield to instantly notice this third party. The two teams instantly pulled apart and simultaneously stopped fighting. Someone from the East China team exclaimed in shock, holy shit, it's him! Do you recognize it? It's Yi Zhe, the one ranked first in Team Dungeons. I caught a glimpse of him outside the crowd the other day. Which team is he from? Wait, no, this is a guardian? He's an instructor. Why would they assign a freshman as instructor? Isn't this just sending him to his death? Probably nobody else wanted to be instructor. When Team East China 3 saw it was Yi Zhe, they didn't pay him much attention. Most of their focus remained on Team West China 2 standing before them. After all, in their eyes, Yi Zhe was merely one person, posing far less threat than the 5 members of Huaxi Team 2. Wang Jingyu, captain of Huaxi Team 2, frowned slightly, unable to gauge Yi Zhe's true strength. Good, at least neither team suffered any casualties. That would have been a real loss. With a satisfied smile, Yi Zhe said, "Let's move. Don't let them escape." Hearing such overwhelmingly arrogant words, all 10 people on the field couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. "Are you, alone, planning to surround us 10? But the next moment, they realized this might not be a joke after all. A flash of white light, and the little fox was summoned. The orb beside the three-tailed fox emitted a violent purple glow. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered, creating a fearsome spectacle. Heavenly thunder descends. With deafening roars echoing through the air, the sky suddenly split apart, and massive blinding white lightning bolts struck the ground like divine punishment. Captain Wang Jingyu of West China Team 2 felt his pupils constrict abruptly. A burly young man beside him, holding a massive shield, roared upon seeing this. "Fall in beside me." The sturdy young man raised his shield, and a shimmering protective barrier emanated from the broad, thick surface, shielding the team from the heavenly thunder. Meanwhile, mages and priests continuously buffed and healed him, barely enabling him to endure the assault. As for Team East China 3 on the other side, their team composition was dangerously unbalanced. Seeming to realize they were at a disadvantage in a frontal clash, the team was composed entirely of assassins, killers, and similar professions. Without a shield bearer, no one could withstand the heavenly lightning, and by now, it was too late to flee. "Squirrel, go grab the gear. Any later and they'll be struck dead." Yi Zhe hastily shouted, "This matter can't wait any longer." The heavenly thunder expanded, transforming into countless lightning serpents. Wherever they struck, the ground was split open, leaving behind massive craters charred black. The assassins from East China Team 3 couldn't even withstand the second wave of heavenly thunder. Fortunately, the squirrel had shadow meld and was lightning fast, successfully snatching 5 pieces of equipment, killed 5 trial participants, gained plus 5,000 EXP. Monitoring Department. Several high-ranking officials who had taken an interest in Yi Zhe now fell into complete silence. Aside from that panda with exceptional strength and speed, there's also that mantis capable of instant teleportation. He actually has one with such high spell damage. Each of these summoned beasts has the strength of a 3rd tier. The crowd turned to look at Wan Faping again. "Hunt King, are you sure this instructor isn't a 3rd tier professional? I told you he definitely isn't." Wan Faping was already feeling pretty exhilarated, especially when he saw Yi Zhe annihilate the East China 3 team in seconds. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Wu Ming. At that moment, a high-ranking executive from headquarters analyzed. For a summoner below 2nd tier to have such powerful summoned beasts, there's only one possibility. His talent, or rather, his exceptional skill in nurturing summoned beasts. For summoners, obtaining a high-tier skill book is much easier than raising a summoned beast to high tier. Thus, the path of beast cultivation remains uncommon among summoners. The headquarters executive praised, such talent, if brought to headquarters, could potentially train more top-tier summoners in the future. Hearing this, Wei Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Wan Faping's face froze in awkwardness, then flushed with rage. "Damn it, Wei Ping, you dare try to snatch my man right in front of me? Hunter King, calm down. I just think this man is overqualified to be just an instructor." "Exactly, old one. Having this instructor serve at headquarters would benefit China's future better than staying with the demon-suppressing army, no? Go piss up or rope." Chapter 63, Rank Advancement. Exclusive Skill Chest. Even Wu Ming, who normally countered Wan Faping at every turn, didn't argue this time. After all, Wu Ming was one of only 2 people present who knew Yi Zhe's true identity. This is his own man from East China. Who knows, if Wan Faping fails to cultivate him properly, he might still be able to take him under his wing. If this talent gets transferred to headquarters, wouldn't he lose all connection with him? Wu Ming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and calmly advised with a composed expression. Fine, old Wan, stop scolding. If words won't work, let's just fight." Wei Ping, the senior executive from headquarters, decisively shut his mouth. "Alright, I won't bring it up again." The rest of the military and headquarters personnel immediately fell silent too. This is Wan Faping we're talking about, there's no telling if he'd actually dare to start trouble here. Seeing this, the surrounding security personnel couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only Wei Zhang, the Central China region's chief, smiled knowingly, his calm expression showing he'd long grown accustomed to such scenes, as he continued observing the dungeon projection with composure. And at this moment, the 3-tailed fox demon's spell damage had stacked by 50%. She had initially thought she could effortlessly annihilate them without needing to stack at all. Yet the 5 members of Huaxi Team 2 miraculously survived, thanks to their exceptionally powerful shield guardian. The little fox was furious and was about to unleash another wave of heavenly thunder. Just then, the sound of something whistling through the air suddenly struck. It was swordsman Wang Jingyu's sky-rending slash, arriving with deadly speed like a bullet shot straight at them. Yi Zhe embraced the fox, instantly exchanging positions with the panda. Bang! The charging swordsman was sent flying by the panda's single slap. Swordsman Wang Jingyu was utterly dumbfounded. He launched this surprise attack at close range, intending to take out at least either the mage, fox, or the summoner, Yi Zhe. Yet before he could even blink, how did he suddenly turn into a panda?
But there was no time for him to react. The panda instantly closed in on the severely wounded Wang Jingyu and threw a powerful punch.
Ding!
Unexpectedly, an ethereal sound rang out, the telltale sign of a skill activating. Wang Jingyu blocked the panda's punch with his sword. The long sword emitted a white glow at the moment of impact, remaining completely unharmed.
Not bad, Yi Zhe praised. Even while gravely injured, you managed to execute a perfect block.
Perfect parry. When a swordsman successfully defends against the precise striking point of an opponent's attack, a perfect parry is triggered, rendering them immune to that instance of damage. Executing a perfect parry demands exceptional mastery from the swordsman over attack trajectories and their own reflexes. It is both the foundation and pinnacle of swordsmanship,
and it was precisely this skill that barely allowed them to block a single punch from the panda. Yet Wang Jingyu felt not the slightest relief, because the panda merely tilted its head in confusion for a moment before immediately throwing a second punch. Protect the captain. Seeing this, several members of Huashi Team 2 rushed over at full speed. Especially the shield-bearing male students seemed to have a speed boost when approaching teammates, darting toward their captain at lightning speed with shields raised. Yet, upon noticing the shield-bearer approaching, Panda simply turned and threw a punch. Bang! This ultra-powerful shield-bearer, who had defended the entire team against heavenly thunderbolts, was sent flying, both man and shield, with a single punch. Killed trial participant, gained plus 1000 XP. Wang Jingyu, the swordsman, narrowed his eyes once more. Only then did he realize that without a perfect block, this single punch would have left him owing several lives. At this moment, only one mage, one priest, and one support remained in Huashi Team 2's roster. No one had expected their captain to fall so swiftly. The only mage who could still cast spells was a lightning mage. The skills had no effect whatsoever on the panda. Of course, if she hadn't given the shield warriors lightning resistance buffs back then, the entire team might not have survived the heavenly thunder. At that moment, from an extremely long distance, the priest cast an invincibility shield on Wang Jingyu. Lei Fa set his sights on Yi Zhe, but before she could cast her skill, a knife-wielding squirrel emerged from her shadow. Screech! The crimson demon blade slashed across Lei Fa's neck. With the squirrel's current attributes, even without using skills, it could effortlessly kill a same-level backline class. Seeing this, the other two female team members were visibly startled. The support class member among them, who was also the team's tactician, immediately clicked send on the pre-written message. The next moment, the shadow clone squirrel materialized behind them, finishing them both with a single slash. Meanwhile, in another part of the ancient battlefield, Team Huaxi has just defeated a team of trainees. Xu Xiao, with fiery red hair and his bare muscular torso exposed, now had his right hand transformed into a massive tiger's paw as he snapped an opponent's neck. Suddenly, the phone beeped with an incoming message. Xu Xiao's right hand reverted to its original form as he nonchalantly opened his phone to find just 2 lines of text. There was an instructor, a summoner, who instantly defeated Wang Jingyu. Summoned beasts, one of super strength type, one of thunder magic. The subsequent text wasn't fully edited, but Xu Xiao understood the reason. The avatar of the second team's tactician who sent the message had already grayed out. Grayed out means they've already left the instance. Those outside the instance can't send messages to players inside. So this was Team 2's final intelligence report sent to Team 1 when they realized they couldn't win and were about to die. Coach, Xu Xiao inexplicably recalled the instructor Fu Wanjun had mentioned before the dungeon began. His eyes emitted a ferocious glow, like those of a tiger. Let me see what kind of strength you've got. Eliminated trial participants *3, gained EXP plus 3000. Enemy trial taker slain *1, experience plus 1000. Level, 14, 15275/22100. Among the remaining 4, it was actually the severely wounded swordsman who endured the longest. In his critical state, he executed 4 perfect parries consecutively before perishing. What made Yi Zhe even happier was that his Supreme Advancement quest was finally completed. Supreme Advancement quest, the Striking Summoner, completed. Profession rank upgraded, rank 0 rank 1. Your summoning beast space plus 2, current space count, 4/6. Summoner's 4-dimensional attributes growth plus 5, summoned beasts 4-dimensional attributes growth plus 5. You have obtained an exclusive skill chest *1. I can contract 2 more summoned beasts now. Upon reading the last line, Yi Zhe eagerly pulled the treasure chest out from his backpack. Supreme Advancement Quest Reward, the exclusive skill chest obtained guarantees skills of outstanding quality or above. Yi Zhe was particularly excited and opened it immediately. Ding! You've opened the exclusive skill chest and obtained the exclusive skill book, Divine Sanctuary, Epic. Divine Sanctuary, all summoned creatures gain a permanent shield that provides immunity to crowd control while active. The shield regenerates 1 hour after being broken. Shield value equals Summoner's Spirit *2000%. Seeing the skill, Yi Zhe decisively learned it. It perfectly compensates for the summon's lack of defense.
Take the three-tailed demon fox for example. As a mage-type summon, it had virtually no defensive measures and could easily get into trouble without Yizei's presence. Now with this shield, it makes people feel much more at ease. What's more, it even grants immunity to crowd control. The only downside is the shield's value is a bit low, still relying entirely on Yizei's own spiritual energy. Besides that, the treasure chest is glowing once again. Fortune shines bright effect activated. You will receive a second treasure chest reward. Ding! You have obtained an exclusive skill book, Ultra Skill Enhancement, Legendary. Ultra Skill Enhancement temporarily grants super enhanced status to any summon's talent/skill. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Only one skill can be affected at a time. Chapter 64, I'm glad you think that way. Meanwhile, in another ancient battlefield ruin, the South China Team 4, consisting of the top 20 ranked freshmen from the South China region combined. The trio of 2 men and 1 woman, hailed by outsiders as South China prodigies, now stood completely disheartened, a chill running through their entire bodies. Above them in the sky, a dark purple mantis exuding an eerie and foreign sense of terror let out a bone-chilling laugh. From the drenched, sweat-covered state of the 5, it was clear they had launched several attacks already, all utterly futile. The pale-faced captain of the South China Team 4 gripped his sword with visibly trembling hands. What kind of monster is this? After obtaining the reward from the second exclusive treasure chest, Yizei first felt a surge of joy, but then couldn't help but wonder. Legendary exclusive skill. Just temporarily enhancing a single skill, how can this even be considered legendary tier? Among the exclusive skills of summoners, enhancement types are relatively common, such as strengthening summoned beasts' attributes, boosting damage, and so on. Ordinary temporary skill enhancements can at most be considered of exceptional quality. Yet this skill book actually reaches legendary status, making Yiz couldn't help but wonder about its effects. Coincidentally, at this moment, a notification sounded. Void Predator has slain Trial Takers *5, gained EXP plus 5000. Level, 14, 20275/22100. Before dealing with these 10 people, Yizei had already sent the Mantis out alone to confront the South China Team 4, aiming to secure the kill. The facts have proven it, even a full squad of 5 members is no match for a Mantis's assault. Even if by average here, it meant the 4th-ranked team selected from countless universities across one of the nation's 5 major military regions. A spatial ripple passed, and the Mantis leaped back through. Coincidentally, Yizei was about to use skill enhancement, aiming to test its effects on the Mantis Hunter trait. Skill enhancement Ultra activated. Hunter, after slaying a powerful enemy, any part of the Void Mantis's body may evolve. Enhancement. Slayer, Super, upon slaying a powerful enemy, simultaneously evolves 4 body parts of the Void Mantis while gaining corresponding attribute boosts. The enhancement effect of this skill expires when enhancing the next skill. After slaying a powerful enemy, you can now evolve 4 body parts simultaneously instead of choosing just one. At the same time, you gain attribute boosts from the evolution of 4 body parts. It practically quadrupled the skill's effectiveness. Truly worthy of legendary quality. Just imagine, quadrupling the effects of a legendary skill like Hunter brings unimaginable benefits. The only drawback is that it can only activate one skill at a time. But fortunately, I can control it manually. Just wait until the Mantis kills a powerful foe, then promptly enhance the Hunter effect. Now eliminating one powerful enemy strengthens 4 body parts, providing at least 80 additional attribute points. Yizei could hardly contain his excitement. I hope there are strong enough opponents in this dungeon. Though, realistically, the chances are quite slim. Eliminating another 15 trainees, plus 5 from East China, that's another 7,500 military merits in the bag. Combined with the previously accumulated 4,000 and Yizei's own 2,150, I'm almost ready to access the 4th level of the Zhenma Army Headquarters treasure vault. At the very least, a legendary treasure was about to fall into his pocket. Yizei felt even more motivated and reactivated the copied Hunter's sight. However, he unexpectedly noticed 5 people charging straight toward him. His gaze flickered slightly as he murmured with some surprise, this time, it seems someone formidable has arrived. A spatial fluctuation erupted as 5 figures materialized out of thin air near the military camp. Were the reconnaissance reports accurate? Confirmed, there's only one isolated individual in the vicinity. Either the last surviving lone wolf from some squad, or a guardian. Either way, we're claiming those points. Lu Anren, who was asking the question, glanced at the team rankings. Her Central China Team 2 was ranked 5th, with room to climb higher. Alright, since it was 5 against 1, the group made no tactical preparations whatsoever. Draped in a light blue mage robe at this moment, Lu Anren's starry eyes flickered, enhancing her aura of mystery and grace. With a flick of the little hand, spatial energy lifted the 5 and teleported them directly to the destination. Upon seeing Yizei before her, Lu Anren's calm expression instantly flickered with astonishment. You, why are you here? Hearing their captain's exclamation, the 4 teammates who were about to make a move froze instantly. Yizei couldn't help but smile.
What a coincidence.
Although she's the teacher's beloved daughter, this is still the Huazhong team.
An extra 300 military merits for each of us. Making it quick is the last bit of mercy I can offer. You're actually a guardian? Lu Anren looked at him with a complicated expression, utterly puzzled as to why Yi Zhe had been recruited as an instructor. Had her father pulled some strings behind the scenes? That couldn't be right. What benefit would there be in having Yi Zhe become an instructor?
Among her teammates, a slim, pale young man with long hair sized Yi Zhe up with a cold gaze.
As a teammate, he had never seen Lu Anren exhibit such complex emotions before.
The long-haired young man looked cold and stern.
Could he be Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend? What other identity besides an ex-boyfriend could make her emotions so complicated? Surveillance Department.
Seeing his Huazhong second team matched against Yi Zhe, Wei Zheng immediately became intrigued and turned to Wan Feipeng with a smile.
How about it, old Wan? Shall we make a wager this time?
At these words, Wan Feipeng, who had always been supremely confident in Yi Zhe, suddenly fell silent, because he had already assessed the strengths of Huazhong's second team's 5 members. It must be said that Central China is indeed the strongest of the 5 major military regions. Even their second team rivals the first teams of other regions.
Absolutely terrifying.
Although Wan Feipeng had lost his confidence, he refused to concede and angrily retorted.
Then fight me one-on-one if you've got the guts.
You 5, ganging up against 1, what kind of skill is that? Wei Ping from headquarters retorted, you're supposed to be an instructor, and even considered an expert in the demon-suppressing army.
Aren't you ashamed to make fresh recruits fight you one-on-one? Wan Feipeng snorted coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. The entire monitoring department was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the duplicate, Lu Anren had absolutely no intention of letting Yi Zhe off.
In her calculations, if she let Yi Zhe go, it would only allow other teams to harvest the points, so why not take them herself? Let me make this clear in advance, this is the special training camp battlefield, and I won't hold back.
Lu Anren said with indifferent expression. Hearing this, Yi Zhe also smiled happily. It's great that you can think like that. Chapter 65, Spatial Mage vs. Void Hunter. Marshal Saint rips apart Mecha. Yi Zhe had barely finished speaking when Lu Anren's heart gave a sudden violent thud. Space rippled behind her, a spatial fluctuation she knew all too well. Every nerve in her body snapped taut instantly. Before she could even turn her head, she immediately invoked spatial teleportation, whisking all 5 of them over 10 meters away. The mantis struck empty air, cleaving a massive fissure into the ground. That was dangerous. It's a space affinity summon, this one's power seems unusual. Good thing Sister Anren was here. We almost got ambushed. The team members frowned in unison, their gazes toward Yi Zhe instantly growing wary. The last speaker was a petite girl barely over 1.5 meters tall, resembling a doll. She reached out to gently touch Lu Anren's back, and miraculously replenished Lu Anren's depleted MP in an instant. Lu Anren's delicate brows knitted tightly as she stared at Void Mantis. A spatial type like me, this one's mine to handle. The long-haired youth beside her stared at Yi Zhe with heightened battle intent. I'll take care of that instructor. Alright, Long Feng, be careful. I'll come help you after dealing with this mantis. As Lu Anren finished speaking, the battlefield split into 2 fronts. She swung her staff and cast Spatial Collapse at the mantis's location, where overwhelming dimensional energy surged from the spatial rift. Yet the mantis's form blurred, leaving it completely unharmed. Lu Anren's expression turned solemn. Can't land a hit? Is it an illusion-type skill? Yi Zhe's summoned beast is this strong? After the awakening ceremony, she was specially recruited into headquarters, and it was only then that she learned Yi Zhe's profession was summoner. Yet, not until the mantis struck did she realize, Yi Zhe's summoned beasts possessed power far beyond this level. The mantis's blade flashed, leaving a streak of white light in the air as it descended upon Lu Anren's position. But she reflexively activated spatial teleportation, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The earth was split open by another fissure. This scene repeated rapidly 5 or 6 times within 2 seconds, with both figures flashing intermittently. This can't be, his spatial displacement is actually faster than mine. During the first few encounters, Lu Anren, after being forcibly teleported, still attempted to raise her hand to counterattack. But the mantis's speed through the void was even faster than her spatial teleportation. Forced to repeatedly teleport away, she had no strength left to counterattack. Moreover, she could sense that a single mistake would likely mean instant death. Something seems wrong here. Big Sister Anren is a hidden space element professional. How could she be at a disadvantage against a mere summoned beast? The crowd grew uneasy. The long-haired youth Lang Feng replied with ice-cold arrogance. No problem, it's my turn to act now. In fact, with his abilities, he would easily qualify for joining Huazhong's first team. But the reason he chose the second team was partly because he valued Lu Anren's spatial mage skills, and partly because he valued Lu Anren herself. Lang Feng's gaze swept over Yi Zhe as he articulated slowly, word by word. Armor up, Apocalypse Battlesuit. Lung Feng swung both hands, the battlesuit core on his chest flickering with cyan light.
From the core's energy, various components of the armor coalesced and assembled onto Lang Feng's body, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg armor snapping into place one after another with crisp metallic clinks. In the blink of an eye, a 2 to 3 meter tall solo battlesuit stood complete. Lung Feng was completely enveloped in an azure-hued dimensional battle armor, radiating a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of a first-tier profession. So it's the rare variant class of mechanic, the Armament Master. To control an epic 2-star battle armor at such a young age, his future is boundless. No wonder even brother Lai Wang didn't dare to take the bet. In the monitoring department, everyone couldn't help but voice their admiration. Unlike other professions, mechanics and armorers derive most of their combat power from weapons and battlesuits. The latter profession in particular is an extraordinarily expensive one. A single battlesuit often requires the precise alloying and forging of countless superalloys, consuming astronomical amounts of financial resources. But once successfully mastered, the effects are remarkably significant. With this set of apocalypse battle armor, Lung Feng can now fully rival a third-tier opponent.
Hearing Wei Zheng's words, the group couldn't help but nod in hopeful anticipation.
Yet Wei Zheng himself showed no joy. Instead, his expression grew solemn. He watched as Lu Anren was continuously forced back by the mantis and fell silent. Initially, he had actually thought that Lu Anren alone, with the abilities of a spatial mage, would be enough to instantly defeat the opponent. But now, a summoned creature was actually stronger than the spatial abilities of a hidden class.
Just what kind of race and type of summoned creature is this? Even Wei Zhang, the Central China region leader, had never witnessed the abilities of void creatures before.
For a moment, both Wei Zhang and Wan Feiping fell into stunned silence as they watched the projected footage. Observing the battle between two spatial ability users, Yi Zhe himself felt somewhat surprised.
What astonished him was, Lu Anren's equipment was unexpectedly top tier.
With the same space-type abilities, her attributes and skills were far inferior to the mantis's. In theory, she should have been instantly defeated in just 2 encounters.
Yet, relying on 7 epic-grade space-type equipment pieces, she somehow managed to hold out until now. As expected of someone the HQ is nurturing as a key asset, Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile. Then his gaze fell upon Lang Feng, clad in battle armor and radiating fierce momentum, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. When he first learned about the profession of armor mechanist, he had been greatly intrigued too. Who could resist the allure of a suit of armor? Yet an epic-tier battle armor, not even accounting for the rarity of materials, could cost nearly 100 million to forge. Yi Zhe immediately said, "Excuse me." As he was thinking, the petite 1.5-meter-tall lowly across from him bestowed upon Lang Feng an extremely powerful speed buff. The next moment, accompanied by the roar of the hyper-engine, the apocalypse armor abruptly ascended, its intangible energy pressure radiating outward. The surrounding air erupted as if exploding, forming uniformly expanding conical clouds behind it. Swish! Even Cold Maple's teammates couldn't help feeling somewhat astonished. The celestial armor charged towards Yi Zhe amid a fierce storm. Yet Cold Maple's first words immediately left him somewhat speechless. "What's your relationship with Lu Anren?" Hearing this, the anticipation in Yi Zhe's eyes instantly turned into a sigh. "What a waste giving this battlesuit to you. Your teammates are buying time for you, and you're wasting it talking nonsense?" Lang Feng's anger flared up. "Seems you won't answer until I beat you half to death." After being equipped with the apocalypse armor, power, speed, energy, and everything else receive a massive boost, giving one an overwhelming sense of combat prowess. With this sudden surge in combat power, Lung Feng gained complete confidence in controlling everything. Boom! The roar of the apocalypse armor's super engine resounded once more. Yet the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag greeted him. An uppercut. Bang! Lung Feng had actually reacted in time, meeting it with a full-force punch of his own. Yet against the martial Saint Panda, this armor, comparable to a third-grade revelation suit, was as fragile as tissue paper. A punch imbued with martial Saint's energy blasted forth, crushing one arm of the battle armor into splinters amidst a shower of sparks before smashing violently into the apocalypse armor's jaw. Inside the armor, Lung Feng felt darkness engulf his vision. The blaring alarms of the damaged armor and the ringing in his ears interwove incessantly. Were it not for this legendary set of armor costing nearly 100 million and offering decent protection, Lang Feng would have already been ejected from the dungeon. But that wasn't the end of it. The panda seized one leg of the flung armor and smashed it violently onto the ground. With a shattering of metal, the radiant beam from the armor's core supercharged engine suddenly flickered out. Just 2 punches, armor reduced to rubble. At this moment, not only the personnel from the external monitoring department but also the 2 teammates from Central China Team 2 felt their breaths catch in their throats. This was a celestial apocalypse battlesuit comparable to third-tier power. Even if it wasn't invincible in ancient battlefields, it would rank among the top-tier combatants, yet it had been utterly destroyed with just 2 punches?
Inside the monitoring department, everyone's pupils constricted violently as horrified expressions spread across their faces.
Is this instructor really below third tier?
Even when Panda obliterated the previous teams, they hadn't been this shocked. Because according to everyone's judgment, Panda should be at peak second-tier strength. It made perfect sense for him to instantly defeat first-tier elite students.
But you're crushing even third-tier powerhouses effortlessly? This is going too far. Among everyone's reactions, it was Wei Zhang whose emotional fluctuations were surprisingly milder. Because when he saw the mantis handling Lu Anren, he vaguely sensed that something might go wrong. Wan Feiping instantly beamed with joy, almost as if he had won the lottery. Holy shit, that's awesome. Come on, old Wei, let's roll the dice. But obviously, no one would respond to Wan Feiping anymore. Everyone intently fixed their gaze on the projection. The remaining 3 members of Huazhong Team 2 had no choice but to launch a rescue after a brief moment of stunned paralysis. They had originally assumed Ling Feng had the situation firmly under control and were preparing to assist Lu Anren against the mantis. Now, they couldn't even withstand a single exchange of blows. Fortunately, due to Lu Anren's spatial teleportation abilities, all her teammates specialized in melee combat professions. The remaining 1 man and 2 women, apart from one being a support, though not as strong as Lu Anren or Lang Feng, were still formidable in combat. But in the next moment, boom!
Before the 2 combatants could act, a bolt of lightning struck down first. The 1.5-meter-tall support-class lowly girl turned deathly pale, but with no one to protect her now, in desperation, her body transformed into an ethereal mist, impervious to all harm, floating skyward like a balloon. The other 2 lacked such life-preserving skills and could only rely on their gear to withstand the heavenly lightning. But this time, the little fox casting spells with her orb got smarter. All 3 tails moved simultaneously.
Boom! Second, third, fourth strike. 4 consecutive heavenly thunderbolts. Each strike deals more damage than the last. Forget these 2, even if you replaced them with 2 elite shield warriors, they'd still get obliterated. Their team originally had the ability to avoid it, but Lu Anren was being chased by the mantis and couldn't help. Eliminated trial participants *2, experience gained plus 2000. Ding! Your level has increased to level 15. Talent, you have obtained 1 chance to draw an infinite gold trait.
On the other side of the battlefield, 2 spatial system ability users kept blinking through the air.
Hearing the rolling roar of heavenly thunder, Lu Anren inexplicably felt something was amiss, but she was already exhausted just dealing with the mantis alone.
After a moment of hesitation, she mustered most of her magical energy and activated her professional skill, Spatial Lock. In an instant, a faint law-like force that prohibited displacement and movement between spaces was applied to the small area where the mantis stood. The mantis was now locked within a confined space by her power. But the reason she hadn't used this skill before was because, given her current professional tier, it came with significant drawbacks. She had to fully exhaust her mental energy to maintain the law-like power of spatial lockdown. In other words, she and the mantis were forced into a 1-for-1 trade.
Moreover, once Lu Anren's mental strength was depleted, she would be completely defenseless when the mantis re-emerged.
The current situation left her no choice but to leave the chance of victory to her teammates. Having temporarily restrained the mantis, Lu Anren finally caught her breath and quietly glanced toward where her teammates should be. The next instant, her delicate face froze in a rare moment of blank astonishment.
Where are my teammates? Chapter 66, the 15th entry, Equipment Shredder.
As the rolling heavenly thunder struck down, the battlefield turned scorched black.
Lu Anren carefully scanned the area once more.
There was no mistake, all her teammates had been defeated. This is way too fast. Although Lu Anren and the mantis had exchanged numerous moves, as 2 spatial ability users with lightning-fast attacks, barely a minute or 2 had passed in their duel. Yet in this brief span, all 4 of her teammates, top-tier talents across central China whom she'd pinned high hopes on, had been defeated. Long Feng's fall was particularly shocking. She was well aware of the armored warrior's capabilities, though usually unreliable as a person, their combat prowess was undoubtedly top-tier. And now, beaten to the point of resembling a mangy stray dog, Lu Anren's mind conjured up a terrifying thought. Could it be that this mantis I'm dealing with isn't even Yi Zhe's strongest summoned beast? It couldn't help but send chills down one's spine. Originally, after awakening as a spatial mage and being specially recruited into the headquarters, she had always believed she had surpassed Yi Zhe. The confidence that had been shattered by Yi Zhe's superior liberal arts grades was gradually being restored. She was just waiting for the special training camp to conclude, so she could return to Linyuan City and show off in front of her father.
Now is the time. How come even after awakening my hidden class, I still can't surpass Yi Zhe in combat power? When will I ever get to turn things around, Lu Anren? At this thought, Lu Anren couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit, his starry eyes brimming with renewed brilliance. We can't keep fighting head-on, we need to outsmart them. Recognizing the gap in raw power between them, she made a swift decision. Time to retreat.
She still had a shred of mental strength left.
If she didn't escape now, she might soon completely lose the chance.
She cast one last glance at the two remaining teammates on the field.
Lang Feng's mecha was nearly destroyed, and the pilot had fallen into a coma. Saving him might cost your own life, it's not worth it. There was one more, a support specialist from the team, Luo Yao, currently drifting in midair. That was her class-exclusive survival skill.
Transforms into an untargetable spirit form, immune to all damage and effects.
But the duration wasn't long.
Seeing this, Lu Anren decisively teleported to her side.
Woo, I'm finally saved.
Luo Yao looked pitifully at them, wearing an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. She had soared to such heights precisely because she feared being caught by that scoundrel Yi Zhe, while also creating an opportunity for her teammates to rescue her.
Luo Yao immediately extended her hand to cast a spell, replenishing Lu Anren's mana. Yet Lu Anren had no time to rejoice. Without her psychic energy sustaining it, the spatial barrier would hold for only a second or two at most before the mantis would come chasing after them. She immediately expended a massive amount of mana to activate long-distance spatial teleportation. The two women vanished abruptly from their spots. Escaped? In fact, Yi Zhe wasn't particularly surprised either. Never mind, the monk may run away, but the temple can't run with him, he thought. With a mana-restoring aid and the spatial mage working together, they're truly hard to chase. But, in the ancient battlefield, each layer's terrain gradually shrinks, leaving nowhere to run in the end. Ultimately, no one can escape. Then, Yi Zhe looked at the unconscious Lang Feng lying on the ground. But this one cannot be spared. By the way, let me teach a lesson to that pig who dares to covet teacher Lu's cabbage. Treasure hunting is a must, but before that, Yi Zhe curled up the corners of his mouth and activated Skill Enhancement Ultra. Enhanced Loot Boost. Let me see the limits of plundering. Skill Enhancement Ultra activated. Treasure Seizure, randomly seizes any one treasure from the target. Enhance. Treasure Snatch Super, steal any 3 to 5 treasures from the target with 100% accuracy. Percent. Ah, so this is what real robbery feels like. This is the effect after being enhanced by a legendary exclusive skill. Compared to the super enhanced version, the previous treasure snatching was downright gentle. Yi Zhe commanded the squirrel, rob 5 items, take them from him and then eliminate him. Though most of a battle armor technician's combat prowess comes from their armor, it's impossible for them not to wear any equipment themselves. Moreover, considering Lang Feng could spend nearly $1 billion to craft his armor, the equipment he wears must be extraordinary. Sure enough, 5 epic grade items were seized, including some high-quality equipment of epic 4-star and 5-star ratings. How kind of me not to snatch the battle armor. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the main reason was that he wasn't a battle armor pilot, he couldn't operate it anyway. Besides, this set of armor was already severely damaged, and repairing it would cost a fortune. Test subject eliminated, experience plus 1000. Cold Maple, who originally had the strength to rank in the top 10, was thus mercilessly eliminated. At the same time, Yi Zhe casually began extracting entries. After killing several members of the Central China Team too, he had already successfully leveled up to 15. The 15th entry. You have drawn the legendary golden trait, Equipment Crusher. Equipment Crusher can destroy equipment by any means. After destroying 7 pieces of equipment, there's a chance to obtain higher quality gear. The higher the quality of destroyed equipment, the greater the chance of obtaining higher quality gear. Upon seeing this trait, Yi Zhe's first reaction was, absurd. Destroying 7 pieces of equipment only gives you a chance to obtain higher quality gear. The cost is a bit too extravagant. But think carefully. But if you can obtain legendary quality equipment, that's a different story. The methods to acquire legendary gear are extremely rare, not just in the market, but even among the nation's great families and factions, hardly any possess them. Even Lu Anren, the spatial mage specially recruited and trained by headquarters, is only equipped with epic tier gear. Moreover, the lexicon entry didn't state that legendary equipment was the highest obtainable tier. If one could acquire items beyond legendary in the future, then this lexicon entry's value would be astronomical. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe decided to test it out first. His inventory currently held 13 pieces of epic equipment and 1 exceptional item, all looted from others. Originally planning to feed the unwanted items to the panda, now he could test the new entry first. The problem is, Equipment Crusher and You Are What You Eat somewhat conflict, both consume quite a bit of equipment. Yi Zhe only felt the financial pressure growing heavier. But the next moment, his movements abruptly halted as if he'd suddenly thought of something, and he glanced back at the entry's explanation again. Use any means necessary to destroy the equipment. Then if I let the panda eat it, wouldn't that also be a way to destroy the equipment? Yi Zhe fell into thought, and the more he pondered, the more excited he became. If that's the case, it would mean the panda could not only enhance stats by consuming equipment but also obtain higher tier gear simultaneously. Isn't this just freeloading? Try it now. Yizhe immediately assigned the new entry to the panda. It was just a random assignment anyway. Even if the effects couldn't stack, there'd be no loss either. Entry Equipment Crusher successfully assigned. This time, the entry didn't upgrade Panda's star rating. After all, the difficulty of star upgrades skyrockets after reaching legendary quality, especially since this wasn't even a combat-type entry. Unable to wait any longer, Yizhe took out an excellent grade equipment to test Panda's new effect. The excellent grade equipment was crushed to pieces by Panda's single bite. You are what you eat. Consuming Rose Light Armor grants, Constitution +6, Agility +6. Equipment Crusher, destroyed equipment, 1/7. Holy shit, that's insane. Chapter 67, All Cadets, Unite. One piece of equipment triggers the effects of two special attributes. Now it's not just about boosting stats, devour enough and it might even drop new gear. Yizhe could practically feel the value of these few pieces of equipment in his backpack doubling instantly. Amidst his excitement, Yizhe began pondering the effects of the equipment grinder. The higher the quality of the equipment destroyed, the greater the probability of obtaining high-quality gear. Then let me try with the lowest quality pieces first. For the first test, he intended to experiment with the probability of obtaining legendary tier equipment. If this attempt failed, he could still use the 7 highest quality items for another try, first determining the statistical range for legendary equipment drops. Even though we're starting with the lowest quality items, these are still all 1 or 2 star epics. The 6 epic items were devoured one by one by the panda. Anyone else witnessing this would surely feel heartache. You are what you eat. Obtained, Strength +20, Fire Element Mastery +20%. Acquired, Agility +18, Wind Element Mastery +18%. Acquired, Spirit +9, Constitution +9, Lightning Element Mastery +18%. For items of the same type, like current equipment, the more you consume them, the fewer attributes you gain. Just like a bottle of cola, the first sip is always the most refreshing, but the pleasure gradually diminishes with each gulp until the very last one. Of course, the increased attributes remain quite impressive, especially when the final epic piece of equipment is consumed. Equipment Crusher, 7 pieces of equipment destroyed, new equipment obtained, Raging Torrent. As the prompt popped up, a golden light burst forth before the panda. The golden light faded like an unwrapped gift, revealing a short knife that plunged into the ground. The blade was a deep blue, with a mysterious shimmer flowing along its edge, like layers of rolling waves. Raging Waves, Level, 15. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Damage Multiplier 210%, Strength +40, Agility +40, 30% Defense Ignore. Special Effect, each attack launches additional Crescent Shockwave Strike, damage equals, Strength plus Agility, asterisk 200%, %. A legendary item actually dropped. Yizhe couldn't help but feel excited, though considering the price paid, it seemed reasonable. 6 epic items, 1 outstanding, worth over 20 million on the market. At least this proves around 6 epic items can produce 1 legendary equipment drop. The cost would have been heartbreaking if they had simply destroyed it outright. But since the panda ate it and boosted its attributes first, calling this piece of equipment a freebie wouldn't be an exaggeration. This was an enormous win. However, none of his combat-type summoned beasts were particularly suited to wield this dagger. Yizhe chose to hand it over to the squirrel. Replacing the rare quality Crimson Demon Blade with this legendary equipment boosted his combat power by another significant margin. Now, even a support-type summoned creature possessed terrifying combat capabilities. The remaining 7 pieces of equipment in his backpack were no longer low-tier epics, they were all 3 stars or higher. I wonder what loot will drop this time. Yizhe handed the remaining 7 items to the panda as well. You are what you eat. Obtained, Constitution +25, Physical Damage Resistance +20%. Equipment Crusher, 7 pieces of equipment destroyed, new equipment obtained, Unmovable Mountain. This time, the golden light revealed a suit of armor. Its primary hue was bronze, with metallic luster and golden veins resembling mountain ridges, exuding solidity and weight. Immovable as a mountain. Level, 15. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Defense +300, Strength +40, Constitution +60, Fixed Damage Reduction 100. Special Effect, Active Mountain Veil Shield can absorb 10,000 damage, with greatly reduced damage from thunder and water elements. Set, 1/6. %. Legendary 4-star. Doubles the attributes of epic tier armor at the same star level. And this is actually a set piece. A legendary 6-piece set, if you could collect them all, the set effects would surely be incredible. Ownership of this armor. Yizhe hesitated between the mantis and the panda, but ultimately decided to give it to the panda class designated as a warrior. Now, with the panda's current attributes, it's almost reaching the 4th tier. Meanwhile, Yizhe was preparing to search for the next wave of prey. Yet the 3rd layer of the ancient battlefield had already opened. Current survivors, 40. The 3rd layer of the ancient battlefield space has been activated. Vanguard City has opened. Earn double points for enemy kills. Remaining participants, 40. Another 40 eliminated this quickly? Captain Duan Tianchen of Team Central China, clad in crimson robes, couldn't help but frown deeply. Although their team's overall points had consistently maintained the top position on the leaderboard, he still sensed danger lurking. With such low combat points on the scoreboard, why have so many people died? Could something dangerous have invaded the instance? Wan Xin wondered aloud. After all, Yi Zhe had eliminated nearly 20 more players in a short time, causing a severe mismatch between points earned and casualties. Has some threat breached the dungeon? That shouldn't be possible. Duan Tianchen pondered as the third layer of the ancient battlefield opened, their positions shifting once again. This time, the 5 members of Central China Team No. 1 were unexpectedly teleported right in front of North China Team No. 1's 5 members. The two powerhouse teams came face to face. Duan Tianchen halted his thoughts and locked eyes with their opposing Captain Chu He, his narrow eyes sharp like an eagle's. You? How about it? Let me experience the prowess of the painter firsthand? At this moment, besides the colossal turtle carrying the group, another creature had appeared beside Chu He, a soaring, blazing fire dragon. Think I'm afraid of you? Facing Hua Zhong, universally acknowledged as the strongest, Chu He's fighting spirit remained undiminished. The 10 combatants stood poised for battle, but at this very moment, 2 figures suddenly teleported in. Stop fighting, both of you stop right now. The imminent battle was unexpectedly halted by the timely arrival of Lu Anren and Luo Yao. Chu He froze momentarily, and even Duan Tianchen fell into bewilderment. Lu Anren, where's your team too? Being another participating team from Central China, Duan Tianchen was well aware of Team 2's capabilities. Given the combat prowess of Lu Anren and Lang Feng, they should have been able to retreat unscathed even if ambushed by multiple teams. How could you get beaten up like this? Listen to me first. There's an instructor in the simulation with combat abilities that don't make sense. I suspect it's a special mission arranged by headquarters. Lu Anren began explaining the situation methodically and swiftly. On her escape route, she pondered deeply, especially about Yi Zhe's strength. It was utterly unreal. The only plausible explanation, it must be the work of headquarters or the military. Coincidentally, at headquarters, Lu Anren had heard that the large-scale battles involving the abyssal demons were becoming more frequent. For all she knew, this was headquarters' way of testing their team's combat coordination. That must be it. Lu Anren concisely recounted the encounter and shared her perspective. Those capable of being tactical instructors usually possess strong verbal skills. Therefore, all of us cadets should unite first. Only by working together can we defeat him. Hearing her words, both Duan Tianchen and Chu He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. On the other side of the third level of the ancient battlefield, Fu Wanjun, with his blue hair, faced the opposing team's magic warrior by way from East China Team 1 and said earnestly, "So, do you understand now? The reason why the trainees were eliminated so quickly, and why the kill scores don't match up, it definitely has to be that instructor's doing. If we don't cooperate, we'll surely get eliminated when we face that instructor again." Around the two of them, their respective 4 teammates stood ready for battle. If the 2 leaders couldn't reach an agreement, combat could break out at any moment. Bai Wei fell silent for a moment before firing off a series of questions. That instructor you mentioned, is he really that strong? He can instantly kill a level 40 demon general. How do you know? I saw him twice with my own eyes, both in the wasteland and outside the dungeon. Are you serious? I swear upon the professional creed of Thunderblade. Hearing this, Bai Wei hesitated no longer. Alright, temporary allies then. Once we take down that instructor, we'll settle our score. That's more like it. Fu Wanjun visibly relaxed as the 2 bumped fists. Team South China 1 and Team East China 1 officially joined forces. Inside the monitoring department, the executives and department heads all wore strange expressions. This was supposed to be a trainee versus trainee simulation. How did it turn into a boss fight? Chapter 68. Did we summon you here to die? Is this really appropriate? Should we intervene? Seeing the students begin forming teams, someone couldn't help but speak up. Wei Zheng didn't even turn his head. Why should we intervene? Facing formidable enemies, cooperation is the only path to survival. These are the ironclad rules of the battlefield. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod slightly. Now it just depends on which team can successfully defeat this instructor. Among the crowd, only one Fapum once again grumbled indignantly. Having so many teams fight against one person, what kind of skill is that? If you've got the guts, fight one-on-one. This time, no one teased one Fapum, because it was the truth. The instructors he brought had already overpowered most of the squads. To make these squads, composed of the nation's top talents, unite to defeat a single instructor. This was unprecedented in the elite training camp. Wu Ming chuckled softly and said, "That's enough, old one. Yi Zhe has already proven his strength. When he comes out, the rewards he deserves will definitely not be lacking. You haven't come in vain this year.
The final sentence couldn't resist a playful jab. Compared to the geniuses Wan Feiping had previously introduced, this Yi Zhe truly astonished everyone present. However, including Wu Ming, everyone tacitly acknowledged one fact. It seems that with multiple teams joining forces to target him, Yi Zhe shouldn't be far from elimination.
At this moment, outside the dungeon, inside the medical tent,
Lang Feng, who had been beaten into unconsciousness, was revived by the special training camp's physician. Although no one truly dies in the dungeon, the injuries and pain suffered can still leave people momentarily incapacitated. After regaining consciousness, Lang Feng covered his face in anguish, silently praying in his heart, "I hope Lu Anren didn't see me getting knocked unconscious." Even he himself felt somewhat embarrassed about it. "I was trying to pull off something cool, but ended up making a huge mess. With the full power of the Apocalypse armor, if I hadn't foolishly rushed in and gotten instantly killed, there might still have been room for maneuvering." After agonizing through painful retrospection, Cold Maple's gaze involuntarily fell on his arm, then swept over his entire body in disbelief.
"Where's my equipment? Where are my 5 legendary pieces of equipment?" His wails echoed throughout the medical tent.
They even drew the attention of several healing-type professionals who rushed over, thinking his injuries had suddenly worsened. Not far away stood a few trainees who had previously been robbed by Yi Zhe. Seeing this, they actually felt secretly relieved. Even Cold Maple had 5 pieces of equipment stolen, while we only lost 1.
Seems almost acceptable. Does this mean we actually performed better than Cold Maple? Possibly. The 3rd level of the ancient battlefield. After brief consideration, the teams of Duan Tianchen and Chu He decided to agree to cooperate with Lu Anren. Not that they fully believed Lu Anren's one-sided claims. It was simply that, through the kill scores on the leaderboard, these two powerhouse teams had long noticed the anomalies in the ancient battlefield and saw this as an opportunity for a temporary alliance. "Let's get this straight first. After we take out that instructor, who gets the credit?" Shui glanced calmly at the 2 team leaders from central China, but Lu Anren cut in. "It's too early to be thinking about that now. I'm afraid we'll need to recruit another strong team to deal with him." As soon as these words were spoken, Duan Tianchen, Shui, and several team members couldn't help but look displeased and indignant. The top 2 ranked teams joining forces in Lu Anren's eyes. Could they still not handle a single instructor? What a joke! Without further explanation, Lu Anren directly asked Luo Yao to clarify the reason. Because when she soloed the Mantis, only Luo Yao witnessed how their teammate lost, and witnessed the true strength of Yi Zhe's summoned beast. Until they heard the phrase "punch through Longfeng's epic mech with one fist." After hesitating briefly, Duan Tianchen and Shu He agreed to recruit another squad. Let's just call it an extra precaution. Though it was hard to believe, Duan Tianchen knew Luo Yao well. This little girl was absolutely terrible at lying, which made her trustworthy. Coincidentally, another full 5-man squad approached at that moment. Any team that could enter the 3rd layer of the battlefield while remaining at full strength undoubtedly had some skill. And seeing the leader's unmistakable red hair, their identities spoke for themselves. "Xu Xiao, you've come at just the right moment." "What? Looking for a fight? Both your teams can come at me together if you dare." Xu Xiao's muscular physique exuded raw power, his blazing red hair as unruly as his defiant personality. Barehanded, he strode confidently toward the 2 elite squads. Seeing him, Shui silently cursed under his breath, "That reckless fool." Duan Tianchen said indifferently, "No need to rush if you want to fight. There's currently a special situation." "Ha?" Xu Xiao curled his lips dismissively. Then, Lu Anren repeated the whole incident and invited him to cooperate. To everyone's surprise, Xu Xiao burst into laughter upon hearing this, making no effort to hide his mockery and sarcasm. "Some bullshit instructor with overwhelming strength? At the end of the day, it's just that you're all worthless. To be beaten into fleeing in panic by just one instructor? Ha!" As these words were spoken, everyone's faces darkened, and even little Luo Yao couldn't help feeling indignant. Pointing at him, she gritted her teeth and cursed. "What are you talking about?" Scolding her was one thing, but insulting Lu Anren, that she simply couldn't tolerate. Unfortunately, Luo Yao was merely a support character. Coupled with her petite and delicate sweet girl image, her scolding truly lacked any intimidating edge. In her fury, she fumed briefly. "Ha!" Xu Xiao shot her a glare, both cheeks sprouting tiger-like fur and whiskers, his disdainful snort carrying the formidable aura of a roaring tiger. An invisible pressure of martial prowess enveloped everyone present. Luo Yao's pale little face puckered into a pout as she swiftly retreated behind Lu Anren. Lu Anren's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor still tranquil as she spoke. "In that case, I can teleport you over to find him. Would you like to try? Looking for him? That drill instructor?" Xu Xiao curled his lips in a sneer. "Ha, I'm nothing like you bunch of sissies. I've killed at least 5 or 6 drill instructors with my own hands." Then his tone suddenly shifted. "But tell me, why shouldn't I just kill you all first?" Before the scowling Duan Tianchen and Shui could speak, Lu Anren spoke first. "If you can beat him, I'll give you all the points of our central China team too." Otherwise, with me here, you won't be able to eliminate a single person. Recalling that Lu Anren was a spatial-type professional, even Zhu Xiao couldn't help but feel a hint of frustration.
If we could get all the points from the Central China team too, it would be better to agree.
You're a woman, you won't lie to me, will you? Believe it or not, it's up to you, Lu Anren retorted bluntly. Yet Zhu Xiao laughed, feeling even more convinced. With a look of arrogance. Good, send me over now. Once I eliminate that instructor, I'll come for your points.
Hearing this, Duan Tianchen and Chu He exchanged strange glances before silently turning their gaze to Lu Anren. The latter immediately waved his staff, enveloping Zhu Xiao's Huashi Team 5 in a spatial magic array, activating the teleportation. Enemies hit by her spatial ability are marked with a spatial imprint, allowing her to locate and teleport to them within a certain time.
In an instant, Zhu Xiao's team was teleported away. The destination was right near where Yi Zhe was. Seeing this, Luo Yao blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Sister Anren, will he die? Lu Anren gave a slight twist to her staff. Don't worry. On the other side of the ancient battlefield, Yi Zhe's random teleportation had landed him in an exceptionally remote location this time, so much so that he couldn't even spot any other squads within sight. With no other choice, he began moving toward the central area of the third layer, the so-called Vanguard City. Little did they expect that with a spatial ripple, a 5-member squad suddenly teleported right beside them. So, you're that instructor? Staring at the intimidating Zhu Xiao who had abruptly materialized, Yi Zhe couldn't help but grin with amusement at the sight. Oh, let me guess. You've offended Lu Anren, haven't you? Otherwise, she would never have teleported you here, to your death. Chapter 69, Bear Paw Slaps Tiger Face. Attack like fire. Looking to die? Zhu Xiao let out a cold laugh and mocked. You're quite confident, aren't you? As he spoke, tiger-like fur and whiskers reappeared around his mouth, while crimson energy erupted around his entire body. Yi Zhe curled his lips into a smile. Let's hope your equipment is good enough. Zhu Xiao didn't understand why Yi Zhe would ask such a question. With me properly equipped, shouldn't he have a harder time fighting me? However, Zhu Xiao had never been one to dwell on such matters. With a loud laugh, an astonishing martial aura erupted from his entire body. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, his terrifying aura continued to rise. Seeing this, everyone in the monitoring department couldn't help but focus intently. A clash of the titans. As expected from someone born into a martial arts family, achieving near grandmaster level in ancient combat techniques at such a young age. Will they win? In ancient China, there existed a group of people who practiced ancient martial arts long before the dawn of supernatural era, passing down their secret techniques through generations without ever revealing them to outsiders. After the advent of universal profession awakening, they combined their ancient martial arts with warrior-class professions, gradually establishing powerful martial arts families that became influential forces. The Shu family of Western China, where Zhu Xiao belongs, is one such prominent martial lineage. By integrating ancient martial arts techniques, these practitioners typically demonstrate superior combat capabilities compared to professionals of equivalent levels. The head of West China was fully focused. After all, Zhu Xiao was his final trump card in West China. Someone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment at what they saw. To think there's still a fully formed transformation-type talent. At that moment, a tiger's roar echoed through the air. Zhu Xiao's eyes revealed a ferocious killing intent as his entire body rapidly expanded. Head, arms, torso, legs each burst through his clothing in succession, transforming into a giant tiger covered entirely in crimson patterns. Shapeshifting talent allows transforming specific body parts into another species form, amplifying combat capabilities. But the complete body transformation system, more advanced, completely transforming his entire body, his combat power skyrocketed. Though Zhu Xiao was arrogant, he didn't underestimate his opponent in the slightest. He opened with his ultimate move right from the start. Because he had received reports from the second team, he vaguely knew this instructor before him was no weakling. At the same time, his two teammates behind him buffed him with 2 layers of support bonuses. Zhu Xiao's team was entirely built around him as the core, with 2 support and 2 control class teammates. This combination allowed Zhu Xiao's combat power to be fully unleashed. Bring it on! Zhu Xiao's fighting spirit soared. But the next instant, a black and white figure dashed toward him at an incredible speed. Zhu Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. Even with his martial artist's reflexes, he couldn't perceive the movement. Smack! A bear paw slapped across Zhu Xiao's tiger-like face. The martial saint's fierce energy condensed in his palm, then erupted with terrifying oppressive force. A giant crimson-striped tiger went flying, knocking out his 2 teammates before crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Indeed formidable, to survive a direct hit from the panda's palm and still draw breath. Yi Zhe couldn't help but marvel. And the next moment, the crimson-lined figure leaped up from the great pit, streaking through the air like a flying rainbow, charging straight towards the martial Saint Panda. This claw strike was incredibly fast, erupting with extreme force. Had it been an ordinary third-tier fighter confronting it, severe injury would have been almost certain. but for the martial saint,
such techniques from ordinary martial artists were child's play in comparison. In the blink of an eye, the martial sage Panda calmly sidestepped, leveraging the momentum of the opponent's charge, delivering a downward punch from above. Boom! Like a meteor crashing into the earth, the crimson-striped giant tiger slammed onto the ground, sending debris flying and carving out yet another massive crater. The difference in strength was all too apparent. In the monitoring department, many sighed and shook their heads, their gazes drifting elsewhere. That instructor must be at least third tier in strength. That poor kid Zhu Xiao, too tragic. Just, what level of power is this? Lying in the stone pit, Zhu Xiao felt somewhat dazed. As a martial artist himself, his reaction speed and combat skills far surpassed ordinary people, making him exceptionally adept in battles. Only when facing his family elders, those martial arts grandmasters, would he faintly sense this kind of overwhelming suppression. Unable to fight back, and this summoned beast gave him a feeling of pressure that was even greater than facing his own family elders, beyond the grandmaster level. But he didn't get the chance to think further. His severe injuries to the back and head left him unable to maintain his transformed state, reverting to human form as he fell unconscious. With only one support and one control class profession remaining, they surrendered immediately. Squirrel, get to work. Yi Zhe was in quite a good mood. So you really did offend Lu Anren, she hasn't summoned you back yet. Then let's help her get some revenge. The leader gets 5 pieces, the rest get 1 each. Kill them once we're done. Just over 2 minutes had passed. Duan Tianchen and Shu He remained in place, waiting for Zhu Xiao's results. After all, everything about instructor Yi Zhe's supposed strength came solely from Lu Anren's claims, hardly solid proof. Now they had someone providing verification for them, allowing timely adjustments to their next strategy. Luo Yao kept a close eye on the team panel, terrified that Zhu Xiao's kill score would suddenly rise. Lu Anren sat quietly in silence. Her mind also silently speculated about the battle's progress. Suddenly, Luo Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Anren, the entire Huaxi team one's names have all grayed out." These words left everyone shocked, especially Duan Tianchen and Shu He, who inwardly raised their assessment of the instructor's danger level by several notches. They were well aware of Zhu Xiao's strength, yet he was killed in just over 2 minutes. No wonder even Lu Anren was terrified. Lu Anren's expression remained composed, but inwardly she cheered, "Well done, Yi Zhe." After all, she wasn't some living Buddha, how could she not feel angry when publicly insulted? It was perfect that Yi Zhe could help her get some revenge. Wait a minute. She suddenly froze. Why did she feel like a mole working from the inside? No matter. For now, Yi Zhe was still someone she needed to deal with. After all, they belonged to different factions in the dungeon. However, with Zhu Xiao's death, Lu Anren and the other 2 teams collaborated much more smoothly. While devising tactics, the team continued to expand. In contrast, Yi Zhe acquired yet another 9 epic items from the Huaxi team's remains, and all of them are rated between 2 to 5 stars. As expected of a scion from an aristocratic family, their equipment is truly outstanding. Robbery is indeed the fastest way after all. If he had to farm them himself, who knows how long it would take to gather so many epic tier items. Since 7 criteria were met again, Yi Zhe fed the bamboo shoots to the panda once more, unlocking the 3rd legendary item. You are what you eat. Acquired, Strength plus 15, Fire Element Mastery plus 15%. Equipment Crusher, 7 pieces of equipment destroyed, new equipment obtained, Raging Flames. Chapter 70, 1 against 35. After devouring 7 more pieces of equipment, a golden light flashed before Panda's eyes, as if a gift box had been opened. A dark red wrist guard adorned with golden patterns, radiating a tangible sense of power. Wrist guards come in 2 types, one purely boosts defense attributes, ideal for tanks and shield warriors to wear. The other type provides energy amplification and strength enhancement during attacks, making it the top choice for offensive warriors. And this wrist guard, judging by its appearance alone, undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Blazing Aggression. Level, 15. Rarity, Legendary. Attributes, Strength plus 60, Agility plus 40, Critical Damage plus 300%, 50% defense ignore on critical hits. Special Effect, Guaranteed critical hits when attacking enemies with over 50% HP. Set, 1/6%. What incredible offensive power. The damage boost from this bracer nearly rivals the combined enhancement from 2 epic weapons. A critical hit delivers triple the damage bonus. With Panda's current attributes, every punch is a critical hit, taking down enemies with a single strike. Moreover, it belongs to the same set as the previous, immovable as a mountain. If we manage to complete this legendary set, just how overpowered would the stats become? However, collecting all 6 pieces would be far too difficult, especially since they're all 4-star legendary items. I wonder when I'll be able to collect them all. With this thought, Yi Zhe equipped Invasion like fire on the panda, replacing the long-held rare-grade Red Spirit Bracer, the 2nd legendary set piece. Though there's a small downside, now when consuming epic-grade equipment, the attribute bonus provided is only in single digits.
At the same time, Yi Zhe noticed.
After the third layer of the ancient battlefield opened, except for the 5 members of Zhu Zhao's team he had eliminated, not a single person had been knocked out.
Activating his hunter's vision to scan the area, he finally realized.
The remaining 35 participants had all gathered together. All the neutral buildings in the third layer of the ancient battlefield, Vanguard City, have gathered together. Clearly, they've formed an alliance.
As he watched, a smirk gradually appeared on Yi Zhe's lips. So they've allied this quickly? Are they preparing to launch a counterattack against me? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one.
Yi Zhe used copy to replace Hunting Horizon with Martial Arts Extreme Intent, gaining an 80% cooldown reduction on his skills.
Now that he knew their location, there was no need to keep X-ray vision active anymore. Switching skills for cooldown reduction meant he could use skill enhancements more often. Come on,
let me see what this generation's so-called super geniuses are made of. Amidst the jagged wastelands, Yi Zhe, cloaked in black robes, advanced step by step toward Vanguard City.
On the third level of the ancient battlefield, a dilapidated small town stood on the desolate plain.
The squad that originally occupied this town could continuously earn points and gain a slight defensive buff for holding the position. But now, it has become the gathering place for 35 students.
Who would have thought our squads would fight side by side someday?
The speaker was Fu Wanjun, leader of the South China Team 1, who decisively chose to join after he and Bai Wei encountered Lu Anren's team. Others might not know Yi Zhe's true strength, but he had witnessed it firsthand.
Moreover, the coordination among the teams was largely thanks to Zhu Xiao being instantly defeated. From Lu Anren's perspective, it could be considered a death that served its purpose. Everyone understands my tactical arrangements, right?
The battle with the instructor, I'll take charge of the first tactical command. If I'm taken out in an instant due to sudden circumstances, Su Qing will assume second command. Lu Anren spoke with a solemn expression, her strikingly beautiful face exuding an air of authority. She stood before the crowd, while pulling Su Qing, the red-haired powerhouse from Team Central China 1, to her side. There were 6 tacticians present, but to command the allegiance of prodigies from various major districts, Lu Anren, with her superior strength, naturally became the first choice for commander. At this moment of team combat, even the squads of top-tier experts like Duan Tianchen and Chu He temporarily relinquished command. Inside the monitoring department, several high-ranking headquarters officials couldn't help but remark,
this batch of trainees has remarkable strategic awareness.
Primarily because Zhu Xiao, who was ranked first in the preliminaries, got wiped out instantly. That put way too much pressure on them.
I think Lu Anren performed exceptionally well.
Considering his spatial profession and tactician role, ranking him as the top freshman isn't unreasonable at all.
Wei Zhang, standing nearby, chimed in, hard to say. Once the instructor gets eliminated, the teams will have to fight independently again.
At that point, Lu Anren's team only has 2 members, they'll struggle to even make the top 3.
That being said, Wei Zhang was quite satisfied with Lu Anren's performance.
He even began contemplating forming a special team in the future. Meanwhile, Wan Feipeng had already sprawled lazily on the sofa, and in his own words, 35 against 1, such dirty play doesn't count as a real win. However, no one refuted him, because even for a first tier against a second tier, 35 against 1 was indeed a bit excessive.
On the walls of Pioneer City, a student assigned to reconnaissance suddenly tensed up. They're here. He doesn't seem to be hiding himself at all.
At these words, the crowd turned their gazes toward the base of the city walls. Yi Zhe approached, clad in black robes. The martial Sink Panda stood before him, flanked by a fox and a squirrel, while the mantis was nowhere to be seen.
He advanced with such ease, one man attacking a fortress of 35. How utterly arrogant. On the city walls, someone seethed with indignation. A sneak attack would have been understandable, but to stroll right through the main gates? You're treating us like we're nothing. Obviously, everyone who thought this had never confronted Yi Zhe head-on. Fu Wanjun, for example, wore an expression of unwavering resolve. It's him after all. Song Qiaoqiao beside her also recognized it and nodded, saying, it's that person from the polluted land.
Lu Anren, as the tactical commander, didn't indulge in such extra emotions.
Yi Zhe's approach from the front actually gave her a great opportunity. First squad, test them out. As Lu Anren spoke, a male student whose profession was Core Guardian stepped forward. Earth tremor, heavenly fire. The Core Guardian stomped his foot, causing massive earthen fragments to burst from the ground around Yi Zhe, forming rocky pillars that trapped him within a confinement array. Then, the crimson-haired goddess Su Qing pinched a flame into a fiery bird with both hands, sending it flying toward Yi Zhe, who was trapped within the stone pillars. If it hit, the bird would transform into a towering pillar of fire, dealing massive damage within the confined space of the stone prison. Lu Anren didn't expect it to severely injure Yi Zhe, but since their opponent had willingly stepped into the earth-shaking trap head-on, they were bound to expend defensive or movement skills. This is equivalent to losing one trump card for summoners. Yet the rock pillar confinement array had just taken form.
With a thunderous boom, the panda shattered it with a single punch.
Lu Anren arched her delicate willow leaf eyebrows and turned to ask, "Didn't you say this confinement array's defenses were twice as strong as yours?"
The core guardian male swallowed hard and said, "Yeah, that means even if my defense doubled, he could still knock me out with one punch."
Chapter 71, Come on, let the show begin. Gasps of astonishment rose from the crowd.
The planetary core guardian was already the most defensive among them, yet couldn't withstand a single punch. Xu Zhao's death was indeed not unjust. At the same moment, that celestial fire flame bird containing astonishing destructive power was caught by Panda in one swift motion. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. The fiery bird crumbled into ashes with just 2 pinches from the panda's hand. "What just happened?" the crowd cried out in shock. The crimson-haired goddess Su Qing frowned and said, "His fire element control must have surpassed 120%.
When elemental mastery differs by 100%, attacks become completely ineffective. Su Qing's fire elemental control was only at 20%.
As for Panda, before entering the dungeon, he already had 54%.
After devouring a pile of equipment, his fire elemental control now soared to a staggering 129%.
Facing the setback in their current assault, Lu Anren spoke up calmly, "It's alright, this was just an attempt."
The team's tension eased slightly. Yizhe couldn't help but clap and say, "Come on, keep performing."
Lu Anren glared at him resentfully, then turned her head and said, "Shui." Shui immediately understood her cue and tossed out 3 scroll paintings. The images were vividly lifelike, they depicted 3 mighty dragons. The painter profession can transform painted subjects into physical entities. The combat strength of these physical manifestations depends on both the original subject's power and the painter's spiritual energy, artistic skills, and related factors. For the same painter, creating a slime versus an ancient dragon would naturally differ significantly in required painting duration, difficulty, and resulting combat capability.
Their combat style somewhat resembles that of summoners. However, the painter's works are one-time use only. Once expended, they must be redrawn from scratch. 3 scrolls unfurled, transforming into 3 colossal dragons that circled the skies, each possessing epic tier power. This already counted as one of Chui's hidden cards. Creating epic-grade paintings was no easy feat. Yet at this moment, Yizhe gazed at the figures on the city walls and the 3 dragons with keen interest, remarking, "With so many people around, wouldn't it be satisfying to drop an area of effect skill?" The 3-tailed fox demon flicked its tails, dark purple lightning flickering within its magical orb. Luo Yao's face turned pale. Having experienced it firsthand, she particularly dreaded this lightning. Lu Anren calmly said, "Don't be afraid. We have Earth Core Guards with significant resistance to electro damage." Before the words could fade, the fox unleashed an ice spike spell followed by an icy prison. Bai Wei effortlessly blocked it with his hand. "Is that all you've got?" The next second, a heavenly thunderbolt imbued with a 100% damage amplification descended upon Vanguard City. Core Guardian Protection, all supports heal him in the exact order I designated. Lu Anren immediately commanded. The male student with the Earth Core Guardian class spread his protective shield to envelop everyone, singularly absorbing all incoming damage while 6 healers took turns buffing and healing him in sequence. Yet the celestial thunder struck again. A heavenly thunderbolt with 150% damage amplification, then 200%, then 250%, each strike more terrifying than the last. Billowing bolts of lightning roared down like enraged thunder dragons, pummeling the already battered Vanguard City into a riddled ruin with each consecutive strike. On the city walls, several healers panicked. "We can't out-heal this damage." Lu Anren's head throbbed painfully. "Are you kidding me? Even with Geoguards drastically reducing electro damage, plus 6 healers taking turns to restore HP, and yet we still can't withstand this?" Shield rotation. By the time Lu Anren shouted those words, she already knew it was too late. As the 4th heavenly lightning struck down, the Earth Core Guardian, despite being constantly healed by 6 support players, was literally electrocuted to death. In addition, the 2nd shield warrior who took the front line, along with 3 dragons, were also electrocuted. Slay Trial Seekers *2, EXP gained plus 2000. Level, 15, 8175/26100. Yizhe's experience had risen another small increment. Yet to his surprise, the students on the city walls weren't disheartened by their fallen comrades. Instead, their fighting spirit burned even brighter. Lu Anren spoke almost the instant the heavenly thunder ceased. "That's a 3-tailed fox demon. 4 consecutive heavenly thunder strikes was already its limit. She must be in her skill cooldown period now. It's our turn to counterattack." The moment counterattack was uttered, Shuhi was the first to move, flinging out yet another painted scroll. "This time my losses are really too substantial." 3 dragon-painted scrolls had been destroyed, yet Shuhi still brought out his ultimate trump card. One depicts a crimson gold venomous scorpion, a level 35 epic boss. Some people from North China on the scene recognized this creature. This was the leader of a beast tide that caused massive chaos years ago in a border city of North China. Shu He had recreated it based on image records.
At the same time, atop the city walls, a Dragon Knight practitioner took the orange bottled potion handed to him by the Central China team. Shenmu, I hope what you've made this time isn't too disgusting.
Don't worry, it's orange flavored.
The Dragon Knight downed it in one gulp. A strange energy coursed through his body, significantly enhancing his combat power. Then he fed another bottle to the dragon mount beneath him. The overcharged Dragon Knight and the Crimson Gold Scorpion boss both charged at the panda.
However, Lu Anrun's order wasn't to injure but to entangle it. But it wasn't until they actually attacked the panda.
The Dragon Knight practitioner suddenly realized how surreal this situation was. The level 35 epic boss Crimson Gold Scorpion was instantly obliterated by Panda's burst of Jinshi, accompanied by crimson critical damage.
Damn, is this guy cheating?
The Dragon Knight's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was the very beast-tide leader that had once caused havoc at the border.
Give me some face, will you?
Shui also felt his heart bleeding. His treasured painting was gone. But Lu Anren showed no panic at all, even curling the corners of his lips.
Capture the king.
At the same moment, two figures suddenly flashed out from either side of Yizhe. One dealt both magical and martial damage, while the other attacked with thunderous speed. Bai Wei, captain of the East China First Team, and Fu Wanjun, captain of the South China First Team, both charged forward as the main players in the decapitation tactic targeting the leader. The Spirit Bond Cloak unfolded an azure circular shield around Yizhe. The defensive value of the Soul Contract Cloak was 10 times Yizhe's mental strength combined with the constitution of all his summoned beasts, now exceeding 10,000 points. The combined attacks of these two captains from the elite squad were effortlessly deflected. Yet their assault grew increasingly fierce. Bai Wei remained silent while Fu Wanjuan's sharp edge shone brightly as he boldly declared,
"Go all out, instructor. Don't underestimate us."
No sooner had these words been spoken. A void fissure sliced across his neck. Fu Wanjuan's head, still bearing its defiant expression, instantly fell to the ground, frozen in that final moment.
Slayed trial participant. Experience plus 1,000.
To fulfill such a perverse request, I must truly be a benevolent soul.
Yi smiled lightly.
Beside him, accompanied by a low growl like metal scraping against metal,
a ferocious dark purple monster, the Void Hunter, finally revealed its form from the void. The next moment, it traversed through the void and instantly teleported behind the demon warrior Bai Wei. Just as expected, he's come out. On the city wall, Lu Anron's pupils contracted sharply, yet she felt somewhat steadier at heart. The reason she hadn't acted all this time was precisely to engage in a long-distance battle of wits with the mantis, to prevent it from indiscriminately slaughtering others. But now, to launch the final assault, she needed to directly restrain the mantis, once and for all. Space lock. She didn't use teleportation to save Bai Wei, nor did Bai Wei attempt to escape. Having witnessed Yizhe's true power, they understood that only by sacrificing strong enough lives as bait could they ensure restraining both Yizhe and the mantis. Only then could they secure victory. Slay the trial participant, EXP plus 1,000 obtained. As the notification of Bai Wei's defeat rang out, Yizhe and the mantis were both hit by the spatial lockdown. This meant Yizhe could no longer utilize displacement skills like teleportation, and the mantis couldn't phase into the void dimension.
But Lu Anren similarly found herself unable to employ any other spatial abilities.
Yao Yao, restore my magic power, and Su Qing will take over command. After doing all this, Lu Anren had to use all her mental strength to maintain it, along with Luo Yao's continuous restoration, to ensure that Yizhe and the mantis wouldn't break free from the blockade.
This essentially meant that she and Luo Yao had to trade 2 for 2 against Yizhe and the mantis.
Only then would they have a chance to win. Judging by the current results, everything is going smoothly. The red-haired domineering beauty Su Qing immediately commanded,
"Wanson, Captain Chu has already played his trump card, we can't hold back anymore either." Wanson, the nature druid from Central China Team 1, nodded in agreement. If they couldn't control the martial Saint Panda, then everything they did would be nothing more than child's play. At this moment, even the drugged and enhanced Dragon Knight was still knocked out by the panda's single punch.
Moreover, several more warriors along with 2 more paintings from Chu sacrificed themselves to the panda's slaughter just to create opportunities for their teammates. Then came a sudden bang sound. For tender sprouts emerged from the soil beneath Pioneer City, rapidly growing into massive trunks over 10 meters thick. The bark patterns resembled ancient runes as they encircled the panda in a tight formation. Spirit plants. Legendary grade spirit plants. A nature druid, capable of manipulating spirit flora, had prepared these seeds from his family's legendary grade spirit plant reserves in advance. When properly utilized, they could unleash power far beyond their designated rank.
Though killing the panda was impossible, trapping it still held hope. Finally, Duan Tianchen in his crimson robe leaped straight from the city wall.
"It's over, instructor. No matter what, the honor of us special training cadets can't be lost here, can it?" Witnessing the scene before them, each supervisor in the monitoring department couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. What a brutal tactic.
This batch of special trainees might not be the strongest in history, but they're certainly the most united.
No way. With talents like Lu Anren and Shu He, this is absolutely the strongest freshman class in history.
Even Wei Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, they truly deserve to be called the strongest freshmen in history. And there's Duan Tianchen, whose hidden class is Purgatory Judge, an extremely powerful damage dealer that makes quick work of trapped opponents.
It's indeed over. Hearing this, the observing one Fei Ping decided not to hold back anymore. Get ready to expose Yi Zhe's true identity and show this crowd who's really the top freshman. All those students you keep hyping up still need to team up just to take down Yi Zhe? Stop pretending. Wan Feiping was about to stand up and deliver one final boast, but the scene projected before his eyes made him freeze momentarily. Not just him, the entire monitoring department, with all its senior officials and leaders, was completely stunned. Yi Zhe, trapped by the spatial blockade, faced the determined crowd and finally smiled. Alright, you've had your chance to show off. It's time to end this. The entire venue fell silent upon hearing Yi Zhe's two sentences. As members of the tactical team, Lu Anren and Su Qing both froze into silence. Duan Tianchen, Shu He, and the others remained fully alert. No one mocked Yi Zhe for talking delirious nonsense.
Because up until now, everyone only thinks they won by the narrowest margin, and what they fear most is whether Yi Zhe has some hidden trump card.
Such formidable combat power, and still holding cards up their sleeve? Lu Anren maintained her focus while thinking rapidly. Can we still handle this?
Beside her, the crimson-haired bombshell Su Qing clenched her fists tightly. We still have fight left in us.
We might not necessarily lose. As she spoke, she noticed an illusory glow emanating from the panda's body. Skill enhancement Ancient Phantom. Yi Zhe activated his skill while explaining calmly.
After all, this is a special training camp that affects the cultivation resources everyone can obtain in the future. I suppose I've given you all a chance to showcase your abilities.
So, what do you think? I'm quite a kind instructor, aren't I? As he spoke, Yi's flashed a carefree smile.
Yet when this smile fell upon the group of geniuses, it appeared no different from a devil's grin.
What do you mean? You've been going easy on us this whole time?
Su Qing's voice was laced with disbelief.
Yi Zhe told the truth. Actually no.
Holding back wouldn't just be disrespectful to you, but also to the battle itself. It's just, if I used certain skills earlier, you wouldn't have had any chance to showcase your abilities. Of course, if you'd used spatial teleportation to escape, it would have made me look pretty foolish. So ending the battle at this exact moment, perfect timing. Yi Zhe spoke simply, but everyone grasped his meaning. It was Lu Anren who, while sealing the space, could no longer easily perform any other actions.
Duan Tianchen stared intently at Yi Zhe, utterly incredulous. Are you really that confident?
Hearing this, Yi Zhe pondered seriously before replying, yes.
Ultimate skill enhancement activated. Ultimate enhancement obtained, Ancient Phantom Ultra. With a mighty roar, a cyan phantom aura condensed around the panda's body. The phantom shadow expanded. This time, it grew terrifyingly enormous, reaching a staggering height of 40 to 50 meters. Yet, whether it was because the panda had evolved from the Ninely War Beast to the Ninely Martial Sage, or due to the super-enhanced Ancient Phantom Shadow, this time, the manifested phantom had human form. Temples sharp as sword blades, a powerfully built figure clad in bronze battle armor, exuding sheer ferocity, savagery, and majesty. The Phantom of Chi Yu.
The aura of this phantom differed completely from the previous panda phantoms. Towering like lofty mountains and rugged ridges, standing here alone makes one acutely aware of their own insignificance. Some laid down their weapons, while others collapsed to the ground. Lu Anren numbly lowered her hand, ceasing to maintain the spatial blockade. It was all meaningless now.
As Yi Zhe said, if she had faced this from the beginning, there might still have been hope to teleport everyone to safety.
But now, having just used spatial confinement, her spatial law energy was depleted, making it impossible to quickly construct another large-scale teleportation array. As for Van Sen's legendary-grade spirit plants, they were instantly obliterated the moment the shadowy projection appeared.
Shu He sighed. Had we known, we wouldn't have used so many formations. Struggling less would have meant fewer losses.
The red-haired beauty Su Qing stared blankly, her mind completely empty.
So big. She was trained in tactics, not divine magic. How was she supposed to fight this thing? Duan Tianchen lowered his weapon, suddenly regretting his decision to jump off the city wall. He now bore the brunt of the phantom's oppressive aura, utterly terrified. The little Alita Luo Yao blinked her eyes dazedly at the Chiyu phantom, looking as if she couldn't accept this shock and was about to burst into tears. Suddenly, she threw herself at Lu Anren, sobbing, "Woo-woo, I want to die together with Sister Anren." Chapter 72. He's a freshman, didn't you know?
The moment Chiyo's spectral figure appeared, it shattered the psychological defenses of the student team completely. A male archer refused to believe it was invincible. Drawing his bow with furious determination, he launched 3 Hurricane Force arrows straight at Chiyo's phantom.
The instant the arrows made contact, they left not even a scratch before losing all momentum and scattering uselessly across the ground. Absolutely no damage dealt. The strength of the ancient phantom multiplies based on the panda's own attributes. This level of attack power doesn't even count as scratching an itch. Damn, isn't this training camp's opponent a bit too much?
Someone roared those words, and all the prodigies present couldn't have agreed more.
It wasn't that they'd given up resisting, it's that the opponent before them simply couldn't be resisted.
In previous training camps, the instructors were at most second tier, and even if they were third tier or above, they would deliberately hold back their strength. After all, this dungeon type is called Battle Royale. It mainly tests combat between teams, cooperation among geniuses, and the ability to adapt to emergencies, serving as special training for future international battlefields and abyss exploration. But this time, the instructor turned out to be a full-blown final boss.
What kind of team mission is this? I never intended to let them live. Seeing how deeply shaken everyone appeared. As the instructor, Yizhe immediately prepared to play his counseling role and began offering words of encouragement. Just practice more if you're bad. Oh wait, that's not quite right. Never mind, anyway the future is promising. Keep working hard. Opposite him, the 30 trainees felt even more conflicted. Yet Yizhe was in rather good spirits. Waving his hand, he smiled at the group and said, "Goodbye." As the words fell, the phantom of Chi-Yu took a step forward. With an immense surge of martial sage aura, this single step shattered the entirety of Vanguard City. The violent tremors that ensued resembled a mountain collapse, the wasteland strewn with jagged boulders cracked open with tortoiseshell-like fissures, as a sky-rending momentum surged forth to engulf the crowd. Rogue trial participants killed *30, experience gained plus 30,000. Ding! Your level has increased to level 16. Talent, you have obtained one infinite golden entry draw opportunity. Bliss! With a thunderous boom, Yizhe received such a massive wave of experience all at once for the first time. The experience bar, which was originally still more than halfway from leveling up, not only filled up completely but even overflowed by half. Level 16, 15075/31600. Moreover, this stomp from Chi-Yu's Phantom Shadow even earned over 10,000 military merits. Headquarters probably never imagined, when establishing the instructor position, that an instructor could accumulate tens of thousands of military merits during special training camp. In fact, headquarters hadn't just failed to consider this possibility. They'd never even conceived that an instructor could eliminate all the trainees single-handedly. And what's more, he actually possessed the strength to eliminate all the trainees. Wan Feiping, are you telling me this guy is below third tier? If this is considered below third tier, I'll eat the projection screen right now. Several high-ranking officials from headquarters, along with the regional heads of West China, South China, and North China, were visibly struggling to keep their composure. Judging from the projection, that final strike from the ancient shadow even ranked among the top-tier combat power of third-level warriors. The crowd glared at Wan Feipeng with hostility, only to find him still staring blankly at the projection. Wan Feipeng was equally shocked inwardly. Holy shit, since when did Yizhe become this terrifying? Old one, you've really screwed up this time. The head of North China side, you'd better be prepared to explain this to the special training camp trainees and the forces behind them. In the judgment of most people, they believed Wan Feipeng had found a third-tier expert to impersonate a second-tier instructor to cause trouble at the training camp. Though this was outrageous, Wan Feipeng certainly had the audacity to do it. And now, all the trainees have been eliminated, effectively rendering the entire special training camp a wasted effort. Combining all the major and minor losses, the total certainly amounts to no less than hundreds of millions. Moreover, with the instructors eliminating all the trainees, the forces behind these geniuses are bound to be extremely dissatisfied. Not to mention the time and effort invested, this is practically dealing a devastating blow to their own promising juniors, isn't it? As expected. Before the simulation ended, a group of family elders barged into the monitoring department, led by representatives from the Long family of Central China and the Zhu family of Western China. Wei Zheng, give us an explanation. What's the meaning of this, trainer? This obviously violates competency regulations. Your special training camp, then you have your instructors eliminate everyone? Are you kidding me? Also, it's one thing to smash the Zheng family's mechs, but how could the instructor even snatch equipment? And he took 5 pieces at that. And my son, Zhu Xiao. The elders of the various noble clans and families were outraged, rushing in one after another to demand an explanation. This really put the guards through the woe. There were just too many people to hold back. Yet Zhang Wei, the head of the Central China region in charge, remained perfectly composed in front of the crowd, appearing completely unperturbed. Everyone, hold on a moment. Wei Zhang smiled faintly and signaled for the crowd not to jostle, then gave Wan Feipeng a nudge. Explain yourself, don't leave me here taking the blame. Others unfamiliar with Wei Zhang might think this was a case of every wrong has its cause and every debt its debtor, letting Wan Feipeng shoulder the blame alone. But Wu Ming didn't see it that way. He, Wan Feipeng, and Wei Zhang were childhood friends, mischievous companions, brothers in arms. Wei Zhang was the eldest of the 3, and calling him the big brother wouldn't be wrong.
Even if Wan Feipeng truly did something wrong, Wei Zhang would definitely step in to dismiss everyone, only to return later and privately educate Wan Feipeng. But now, Wu Ming was certain that Wei Zhang recognized Yi Zhe. He recognized Yi Zhe as this year's freshman. If he's just a freshman, could Yi Zhe's actions even be considered a big deal? But seeing the look on Wei Zhang's face, Wu Ming grew wary instead. It seemed like East China's talent was about to slip away. At this moment, Wan Feipeng stepped forward. Without the slightest trace of guilt, he stood there beaming, radiating confidence. Pointing at the dozens of senior members from aristocratic families before him, he said, "Actually, I think our instructor made a rather good point. If you're trash, practice more." Hearing this, dozens of elders from the geniuses' families nearly exploded with rage. "What do you mean by that, Wan Feipeng? Are you planning to use your 6th tier strength to forcibly silence us? Though none of us have reached the 6th tier, we're not to be bullied." The angry crowd who came demanding explanations was seething with rage and itching for a fight, yet no one dared to step forward again. Wan Feipeng waved his hand dismissively. "What I mean is, the talents you've trained, they're too weak. Losing a fight and getting eliminated, isn't that normal? Besides, if this weren't a dungeon, forget just snatching a few pieces of your equipment, even crippling you would be fair game since you'd be outmatched." With a cold snort, Zhu Zhao's father, a 5th-rank martial artist, stepped forward. "Humph, of course I know what you're talking about. I've been through those days myself. I don't care how the younger generation fights among themselves, but the instructor you arranged is clearly above 3rd rank. Do you think I can't tell?" Hearing the old martial artist's words, the parents nodded in agreement, their spirits visibly lifting. Wan Feipeng parted his lips, his grin growing increasingly unrestrained. "All right, then let me show you this instructor's credentials. Oh, and after reviewing them, everyone better sign a damned confidentiality agreement." Outside the monitoring department, at the medical tents, all the trainees who failed and were eliminated from the simulation remained here, receiving treatment for injuries or simply resting if unharmed. Lu Anren leaned against the edge of a tent, listening to Luo Yao's sorrowful sobs as the girl clung to her. "Well, we tried so hard, but still couldn't win." Lu Anren caressed Luo Yao's head helplessly, as if coaxing a child. During the special recruitment period in central China, Luo Yao had been unusually clingy to her alone, and even after the training camp ended, it remained the same. Hearing Luo Yao's words, Shu He, not far away, remarked impassively, "Shouldn't I be the one crying? All the paintings are gone. The college entrance exam is in just 4 days, and I have to start painting from scratch. How many sleepless nights these 4 days would require?" Shu He didn't even dare imagine. Hearing this, Luo Yao glanced at him and murmured weakly, "Well, then you'll just have to cry by yourself." With that, she hugged Lu Anren tightly, as if declaring her sovereignty. Shu He's eye sockets bulged with protruding veins. Suddenly, Lung Feng came searching and, spotting Lu Anren, exclaimed joyfully, "Anren, Captain Anren, the special training camp might actually restart. My family elders have gone to headquarters. That instructor's strength was against the rules. Our failure wasn't our fault. But I knew all along that I wouldn't have lost so badly if I hadn't encountered a 3rd-rank instructor." Finally, with a confident smile, Lung Feng spoke up, trying to save some face. Moreover, if there were another special training camp, maybe he could prove himself again. As he was thinking this, he noticed Lu Anren looking at him with a strange expression and saying, "3rd tier?" Lu Anren shook her head with a wry smile. "Oh, you probably don't know Yi Zhe. He's just a freshman this year too, at most a 1st tier. If we can't defeat him, it's purely a matter of skill. How could they possibly restart the special training camp over this?" The moment these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into instant silence, as if everyone thought their ears were playing tricks on them. Lang Feng in particular froze momentarily before asking with stiffened expression, "What, new student?" Chapter 73, Article 16, Ultimate Summoning. "What, new student?" Inside the monitoring department, everyone who had come to demand an explanation gasped in unison upon seeing Yi Zhe's high school records. Is this high school student really that instructor? He only just transferred 5 days ago. This instructor isn't 3rd rank, not even 2nd rank, he's actually freaking 1st rank. Single-handedly overpowering dozens of elite geniuses from the special training camp. In the future, our Huaxia nation will surely gain another king-class 6th-tier powerhouse. Upon learning this information, all present were thoroughly convinced. How could they possibly demand an explanation now? This person dominates many at the same rank, fighting 1 against 5, 1 against 10, 1 against 35. What problem could it be if you can't win the fight? Your own problem, of course. What else can be done? The seniors of those students whose equipment was stolen were rendered speechless. These freshmen were simply outmatched. How could they possibly speak up now without shame? But Wei Zhang smiled and said, "If any of you are lacking equipment, headquarters can compensate you at the original price." This remark already showed considerable respect for everyone. At the same time, it elevated Yi Zhe's status a few more notches. Even headquarters was willing to speak up for Yi Zhe. The intention was crystal clear.
However, Wu Ming knew full well that this old fox Wei Zhang wouldn't actually pay a single cent. Because those who had been robbed had already suffered a crushing defeat, none would have the face to demand compensation. Besides, among these people, there were no factions truly short of money. Sure enough, the leading fifth-tier veteran warrior, Zhu Zhao's father, sighed and said, "Forget it. Let this be a goal for my son to strive toward on his martial path." One Feiping laughed and patted the other person's shoulder, saying, "That's more like it. Just keep grinding." "Ah no, I mean keep working hard, ha ha ha." The others silently sighed in resignation, decisively giving up on demanding compensation as all conversation died down. Wei Zhang promptly had everyone sign confidentiality agreements. Everything at the training camp was originally kept confidential from the public, and now there's the additional factor of Yizhe. They really let everyone sign their names to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Wei Zhang eyed the thoroughly delighted Wan Feipeng and remarked skeptically, "You really know how to keep things under wraps." Wu Ming also stepped forward to tease, "Isn't that true? I wonder what kind of good fortune has come to his Cliff Abyss City this year. First there's Yizhe, and now Lu Anren, the spatial mage, both in Cliff Abyss City." "Ha ha ha ha," Wan Feipeng laughed exaggeratedly. "Proves this city lord of mine is awesome." All the attending parents had signed the confidentiality agreements. Then the students were called in to sign as well. When they entered, Leng Feng was in a daze. Even now, he still hadn't recovered from the shock of learning that Yizhe was a freshman. The gap between peers brings an even greater sense of despair. How can I surpass him now? Because Leng Feng had always regarded Yizhe as Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend. If he couldn't even surpass an ex-boyfriend, how could he pursue someone else? Many others were equally shocked. For instance, Fu Wanjun had always regarded Yizhe as a senior officer in the reconnaissance battalion. In contrast, figures like Lu Anren and Bai Wei appeared far more indifferent. Apart from Lu Anren, the latter had already encountered Yizhe during the regiment's training, and now simply found his strength astonishing. The only exception was Chu He. Upon learning that Yizhe was his age, he suddenly began entertaining some rather peculiar thoughts. The dungeon within the ancient battlefield seemed still open. Yizhe leaned against a broken wall, casually calculating his military merits. Killing one trainee is 400, those from East China and Central China get an extra 300. Looking at the kill records, he had killed 63 in total, 20 of whom were from Central and East China. Counting up, a total of 31,200 military merits. The fourth-level treasury of the demon-suppressing army, their finest, required 16,000 merits to select a single treasure. Adding that to Yizhe's own merit balance of 2,150, you can pick two now. The fourth level of the Zhenma army treasury contains nothing but epic 6-star treasures or higher. It's the most abundant treasury in all of Huaxia, filled with extremely rare props, materials, and more. Yizhe thought blissfully. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten about his 16th level entry. Now that military merits are accounted for, let's draw the entries too. A golden sea of entries materialized, with thousands of entry frames swirling like streams of light. The 16th entry. You have drawn the legendary golden trait, Ultimate Summon. Ultimate Summon, only effective when summoning disciples. The next summon will call forth the strongest member of their race at that tier. Effect expires after one use, resets when synthesized. Strongest refers to the combined evaluation of current combat power and potential. The strongest among peers? Wow, this is kinda intriguing. Within every race, it's certain that individuals vary in strength, and the stronger they are, the harder they are to summon. With this, not only is the summoning fixed to the strongest, even using a low-quality summoning skill book could summon a high-quality powerhouse. Yizhe looked down at the three-tailed demon fox lying at his feet. This meant that if he had used the limit summon before summoning the three-tailed demon fox, then among the three-tailed demon fox tribe, if there were six-tailed or even nine-tailed demon foxes of the same level, he could summon the latter two instead. At this moment, it seemed to sense Yizhe's gaze. The little fox leaped onto Yizhe's lap, letting out coquettish whimpers as it nuzzled against his right hand. Yizhe cradled the fox in his arms, stroking it while pondering over his vacant summoning beast space. Using the remaining quota, his next summon could be the strongest individual below level 16 from any chosen race. Alternatively, one could wait and use it at a higher level for greater benefits. Yizhe contemplated the pros and cons of both options. In the end, he decided, there was no need to wait. After all, entries could be synthesized. When his level gets higher, he might even be able to synthesize this into an even more powerful attribute. In that case, there's no need to consider the quality of the next summoning skill book anyway, he can summon the strongest beings regardless. The only thing left to consider is the race. It'd be best to pick a rare, powerful race with high potential, so as not to waste the effect of this attribute. Yizhe quickly ran through the textbook's race compendium in his mind. Which race should I choose? Chapter 74, The Hidden Fourth Layer of the Ancient Battlefield. The Transcendent Era had developed for decades, encountering countless races beyond reckoning. Yizhe did recall a few powerful and rare races,
but the summoning skill books for these races were equally scarce, you simply couldn't find them in the market. When we reach the treasure vault of the demon-suppressing army, we can search again then.
The treasures in the demon-suppressing army's vault are far more abundant than those in the exchange, and the chances of finding rare racial summoning skill books are significantly higher.
I hope they don't withhold the rewards when the special training camp ends.
As he pondered, Yi suddenly glanced around his surroundings.
After the destruction wreaked by Chi Yu's phantom shadow, the ancient battlefield lay in complete ruins.
The number of surviving trial takers had already dropped to 0, yet the instance still hadn't concluded. What the hell? Just then, an anomaly abruptly occurred.
To Yi Zei's astonishment, another battlefield notification popped up before his eyes.
Detected player achievement, kill count exceeding 50. 4th layer ancient battlefield space unlocked. Why activate the 4th layer when I'm the only one left? Yi Zei's face was full of confusion.
Then he suddenly snapped awake, recalling the rumors about ancient inheritances before the opening of the ancient battlefield. Legend has it that this ancient battlefield originated from another world, a world of transcendence that had developed for over 1,000 years, with astonishing comprehensive strength far beyond that of Blue Star.
Could there still be surprises in store?
Outside, in the monitoring department, when everyone saw the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield activate, their expressions drastically changed.
Old Wei, what's going on here? Even Wei Zhang, normally unflappable, seemed at a loss.
I didn't design this, it must be a hidden level.
Who would have thought there was yet another hidden 4th layer to this ancient battlefield? The activation conditions are truly harsh. To kill more than half of all participants, how could any normal person accomplish such a thing? Could it be, there truly exists an inheritance from another world?
Although Wei Zhang raised the possibility of ancient inheritances, even he couldn't confirm whether such things truly existed. To think someone actually managed to reach this stage. Before the instance projection began, all high-ranking officials and department heads from headquarters focused intently, their eyes glued to the upcoming scene. Inside the room, the trainees who had just signed multiple confidentiality agreements were visibly drained of mental energy. Confidentiality agreements were commonly used contractual artifacts signed using mental energy. Signing too many could deplete one's mental reserves, leaving one with a sensation of emptiness akin to kidney deficiency. And now, seeing the scene of the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield, the academies looked at each other in astonishment.
Looks like they'd have to sign one more agreement. Ancient battlefield, 4th layer.
To Yi Zei's surprise, the scene hadn't changed, it was still the ruins of Pioneer City, only his role had shifted to that of a defender. But when he turned his head, he froze in shock.
Demons, nothing but damn demons everywhere. As far as the eye could see, black clouds filled the sky while thick blood mist swirled. Like a relentless tide, an immeasurable horde of abyssal demons surged forward. Yi let out a heavy sigh. This isn't a surprise, more like a shock.
Demonic creatures flooded the skies, all ranks were present, from elites and special elites to generals, even king-class fiends.
The Demon King himself. I'm supposed to fight the Demon King. Yi Zei was stunned.
Across all of Huaxia, even among the world's most formidable experts, the number of times a Demon King had been slain didn't exceed 5.
Should we let him come now? Boom!
The ground trembled as a small contingent of troops emerged beneath Vanguard City, barely managing to hold their own against the endless tide of demonic creatures. These forces consisted of various races, humans, demons, nature spirits, dragons, and more, yet they were being routed at every turn, utterly overpowered, nearly overwhelmed by endless hordes of fiends.
Inside the monitoring department, even one Faping couldn't help but solemnly remark, is this how that world wages war against the fiends? This is truly a battle for racial survival, how brutally tragic. Who knows, perhaps our Blue Star will witness such scenes in the future.
While the senior executives were speaking gravely, the trainees remaining in the monitoring department couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
Lu Anren said with a worried expression, this 4th level is clearly a test, I wonder how Yi Zei will get through it. Lu Ouyao added, it would be easier if he had teammates, but he's all alone. Everyone present shared the same doubt. If one fails the trial, is there still a chance to obtain the inheritance? Meanwhile, as the demon army drew closer, a mission prompt appeared before Yi Zei. Assessment, the destruction of the spirit realm.
Mission objective, survive for 30 minutes. Description, you will face phantom shadows of demonic beings matching your level, reliving the cataclysmic battle that shattered the realm of 10,000 spirits.
Survive for 30 minutes against nearly endless hordes of demonic creatures and archfiends? Wait a minute. All the demonic beings I face will be of the same level as me? You should have said so earlier. Then what's there to be afraid of? The moment he saw the instructions, Yi Zei's fighting spirit was instantly reignited. When it came to opponents of the same level, he'd never feared anyone. A mere level 16 Demon King at best. Even if a level 16 Demon Emperor were to come. Never mind, I've never seen one before, better not brag. Thinking this, Yi Zei confidently marched to the front lines with all his summoned beasts in tow. Just as he was about to wreak havoc,
a blood-soaked human warrior lying on the ground desperately grabbed hold of his pant leg. "No, don't go. Run, live on, preserve a spark for mankind." This human warrior was covered in wounds, his breath faint, clearly having just fought in battle against the evil demons. Yet now, in his weakened state, he murmured weakly, "The realm of 10,000 spirits is gone." Yi Zhe sighed. "Squirrel, call 2 shadow clones to carry him away." Then, looking calmly at the demon before him, he said, "I don't know whether the spirit world will perish or not, but what I do know is, this battle cannot be lost." As his words fell, shadows flickered once more around the panda, and the colossal phantom of Chiyu reappeared like a towering mountain. Inside the monitoring department, the trainees who had just been wiped out by this attack flashed a slight PTSD response. How can his skill be ready again? I thought the more powerful a skill is, the longer its cooldown should be. Just how much cooldown reduction does he have? Holy shit, that 3-tailed demon fox's heavenly lightning is off cooldown too. Amidst the crowd's exclamations of astonishment, torrents of heavenly lightning could be seen descending in the projection, like a grass-cutting game, mowing down swath after swath of demons. Moreover, the fox's magical weapon orb has the effect of, restores 1% mana per enemy killed. A single skill cast instantly refills the blue bar. Taking down monsters of the same level in seconds feels absolutely exhilarating. Before this, Yi Zhe had the squirrel casually rescue the members of the 10,000 Spirits Realm army along the way. After all, they didn't know whether the number of surviving soldiers would affect the assessment results, but rescuing them first certainly couldn't hurt. Which led to, a whole crowd of humans, elves, demons, and others from the 10,000 Spirits Realm army stood frozen, staring at the scene before them as if witnessing the descent of a god. Chiyu's phantom waved his hand casually, instantly dispersing an entire swarm of demonic illusions with his martial saint's protective energy. Those few king-tier demons that were targeted by the mantis were instantly obliterated by void slashes, their deaths remarkably unremarkable. The demonic forces rapidly dwindled in number. Yi Zhe leaned back wearily, bored out of his mind. I hope those demons can hang on for 30 minutes. Chapter 75, The Legacy of the World Tree. Outside, the monitoring team stood dumbfounded. Yi Zhe's strength seemed to be even greater than they had anticipated. Especially that panda, it's been fighting with ancient phantom projections for over 20 minutes. Bear in mind, skills like that typically expend multiple times the usual stamina, yet the panda is still holding on. This is ridiculously enduring. Someone's odd exclamation made the whole group nod in unanimous agreement. In such a visually stunning feast of effortless grass-cutting, the 20-odd minutes passed in an instant. The number of demonic creatures was noticeably dwindling. Yet even so, the demons continued to assault Vanguard City in an endless stream. Like fearless warriors whose numbers seemed infinite, the inexplicable horde sent chills down the spines of all present. As the assessment was about to conclude, Yi Zhe suddenly heard an ethereal voice behind him. "You have passed." As the voice echoed, all the surrounding illusions, the armies, the evil demons, completely vanished. Yi Zhe followed the sound and looked over, only to see a towering willow tree that reached into the clouds growing within Pioneer City. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing scattered rays of dawn, and the willow branches shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, yet they couldn't conceal the scorched and withered state of the tree. Yi Zhe activated his eyes of insight. Spirit Realm World Tree. Level? Both level and quality are, but one phrase in the description stands out sharply. The sole survivor among 5,400 races and 700 billion beings of the spirit realm. It seems a bit sorrowful. Yi Zhe was watching when he noticed something even more heartbreaking. Current status, terminal. The world tree seemed to catch the faint golden glint in Yi Zhe's eyes. Is that the inside eyes? The world tree transmitted its voice through spiritual energy, its tone still calm and ethereal. Since that's the case, I'll skip the introductions. Hearing the world tree reveal his ability, Yi Zhe wasn't surprised. After all, he hadn't concealed his abilities, and as the world tree, it was only natural for her to have some insight. But then they suddenly changed the topic and said, "No, I still have to mention it. After all, those in power from your world who are listening outside the instance don't possess such abilities." In the monitoring department, everyone froze in shock. This was the first time they'd been directly acknowledged by an entity within the instance while observing from outside. For a moment, all team members exchanged uneasy glances, but Wei Zhang only froze for a second before immediately composing himself and instructing the technicians. "Retrieve the superconductive energy crystal adjustment module immediately, I need to contact Yi Zhe." Yi Zhe was alone inside the instance, and initially everyone could only hear him but couldn't establish contact with him. However, by utilizing a certain type of rare energy crystal, it was possible to ingeniously transmit messages to someone within the instance. Wei Zhang keenly sensed that the other parties seemed to have something crucial to say, and he also needed to contact this remnant from the millennial transcendent era through Yi Zhe. After a brief explanation from the world tree, he then praised Yi Zhe, saying, "The reason I appeared is because your place has produced a genius even stronger than the new generation of the myriad spirits realm.
This gives me hope. Yi silently nodded to himself, thinking, so, there should be rewards, right? Before leaving behind the legacy of the spirit realm, the World Tree continued speaking, Yis, you may ask me 3 questions, and I shall answer everything without reservation. Ha! Yis froze for a moment, 3 questions? What to ask? How to quickly reach level 100? Which race should I summon for the next familiar? When will I find a girlfriend? He definitely has issues, but he's also had some thoughts about these problems. Using them here just feels unnecessary. He scratched his head, nothing worthwhile came to mind for the moment. However, among the students in the monitoring department, this question instantly sparked heated discussion. Sister Anrin, what do you want to ask? Well, I want to ask how space-type abilities can exhibit greater combat effectiveness. If it were me, I'd ask how to forge a legendary 6-star battle armor. Then it'd be the first one on Blue Star. Don't be silly, Lung Feng. Maybe none of those materials even exist on Blue Star. Then ask how to banish the abyss. I was wondering how a summoner class can surpass Yi. On this side, the trainees had all sorts of opinions. But on the side of Wei Zhang, the person in charge, things were much more serious. They even immediately prepared to relay a message to Yi. Ask Yi if he'd be willing to give up those 3 opportunities. For an individual, the impact of 3 questions would be quite limited. But for a nation, the final legacy of another civilization can provide extraordinarily precious lessons, especially when invaded by the same enemy. Inside the instance, Yi received Wei Zhang's message from the mission interface. Yield 3 questions? However, the next message Wei Zhang sent left Yi utterly astonished. A reward of 10,000 military merits per question answered, plus an honorary golden medal. Holy shit, boss, you're insanely generous. The honorary gold medal carries the same privileges as the gold medal, including arrangements for exclusive air vehicles during travel, equivalent to those provided for city lords. The sole distinction lies in the absence of military deployment authority. The honorary gold medal is exclusively awarded to those who have made significant contributions to Greater China. It can be surmised that Wei Zhang had already foreseen. These 3 questions from the World Tree will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the nation. Thinking of the 30,000 military merits and medals, Yi decisively agreed, and proceeded to convey Wei Zhang's questions to the World Tree on his behalf. Meanwhile, Wei Zhang directly ordered, all unrelated personnel in the monitoring department are to leave immediately. The group of talented students, though curious, silently left without a word. Apart from the responsible personnel and a few high-ranking officials from headquarters, everyone else vacated the monitoring department. All remaining projections were then switched off. After pondering for a long while, Wei Zhang and the others finally began to voice their questions. These 3 questions indeed all revolve around national development, combating evil forces, and the advancement of 6th-tier professionals. Currently, the highest level of professions globally only reaches the 6th tier, with no one having attained the 7th tier. If China could be the first to possess a 7th-tier professional, the significance would be immense. This question, if answered, would be worth far more than an honorary gold medal. Moreover, the threat of evil spirits has always been significant. For China, they haven't even encountered beings above the king level yet. But even king-level entities are extremely difficult to deal with, let alone stronger evil spirits which are simply beyond their ability to resist. After more than 10 minutes of explanation, the reply from the World Tree finally reached its climax. How to ascend to the 7th rank and how to defeat the evil spirits are one and the same problem. The spirit realm vaguely uncovered the answer, only to be conquered by the Emperor himself at the very moment of realization. This is also one of the legacies I wish to preserve from the spirit realm. The World Tree's words hung in the air as it condensed a seed at its core, a seed radiating crimson brilliance. When you've come to understand, use it then. At the same time, a crown woven from golden willow leaves was given to Yi. This, you will likely have need of. The World Tree spoke thus, bestowing upon Yi the personal reward of this inheritance. Yi looked at it, his expression greatly stirred. Relic, Crown of the World Tree. Effect. 1 EXP gain plus 100%. 2 not unlocked yet. Percent. Holy shit. Who wouldn't need this? Hell yeah, we need this. Double EXP. This is practically divine for him. Yi quickly stored it in his backpack. At the same time, the World Tree also handed that red seed to Yi. Take this to your world for me. This is me, the last remnant of the spirit realm. As she spoke, the duplicate began crumbling away. The World Tree's form gradually disintegrated. A blinding white light filled his vision. The abrupt ending left Yi momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he activated his inside eyes and looked down at the crimson seed remaining in his palm. An information panel he'd never seen before popped up. Expansion Pack, Mythology Reawakens. Chapter 76, Expansion Pack, Mythology Reawakens. A flash of white light filled his vision. Yi emerged from the collapsing 4th layer of the ancient battlefield, returning to the entrance of the large-scale dungeon. Yi coming out. The trainees and other personnel waiting outside exclaimed in surprise upon noticing movement at the dungeon entrance. All eyes turned toward the commotion. Among the crowd's gazes, awe and admiration dominated, though there were also traces of resentment, mainly from those trainees he had eliminated. One Feiping also came out from the monitoring department. Upon seeing Yi Zhe, he burst into laughter. What a lad! You truly didn't let me down. Not only did he not disappoint, he actually gave one an extraordinary surprise, earning him plenty of face in the special training camp. Come on, I'll take you to have a chat with Wei Zheng first. No one yet knew what kind of legacy the World Tree had left behind, and everyone was eager for Yi Zhe to provide the answer. Under the watchful gazes of all the elite students, Yi Zhe entered the monitoring department, where Wan Feiping introduced him to several high-ranking headquarters officials and regional leaders. This seed is the legacy the World Tree said it left for the entire world. Yi Zhe went straight to the point, handing the seed over to Wei Zhang. This artifact, representing yet another new phase of the Transcendent Era, sent waves of shock through Wei Zhang and the assembled high-ranking officials. Mythical resurgence? Is this the final legacy of the myriad spirit realm? So our Blue Star's transcendence system is still this underdeveloped. To break through to the 7th rank and gain power to rival demon monarchs, one must enter the era of mythological revival. But how exactly should this seed be used? Shocked as they were, the crowd found themselves at a loss. The seed only displayed its name, without any additional information. Wei Zhen looked at Yi Zhe. Did the World Tree explain how to use it to you? The World Tree? It didn't say anything at all. Yi Zhe's face was full of confusion, but he suddenly paused. Wait, the World Tree knew he possessed the Eye of Insight. Some information could be conveyed even without words. Let me take a look first. Golden light suddenly flashed in Yi Zhe's pupils, and the complete information of the seed was indeed laid bare before him. Expansion Pack, Mythological Revival. Description: the extraordinary era's system ruptured, with revival seeds gradually reinstating the mythological age in phases. Activation method: a 6th-tier professional must plant the seed in any soil within this world. Phase 1, within 1 to 7 days after planting, the first mythic-grade secret realm will generate worldwide. Successful conquest unlocks Phase 2. Phase 2, activates upon completion of Phase 1. Phase 3, 4 stages. Note, once the revival of myths begins, it may attract more attention from the abyss and evil demons. %. Sure enough, it's not just a one-click operation to initiate the revival of myths. Otherwise, the spirit world wouldn't have remained intact until now. But, a mythic-level secret realm. Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Could it be that after completing all 4 stages, Blue Planet would enter a mythical era? But without seeing the subsequent content currently, it's difficult to confirm the answer. Only Yi Zhe could see the complete information at the moment, while other senior officials had to deduce it by observing Yi Zhe's expressions. Yi Zhe had a sudden thought. He materialized the information panel that was originally visible only to himself, making it accessible to others. So detailed. Wu Ming exclaimed in amazement, prompting unanimous agreement from the group. Yi Zhe's observational skills were truly formidable. The content wasn't extensive, yet everyone scrutinized it carefully, afraid to overlook even the slightest detail. Several minutes later, Wei Zhang's mind brimmed with tumultuous thoughts as he began with heartfelt praise. Yi Zhe, well done. If it weren't for you passing the World Tree's trial, we might never have found the means for mythological revival in our lifetime. Before this, forget about finding. This was the first time they'd even heard the term mythological revival. Wei Zhang spoke while summoning a high-ranking officer, who presented a red box. Yi Zhe was personally awarded the honorary gold medal by Wei Zhang. With this medal in hand, if Yi Zhe ever decides to take it easy in the future, the military will provide him with weekly deliveries of the highest standard of living supplies. He'll even have a dedicated hovercar for his travels. Not bad, kid, you're getting the same treatment as me now, Wan Feiping said with a hearty chuckle. Wei Zhang turned to Yi Zhe with a serious expression and said, from now on, you can come directly to me for anything. Upon hearing this, the implication carried tremendous weight. Thank you, Chief Wei. Yi Zhe touched the medal in his hand. Yes, it was made of 100% pure gold. He then asked further, Chief Wei, when are we going to initiate the mythological revival? He was still very much looking forward to the mythological revival. Not to mention the mythical grade secret realms. Even if he couldn't enter them, just witnessing mythical grade artifacts emerging would be a feast for the eyes. Hearing this question, Wei Zhang decisively replied, now. Right now? At these words, the other high-ranking officials were stunned. Shouldn't matters of such importance be discussed in meetings for several days? But Wei Zhang didn't seem to be joking. After witnessing the death of the last living being in the 10,000 spirits realm firsthand, he seemed to feel an even greater urgency regarding the war against the abyss. Now that there was a path to increasing their strength, he had to seize every moment. Time waits for no one. Wei Zhang let out a long sigh and declared, Wan Feiping, you'll plant it, right here. If we can barely suppress the abyss now but fail to contain it in the future,
then reviving the myths will be too late. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Wan Feiping was naturally delighted by the dawn of this new era, especially since he was one of those stuck at level 69. If there was hope of advancing to the 7th rank by clearing a mythical tier dungeon, he would undoubtedly charge in first. Understood. Without hesitation, Wan Feiping agreed. With a single stamp that left a small crater in the open ground, he tossed the seed straight in. Why isn't there any reaction? Should we add some fertilizer? As everyone was talking, the planted seed erupted in a dazzling red light. Instead of growing upward, the seed differentiated into numerous root-like beams of rainbow light, extending deep into the blue planet and spreading across the world. To search for the first opening point of the mythical realm. Expansion update: mythological revival event commencing. This notification popped up on every individual's digital interface panel simultaneously. The first mythic level secret realm will spawn within 1 to 7 days? That's coming much quicker than expected. We must also prepare ourselves, who knows where it might appear. With the seeds planted, all that remains is to wait. Thus, the special training camp has completely come to an end. Wei Zheng and Wan Feiping finalized the military merits Yi Zhe deserved as an instructor. It was at this moment that Wei Zheng and Wu Ming realized Wan Feiping had actually promised additional military merits just to let Yi Zhe beat up their men. The latter was once again thoroughly looked down upon. At the same time, combined with the 30,000 military merits exchanged for the 3 questions from the World Tree, Yi Zhe's current total military merit, 63,350. Even among all members of the demon-subduing army, he was considered exceptionally wealthy. Let's go, I'll take you to the demon-subduing army treasure vault. Wei Zheng patted Yi Zhe's shoulder with a laugh. At the same time, compensation was given to all members of the special training camp who had been eliminated. Those eliminated in the first 2 rounds may each choose 1 item from the treasure vault's 2nd level, while those eliminated in the 3rd round may select from the 3rd level. After all, the final 30+ participants were practically eliminated simultaneously, making it truly difficult to calculate rankings for rewards. This way, it can be considered a fair resolution for all special training camp participants. Chapter 77, A Bountiful Harvest of Treasures. Dozens of military hovercrafts powered up. Among them was a small, luxurious black and white hovercar currently designated as Yi Zhe's personal vehicle. The hovercrafts accelerated, skimming over Dragon City's skyline while offering a bird's-eye view of this prosperous central metropolis, the most developed urban center in both the central China region and the entire nation. After considerable time had passed, they penetrated yet another magical barrier. A technology-infused, library-like repository unfolded before everyone's eyes. Taking the elevator, most of the special training camp students could only go to the 2nd floor. Top students like Lu Anren, Xu Yi, and Duan Tianchen proceeded to the 3rd floor. Only Yi Zhe alone ascended to the 4th floor. Hello, please activate your identity. Upon reaching the 4th floor, an elegant woman dressed in professional black stockings guided Yi Zhe. The 4th floor had a smaller space, resembling a technology exhibition hall that exuded luxury and sophistication, with faint traces of magical formations shimmering throughout. Only after activating his identity could he enter the 4th floor. Yi Zhe pressed his fingerprint, revealing his personal information. The number displaying his military merits left the professionally dressed receptionist visibly astonished. 60,000 military merits? As a receptionist on the 4th floor, she had encountered many people over the years, most of whom had toiled for several years just to accumulate 16,000, barely enough to exchange for 1 item. Yet this young man before her, merely 18 years old, already possessed 60,000 military merits? It's a bit scary. The woman in professional attire showed an elegant smile, slightly bowing as she guided Yi Zhe toward the treasure's location. This way, please. Even though it was her first time guiding someone younger than herself, she still maintained the proper respect. With that, she followed closely behind Yi Zhe, maintaining a neither too close nor too distant posture, diligently assisting him by explaining and searching for treasures. What category of items would you like to see first? Let's take a look at summoning type skill books first, or perhaps contractable summons. This way. After Yi Zhe stated his requirements, the professional woman immediately guided him. Soon, rows of individual containers came into view, including summoning skill books, beast eggs, summoning creature cubs, and more. Moreover, most were of legendary quality. There were elves, elementals, beastkin, undead, and even dragonkin, demonic beasts, and many other types. If it were someone else, they might have been dazzled at first glance, but thankfully Yi Zhe had the eye of insight. He began by scanning the potential category one by one. Suddenly, a unique potential caught his eye. What is this? This mechanical lifeform was retrieved from the abyss, said to hail from another world of technology, but no one has been able to utilize it so far. Hearing the welcoming woman's explanation, Yi Zhe completely understood why no one could use it. Because this mechanical creature before them was merely the size of a thumb and had no interfaces whatsoever, looking more like a stone than anything else.
Yi Zhe couldn't help but admire the expert who had brought it back. How exactly had they recognized it for what it was? Moreover, through his insightful eye, Yi Zhe learned, this mechanical being boasts extraordinary computational power and energy conversion efficiency, making it the pinnacle of mechanical summons. The catch is, it functions like a standalone chip, utterly dependent on auxiliary devices from its native technological world to operate. But that world has already been consumed by the abyss. Well, dead end. Yi Zhe decisively gave up. There was no point obsessing over something unusable. Suddenly, a peculiar skill book caught his eye. Ordinary summoning skill books typically corresponded to a single race, such as pandas or squirrels, which fell under the beast clan. Yet this summoning skill book, unexpectedly belonged to two races. And what's more, both races are rare ones. Dual-race summoned creatures are actually not uncommon. For example, minotaurs, a common combination of beast and human races, but their combat capability isn't significantly stronger than single-race creatures. Another example would be some draconic hybrids, a mix of common and rare races, with middling combat power that's slightly stronger. But dual-type hybrid races are extremely rare. The rarer and higher tier the race, the harder it is to produce a dual race. Although the quality of this summoning tome before us doesn't reach legendary status, its two races are exceptionally rare. Demon, plus, dragon. Demons, differing from the abyssal fiends, are also a form of living beings, commonly including devils, succubi, hellhounds, and so on. Fiends, however, are entirely born of abyssal power, standing in opposition to all worlds and all living creatures. A dual-race combination of demon and dragon was actually quite acceptable to Yi Zhe. After all, both races lean towards evil plus combat traits. I must remind you to take a good look. This skill book is epic 1-star. The receptionist emphasized the word epic as a reminder. Because this is the only one available for both demon and dragon races, it has been specially adjusted to the 4th floor. Yi Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly what I wanted. The receptionist pursed her lips. 16,000 military merits could have exchanged for a legendary 3 or 4-star skill book, but now it's only getting an epic 1-star? I truly don't understand how these geniuses think. Yi Zhe decisively acquired this skill book. He could only hope that the ultimate summon would bring him some pleasant surprises. Afterwards, he browsed through the items section and was utterly amazed, especially by a legendary door-shaped item. Arbitrary door. Visualize a location you've seen before in your mind. Upon opening the door, there's a probability of arriving at the target destination. Note, places you physically visited have higher success rates. More detailed visualizations increase the probability. Even something like this exists. Yi Zhe immediately grew intensely intrigued. Still, going to places you've been before is more reliable, otherwise, who knows what might happen. Noticing Yi Zhe's interest, the guide immediately explained. This item is currently on loan. If you'd like to exchange for it, you'll need to wait about a day or two. Yi Zhe asked in surprise, it can actually be borrowed? Yes, after all, treasures primarily serve people. Any treasure that can aid frontline combat can be temporarily allocated for borrowing. Such a regulation was something Yi Zhe wholeheartedly approved of. After all, with the frontline battles being intense, this rule allowing the borrowing of treasures would undoubtedly save many lives. Yi Zhe continued walking while reading. His footsteps suddenly stopped on the spot. I want this one replaced too. Hypothetical enemy, legendary, effect, constructs enemies in virtual space. Defeating them grants 100% experience and skill proficiency. Can gain experience once per day. Seeing this legendary prop shaped like a silver Rubik's Cube, Yi Zhe's face lit up with joy. This prop really has something special. This means every target Yi Zhe has ever encountered can be reconstructed in virtual space for combat practice. And if you win, you get full experience points. It's equivalent to earning at least one extra boss's worth of experience every day. Moreover, you can also try out combat styles, gain battle experience, and more. Yi Zhe immediately claimed it. Combined with his Crown of the World tree, his leveling speed was definitely much faster. He managed to acquire 2 treasures in succession. Yi Zhe glanced at his accumulated military merits balance, then took one final stroll around. Then changed into the 3rd outfit. Legendary Equipment Upgrade Ticket allows upgrading equipment below legendary tier to legendary quality. He wanted to upgrade the Spirit Contract Ring. The copy skill is truly exceptionally useful. If we could enhance it further by upgrading to legendary tier, nothing could be better. Having obtained all 3 treasures, Yi Zhe's face visibly brightened with delight. This proves the special training camp was absolutely worth attending. What an incredible harvest indeed. He still had plenty of military merits left. You redeemed 3 items, consuming 48,000 military merits. Current remaining military merits, 15,350. Just a little more saving, and he could exchange for another item. Under the awestruck gaze of the receptionist, Yi Zhe left the demon-suppressing army's treasure vault, only to find that nearly everyone had left,
with Yizhe being the slow one still picking out 3 items.
Only one Feipeng and Lu Anren remained waiting for him. Lu Anren stood with arms crossed, having already waited for Yizhe a while.
Hurry up, I'm heading back to Lin Yuan City with you.